Chen Mo woke up with his face buried in the grass and his buttocks pointing to the sky, not exactly his usual way of waking up. Last night he had clearly fallen asleep in his bed wearing underwear, but now the cool touch of grass blades against his groin told him that not only had he left the bed, his underwear was also gone without a trace. Last night he had stayed up late playing video games until he was exhausted, then fumbled his way into bed and fell asleep. How could he wake up naked lying face down in a meadow? He felt the meadow beneath him was exceptionally soft, the dense green turf like a natural mattress. This was definitely not any grass species he knew. After all, his father was a professional landscape designer and Chen Mo had been forced to learn far more about grasses than the average person. Chen Mo turned over and sat up. The strange feeling outweighed the impact of the environment itself. He felt completely empty. When his palm touched the top of his head he froze as if electrocuted. My hair. Who shaved me? He ran both hands over his bald scalp again and again. It felt as smooth as a balloon. After a quick check of his body he confirmed no hair, no eyebrows and no body hair on his arms or even his private parts. Doesn't shaving body hair make things look bigger? It seems there's no change either. After his moment of grief he pushed himself up and looked around. Before him two towering hedges formed a straight corridor that ended in a right-angle turn at the edge of his sight. The green walls were neatly trimmed and the wide grass path was broad enough for 3 people to lie side by side. Looking down at his naked body he casually chose a direction and began to explore. He soon found himself in a hedge maze, the living green walls twice his height. He thought about climbing to survey the terrain, but when he approached and saw the thorny branches he gave up the idea. A naked body couldn't afford that kind of punishment. What the hell is going on? As if answering his question, a screen suddenly materialized in midair. The ripples when his fingertip passed through it proved that it was not a physical object. No projection device could be found on the ground or between the hedges, yet the screen floated conspicuously in the air. New quest: stranger in a strange land. You awaken in an unknown place. Explore the maze to gather clues. Objective: explore the hedge maze. 01 Reward: coarse cloth trousers. Ha! He suspiciously examined the thorny bushes for any holographic projection device, then looked up at the sky searching for drones, but instead caught sight of a pale moon and then a second moon. This is unscientific. There's a moon during the day, and 2 of them. Chen Mo collapsed back onto the grass, his gaze darting back and forth between the twin moons and the holographic screen. A new interface suddenly unfolded. Chen Mo. Race: otherworldly visitor. Current rank: ordinary. Promotion to Black Iron. Progress 004. Essence. Attributes: Strength no essence ordinary. Agility no essence ordinary. Magic no essence ordinary. Recovery no essence ordinary. Race: abilities otherworldly visitor. Interface: quest system, inventory, map, astral affinity, mysterious stranger. Essence slots 04. No essence, no attributes 05x5. Character panel. Who the hell can understand something this complicated? If this were written in a novel, I'd suspect the author of padding the word count. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Even a game system I'm familiar with would be better, but this looks somewhat like Western fantasy. When his gaze swept to map. Map, he read. I know what a map is. But how do I look at it? The moment he thought of it, a new interface popped out. A dark, shadowy map interface appeared before his eyes. But 3 screens were too much, cramping his field of vision. The space before him was simply crowded. He muttered to himself that 3 screens were too crowded, and just as he thought if only they could be closed, the other interfaces immediately vanished. This feature is pretty convenient. Wait, this is bad. I should be more worried about where I am. Even ignoring the twin moons, the current situation was hard to explain. Voice-controlled holograms might just barely be acceptable, but an interface controlled by thought was completely beyond reason. Am I dreaming? This is so unscientific. Completely baffled, Chen Mo began experimenting. He found that with simple mental commands he could open or close any window. Maybe I'm in a coma, he comforted himself. Close my eyes and open them again and I'll be back in reality. After taking a deep breath, Chen Mo opened his eyes. The interface was still there waiting. Ha! Maybe I'm still dreaming. Let me see what's happening. He turned his gaze back to the map floating before him. The map looked just like the map in any video game, with a list of locations: region, wind, manor, hedge maze. The map was mostly dark and blurred. The only revealed part was a small portion of the hedge maze he had already explored. He tried to move the map with his mind and found he could zoom in and out as easily as opening and closing the incorporeal screens. Zooming all the way out, he saw a world map that looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Although the details were blurry, he could make out the outlines of continents. What was unsettling, however, was that this world was not quite like the one he knew. It was nothing like the Earth's continental plates. This was ridiculous. The world map was definitely not like this. He sighed and closed the map. What a strange world. Then Chen-Mo called up the character panel. Race Otherworldly Visitor Interface Quest System Inventory Map Astral Affinity Mysterious Stranger. Shouldn't my race be human? What the heck is an otherworldly visitor? He instinctively expected a new pop-up window to appear and explain, but the air remained silent. His gaze moved down the list. The interface is intuitive enough and the quest system barely makes sense. Inventory. What the heck? I've got nothing. Let's open it. A new interface unfolded in response, 40 slots arranged in 8 columns and 5 rows with icons resembling a currency counter at the bottom. Only a single red icon hung alone in the first slot. A classic inventory interface, he muttered. Can it really hold things? As his fingertip hovered over the red icon, a sudden insight struck him. Guided by his will, the badge passed straight through the screen and dropped into his palm, a palm-sized crimson chalcedony talisman with gilded patterns flowing in the sunlight. The front was engraved with a phoenix rising from flames. On the back, the inscription "Authority of the Cosmic Phoenix" was clearly legible. It felt warm and smooth like fine jade. Creating something out of thin air. This completely defies the laws of physics. Chen-Mo's voice trembled. Wait, why can I read these words? They're completely different from any script on Earth. He tried to push the talisman back into the screen. With a flash of red light, the item instantly returned to its place. Too surreal. He murmured. Holographic projections could still be explained by cutting-edge technology, but the mind-reading interface interaction and pulling objects out of thin air had completely shattered his perception of reality. He closed the inventory and rechecked the character panel. His gaze passed over the already read map function and landed on the next ability. Ability Astral Affinity. Increases resistance to dimensional effects and astral forces, enhances the effects of dimensional type skills, and amplifies supernatural damage. I have no idea what that means. The last ability came into view. Ability Mysterious Stranger. Language Adaptation. Absorption of Essences, Awakening Stone Skill Tomes. Immunity to identification and tracking effects. Language Adaptation. He took out the crimson chalcedony talisman and studied it. So this is why I can read those scribbles. Item Cosmic Phoenix Feather Token Transcendent Grade Legendary Quality. Consumable. Effect. Effect. Remaining uses 11. Question marks. Unbelievable. It's really pulling that game routine on me, just like an adventure game. Do I actually have to pay someone to have my items identified? He closed all the interfaces except the map. Chen-Mo stood at the fork in the road, looking left and right. 2 cobblestone paths wound through the green shade. Time to make a choice. He casually stepped onto the left path. A cool breeze swept across his naked body, raising goosebumps. Damn it, at least give me a pair of pants. What if an alien sees me walking around barefaced and arrests me as a pervert? Chen-Mo moved through the maze, the unfolded map floating in front of him. As he moved, the map gradually revealed itself, so he planned to explore enough of the area to find a way out. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes. He froze at once. Anyone there? He called out, his hands nervously covering his groin. Hello. Good morning. Hello. GD morning. No response. Maybe it's not morning. Good afternoon. GD afternoon. Still silence. Language barrier. Bro, I'm a good guy. Chen-Mo then flashed the universal friendly gesture, the middle finger. Still there was no reaction. He shrugged. Maybe I'm having hallucinations. Maybe this is one right now. New quest. Low-level monsters are spawning in this area for unknown reasons. Objective: investigate why low-level monsters are spawning. 01. Reward: coarse cloth shirt. Bonus objective: defeat 10 low-level monsters. 010. Reward: simple shoes. Monsters. This is too insane. A dark shadow suddenly burst out from under the bushes. He instinctively covered his groin, leaving his head completely exposed. The shadow's sharp claws pierced his scalp in an instant. Through the searing pain, a furry creature covered Chen-Mo's entire face. When Chen-Mo tore the living creature off with both hands, a bloody piece of scalp came off with it. He dropped to his knees, grabbed the squealing creature and slammed it against the ground again and again until it became a bloody pulp and stopped moving. You have defeated Raging Hamster. Low-level monsters defeated 110. Chen Mo let go and scrambled backward using both hands and feet like a startled crab. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. The 3 claw marks on his scalp seared with pain. Warm drops of blood slid down his face and he wiped away the blood, blurring his right eye. What the hell kind of setup is this? Since when do hamsters jump at people's faces? The interface showed that the twisted creature was indeed a hamster, if hamsters could grow to the size of a human head. The hamster's mud-caked body was swollen and misshapen from the repeated pounding, its fluffy golden fur matted into bloody clumps. He held his breath and leaned closer. Just as his outstretched fingertip was about to touch the corpse, a new prompt suddenly appeared. Pick up Raging Hamster. Chen Mo flinched, jerking backward and covering his bare head with both hands. When his fingertips touched the wound, he cried out in pain. What the hell is going on in this place? Chen Mo read the screen again. Loot powerful hamster. Yes. The dead creature's body began to hiss as if undergoing a violent chemical reaction. The corpse began to melt rapidly, first the flesh and then even the bones dissolved into rainbow-colored mist. It would have been a beautiful sight if not for a stench as thick as cheese that hit him, smelling like burnt hair mixed with rotting flesh. Chen Mo scrambled away on all fours, desperate to escape the nauseating smell. Gagging and coughing, he looked back and saw that the hamster's corpse had completely vanished as if it had never existed. He ignored the pop-it-up windows and lay back on the soft grass. Lesser Monster Core has been added to your backpack. Healing Ointment Black Iron Grade has been added to your backpack. 10 Lesser Soul Coins have been added to your backpack. He cursed at the sky. Who gets transmigrated naked? Forget not giving me equipment, at least leave me a pair of underwear. No equipment, no clothes. I got hurt by a hamster the moment I arrived. Worst of all, the parts that never see sunlight are going to get sunburned. He groaned as he sat up, turning his gaze to the screen before him. Oh, it went straight into the backpack. That's the place that lets me conjure things out of thin air and put them back again. Absolutely insane. Now that he had grown accustomed to opening and closing the screen, the backpack window appeared with a mere thought. 2 of the 40 slots were occupied by small icons, while what appeared to be a currency bar displayed the number 10 with a coin emblem above it. Chen Mo took out the item called Healing Salve. It was a small round jar that reminded him of the foul-smelling ointment his grandmother used to apply to his scrapes when he was a child. At least this jar wasn't rusted, unlike the one beneath Grandma's washbasin that had been there longer than Chen Mo had been alive. He examined the jar in his hand carefully. Item: Healing Salve Black Iron Grade Common. A topical healing ointment. An economical formula suited for treating surface wounds. Consumable healing. Effect: apply directly to wounds for treatment. Effectiveness is reduced on individuals of bronze grade or higher. Remaining uses 55. Chen Mo opened the lid and found that it indeed looked and smelled like the jar under Grandma's washbasin. A pungent medicinal odor cut through the lingering stench of the dead creature. The salve inside was an oily substance that looked like caramel sauce made from dubious ingredients. How do you get ointment from a hamster? And packaged in a jar. He tentatively poked at the wound on his head. Ow! Chen Mo cried out in pain. The large hamster's claws had pierced his scalp, blood trickling down his forehead and the side of his face. Even the lightest touch sent a jolt of intense pain. Might as well give it a try since there's no other choice. At least there's no hair in the way. He scooped up some salve and carefully applied it to the wound, which immediately began to sting. You have used Healing Salve Black Iron Grade. Remaining uses 45. The stinging quickly subsided and the pain of the wound eased with it. Chen Mo gently touched the injured spot. Though blood and salve still clung there, no trace of the wound could be found. I'm starting to believe I'm in another world, he said. Items can appear out of thin air and the salve has such miraculous effects. Chen Mo put the jar back into his backpack and took out another icon. What appeared in his hand was a small reddish-brown gemstone, teardrop-shaped. Item: Lesser Monster Core. The magical core of a lesser monster. Crafting material: Magic Core. Effect: a common component in ritual magic and magical item crafting. Oh, it's for magic rituals. Seems like this is a world of magic. Chen Mo sighed and put the monster core back into his backpack. Maybe I have a brain tumor and this is just a fantasy before I die. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and accepted the reality before him. Chen Mo glanced at the coin counter in his backpack. How do I take them out? He tried tapping the number. You have 10 lesser soul coins. How many would you like to withdraw?
Let's take out one for now.
A coin appeared in Chen Mo's hand.
It was pale blue with a metallic sheen but felt more like glass. Item Lesser Soul Coin.
An impure crystal formed from raw magic.
Currency crafting material. Effect used to power low-tier magical items or serve as a ritual component. Chen Mo studied the embossed pattern on the coin.
On closer look, it was actually Chen Mo's own likeness giving a thumbs up.
What the hell?
He flipped the coin over to see the other side, which was inscribed with text.
Made by Chen Mo.
Hey buddy. He wiped his hand across his face. For some reason the coin itself was even more absurd than the fact that he could conjure things out of thin air.
I'm definitely insane.
When the slippery creature bit him on the inside of his thigh, Chen Mo screamed both from panic and pain. He was still naked below the waist and this was far too close to the vital area, the risk of getting himself neutered was too high. He grabbed the long slippery body, held it tight and pulled it off his leg. He screamed again as it tore away a chunk of thigh flesh, but he gritted his teeth and didn't let go, starting to thrash the creature against the thorny hedge.
You have defeated Flying Eel. Lesser monsters defeated 910.
Chen Mo collapsed to the ground, took out a jar of healing salve and began applying it to his wound, ignoring the flowing blood.
Eels can fly. He looked down at the wound high on his inner thigh.
The eel had bit out a sizable chunk, so the salve's stinging lasted a while and the wound healed more slowly. Even so, witnessing a wound the size of a bowl vanish before his eyes was still astonishing. After encounters with 9 different creatures, Chen Mo had seen this many times and had used nearly 3 jars of salve. He had used an entire jar in one fight against a monster called a malicious hedgehog. One reassuring discovery was that he didn't have to stand in the stinking smoke given off by creatures after looting. As long as he had made contact with a creature, he could back away before confirming the loot. Even when he was far from the creature, as it dissolved away, the drops would go straight into his backpack. The only problem was that the blood on him would also dissolve, still subjecting him to the reeking stench.
Every creature Chen Mo looted dropped a lesser monster core and a full 10 soul coins. Most also produced extra, often inexplicable rewards.
Healing salve was a fairly common boon, but most of what he got were animal parts. Given that he was killing monsters, this should have been normal, but strangely they arrived in his backpack already cut up and packaged.
Chen Mo couldn't help but remark that the system was quite thoughtful.
The quills from the malicious hedgehog were bundled with rope, while the meat of the tyrant pheasant was neatly wrapped in butcher paper. These animal parts were all labeled crafting materials, and some seemed meant for cooking.
Although Chen Mo usually enjoyed trying new things, he wasn't ready to put monster meat on his own dinner table.
As he waited for the wound to heal, he checked the map again. By now he had explored a considerable portion of the hedge maze, but the whole maze was quite large and he had run into many dead ends.
After planning his next route, he set off once more.
After walking for only a short while, Chen Mo noticed a flower growing in the middle of the path. Everywhere else he had been there were nothing but tidy hedgerows and manicured lawns. Keeping a safe distance, he observed the flower. It appeared to be an ordinary plant.
Chen Mo advanced cautiously, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on it.
He tried his best to steer clear of it, but just as he believed he had passed safely, the flower suddenly trembled and sprayed a burst of spores over him. Dizzy and reeling, he collapsed to the ground and immediately felt something around his leg. A vine with a bulbous head emerged from the earth near the flower's stem and coiled around his leg. He tried to kick it away, but his mind was clouded and his struggles were futile. The vine continued to grow, crawling up his body. Its bulbous head opened and attached itself to his head like a suckerfish. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, bent over, seized the vine and began pulling with both hands. The ground beneath the flower bulged, soil scattered, and a bizarrely shaped plant emerged from the earth. It looked like a root vegetable, yet its size and shape resembled an infant. The vine connected to its abdomen like an umbilical cord and the flower grew out of its head. Chen Mo let go of the vine, crawled over to the main body and grabbed it with both hands. He lifted it and slammed it against his knee again and again. Humans aren't vegetarians, he snarled through gritted teeth, each word accompanied by another blow. And plants certainly aren't carnivores. And they don't eat people either. With a final roar, he smashed the monster against his knee with all his might. The plant monster shattered like glass hurled from a high-rise onto the ground.
You have defeated man-eating mandrake. Bonus objective complete: defeat 10 lesser monsters 1010. Simple sandals have been added to your inventory. The quest objective can still be completed. Taking the footwear out of his inventory, he saw that they were a pair of sandals. Even though walking barefoot on the thick grass felt pleasant, Chen Mo put them on anyway. Naturally, it looked rather incongruous.
Aside from the pair of sandals, he stood there completely naked, looking like a wild man who had found himself a pair of slippers to wear.
I think I'm starting to hate this place. Chen Mo frowned at the item in his hands.
The man-eating mandrake turned out to be the most generous monster yet when it came to loot. Not only did it yield an extra jar of precious healing cell, it also gave him something new. Item: blood called gardening spade, black iron, grade rare. A gardening tool enchanted for modifying specific types of plants. Tool effect: improves the health of carnivorous plants. The gardening spade looked quite sinister, forged from a black metal with a reddish luster. It bore signs of wear from use as a planting tool and also possessed a sharp edge entirely unnecessary for gardening. Blood cult. Chen Mo read from the item description with displeasure. Who would use a spade that looks this evil? Whose hedge maze is this? With no better choice, Chen Mo could only use the sharp gardening spade to deal with monsters. After checking the map again, he set out with the weapon in hand. Still naked except for his sandals, he had to be extremely careful about how he held the spade. As he walked, Chen Mo spotted an old well and stared at it. It was a circular well made of red bricks, its mortar aged and flaking away. At its top sat a wooden bucket and a crank, both weathered by the years. This was quite fitting for the quaint landscape feature at the center of a hedge maze. Quest: stranger in a strange land. Objective complete: explore the hedge maze. 11. Simple pans have been added to your inventory. Quest complete. 100 black iron soul coins have been added to your inventory. Chen Mo pumped his fist excitedly and took the pants out of his inventory. They were a pair of plain white linen pants with loose flowing legs, an extremely low crotch, and a drawstring waist. These are like hip-hop pants made by some sect disciple. Did I end up on America's West Coast in the last century? Setting aside his fashion concerns, Chen Mo put on the pants and tried walking. They were so loose that walking in them felt almost the same as wearing nothing. Could I get another quest reward like a pair of underwear? Don't any of you people wear underwear? He waited hopefully for a few seconds, but no window appeared. After being attacked by so many creatures, Chen Mo's body was smeared with a mixture of blood and salve, even though his wounds had already healed. As a result, putting on the white pants immediately stained them with blood-red patches and yellow smears of salve. With the nudity problem eased, Chen Mo could turn his thoughts to other aspects of the situation. He sat by the well thinking about his next move. What he had encountered so far clearly defied reason. There were only two possibilities. First, he was not in his right mind, his perception distorted, brain damage, hallucinogens, or a mental breakdown were all plausible. But judged by his limited knowledge, none of those quite fit. After all, his thoughts were clear, his logic sound, and he had none of the disjointed leaps of a madman. However, he knew nothing about mental illness, and he had heard that madmen all believed they were perfectly sane. The other possibility meant he had truly transmigrated, and every past understanding had to be overturned and rebuilt. Either way, his only choice now was to keep moving forward. All right, Chen Mo, he encouraged himself, what do I do next? He had to find a way out of the maze, but the quest had ended when he reached the well. That had to be a hint that there was something special about it. He first examined the wooden frame. It had a simple crank and rope for lowering the bucket and a small wooden canopy shielding the mechanism from the elements. But it seemed to have worked only in part. The rope and bucket both looked worn. The brickwork was equally decrepit, the mortar crumbling at the slightest touch. He leaned over the well rim and looked down. To his surprise, an iron ladder was fixed to the inner wall of the well, descending into the darkness below. New quest: secret of the old well. You have discovered a ladder leading down into the well. Do you have the courage to explore the depths? Objective: explore the bottom of the well. 01. Reward: awakening stone. Bonus objective: do not die. 01. Reward: essence. Don't die. What kind of objective is that? He rolled his eyes. Whatever. I'm not going down there. The objective is don't die, so going down would just be asking to die. Do you wish to refuse the quest: secret of the old well? Chen Mo was about to refuse when he suddenly heard voices from the hedges deep in the maze. I tracked the scent of the mandrake that stole my shovel, a hoarse male voice said. Someone has already killed it, but my shovel is gone. Are they with the adventurers we captured? Another man asked. I don't care who they are, the first voice said. I'll kill them, cook them, and eat them. I had half a mind to taste that elf girl, but the mistress said we have to keep them all for the sacrifice. A complete waste if you ask me. Come off, that elf meat is too tough. That human girl is the real delicacy, tender-skinned and soft. Dao good, that girl doesn't look easy to mess with. Besides, we're not short on human flesh normally. I just want a change of taste. Anyway, this batch must not be touched.
There are other plans. Chen Mo crouched behind the well holding his breath and straining to listen.
Compared to whether elves existed, the discussion of cannibal cooking techniques made his skin crawl even more. Was this reality or some twisted joke?
Cannibals. Man-eating monsters. What in the world is this place?
He weighed his options, although cannibals had sounded like a distant impossibility. After recalling everything he had experienced since arriving here, he now found it perfectly reasonable that both elves and cannibals existed. After another moment of indecision, he decisively climbed down the well. Although the quest objective "Don't Die" was deeply off-putting, it was still less terrifying than running naked through a maze patrolled by cannibals. Was he supposed to take them all on with a shovel? Their physiques completely dwarfed every monster he had encountered before. Picturing himself turned into dried meat made the bottom of the well suddenly look much more appealing. His decision to descend the well soon came back to bite him, for the iron ladder in his hands began to tremble. Mortar crumbled from between the bricks. Yet as images of a slaughterhouse flashed through his mind, of himself hung on a butcher's hook becoming food for the cannibals, he could only grit his teeth and keep climbing down. An eerie old well versus a man-eating ogre, he muttered as he climbed. For the 100th time, curses on the bastard who stripped me naked and threw me in here. The well was deep and the circle of light above was growing smaller and smaller. Moisture beaded on the slippery well wall and his sandals were soon soaked in bone-chilling well water. Once inside the shaft, Chen Mo moved entirely by feel. Every step required him to verify that the iron rung was still there, and every so often he looked up to confirm the sky still existed. At this moment, that patch of blue was more precious than ever. Maybe they were just trying to scare him. But he didn't believe it. His body, honest as ever, kept moving downward. Deeper into the darkness he continued until before long he could barely make out his own hands on the rungs ahead. When the soles of his feet felt water, he realized he had reached the bottom. He tested it and found it only ankle deep. But the well floor was as slippery as if coated in oil. His feet slid out from under him, and only by grabbing the ladder did he keep from smashing his head. He ended up sitting spread-eagled at the bottom of the well, bloodstains and medicinal ointment mixing with the well water to thoroughly ruin his new pants. How wonderful! From that angle he noticed a round opening in the wall, blacker than the surrounding shadows. He reached inside and found a tunnel just barely large enough to crawl through. Whether it was the source of the well water or a drainage channel, he couldn't tell.
No, Chen Mo said. There is absolutely no way I'm crawling in there. Reject quest secret of the ancient well. Forget it. Chen Mo looked up at the bright sky one more time, then at the pitch-black circle of the tunnel. With a curse he began to explore the pitch-black hole. Chen Mo slowly crawled into the dark, damp tunnel, a round pipe built of slick bricks. The tunnel was wide enough for him to move forward, yet so narrow that he had to press against the slimy walls. As he moved farther from the faint light at the well bottom, absolute darkness swallowed him. Creeping along the tunnel, his sense of touch became his only navigation. Amid the pervasive stench of rot and damp, he wished his nose would fail him just like his eyes had. This was definitely not what I planned to do today. If the tunnel turned out to be a dead end, he would have to wriggle backward out like a caterpillar, for the pipe was too narrow to turn around in. Honestly, my original plan for today had been pretty loose anyway, but cannibals and cave exploration are not things one can casually fit into any schedule. Talking to himself didn't help much, but anything that distracted him was a precious defense against claustrophobia. The gloom of the well had been suffocating. The darkness of the tunnel was even more unfathomable. The deeper he crawled into the tunnel, the more fear crept over his skin like icy tentacles seeping into every inch of his flesh. Logically, he knew the tunnel hadn't actually grown narrower, but in this cold, damp void, reason seemed utterly powerless. He had no idea how long he had been crawling. His strung-tight nerves were nearing their limit. Just as he was about to turn back and risk facing the cannibals, his hand pressed against slimy damp wood instead of slimy damp brick. There was still no light, so he had to explore with his hands. He had reached the end of the tunnel, but he had no idea what kind of space it opened into. He sensed an open area around him, though in absolute darkness it might only have been his imagination. His hand touched a platform made of wooden planks. The boards were damp and slightly slimy, yet they felt solid and reliable under Chen Mo's hands. The surface of the wood was rough like sandpaper. As if someone had sprinkled sand or something similar over a long-lasting adhesive to increase the traction of the wet boards. Chen Mo had seen this kind of treatment on jungle trails. When he crawled out of the tunnel, he discovered by feel that the planks formed a walkway about 1.5 meters wide. He felt there was enough clearance above to stand, but even with the sand coating he didn't dare trust this slippery wooden path in the dark. He kept moving as he had in the tunnel, using his hands in place of his eyes. He had only gone a short distance along the path when he found a vertical metal rod protruding from the walkway at the left edge.
His hand slid up the rod and reached a hooked end from which hung a metal box with a loop.
Item: Crude Magic Lantern Black Iron Common. A simple lighting device powered by low-grade magic tool. Effect: emits light. Current charge 0. Requires 1 lesser soul coin to replenish energy.
Chen Mo tried to use the glowing system window as a light source, but even when pressed against the lantern it failed to produce any illumination. After his attempt to use the system's glow as a light source failed, Chen Mo fumbled the lantern off the rod. You have obtained the Crude Magic Lantern. Current charge 0. Requires 1 lesser soul coin to activate. Consume 1 lesser soul coin. Yes, no. Just what I wanted. The instant the light flared, Chen Mo screamed and covered his eyes. The dumbass had pointed the lamp opening at his own face. The lantern clattered to the ground as he groaned and pressed both hands over his eyes. Stupid system, he cursed. He cautiously opened his eyes, discovering that the space around him was illuminated by the lantern light from below. Although most of the light was blocked compared with the pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see one's hand before one's eyes, being able to discern vague outlines was already a godsend, at least enough for him to recognize that he was in a natural cave. Chen Mo sat up and carefully examined the lamp, taking care not to flash himself again. The crude magic lamp was truly shabby, looking like a miner's tin lantern. It had 3 square metal sides, a glass front and a ring handle on top. Even after being dropped on the ground, the glass seemed undamaged. The light source inside the lamp seemed to come from a round stone at its center, glowing like a bulb. He raised the lantern to survey the cave, which was even more sinister than he had imagined.
This was no conveniently smooth cave floor from a video game.
There was only a plank walkway supported by thick wooden stakes rising just an arm's length above the ground.
No wonder I was able to retrieve the lantern so easily. Is anyone here? He shouted.
Given the noise and light he had already produced, there was no point in trying to hide from whatever might dwell in the cave now.
The lantern light exposed the cave like a lighthouse in the dead of night.
Since that was the case, there was no need to skulk about. He hoped to lure any lurking creatures into the range of the light. They might be adapted to darkness, but if the light could blind them, he might still hold the upper hand. Recalling how he had crept through that pitch-black darkness made him feel suffocated. In such a state he wouldn't even know how he'd die. After all, the quest had driven him deeper into the cave rather than back toward the cannibal maze. He hoped that meant something worth exploring awaited at the end of the cavern. The ideal would be finding a godly weapon, the sort strong enough to dominate this world, or failing that, something that could send him home.
Is anybody down there? He asked.
If you want me to kill 10 goblins in exchange for a rare spear, I'm afraid I can't do it. All I have is a gardening trowel, though I could loosen the soil for you to plant flowers. He picked up the sinister gardening trowel, ready for any sudden attack that might come his way.
What a sinister gardening activity. Do not die was originally a bonus objective.
In video games, Chen Mo was also the kind of player who was indifferent to bonus objectives. But at this moment his enthusiasm for the bonus objective reached an unprecedented peak. He started along the plank walkway, stepping forward cautiously. The walkway ended at a brick wall on the side of the cave. At the center of the wall was a heavy metal door fitted with a large handwheel like a hatch on a submarine. The door and the handwheel were both covered in rust, as if they hadn't been opened in ages.
The quest finally seems to be getting somewhere. I just don't know what's hidden inside. Hopefully there's no big boss hiding inside. An elf girl would be best, right? That would be fantastic.
Setting down the lantern, Chen Mo grabbed the wheel with both hands and pulled hard, but it wouldn't budge.
Who designed it to be this sturdy? It's so unfriendly to newcomers. I'll be exhausted before I even get inside to fight the boss.
He pulled with increasing effort until finally he braced his feet against the door and leaned his whole body sideways, putting all his weight into it. He felt the wheel give a little, then a little more, each movement accompanied by a reluctant metallic groan. Finally the wheel came free with a sudden jerk, and Chen Mo was able to turn the stubborn wheel in fits and starts. Gasping for breath, he pushed the door open with his shoulder. Like the wheel, the door was sturdy, resisting stubbornly like an opponent. He had to slam his shoulder into it repeatedly until his shoulder grew sore. In the end, after who knew how long, the door finally burst open.
Quest: The Secret of the Ancient Well. Objective complete. Explore the bottom of the well. 11.
Star Awakening Stone has been added to your backpack.
The bonus objective, Do Not Die, is still achievable. Star Awakening Stone. What the hell is this thing?
He retrieved the lantern he had placed on the ground, then took the item out from his backpack. It looked like a fist-sized marble, pitch black all over, but it seemed to contain tiny stars within.
Item: Star Awakening Stone, no level, epic. Requirement: already absorbed 1 essence.
Effect awaken the corresponding ability of one essence. A consumable awakening stone that can unlock the power of the stars.
I think I get what this system means. There are 4 essence slots and each essence corresponds to 5 abilities. Can an awakening stone awaken one ability for an essence? Then what practical use does this essence actually have? It's such a drag. It's useless to me for now.
He stepped through the doorway. The interior was pitch black. Once inside he swept the lantern light around. It was a room of no small size, thank heavens not more caves. It resembled a grand drawing room in a mansion, the kind that had been through a burglary. Furniture was overturned, tapestries and paintings torn from the walls. Bookshelves had collapsed, their contents scattered everywhere. A magnificent chandelier had crashed down from the ceiling, shattered crystals strewn across the glossy floor.
Searching through the wreckage by lantern light, Chen Mo noticed an overturned sofa in the middle of the room.
Beneath the sofa lay an unconscious man. After moving the sofa away, he saw that the man lay in the center of an intricate 5-point star inlaid on the floor in brass or copper. The man looked relatively young, about 30, with olive skin and a handsome face. In Chen Mo's eyes his appearance carried a distinctly exotic charm. He was the handsome type with black curly hair. Strangely, he was wearing what seemed to be an authentic wizard's robe. Chen Mo set down the lantern and examined the man. His pulse was strong, his breathing steady, but early signs of extensive bruising were beginning to appear across his body and his temperature felt alarmingly high. Just as Chen Mo was examining him, the man's eyes opened slightly. "Hey there, pal," said Chen Mo. "Looks like you took a tumble. Need a hand?" Chen Mo extended his hand, helping the wizard-like man to his feet. Despite being as lean as Chen Mo, he was surprisingly heavy. Once on his feet, the wizard swayed unsteadily, surveyed the ransacked room, then looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" the wizard asked. "How did you come to be here?" Chen Mo. "I don't know how I got here either. I remember going to bed last night, and when I woke up I found myself in what seemed to be some parallel universe." The wizard narrowed his eyes and studied Chen Mo closely. "Something is off about you," said the wizard. "You're not human. You're the one who's not human." "You just said parallel universe." The wizard asked. "That was just a guess," said Chen Mo. "What I mean is this continent is completely different from the planet I'm from. Or perhaps it was a form of ultra-long-distance time travel. Are you familiar with continental drift?" The wizard's gaze shifted to the magic circle on the floor, then back to Chen Mo. "It's you," he said angrily. "You're the reason the summoning ritual went wrong." "What?" The reason the summoning ritual went wrong." "Are you the one behind this? At least you summoned something. Do you have any idea how rude it is to summon someone without permission? Do you know how much your summoning ruined my sweet dream? Do you know how horrible it is to have a hamster plastered on your face? Do you know how agonizing it is to go so long without playing games? Do you know how impolite it is to shave someone's fur without permission? Do you know how I've been getting through these days? It goes without saying which of us has more reason to be angry." The wizard looked both confused and furious, but just as he was about to retort, his face suddenly turned pale and he staggered. "Sorry I hurt you," Chen Mo said, stepping forward to steady him. "Get away from me." The wizard staggered toward a heavy writing desk. As the heaviest piece of furniture in the room, it had remained intact and unscathed. The wizard nearly tripped just walking those few steps. Clearly whatever had happened before Chen Mo arrived had left him weakened. The wizard opened a drawer, took out a small bottle and drained it in one gulp. "If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind a strong drink myself," said Chen Mo. "It's a recovery potion, you idiot," the wizard said, wincing in pain. "It seems this backlash can't be mended by a single potion." He gave Chen Mo a smile that made his skin crawl. "Buddy, you're not into guys, are you? Since I can't recover my mana right now, we'll have to resort to the old ways. I've never tasted a being from another world before." "Oh no," said Chen Mo, his face instantly draining of color. "You're a cannibal as well." The wizard turned and pulled a knife from the drawer, advancing on Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked around and saw a wooden double door that should be the exit, but the wizard was much closer to it than he was. Recalling the wizard's feeble steps toward the desk moments earlier, Chen Mo decided to risk rushing past him. He feigned a lunge, dodged around the wizard, grabbed the door handle and found it locked. Just as he turned to flee, the wizard lunged at him. Chen Mo hastily seized the arm that held the knife. In the struggle they tripped over the furniture and crashed to the floor. Chen Mo clamped down desperately on the knife-wielding wrist, astonished to find that this sickly man had absurdly immense strength. The lamp had fallen somewhere unknown and they fought in the shadows, each trying to control the weapon. Chen Mo gripped the wizard's arm tightly, trying to stop the blade from plunging into him. Despite his gaunt figure and his frail appearance after waking, the wizard was still far stronger than Chen Mo. Calling on his memories of fighting those small ferocious monsters earlier, Chen Mo abruptly bit the wizard's hand. The wizard shrieked, more from surprise than pain, and his grip on the knife loosened. Seizing the opening, Chen Mo wrenched the blade from his hand. With no light left, he could only stab blindly. All at once the wizard collapsed limply. The knife had sunk into the wizard's throat, but he was still alive, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. Chen Mo yanked the knife back and blood sprayed over him, getting into his eyes and mouth. He stumbled backwards, spitting out blood and rubbing his eyes. When he finally calmed down, the wizard's body had stopped moving. "You have defeated a Builder cult member." Chen Mo propped himself up with blood-soaked hands, but after only 2 steps he tripped over debris and fell back down. His breathing grew rapid and he lay where he had fallen. At length he sat up and looked toward the body. Drawing his knees to his chest and wrapping his arms around them, he stared at the corpse. He didn't know how long he stayed in that position, but eventually he staggered to his feet, walked over to the bloody knife and picked it. Item: sealed blade, bronze rank, common. A dagger with the Wei family's seal on the hilt. Weapon tool. Requires bronze rank speed, bronze rank spiritual power. Effect: when used to press a wax seal onto a letter. If the letter is opened by anyone other than the recipient, it will be destroyed. Chen Mo stared at the bloodstained knife in his equally blood-soaked hand. A few seconds later, an unusual tingling sensation slowly swelled into pain. He gripped the hilt until the pain became unbearable and the dagger clattered to the floor. You do not meet the requirements to use this item. At last he turned to the corpse. Its eyes were open, its face frozen in a final expression of surprise. The room was silent, Chen Mo's gaze fixed on the body. "This isn't my fault," he said. "It's all because you tried to kill me." Chen Mo stood beside the corpse, his mind a blank. He didn't know whether seconds, minutes, or hours had passed. A new sound broke his trance. It came from above, from a metal vent in the ceiling. The sound had a hollow echoing quality, and it took Chen Mo a moment to recognize it as a hissing. It came from the opening above. He watched the vent, his gaze vacant and distant. He looked idly, but his thoughts were still fixed on the knife. Even after the knife had clattered back to the floor, he could still feel it. He could even feel the taste of the hot blood that had gushed from the wizard's neck. Chen Mo was still trapped in the aftermath of having killed a man. But then something pushed out from the hole in the ceiling, its gaze sharp. It was a massive snake, pitch black, its head just barely able to fit through the opening. Chen Mo and the snake stared at each other, both frozen for a moment. Chen Mo thought he could see a glimmer of intelligence lurking in its eyes, though perhaps he only imagined it. Then the snake flicked its tongue at Chen Mo, hissing, and kept forcing its way out of the vent, its body dangling from the ceiling. Snapping back to reality, Chen Mo grabbed the lamp and immediately dashed toward the door leading to the cave. New quest: time to run. The Builder cultist's familiar sensed its master's death and came to investigate. Objective: escape the Shadow Mountain Serpent 01. Reward: black iron grade rare magic dagger. When the window popped up, Chen Mo nearly tripped, frantically waving his hand in the desperate hope that it would close. He rushed through the metal door, put down the lamp, seized the wheel handle and pulled back with adrenaline-fueled strength. The rusty hinges groaned as Chen Mo wrenched the wheel to seal the door. There was a wheel on the other side too. Wiping off his sweat, he said with relief, "Good thing the snake doesn't have fingers." Chen Mo let out a breath he hadn't realized had been holding, then bent down to pick up the lamp. He needed to get back up to the well. He'd rather avoid cannibals than fight a giant serpent. The danger snapped him out of the daze that had followed the killing. He moved along the narrow path when he suddenly heard a metallic scraping sound behind him. A horrifying thought surged up in his mind: what if the monster serpent really did have fingers? At that thought he hurriedly ran along the passage. But he had forgotten how hard the way in had been. He hadn't taken 2 steps before his sandals slipped on the slick wooden planks and sent him crashing heavily onto the walkway. The sandy soil scraped against his bare torso. He still clutched the lamp tightly in his hand. Suppressing the pain, he climbed to his feet and forced himself onward. Moving as quickly and carefully as possible, he finally reached the end of the plank walkway. He crawled straight into the tunnel, discarding the lamp that would only slow him down. His hands and knees kept striking the hard surface of the cramped passage, and his shoulders and head banged into the side walls and roof from time to time. Pain from the impacts kept radiating from his shoulders and head. Wearing only a pair of pants, he had probably been scraped raw all over. Good thing he had pants on, otherwise he would have been wrecked. He didn't dare slow down in the slightest, crawling forward with all his might until he saw the faint light at the bottom of the well.
finally climbed out. I'd have been better off facing the cannibals. After crawling out, he didn't allow himself to rest. He immediately fumbled for the rungs on the sidewall and struggled upward. Only after he had climbed to a fairly high position in the well did he allow himself to stop and look down. The snake shouldn't be able to climb up, but the fact that it could open the door is also unreasonable. Damn it, there are plenty of unreasonable things. This entire world is unreasonable. Just as he was about to turn around and continue climbing, he suddenly heard a hissing sound from below. He saw the serpent emerge from the tunnel, pause to stare at Chun Mo, and then slide more of its body into the space at the bottom of the well. Chun Mo watched in horror as the serpent's body began to spiral up the well wall. Despite the wet, slippery wall, the serpent began winding upward as though stuck to it. Chun Mo resumed climbing even more desperately than before. The monster serpent climbed very quickly. Even though the winding path that followed along the side wall was relatively longer, it still kept closing in on Chun Mo. Chun Mo climbed upward as fast as he could, but fear made him frantic. More than once his feet slipped, and he sometimes needed several attempts to find a secure foothold. He could only pray that he was faster than this unreasonable monster serpent. The last rung was embedded in the brick wall above the ground, but just as Chun Mo's hand grabbed it, he felt something coil around his leg. The serpent's body was as thick as Chun Mo's thigh, and he hadn't even seen its full length. Yet he could feel that the snake's weight alone was enough to keep him from climbing out. As the creature coiled around his torso, things got worse and worse. The light was right before his eyes. Even though the pain of the monster serpent's coils sank deep into his bones, he still clung to the topmost rung and refused to let go. At a time like this, I'd even accept the cannibals. Someone save me. Worse still, because of the intense exertion and tension, Chun Mo's palms were slick with sweat and his body was utterly exhausted. His fingers could give way at any moment. But in the end, it wasn't any of these that broke him. Years of neglect had loosened too many bricks, and he could no longer hold on. Chun Mo, the giant serpent, and a shower of bricks and stones rained backward into the darkness. On the whole, Chun Mo savored the process of waking. He loved that brief misty moment between dreams and reality, wrapped in the warmth and softness of his bedding. Even waking up on the soft grass of a hedge maze wouldn't have been unpleasant. But this was completely different, regaining consciousness at the bottom of a dark well soaked in filthy water with a dead serpent coiled around him. He ignored the screens that had popped up while he was unconscious. They had shrunk and hovered at the edge of his vision, unobtrusive. His left arm was pinned under rubble, stones that had fallen from the well wall above. At first he felt no pain, which should have been a good thing, but then he realized he couldn't feel his arm at all. This is bad, bro. He tried to pull his arm out, but pain surged in like a tide and tore a cry from his throat that echoed through the well. Keeping his left arm as still as possible, Chun Mo rolled the stone away with his right hand. The stone was not especially heavy, but he had to clench his teeth and fight the urge to scream again. In the dark he couldn't properly examine the freed arm, but it felt hot and swollen. Even probing lightly with the fingers of his uninjured hand sent jolts of pain radiating through the entire arm. Convinced that the bone was broken, he carefully applied every bit of healing ointment he had left. The swelling subsided and the skin cooled, but the arm remained fragile and still hurt with every movement. The ointment seemed to do little against damage that was too deep down into the marrow for it to reach. The serpent's body was so massive that he was not so much lying at the bottom of the well as on the serpent's corpse. As he tugged his feet free from its coils, new pain seized his arm. After several attempts he managed to scramble upright, using his good hand to grip a rung on the wall and drag himself up. He had barely steadied himself when his stomach churned violently. He vomited and fell back to his knees. The vomit came in waves, and each spasm drove fresh pain through his injured arm. At last he stood holding the first rung of the ladder for support. He panted heavily. Merely forcing himself upright had taken a great deal out of him. For the first time since falling into the well, he was grateful for its cold stone walls. Ignoring the dampness, he pressed his left arm against the cool surface of the well. His head felt dizzy, as though he had a concussion. His stomach stirred, threatening a second eruption. Looking down, Chun Mo saw the serpent piled at the bottom of the well in astonishing length. The serpent was too large. Chun Mo had no choice but to stand on its body. The largest piece of rubble pinned the serpent's head to the bottom of the well. Both the heavy stone and the serpent itself could have killed Chun Mo, but fortunately one danger had neutralized the other. He looked up at the blue sky outside the well, unsure how long he had been unconscious. He had to decide whether to climb back up the well or return to the tunnel. With an injured arm, neither route looked easy. He put off that unpleasant decision for now and looked at the windows he had been ignoring. You have defeated Shadow Mountain Serpent. Do you want to loot Shadow Mountain Serpent? Of course, he said wearily, and then froze.
Belatedly he remembered that monsters dissolved into stinking smoke when looted, but to his relief it didn't happen this time. All he felt was the serpent shift slightly beneath his feet. He looked at the list of items gained from the serpent. Night scale leather has been added to your inventory. He looked at the next screen. Quest Desperate Escape. Hidden objective discovered. Slay Shadow Mountain Serpent 01. 100 Black Iron Tier Soul Coins have been added to your inventory. Unlike every other monster Chen Mo had killed, this serpent neither dissolved into a foul cloud nor produced a monster core. He looked at the next screen. Quest Desperate Escape. Hidden objective discovered. Slay Shadow Mountain Serpent 01. Hidden objective complete. Slay Shadow Mountain Serpent 11. The main objective reward was upgraded from a rare magic dagger to an epic magic dagger. Objective complete. Escape Shadow Mountain Serpent 11. Nightfang has been added to your inventory. Quest complete. 100 Bronze Tier Soul Coins have been added to your inventory. 1000 Black Iron Tier Soul Coins have been added to your inventory. Hidden objective. I just fell on top of it, how does that even count? He checked the last window. Quest Secrets of the Ancient Well. Bonus objective complete. Do not die 11. Dark Essence has been added to your inventory. Quest complete. 100 Bronze Tier Soul Coins have been added to your inventory. 1000 Black Iron Tier Soul Coins have been added to your inventory. See, sometimes you only need to complete one objective, like do not die. So many new things had been added to his inventory, some of them powerful equipment, but the only thing he cared about at the moment was something that could mend his arm. He scanned the icons in his inventory and found nothing he wanted. Then suddenly Chen Mo remembered the vial the wizard had drunk from earlier, the substance he had called a recovery potion. He looked up at the ladder leading out of the well and realized that with his arm in its current sorry state, a likely concussion and his weakened body, climbing up would more likely send him falling again than bring him to the top. Going back into the tunnel was not appealing either, but at least he could move on all fours without worrying about falling. Another fall would probably be the end of him. But going back into the tunnel turned out to be even harder than he had imagined. Every slight collision sent pain rippling through his arm, which was already seriously injured. He had to stop again and again, waiting for waves of pain to recede before he could continue. Eventually he reached the wooden walkway and collapsed onto it. There was light. The lamp from before lay quietly where he had dropped it during his frantic escape from the serpent. It wasn't damaged after all, thank goodness. After resting for a while he staggered to his feet and lamp in hand shuffled along the walkway. He moved very slowly, having learned his lesson from the earlier fall, and because this was the fastest he could go in his current state. Finally he reached the open metal door. How did a snake open this thing? He glanced at the handwheel mechanisms on both sides. Part of the handwheel was wet, possibly saliva. With its mouth. No way. There was no time to indulge his curiosity, so he walked toward the desk where he had seen the wizard retrieve a potion. It wasn't hard to find, as it was one of the few pieces of furniture that hadn't been overturned. As Chen Mo crossed the debris-strewn room, he kept his gaze away from the corpse still lying on the floor. The drawer was still open. Inside was a small rack holding vials like the one he had seen the wizard drink from. Only one bottle was left, and Chen Mo picked it up carefully. Item Recovery Potion Bronze Grade Rare. A potent draft with powerful healing and mana-stirring effects. Consumable healing. Effect restores health. The effect is weakened on individuals of silver grade or above. Remaining uses 11. The vial was quite small, roughly the size of an essential bomb bottle. Chen Mo pulled out the stopper and downed it in a single gulp. It tasted surprisingly like fruit juice, and his churning stomach settled the instant the potion went down. Truly excellent, great taste and wonderful effect. Chen Mo felt a faint itch beginning to seep through his body, especially in his head and wounded arm. Newfound strength suffused his entire body. Even his left arm, which had been broken and swollen like a pig's trotter, could move freely again. You have used the recovery potion, restoring health, stamina, and mana. Because the potion was above your current level, its effect was enhanced, but the residual magic would take longer to dissipate. He lay on the floor feeling his body. His head still felt stuffed with mush, but the lingering dizziness had vanished. The pain was gone and his mobility had returned. He stood up now in far better shape than when he had been down in the well. He said to himself, everything is moving in the right direction. It will be all right. He walked over and closely examined the wizard's corpse. It had an eerie stillness that only death could bring. He spoke to the corpse. I suppose you brought this on yourself, but I never wanted it to come to this. He knelt down and closed the corpse's eyes.
Would you like to loot the builder cultist?
What is a builder cultist?
Loot the spoils of the builder cultist.
Would the system process the corpse the same way it broke down monsters? Dealing with something that looked so human was somewhat unsettling, but in this accursed place overrun by cannibals he needed every advantage he could get.
Fine, he said through gritted teeth. Loot. Landemir Vane's Keyring added to inventory. Astral Judgment Robe added to inventory. 4 gold-grade soul coins added to inventory. 16 silver-grade soul coins added to inventory. 138 bronze-grade soul coins added to inventory. 437 Blackaron-grade soul coins added to inventory. 228 lesser soul coins added to inventory. Do you always hide your money in a 4-dimensional pocket? Over 800 coins. The wizard's robe vanished from his body, revealing the ordinary clothes underneath. Chenemo took the robe out of his inventory and shook it open. The deep blue fabric was soaked with its previous owner's blood.
Item: Astral Judgment Robe, Bronze grade rare. A robe designed for summoning arts, armor cloth. Effect: increases damage dealt by dimensional spells. Effect: summoned creatures gain enhanced damage reduction. Reduces damage from destructive forces. Chenemo was not ready to wear clothes taken from a man he had killed, especially when they were still wet with blood. He put the robe back into his inventory and began looking for something to cover the corpse. He found a fallen tapestry and draped it over the body. Half out of human decency, half because he did not want the corpse lingering at the edge of his vision and hampering his looting efficiency. He needed to find anything that might help him escape this place and its cannibal inhabitants. He first examined the magic circle at the center of the room.
The formation was fully 3 meters wide with metal set directly into the floor.
The lines were intricate and fine, the metallic tracery interlacing in complex patterns. Some of the metal lines had been pried up while others seemed warped by intense heat, yet there was no trace of burning. The magic circle was useless to him, so he began searching the rest of the room. He started with the large table that had held the potions.
There were no more potions, but there were a few small jars of healing ointment which Chenemo unceremoniously pocketed.
Unlike the plain jars he had gotten from the monsters, these bore a mark: Greenstone Alchemy Association.
Looks like this line of work pays well. I guess alchemy really exists too. Maybe I can learn a magic that turns stone into gold.
The other drawers were stuffed with notes concerning the magic circle. He recognized every word, but when strung together they read like a celestial script. Chenemo, who had studied political science at university, commented, "This is harder to understand than advanced mathematics and physics." To him these were as abstruse as advanced theoretical physics. During his university years he studied political science. This sort of material had always given him a headache. He continued searching, rummaging through toppled bookshelves and overturned tables. There were various objects that looked like antiques and display pieces, most of them thrown to the floor and shattered, but nothing of any use. He picked up a few books and began leafing through them. Books were scattered throughout the room, with bookshelves knocked down or smashed to pieces.
The books seemed to be written in all manner of languages, yet Chenemo could read any of them with ease.
Every new and unfamiliar script was as easy for him as if he had been reading it his whole life.
This is too strange.
Though he could read the characters, he still could not understand the contents of the books. Every book he picked up seemed to be about magical theory. He could understand the individual words, but when joined together they were as incomprehensible as advanced textbooks in an unknown field. Chenemo moved aside a large overturned table that had been thrown against the wall and found a display cabinet with glass doors. Even though the table had struck it, the cabinet was completely unaffected. The glass remained clear and unblemished. Inside were 4 books, each resting on its own small stand. Compared with the other books Chenemo had found, these looked far more exquisite, with leather covers decorated in intricate embossed relief.
When Chenemo tried to open the cabinet, he found it locked.
After several attempts to break the surprisingly sturdy glass, he remembered the keyring he had looted from the corpse. Taking it out of his inventory, he saw that it looked like a dungeon keeper's keyring from an old movie, a large metal ring with a host of keys hanging from it.
Item: Vane's Keyring common.
Keys to the locks throughout the Vane estate and to Landemir Vane's personal belongings. A mixture of ordinary keys and magic keys. Tool. Effect: opens specific locks.
Chenemo looked at the covered corpse on the floor. Was that your name?
Vane.
He sighed. Sorry for killing you, Vane. You tried to kill me first.
He averted his gaze from the covered corpse and focused on the task at hand. The keyhole on the cabinet door was rather small, so he tried the more delicate-looking keys until the lock clicked open. The display cabinet was not very large, but it held only those 4 books arranged for display rather than efficient storage.
The embossed leather covers bore no titles, only patterns resembling the magic circle on the floor. Chen Mo took one of the books out at random. Item Astral Magic 2 Bronze Grade Common.
A magic tome capable of imparting intermediate astral magic knowledge.
Consumable Skill Book.
Requirements: Bronze Grade Mastery of Basic Ritual Magic Theory, Intermediate Ritual Magic Theory, and Basic Astral Magic Theory.
Effect: imparts Intermediate Astral Magic Theory. You do not meet the requirements to use this item.
Chen Mo was familiar with skill books in video games. Such books could instantly grant spells or special abilities. To his embarrassment, he could not use the book because he did not meet that long list of requirements.
Doesn't that mean that if I find the right book I can become a mage? Chen Mo started examining the remaining books.
According to the descriptions, these 4 books covered 2 different branches of magic, with 1 basic level and 1 intermediate level book for each branch.
Consumable Skill Book. Requirements: ability to use skill books.
Effect: imparts Basic Ritual Magic Theory. You are able to use the skill book Ritual Magic.
Consumable Skill Book. Requirements: ability to use skill books.
Effect: imparts Basic Ritual Magic Theory. You are able to use the skill book Ritual Magic I. Use.
Yes, no.
As he read the description repeatedly, he noticed that he already satisfied the requirement of being able to use skill books. Recalling the character panel, he brought up the interface and began checking the racial ability section.
Ability: Mysterious Outsider. Language Adaptation.
Essence: Awakening Stone Skill Book Absorption. Immunity to identification and tracking effects.
Skill Book Absorption.
This ability seemed to give him the capacity to use ordinary skill books.
He looked down at the book in his hand.
According to the description, it would be directly instilled into his mind, and he wondered whether it would change his brain structure. But since he could read otherworldly script, didn't it mean his brain had already been transformed? These abilities were truly miraculous, as expected of a world of magic. He put the books back into his inventory for the time being. He could always take them out to look at them later. Chen Mo decided to first organize the other things he could make use of. He found an undamaged chair and table and set them up as far from the corpse as possible. After sitting down, he began taking out the items he had picked up but had not looked at, placing them all on the table. Starting with the items looted from the monster snake. Item: Nightscale Leather Bronze Grade Common. The hide of the Shadow Mountain Snake. Crafting material: leather. Effect: a material used to craft clothing, armor, and accessories. The leather was cool to the touch, dark with a matte finish and thick yet surprisingly supple. It was like the snake itself. Its length was much greater than its width. When taken out of the inventory, it was rolled up like traditional cloth and bound with a length of coarse rope.
Did I also loot rope from the snake? That's so weird.
The snakeskin was listed as a crafting material, and so was the dark essence. The latter consisted of several black gemstones.
Item: Dark Essence Black Iron Grade Common.
Materialized Dark Essence Crafting Material Essence. Effect: a material used to craft items with the darkness attribute. They look like uncut gemstones but with the luster of polished black onyx. There was even a small pouch to hold them. What strange items these are. The remaining items were all quest rewards, mostly from the monster snake that had earlier been accidentally killed by falling bricks. He had thought Nightfang, like the drops from other monsters, would be a crafting material. Instead, it was a dagger with a menacing design. It came with a sheath made from the same nightscale leather, and both the sheath and the grip were wrapped in nightscale leather. Only after drawing the fang curved dagger from its sheath did he realize it was actually crafted from beast bone. It had an extremely sharp edge that narrowed to a point, and the blade gleamed with a cold, sinister light.
Item: Nightfang Black Iron Grade Epic.
A dagger forged from the venomous fang of the shadow serpent, inheriting the monster's lethal toxicity weapon, short blade.
Effect: inflicts shadow serpent venom. Effect: attacks ignore black iron grade damage reduction and poison resistance. Shadow serpent venom damage over time. Poison stackable, deals continuous necrotic damage and requires purification to dispel. Multiple hits will cause the poison to stack.
The dagger even came with a belt made of the same leather, but Chen Mo's drawstring trousers had no loop to hang it from. He could only put it back into his inventory along with the dark essence gems and the snakeskin.
The remaining items were all quest rewards from exploring the bottom of the well.
The Star Awakening Stone was a smooth round stone roughly the size of a fist. There were tiny specks inside the stone that seemed to shift as he stared at them, but the movement was so subtle that he wondered whether it was just his imagination.
Item: Star Awakening Stone Ungraded Epic. An awakening stone that can unlock the power of the stars. Consumable awakening stone. Requirements: awaken 1 essence ability. You have 0 unawakened essence abilities. You do not meet the requirements to use this item. Essence ability: Chen-Mo red. Something like magical power. The cannibals down in the well were already so troublesome. If I have to deal with the cannibals outside, I'm afraid I'll need some magical power. The last item was the dark essence. It was a cube about 15 centimeters on each side with a luster like polished black jade. It seemed to be made of the same material as the dark essence gems, and given its name the two were probably related. He picked it up. Item: dark essence black iron grade common. Materialized dark essence consumable essence. Requirements: have absorbed fewer than 4 essences. Effect: grants 1 unawakened dark essence ability. You have absorbed 4 essences. Once absorbed essences cannot be removed or replaced. You meet the absorption requirements for dark essence. Absorb. Yes, no. Can these grant me magical power? Chen-Mo frowned at the description of the pitch-black cube in his hand. Dark essence. Sounds a bit sinister. How exactly does this thing work? Help essence. Essences are the foundational items for advancement. Through ritual magic they bind to a host. Each essence can awaken up to 5 abilities. Initially 1 ability awakens automatically while the rest require awakening stones. Help essence abilities. Essence abilities are an individual's supernatural powers. They take many forms, including passive abilities, special attacks, spells, and more. Ability awakening outcomes are influenced by many complex factors, including but not limited to the innate qualities of the essence awakening stone, the host's traits, environmental factors, and the ritual's form. Compared with ritual magic, which requires time and preparation, most essence abilities can be used instantaneously. Wait, there's been a help function all along. Then can you help me get out of here without being eaten by an ogre? You are able to absorb dark essence. Absorb yes, no. Oh, I understand what's happening. You want me to accept the dark power you're offering, having forced me into this situation as part of your plan. You want me to feel as though using the dark magic you've offered is my only way out. Classic evil temptation routine. You could at least be a little subtler. Isn't this the part where you're supposed to emphasize how desperate my situation is? Location: Wayan Manor underground ritual chamber. Is this sarcasm? So I'm stuck with a system interface that makes fun of its user. Besides, of course I know where I am. He suddenly paused. Fine, to be honest, I have no fucking idea where this place is. He studied the black cube in his hand. Despite its silk-smooth surface, it had no sheen at all. Eerily, it didn't reflect the lamplight in the slightest. Magic circles covered corpses, a gate leading to unknown dangers. The main reason he had searched this room was to prepare for the crises ahead, and at this moment, magic circles covered corpses, a gate leading to unknown dangers. The main reason he had searched this room was to prepare for the crises ahead, and at this moment his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the cube. What's the harm in trying? He gripped the obsidian-like block. How can I come to a magic world without scoring some superpowers? After taking a few deep breaths, he raised the cube. You are able to absorb dark essence. Absorb yes, no. What could go wrong? I'll just absorb it. The cube suddenly grew scorching hot in his hand, and he let go in pain. The smoke rising from the cube formed slender streaks like black ribbons. They writhed in the air and lunged toward Chen-Mo. He kept backing away, but he soon moved beyond the lamplight he had left on the table. The smoke followed him into the shadows, and he could no longer see it. What the hell? Before he could finish, the black mist slammed into his face. He felt the same scorching heat as before when the smoke touched him. He screamed as the black vapor forced its way into his mouth, nose, and eyes. Before long he passed out from the pain. When he came to again, he was curled up on the floor. Sitting up, he felt his face with his hands. The pain was completely gone, and there was no tenderness when touched. He realized he could see everything in the room as clearly as if it weren't dark. Although the colors felt a bit muted, he could clearly see the parts of the room that had previously been swallowed by shadow. Successfully absorbed dark essence. Current essence absorption progress 14. Promotion to black iron rank progress 25, 14 essences. Dark essence has fused with the agility attribute. Agility has been upgraded from normal to black iron 0. Full mastery of dark abilities allows for further improvement. Awakened dark ability Midnight Eye. Current dark ability mastery 15. He looked up and there was a mirror on the wall. It was huge, twice the size of any full-length mirror Chen-mo had seen.
There was a spiderweb-like crack near the bottom, but most of it was intact. He walked over and examined his face for burn marks. It was a bit hard to tell beneath the crusted blood and tunnel grime, but it didn't look like much was left behind. His eyes weren't even bloodshot. The rest of him was as dirty as his face, his lean body smeared with filth. The quest reward trousers, once white, had been stained until they looked like camouflage pants. This was the first time he had seen himself since arriving here. He had always imagined he would look like an action movie hero, but the reality was a grimy, bedraggled sight with a gaunt face. His bald head and missing eyebrows made him look utterly insane. He looked nothing like an action film protagonist, he looked more like a refugee in a refugee documentary. He sighed. Alright, let's take a look at my newly awakened magic power. Ability Midnight Eye Dark. Special ability Perception. Base cost none. Cooldown none. Current rank Black Iron 00. Effect Black Iron allows one to see through darkness. Pretty straightforward. Doesn't seem all that useful, more suited for fighting at night. He looked around the room again. With this skill nothing could hide in the shadows anymore. The light no longer interfered with his vision at all. Instead, lamplight was more like a beam that lent color to objects, while the areas without light looked dimmer by comparison. Good enough, he mused. Not as flashy as Fireball, but it makes sense for a dark essence to grant night vision. He turned to the Star Awakening Stone that was still on the table. You can absorb Star Awakening Stone. Absorb. Yes, no. Remembering the excruciating pain of absorbing the essence, Chen-mo dragged the heavy ornate armchair to the middle of the room. When he gritted his teeth and selected yes, the awakening stone turned into a bone-chilling cold that seeped into his palm. The piercing chill made him curl up on the armchair cushion and scream. This pain was even more bitter than the last. The illusion of his right arm being plunged into ice lasted for 3 full minutes. Ability Cloak of Night Dark. Spell Dark Dimensional. Base cost summoning requires moderate mana. Current rank Iron 000. Cooldown none. Effect Iron rank summons a magical cloak that can transform the wearer. It provides limited physical protection. It can generate light or meld into shadows. The cloak can reduce the wearer's weight at a low mana cost per second, allowing decreased falling speed and walking on water. It cannot be given away or taken away, and its effects can extend to others within very close range. Walking on water, Chen-mo read, now this is magic power. He looked around. But I can't test it right now. He began trying out the weight-reducing aspect, lightly leaping into the air. He jumped far higher than usual and came down much more slowly. It's like being on the moon. He grinned foolishly and hopped around the room until he remembered the corpses. This isn't the time for fun, he scolded himself. He continued experimenting with the magic cloak. He could see through it as though it weren't there, so even covering his head didn't block his vision. The cloak could even let him vanish into the darkness as if he were wearing an invisibility cloak. Not bad. He could also dismiss it with a thought and summon it again, and he tried that several times. After the third attempt he suddenly felt dizzy and had to sit down. He returned to the armchair and collapsed onto it. Your mana is insufficient. My mana is already used up. And wait, I have mana. Is there a mana bar or something? 2 energy bars appeared at the edge of his vision. One was blue but mostly empty, while the other was orange and roughly 2/3 full. Next to them was a human silhouette, mostly green, but the head area and left arm were yellow. Okay, so the blue bar is mana, the little figure is health, and the yellow bar is... what? Current stamina 64. Okay, stamina. I think I understand this. But I don't seem to have much mana. Help mana. Mana is a resource required by many essence abilities. Low mana can lead to mental fatigue. Maximum mana is based on the spirit attribute. Bind an essence to the spirit attribute to increase maximum mana. Mana recovery is based on the recovery attribute. Bind an essence to the recovery attribute to increase your mana recovery rate. Chen-mo yawned. He had been through a lot, and the time had spent unconscious didn't count as real rest. One last thing, he said, taking a skill book from his inventory. He walked over to the comfortable chair and flopped down onto it. Item Ritual Magic Eye Iron Rank Common. A magic tome that can teach the basics of performing magical rituals. Consumable Skill Book. Requirement: must be able to use skill books. Effect: teaches basic ritual magic theory. You can use the skill book Ritual Magic Eye. Use yes, no. Yes. The book floated up from his hand and hovered in midair. The cover burst open by itself and the words on the pages began to lift off, shifting from black to gold and detaching from the text to float in the air. The pages began to turn faster and faster as golden text streamed into the air. The pages flipped rapidly and the golden words formed a halo around the floating book. Then the page turning began to slow until the last page turned over and the book dropped to the floor, every page now blank. The cloud of golden characters surged toward Chen Mo like furious fireflies. When they landed on his skin, they sank into his body with stinging, biting pricks. His mind was bombarded with information too fast to process, leaving him lost and adrift. The pain and disorientation finally passed, leaving him mostly in control of his abilities, though he was still dizzy and confused. He didn't know whether seconds or hours had passed. He was exhausted, his limbs as heavy as his eyelids. Your stamina has been depleted. Unable to keep his head up, he collapsed into the chair and soon fell asleep. After what felt like no time at all, he was jarred awake by loud banging. His mind still foggy, he shook his head to clear it and looked up just in time to see two men rushing through the now shattered double door.
"Ah, hey there, fellas. I'm guessing you're not cannibals, are you?"
The pair frowned. The one with the shovel stepped forward and raised it threateningly.
Chen Mo hastily pulled a machete from his inventory.
He summoned all his blade combat expertise, which was none, and the shovel slammed hard into his face. Chen Mo dropped the blade, staggered back and clutched his nose as blood streamed between his fingers.
The shovel came down a second time and everything went dark. Chen Mo's situation upon waking was nothing short of hell on earth. He was curled up in the iron cage like a fetus, the back of his head pressed against the icy bars. His head spun and inside his skull it felt as though a miner were swinging a pickaxe. His nose was badly clogged as if he had a severe cold. Worse, his stomach churned with violent nausea. In the end he could not hold it back. Huddled in the cramped cage, he vomited all over himself. When he was done retching, he noticed that the area around his head had now turned a warning orange. The frequency of my fainting spells lately is just about catching up with a romance novel heroine, he said, wryly staring at the mess he had thrown up. He's awake. A male voice emerged from the darkness. He managed to pry his swollen eyelids apart. With his night vision he made out a cellar. 5 iron cages sat on the dirt floor and his own was the smallest, like a sardine stuffed into a can. Of the other 4 cages, 1 held an Asian man and 2 held white girls. The last cage was bigger than the others, with bars as thick as a man's forearm. Inside was a man so thick with hair and so enormous he seemed almost unreal. "Hey," a sturdy man said, knocking on the iron bars. "Did they put a collar on you?"
"What?"
"Try to focus," the man said. "Looks like you got beaten up pretty badly."
Chen Mo touched his face and felt the thick dried blood caked on it. When his fingers reached his painfully sensitive nose he cried out in pain.
"Did they put a collar on you?" the man asked again. Confused, Chen Mo reached up and touched his neck.
"No," he said hoarsely.
"Why would they put a collar on me?" "To suppress your essence abilities." "Can you still use them?" Chen Mo nodded.
That only irritated the miner inside his head, who began furiously chipping at his skull.
"It's awful. Yes, I can still use them, but I only have 2. Can they get you out of that cage?"
"One lets me see in the dark and the other makes me invisible and lighter, so I don't think so."
"Shimmering. I can show you, but I think I might throw up again. Actually, ugh." Chen Mo vomited once more, then coughed violently and passed out again. Half-conscious Chen Mo heard 2 people talking. "He's in the cellar." It was an elegant, languid female voice. "Yes, madam," a rough male voice answered.
"You made quite a mess of him."
"The brat was already half dead." "You didn't put a collar on him."
"Mr. Carruthers only got hold of 4, and as you instructed I saved them for the priority targets." A woman in a trailing red gown brushed her fingertips across the iron cage and the crystal nails cast a reflection on Chen Mo's forehead. "His mana is pitifully weak. I doubt he has more than 2 or 3 abilities."
"Was it really he who killed Landemir?" "I believe so, madam."
The young master probably fumbled his summoning spell. He was still in the room with the young master's body.
"How could he possibly have done it?" the woman asked. "He's so weak."
"From the looks of it, the young master brought it on himself, madam."
"The summoning ritual went wrong. So that's why those little monsters have been running around everywhere." "It seems so, madam."
Objective complete. Discover the cause of the lesser monster infestation in the Area 11. Plain shirt has been added to your inventory.
Quest complete. 100 black iron spirit coins have been added to your inventory. Chen Mo had been pretending to be unconscious.
When a bright blue screen appeared before him, every muscle in his body tensed and he almost blew his cover. Yet the pair continued talking as if nothing had happened.
So he got lucky and picked off my son. Too bad his luck ran out.
The shovel clanged against the floor. He ran right into my shovel.
What was Landemir trying to summon?
An existence from beyond the void.
Dougal flipped through the bloodstained notebook.
You know, madam, the young master was always obsessed with these things.
Chen Mo heard the woman sigh.
Otherworldly creatures, she murmured in displeasure. I told the boy it would cost him his life.
We are a traditional blood sacrifice family. Trying to dabble in the nonsense of ancient beings never ends well. Where is the body? It was made into fertilizer on the master's orders. You made my son into fertilizer.
We can still fish him out if we hurry, the shovel man muttered. But the master gave strict orders to use the young master's flesh and blood to nourish the new seedlings. I don't care what my foolish husband thinks, he married into my family.
This is my estate and my family. God only knows what poor Landemir will taste like after being turned into fertilizer.
I'll wash him thoroughly before I bring him into the kitchen, madam.
Thank you, Dougal. Always as excellent as ever. By the way, do you know where this man came from? No, madam.
As you said, he's too weak to be an adventurer and his gear isn't much either. But he did have a good blade. I'm not sure if he took it from the young master, so I put it with the equipment I stripped off the others.
You don't think he was with them? No, madam. He's far too weak. Did he say anything?
I think he would have said something, madam, but by then had already run into my shovel.
Why did you take his shirt? He didn't have a shirt, madam.
And I didn't get a chance to ask, because he ran into my shovel again.
Do you want me to send him to the kitchen too? No.
He killed my son, I don't want him dying with his soul intact. Put him on the blood feast with the others.
Yes, madam, but that will make one extra sacrifice. What harm is a few extra drops of blood?
The high priest, you know that old man's temper.
Well said, Dougal.
Very well, choose whichever one you like from the others.
Most generous, madam.
If you have no objection, I'll take the elf.
Are you sure, Dougal? Elf meat is remarkably tough. Derek has been longing to try it, madam.
I did warn him, but you know how young people are.
Oh yes, she said. People never believe you until they've eaten the bitter fruit themselves. Look at Landemir's fate. I doubt my daughter will fare much better in the end.
Before you take the elf, go fetch my idiot son's corpse.
I don't want him reeking of decay. Of course, madam. After the two left, Chen Mo let out a long breath.
He didn't know who those people were, but what he had heard made him desperately want to escape this godforsaken place. He shifted his posture, searching for leverage, and tried to shove the door open with his leg, but no matter how hard he pushed, the door did not budge.
That won't work, said the only other Asian man beside him. Do you have a name? Chen Mo asked. Chen Mo. Rufus, the man answered. Hello. That's actually an English name, Chen Mo said. Is there any way to escape? I'm all ears.
I'm afraid not, Rufus said. Unless you've hidden some spirit coins in those pants.
Spirit coins? Chen Mo asked.
Of course I have some, but how does that help?
I don't think these cages are coin-operated.
This guy is an idiot, a woman said. How could it possibly not help? Rufus said through gritted teeth.
Chen Mo, do you happen to have any silver or gold coins? Hold on, Chen Mo said, checking his inventory.
There were 16 silver coins and 4 gold coins, all looted from Landemir Wen's corpse.
He took out a silver coin. Item: silver spirit coin, silver rank common. Contains a certain amount of pure magic. Crafting material currency. Effect used to power silver rank magic items or serve as a ritual component. Effect consumed to temporarily raise all attributes to silver rank. Chen Mo said.
He had examined lower-grade spirit coins before, and those clearly didn't have an attribute boosting option.
So I consume this to raise my attributes. Consume. How do I consume it? Eat it. Chen Mo said. Yes, Chen Mo, you're a genius, Rufus said. You just need to put the coin in your mouth. You'll have a few seconds to force open the cage. So these attributes, Chen Mo said. I assume one of them is strength.
The strength attribute increases strength, Rufus said. The coin raises all attributes, but only for a very short time. Chen Mo placed the coin on his tongue uncertainly and it dissolved like a soluble tablet. His body was immediately filled with a tingling sensation and he felt a tremendous power flooding through him. His senses became razor-sharp. His ears picked up ambient sounds that had been inaudible before. He could smell blood, sweat and earth in the air. It lasted only a few brief seconds, then the world returned to normal. Chen Mo. Rufus asked. Yes, Rufus. Did you use the coin? Yes, I used it. I don't want to pressure you, but did you happen to forget to open the cage? Sorry, Chen Mo said. I forgot. It felt kind of awesome. This is the one you're counting on to save us. The woman's voice rang out again. It can't be helped, Anisha, Rufus told her. Chen Mo took out a second silver coin and placed it into his mouth. This time, as the surge of power flooded through him, he planted his foot against the cage door and easily braced himself in the cramped space. His foot pushed outward with the temporary spike in strength and the hinges on the cage door immediately began to warp. He pushed harder and the door fell forward even as the power drained from his body once more. He climbed out of the cage and stood up. Waves of dizziness washed over him and he grabbed the cage to keep himself upright. His body felt weak, even weaker than when he had first awakened. Do those coins have side effects? Chen Mo asked. Because you used a coin whose power is more than your body can withstand, Rufus said. It will recover. It's just that using two in such a short time will make the recovery a bit slower. Chen Mo looked at the other cages and a notification popped up. New quest: escape alive. You are trapped in the cellar of the blood cult and must find a way to escape. Objective: escape from Wayne Manor without being caught. 01. Reward: blood essence. Optional objective: rescue your fellow prisoners. 04. Reward: awakening stone. Well done, Rufus said. Now you need to figure out a way to get all of us out. If only you had some extra silver coins, though opening Gary's cage can't be done with silver coins alone. And you'd better take it easy with those things for now, the side effects really are awful. Chen Mo produced a jingling key ring as if by magic. Hope these work, he said. I couldn't reach the lock no matter what from inside the cage. Even better, Rufus said. I didn't want to fight our way out while suffering from spirit coin nausea. Rufus pointed at the hulking hairy giant in the oversized cage. Free him first, Rufus said. Chen Mo walked over to the large cage and could see the prisoner inside more clearly. His build and frame were like a professional wrestler's and every part of him not covered by clothing was thick with hair. His head looked like a lion's head with dense hair like a lion's majestic mane. So you're Gary? Chen Mo asked. He crouched down and began trying keys in the lock. That's right, the big man said. His voice carried a natural growl. Chen Mo, he introduced himself. You look like a giant from the movies. Is that some new kind of magic? Gary said. Never mind, Chen Mo said, continuing to try the keys. This place really is terrible. Thank you for not just running away, Gary said. Why would I? I need you all to help me get out of this godforsaken place. We're in a storage cellar, Gary said. I can see that, Chen Mo said. I mean where we are at the moment. I have absolutely no idea where we are. You don't know? Gary asked. They kidnapped you. I don't know who did it, Chen Mo said. When I woke up I was lying in a hedge maze. Gary the Lion Man's voice seemed to carry a natural growl. Careful! Rufus shouted. Chen Mo turned and looked around. There was a hidden door that seemed to lead to another area of the cellar and Dougal came back through it carrying a shovel. You cunning bastard, Dougal said. Chen Mo tried to think quickly but his head still hadn't recovered from the last shovel blow. He had just shoved the key ring back into his inventory and risen to his feet when dizziness hit, the shovel came down and everything went dark again. Chen Mo abruptly regained consciousness, his body heaving involuntarily as he vomited. A burning sensation seared his throat and his empty stomach still tried to expel something that wasn't there, the feeling nearly suffocated him. His head throbbed as if about to split. When he opened his eyes everything was blurred as if underwater. The only thing clearly visible was a small figure displaying his health status, its head now glowing an alarming red. It was like the warning sign of a near-death state in a game. Slowly his senses returned. Somewhere ahead there was a light source, but the light it emitted was blood red. Otherwise the tunnel was pitch black, but his new ability allowed him to see through the darkness. He was locked in a cage again, one larger than the last. It was the same type of heavy cage used for the lionman with thick iron bars. Several cages including his own were being advanced along a minecart track. Their cages sat on a platform that was being pushed along the rails. The pushers wore vivid crimson robes and hideous demon masks. More people led the way ahead carrying lanterns of stained glass that cast an ominous red glow. Chen Mo no longer wanted to think about what to do, he only wished the headache would subside. Just then a notification suddenly appeared. Quest escape alive. Objective failed, leave Wei in manor without being caught. Quest failed. New quest, blood feast. You have been captured and are about to be sacrificed by the blood cult. You must avoid becoming a sacrifice. Objective, avoid being sacrificed. 01. Reward, blood essence. Optional objective, rescue the other marked sacrifices. 03. For cultists stepped forward 2 per door, grabbing the handles and pulling backward until the doors slowly opened. As they swung wide, red light flooded the tunnel accompanied by an incredible wave of heat and for cultists stepped forward 2 per door, grabbing the handles and pulling backward until the doors slowly opened. As they swung wide, red light flooded the tunnel accompanied by an incredible wave of heat and a strange odor. We're truly done for, Chen Mo said. A fist slammed heavily against the side of his cage. Quiet, a harsh voice barked. Beyond the doors was a massive circular chamber roughly 25 meters wide, but its height was at least twice its width. Even in his dazed, battered state, the sight stunned Chen Mo. The walls were black and lined with numerous stone slabs carved from the same black stone embedded into the walls like nails. They formed an extremely steep staircase that spiraled up toward the heights of the chamber. Occupying most of the room was a churning, bubbling pool of red liquid that covered nearly all the floor space. It was the source of the red light and smelled like blood. The center of the pool churned as if boiling. Thick sloshing sounds echoed throughout the chamber. Red light radiated from deep within the pool, staining the entire chamber crimson as if everything were drenched in blood. This doesn't look good, Chen Mo heard one of the other caged prisoners say. It was Rufus, the one who had told him how to use the soul coin. The Lion Man was also there in his large cage along with one of the 2 women. The other woman was nowhere to be seen. A robed cultist rapped on Rufus' cage. I said quiet. Or what? The Lion Man grumbled. Just to sacrifice us in your bizarre ritual pit. The other prisoners were also dirty and tattered, but none of them looked like Chen Mo. He had no shirt, no hair, and his body was covered with streaks of blood and crusty old healing ointment. His face was also smeared with blood from his broken nose along with swollen black eyes and flecks of vomit. The cultists lifted the cages, 2 men for each small cage, 4 for the large ones. They carried them up the steep staircase, the Lion Man's cage being the most troublesome, straining even the 4 bearers. The staircase spiraled up along the wall and the procession stopped after a quarter turn. They arrived at a platform embedded in the wall like the stairs but much larger. It extended outward, hanging over the blood pool below. Set the big one down first, a cultist said. No need to carry the heaviest all the way to the top. Chen Mo recognized the voice. It was the woman he had heard while feigning unconsciousness in the cellar. Thank you, my lady, a cultist said gratefully. Chen Mo recognized it as the voice of the shovel-wielding man she had called Dougal. The cage holding the big man was set down beside the wall. Dougal and another cultist walked to the edge of the platform, stood facing the pool below, and adopted a waiting stance. The rest of the procession continued onward. The staircase continued spiraling upward, circling another quarter turn around the chamber before reaching a second platform. Put the other large cage here as well, the woman said. Isn't he the one who killed the young master? A cultist asked. Don't you want to save him for last? I won't have you hauling that thing all the way to the top just to satisfy my own desires. Thank you, my lady. 4 cultists roughly set Chen Mo's cage against the wall. Just like the first platform, 2 cultists stood guard at the platform's edge while the others continued upward with the remaining 2 cages. Chen Mo watched them climb another quarter turn up to the next platform before disappearing from view. Chen Mo looked around. His vision was still as blurry as if he were wearing strong myopia glasses, though it was slowly improving. The platform he was on looked like roughly hewn obsidian, glittering and dark. He wondered how this enormous stone platform had been driven into the wall like a 6-ton nail. Examining the cage, the bars were far thicker than the ones in the cage where he had been locked before. Looking more closely, faint magical engravings seemed to be etched into the bars. Strangely, Chen Mo recognized them as reinforcement magic. The knowledge from the skill book was surfacing in his mind. It was a strange feeling, mastering something he had never learned. He thought the silver soul coin he had used earlier was not enough to break this cage. He took out a gold tier coin and flipped it in his hand. Unlike the ones he had looted from monsters, this coin bore the profile of a stern man on one side and an emblem of some kind on the other with the words Lucier engraved on it. He hoped this gold coin would make him strong enough to open the cage. He looked up at the two figures standing at the platform's edge. He couldn't even tell whether they were male or female, as both wore hooded robes. Neither of them was paying attention to him. They stood at the edge gazing outward. If he could get out of the cage fast enough, he believed he would have a chance to shove at least one of them straight off the edge. He took a deep breath and held the gold coin in his mouth like a mint. Compared to the strength the silver coin had infused into him, the power from this gold coin was utterly brutal. The contrast was as stark as between a nearly dried-up spring and a vast lake. He kicked the cage door with all his might. Instead of opening, the whole cage door shot off like a cannonball so fast it was nearly invisible and slammed straight into one of the cultists, blasting him off the platform's edge. He didn't even have time to scream. The cage door crushed his upper body and killed him in an instant. You have defeated Blood Cultist. Stunned, Chen Mo climbed out through the broken front of the cage and stood up. The other cultist reacted swiftly, turning to charge at Chen Mo. The coin's power was fading fast. Chen Mo threw a punch with the last remnants of its strength. To his shock, his fist pierced straight through the cultist's chest. The cultist let out a gurgle and died. Chen Mo stared in horror at his blood-soaked fist. You have defeated Blood Cultist. As the coin's power rapidly subsided, he felt completely drained and could barely stay upright. His eyes could not resist closing and his body urged him to lie down and sleep. A thunderous roar snapped him back to alertness. They're coming to get you. Chen Mo jerked his head up and saw several cultists descending the stairs. He looked around. The pair of cultists below were also coming up. Glancing down, he spotted a door on the far side of the blood-red pool far below. A terrible idea struck him. Magical power, you'd better work. The cloak formed around his body, shrouding him in starlit darkness. Taking a deep breath, he ran to the edge and jumped, activating the cloak's power to lighten his weight. He flew through the air, the shadow cloak unfurling behind him like a kite. Gliding over the blood pool, he landed perfectly in front of the still open massive stone door. That was amazing. He looked up at the stairs and saw the cultists charging down after him. Run, he told himself. You can't save them. What matters most now is keeping yourself alive. Run. But he didn't run. Instead, he hid behind a heavy stone door that the cultists hadn't fully opened because it was too heavy. He squeezed himself between the wall and the door, waiting. The cloak dimmed, turning from bright starlight into a darkness that merged Chen Mo into the shadows. The cultists rushed through the door and charged up the tunnel at full speed. None of them looked back to check Chen Mo's hiding spot. Chen Mo cautiously peered out from behind the door and saw no more cultists. Even when he returned to the hall, he didn't see anyone. I'm in terrible shape right now. Anyone could kill me. I doubt I could even beat that hamster from earlier in my current state. I'm not familiar with the outside either, so there's no way I can escape this pursuit. I still have coins. I can go back and rescue them and have them protect me while I escape. Besides, as locals they should know the way out. And hopefully whatever the quest rewards will be useful. He climbed the stairs as quietly as possible, and when he reached the first platform he still saw no cultists. As he approached the Lion Man's cage, he dismissed the cloak. The cage had the same heavy bars and spacious interior as Chen Mo's, but where Chen Mo could stretch out, the Lion Man could barely squeeze inside. Sorry, Chen Mo said as he pulled the keyring from his inventory. I got hit on the head a lot today, so I don't remember your name. Gary, the Lion Man said, his voice low and rumbling. I thought you wouldn't come back. Believe me, I tried to convince myself not to. Hero's instinct, Gary said. I might blame it on impaired judgment, Chen Mo said. I've already been knocked out several times today. Chen Mo tried to open the door with the keys. I'm not even sure any of these keys work, he said. I still have some coins. Oh, found it. The lock clicked open and Gary squeezed his massive frame through the door. Inside the cage he had looked like a professional wrestler. Standing before Chen Mo, he looked like he had eaten a professional wrestler. Does that thing have the key to my collar? Gary asked. There was a heavy iron collar around his neck. I don't know, Chen Mo said. Let me look. Chen Mo handed him the keyring. There were plenty of useless keys on it, and Gary began checking for the one he needed. Despite having a lion-like head, his hands were fairly normal though large and hairy. As he checked the keys, Chen Mo looked around. No cultists seemed to be coming down the stairs or returning through the tunnel. He noticed a ceremonial bowl built into the top of the cage. Inside was a round crystal, deep crimson in color.
Chen Mo picked it up and inspected it.
Item: Feast Awakening Stone, no grade common.
An awakening stone that unlocks a dormant power. Consumable awakening stone. Requirements: an unawakened essence ability slot. Effect: awakens one essence ability. You have 3 unawakened essence abilities. Do you wish to absorb Feast Awakening Stone? Absorb: yes, no. He stuffed the stone into his inventory.
None of these keys are for the suppression collar, Gary said.
Chen Mo said, what exactly does this collar do? It suppresses all essence abilities, Gary said. Some racial powers are also suppressed, but not all.
Does it suppress the raw strength of a big guy like you? A smile that Chen Mo could only describe as terrifying spread across Gary's lion face.
No. Gary took the lead up the stairs heading for the next platform, and they reached it without any hindrance.
The dead cultist still lay on the platform, a hole in his chest.
While Gary crouched down to examine him, Chen Mo checked the top of his cage.
There was another ceremonial bowl, but it had been knocked askew. Chen Mo searched around and found another Feast Awakening Stone on the platform where it had fallen when he kicked the cage open.
He stuffed it into his inventory. What happened to this one? Gary asked.
Chen Mo raised a fist still stained with blood. Gary looked at Chen Mo's hand, then at the corpse, then at the blown open cage. At this point they're probably wishing they had just let you go.
How did you get mixed up in this? I think so too. It wasn't anything good, Chen Mo said. Because I killed someone.
What do you think they locked us in cages and dragged us out here for?
Gary asked. To kill us. Of course they will. Watch out. Chen Mo turned around and saw 3 cultists descending the stairs.
Gary stepped forward to meet them, or more precisely seized the first 2 by the throats. He lifted them up, one dangling from each hand, walked to the edge and threw them into the blood pool below. As Gary stepped away, Chen Mo came face-to-face with the 3rd cultist, who was still on the stairs. Chen Mo's eyes went wide with panic. He dropped to his knees and stretched out both hands, pleading.
Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Even through the loose robe and mask, the cultist's shock was unmistakable. Seizing his chance, Chen Mo punched the cultist in the groin.
A pained groan escaped, and Chen Mo followed up with a second and third punch, leaving the man doubled over and crumpled on the floor. Chen Mo stood up and shoved him straight off the edge of the stairs. You have defeated the blood cultist.
Did I just hear you begging for mercy? Gary walked back and asked. Yes, Chen Mo said. I'm genuinely afraid to die.
Gary smiled and led the way to the 3rd platform, which was now unguarded. Those who had been stationed there had either chased Chen Mo out the door or been thrown into the blood pool below.
Gary and Chen Mo walked over to the cage holding Rufus. Jason used the key to open the cage.
Rufus crawled out and rose to his feet, giving Jason his first clear look at him.
Rufus had pale yellowish-white skin and distinctly East Asian features. His head was shaved, and yet he was impossibly handsome. That's not fair, Chen Mo said. What's not fair? Rufus asked. Nothing, Chen Mo muttered. Let's go.
Too bad I don't have a weapon, Rufus said.
Chen Mo promptly produced the sinister gardening shovel.
It's not much to look at, Chen Mo said, but it is genuinely sharp.
I'll take it.
Thank you, Rufus said, gratefully taking it and examining it closely.
Never seen a shovel this sharp before.
Gary and Rufus led the way upward while Chen Mo paused to take the 3rd awakening stone from the top of Rufus's cage. As they climbed the stairs, a solitary cultist casually walked down to block their path. The cultist drew back the hood and removed the mask, revealing long black hair and the face of a young woman. She drew a short sword from her robes. Leave this one to me, Rufus said, stepping past Gary.
He brandished the gardening shovel at the woman, though the sight was somewhat comical.
I take it you're Alicia Vane? He asked. I was just lamenting that I never got to cross swords with the famed Rufus, she said with a cold sneer.
Looks like I'm the lucky one. Rufus didn't answer. He lunged forward.
What followed was a blur of motion too fast for Jason to follow. Sword against shovel, they twisted and dodged through the narrow stairwell in close quarters. Jason couldn't read the fight, he only saw the back and forth of their movements, unable even to make out the paths of the sword and the shovel. Enough, Alicia, a voice called from above.
Chen Mo recognized it as the voice of the woman from the basement.
With a reluctant expression, Alicia pulled away from her fight with Rufus and began retreating up the stairs.
Rufus lazily tossed the gardening shovel into the air.
Gary caught it in stride and sent it flying with one powerful snap of his arm. The pair's smooth coordination caught Alicia completely off guard before she could react. The gardening shovel was buried in her throat. "You hairy beast, I swear I'll make you die in agony." The woman's vicious voice came from above. Alicia dropped her sword, clutched at the shovel lodged in her throat, and staggered and tumbled down the stairs. Rufus moved forward, picked up the fallen sword and pressed on. He led the way up to the final platform where the last cage sat against the wall like all the others. This platform was slightly longer than the one below, with some kind of ritual altar at the far end. 2 people stood before it. Rufus and Gary stepped onto the platform first, while behind them Chen Mo took a golden soul coin from his inventory and quietly closed his fist around it. The last 2 cultists removed their masks and hoods. The woman looked far younger than Chen Mo had imagined, at least for a woman with grown children. She looked barely 30 to Chen Mo, only a few years older than her son Landemir. She was beautiful with the same olive skin and black hair as her daughter. By contrast, the man beside her was plain-featured. In his ceremonial robes he looked like the woman's servant. Despite his appearance, however, he quickly proved he was not to be underestimated. With a mere wave of his arms he sent Rufus and Gary flying into the wall. Glowing chains then emerged from the stone, wrapping around their limbs and binding them in place. Chen Mo, now the only one still able to move, stared nervously at his helpless companions. "I'm going to kill you," the woman snarled at Chen Mo. "First my son and now my daughter. They may not be worth much, but they shouldn't be killed by trash like you. I guess you hit early menopause." "Enough!" the man roared. "Do you vermin actually think you can ruin my plans?" Whether because of the concussion or the adrenaline, Chen Mo couldn't take the man seriously. Even after demonstrating such formidable power, he still looked like an overlooked nobody. "Dude," Chen Mo said, "I don't know if anyone's ever told you, but you look like you never finished developing." A flicker of anger crossed the man's face. "You will kneel before the magic of Daryl Carruthers because I—" Wait, hold on," Chen Mo interrupted, raising one hand. "So your name is Daryl Carruthers? You've heard of my reputation." "Sorry, no. It's just that Daryl Carruthers doesn't exactly sound like a high priest." "What?" Chen Mo pointed at the woman. "What's your name?" "I am Lady Cressida Vane," she said mockingly. "See, now that's a high-quality high priestess name," Chen Mo said. "High Priestess Lady Cressida Vane. Listen to that, now that has real class." "Stop talking nonsense," Daryl snapped. "This has nothing to do with what's happening now." "Why won't they let you be High Priestess?" Chen Mo asked Cressida, completely ignoring Daryl. He gave her a sympathetic look. "They don't want a woman in charge, do they?" Daryl's face flushed with rage. "This has nothing to do with—" "Oh, shut up, Daryl," Cressida spat. "You and I both know who should be in charge, but they refuse to give women a seat at the red table." "If I were—" "Don't dream about it," Cressida, Daryl said. "Dream? I should." Neither of them noticed Chen Mo slowly closing in from the moment he started provoking them, nor did they notice him secretly slipping the gold coin into his mouth while they argued. Power flooded through him once more, but this time it came with a cramping pain. Too little time had passed since he last used the coin. Enduring the agony, he stepped between the two as they argued. He struck out with both hands at the 2 of them before either could react. The result was that both were launched like cannonballs. They flew straight outward and slammed into the sides of the hall before gravity could even pull them down. The tremendous force smashed them into the hard stone. From there they dropped away and disappeared from view. That was truly spectacular. Gary walked over and slapped Chen Mo on the back. Chen Mo staggered forward, bracing himself against the altar at the end of the platform to steady his footing. Pretending to be weak to lower their guard and sowing discord among them, that move was brilliant, Gary praised. Frail, helpless, even a little deranged. Your performance was nothing short of masterful. Even though you kept escaping the cage, they never took you seriously. Please stop flattering me," Chen Mo said. The coin's power had already faded, and the backlash from using it twice in quick succession left his entire body drained. His mana and stamina were nearly depleted, only pure adrenaline was keeping him from collapsing into unconsciousness. "How did you get down from the wall?" Chen Mo asked. "The magic faded when the caster died," Rufus said, walking over as well. "We got lucky, that kind of thing isn't common." "If the spell were still active, you'd have a headache figuring out how to get us down," Gary said. "Can you get me out of this iron cage first?" A woman's voice cut in impatiently. Wasn't that the same voice that had mocked him in the cellar? Chen Mo staggered toward the iron cage, casually sweeping the stone block from the top of the altar into his storage space, then pulled out the key. The woman in the cage was strikingly beautiful with golden hair and a delicate upturned nose. She was clearly nursing her anger, but her sulking expression only made her look all the more charming.
Chen Mo opened the cage door and let her out.
"Thanks for the rescue," she said to Chen Mo, suppressing her fury, then whirled on Rufus and Gary.
"What the hell were you two playing at? You actually had me saved by some vagrant." "He only looks like a vagrant," Gary protested. "It's all part of an elaborate disguise." Chen Mo paid no attention to their conversation. He wobbled back to the altar at the edge of the platform. The grim reliefs were covered in Fong motifs, and atop the altar lay an open heavy tome. He skimmed the pages but could only make out fragments. Although he had absorbed the ritual magic skill book obtained from Randomir, this tome delved into a far more specialized field, one well beyond his current understanding. "Find something?" the woman asked, walking over to the altar. "Not entirely sure," Chen Mo said, pushing the book toward her. "They seem to be creating something, but it's beyond my knowledge. I only learned today that magic is real. By the way, my name is Chen Mo." She cast him a strange look. "Farah. Thanks again for the rescue." "It was nothing. I figured if we're going to escape, we'll need your help. Can you make sense of this book?" She turned her attention back to the tome. "You're right. They were creating something rather unpleasant. You can guess as much from the surroundings." Chen Mo gestured with his chin toward the area around them. The black obsidian walls reflected the crimson glow of the blood pool below. "Fair point." Farah let out a light laugh. While she continued studying the tome, Chen Mo glanced around and noticed that Gary and Rufus had vanished. "Where did they go?" he asked. "To check whether those cultists you drew away might double back," Farah said without looking up. "I completely forgot about them," Chen Mo said. He spotted a small white pouch beside the altar, picked it up and peered inside. White crystal and powder glimmered on his fingertips. Item: salt, common, ordinary salt, crafting material. Effect: a common ingredient for cooking or magic rituals. "Salt," he murmured. "It's convenient for quickly drawing magic circles," Farah explained, her gaze still fixed on the pages. "Many ritual mages carry it on them, myself included." Chen Mo put the salt pouch back in its place and noticed that Farah was also wearing an iron collar like Gary and the others. "Your collar key wouldn't happen to be around here too, would it?" "With Cressida," Farah said. Chen Mo glanced toward the spot where Cressida had slammed into the wall and fallen. "Oh, sorry for knocking her into the abyss. Nothing to be done about it." "It's not worth more than my life," Farah said. Jason looked toward the stairs leading down. "Can I ask you something about Gary?" he asked. "What is it? Are lion folk everywhere, or is he cursed or something?" Farah lifted her gaze from the book, studying Jason with renewed curiosity. "You've never seen a lion folk before?" "I'm not from around here," Jason said. "That much is obvious," she said. "Lion folk are a common race you can see all over the world." She frowned with curiosity but returned to the book while Jason continued surveying his surroundings. He peered downward. In the distance was a red pit. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the room seemed to be growing hotter and the churning sounds from the pit below grew louder. Footsteps echoed from the stairs as Rufus and Gary made their way up. "They're back," Chen Mo warned. "Not good," Farah suddenly said. "Ha! That's a little harsh, don't you think?" Chen Mo teased. "No," Farah said, closing the tome. "I've figured out what the cultists were plotting. Bad. Very bad." Gary said breathlessly, "A carriage is missing. They must have come back, seen the high priest's corpse and fled. Blood feast objective complete. Avoid becoming a sacrifice. 11. Reward blood essence. Optional objective complete. Rescue the other designated sacrifices. 33. Reward adventure awakening stone. Quest complete. 100 bronze spirit coins added to inventory. 1000 iron spirit coins added to inventory. Chen Mo's eyes lit up at another essence, but this was no time to count loot. He dismissed the interface. "I know what they were up to here," Farah said to Gary and Rufus. "Some kind of summoning ritual, I suppose," Rufus said. "More like an attempt to create some kind of being. That thing is called a Crimson Calamity Beast, an artificial creature forged through alchemy, blood and forbidden materials that cannot be spoken of," Farah corrected. "Sounds friendly," Gary joked. "That is a world-ending beast," Farah said gravely. "The Ender of Worlds. A hive mind made of carrion leeches. They drain your flesh and blood while rotting your body.
They multiply by devouring blood and their power grows without limit until no force in the world can stop them. Then it will keep spreading until it has devoured all life. Why would anyone create such a monster?
Chen Mo pressed.
Presumably they have mastered a means of control, Rufus analyzed.
They used it as a weapon. Using a world-ending beast as a weapon is a reckless gamble. Farah shook her head. Perhaps it can still be controlled before it grows strong enough. As long as it hasn't fed on enough blood to sustain itself, it remains in a fragile period.
But the risk of losing control is too high, Chen Mo said.
Speaking of losing control. Rufus suddenly grew alert. Do you feel the temperature rising? No, Farah said. Yes, Chen Mo answered at the same time.
It's more obvious closer to the blood pool, Rufus added.
The stench down below is getting stronger too, Gary said with a sniff.
They should have thrown us into the blood pool by now, Rufus said with a frown.
Could interrupting the ritual have caused this?
I think we've overlooked something, Chen Mo said suddenly.
What? Farah turned. Did we actually interrupt the ritual?
They originally intended to sacrifice the four of us, right?
That's right, Rufus nodded. Then. Chen Mo swallowed. How many people did we just throw into the pool?
Farah's beautiful brown pupils suddenly contracted.
Damn it.
She rushed to the altar and frantically flipped through the old tome.
As everyone held their breath, an interface suddenly appeared before Chen Mo. New quest: Crimson Calamity Beast.
Destroy the Crimson Calamity Beast before the threat escalates.
Objective: destroy Crimson Calamity Beast 01. Reward: Sin Essence. Damn it. Chen Mo cursed.
Farah snapped the heavy tome shut and tucked it under her arm.
I'm afraid we completed the final step for them.
The cultists won't thank us, Rufus sneered. So are we the blood sacrifice cult now?
Gary asked with feigned surprise.
We have to go down and deal with it while it's weak, Farah said rapidly.
Does the book have a way to deal with it? Gary asked. It's completely useless. Rufus said if we can't do it well, find someone stronger to handle it. Someone far stronger.
Do you think Emil has arrived?
Gary asked. No, Rufus said. At the earliest he won't arrive for several weeks.
Then we need to handle this ourselves, Farah said. I don't trust the abilities of the locals. This one isn't bad, Gary said, placing his hand on Jason's shoulder and nearly crushing him.
I'm not a local, Jason said.
I'm worried that with these collars on we won't be able to use our abilities, Rufus said. Are you sure the book has nothing about how to fight it? Farah said irritably, I've only had the book for 8 minutes and it uses an ancient script you've never even heard of. It might have records, but finding them just by flipping a few pages would be a miracle.
Did you check the table of contents? Gary reminded helpfully. Farah's stare locked onto Gary like a hound. Looks like there's no time for research, Gary said, charging toward the stairs. Let's go. Rufus followed close behind.
Watching the two vanish down the steep staircase, Farah abruptly flipped to the back of the book.
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and studied her. You can't actually be checking the table of contents, can you? Farah forced herself to stay calm and ignored Chen Mo. Taking the hint, Chen Mo followed the others down.
As they descended the steep staircase, a suffocating heat rose to engulf them. The air grew heavier and more humid until even breathing became a chore. The blood pool churned violently as if something was struggling beneath the surface. At the bottom of the stairs they stepped over the corpse of High Priest Darrow lying sprawled on the ground like a discarded puppet.
As he passed, Chen Mo touched the corpse with a finger.
Do you wish to loot blood sacrifice cult leader? Chen Mo mentally agreed as they continued down the stairs.
Recovery potion Copperdeer has been added to your inventory. 3 gold spirit coins have been added to your inventory. 11 silver spirit coins have been added to your inventory. 216 copper spirit coins have been added to your inventory. 341 iron spirit coins have been added to your inventory. 471 lesser spirit coins have been added to your inventory.
Like Landemir when the High Priest had carried more than 1,000 coins on him.
As for where he hid them, Chen Mo could only guess. Does everyone here have an inventory? What? Farah asked loudly.
As they drew closer, the wild splashing of the blood pool made it hard to hear clearly.
Nothing, Chen Mo shouted. What really interested Chen Mo was the recovery potion.
As soon as he reached the bottom, he took it from his inventory and poured it down his throat.
Farah saw Jason drink the potion and reached out a hand in warning. Jason, don't. The potion had already gone down Jason's throat. What? Rufus asked, turning with Gary. Chen Mo just drank a potion, Farah said. Right after using the spirit coins. Gary asked. Is that a problem? Chen Mo asked. Odd. Why doesn't the potion have any effect?
The others only responded with sympathetic frowns.
Moments later his stomach cramped with pain. He bent over, feeling his body desperately want to vomit but unable to do so.
You used a recovery potion while your body was saturated with residual mana. The recovery potion failed to take effect. You have been afflicted with mana toxin.
Mana toxin pain magic. You cannot recover mana. Recovery items will be ineffective.
You will take damage when using mana.
Chen Mo groaned.
Now his stomach ached as much as his head. When you don't even know how to use spirit coins, I should have thought to warn you, Rufus said.
I didn't realize you had a potion. Are you okay?
Honestly, Chen Mo said hoarsely, it won't affect me too much. I'm already in a bad enough state, so it can't get much worse.
Rufus nodded.
They turned toward the churning enormous pool of red liquid with Jason trudging painfully in the rear. The space near the gate was the widest area around the pool. In most of the room there was only a narrow band between the edge of the red liquid and the walls. When they first entered the room, the middle of the pool was churning. Now the entire pool was like a pot of water about to boil over, spattering red liquid beyond its edges.
That can't all be blood, right? Chen Mo shouted over the din. No, Farah replied.
Most of it is an alchemical mixture, though there's definitely a lot of blood in there.
At least a dozen people's worth. Maybe 20. Are you sure we need to fight this monster? Gary asked. I'd feel a lot better if this collar weren't around my neck.
We're all in the same boat, Rufus said.
We can only do what we can. Complaining won't help. If we let this entity leave, Farah shouted, it'll go out and start preying on local animals. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes.
If it devours a town, it'll become so powerful that no force will be able to stop it.
But our abilities are sealed. Can we really do this? Gary asked. A few cultists are one thing, but a world-destroying blood monster. All we have is one sword. I think going for help might be a good idea. Real help is far away, Farah said. Both of them looked to Rufus for the deciding vote, while Rufus turned his attention to Chen Mo.
You're the reason we're not monster soup right now, Rufus shouted.
The decision is yours. Chen Mo looked back at the three of them.
They clearly had no idea how utterly unqualified he was for this task.
What are our actual odds? Chen Mo shouted. Dismal.
Nearly non-existent, Gary said.
Not good, Rufus said. Getting better, Farah said, pointing in one direction. They all looked and saw Cressida's body hadn't fallen into the pool.
Instead it lay on the stone floor at the edge of the room.
Unfortunately, it was a bit far away.
She has the key to the collar, Farah said. If I can get this thing off my neck, I can blast anything that crawls out of this pit back into bloody soup.
I don't want to go around that pool, Chen Mo said. Sometimes your choices are terrible. Then that's what we'll do, Rufus said. Farah, get the key, but be careful of the pool.
Ideally you'll get the key and come back before this thing shows up, but if necessary, Gary and I will hold it off.
Chen Mo, do you have any combat ability? No, Chen Mo shouted.
I've been knocked down multiple times by a guy with a shovel.
I'm terrible at fighting. That's fine, Rufus shouted back. Just stay behind and try not to die.
Farah was already moving, setting the book on the ground and making her way around the pool without waiting for Rufus to finish. She stayed close to the wall, keeping an eye on the churning blood pool. Suddenly the blood that had been raging like a storm became as calm and serene as a sheltered pond. The roar they had been shouting through vanished instantly. Here it comes, Rufus said, his voice cutting through the sudden silence. Ripples spread across the pool and something rose from the blood.
Is that a leech? Chen Mo asked.
It had the size and shape of a leech, but with a massive mouth ringed with teeth like a lamprey's. I do not want that thing crawling up my leg, Gary said.
I think we're in agreement, Chen Mo concurred.
A second leech crawled out, then a third. They came in pairs, then fives, then tens, until they poured out like water from a storm drain. They piled together, forming writhing, twisting masses.
We should attack while it's still forming, Rufus said to Gary. I take it you don't want to go first.
How am I supposed to fight a pile of leeches?
Gary asked. I don't think a sword will help.
Besides, you're holding our only sword. Blood-soaked cloth strips long and thin like bandages began to squeeze out from the leech pile. They wound around the leeches, pushing the mass into a shape.
Do you know what it's doing? Rufus asked. No, Gary said. Chen Mo. When Chen Mo didn't answer, they turned and looked around only to find he was no longer there.
Gary glanced toward the stairs and the doorway but saw no trace of Chen Mo.
He ran away.
There was no time to be distracted. They turned back to the monster forming before them. More bloody strips surged from the pile, pushing and pressing into a vaguely human silhouette they were beginning to recognize. It was only a crude approximation of a human form, leeches splitting apart at the seams as it lurched forward, barely managing half-steps, shedding leeches as it struggled to keep its balance. Just get close enough to draw its attention, Rufus said.
It doesn't look very fast. We just need to hold it off.
Or I could just punch it, Gary said.
It's humanoid now. I know how to punch people.
What?
No.
Gary's fist slammed into the creature, punching straight through the blood-soaked bandages and burying itself in the creature's chest.
It didn't seem to have any effect.
Gary stumbled backward. He yanked his arm free from the leech monster, producing a sucking sound like a leg being pulled from mud. His arm was covered in leeches squirming through his hair and sinking their teeth into his flesh. He staggered back, shouting more in fury than in pain, and began tearing them off. Chunks of flesh and hair came away with them clenched tight in their jaws. The bandages wrapped around the mass slowly tightened, shaping it into a more distinct human form. It grew faster and more coordinated. Frowning, Rufus tossed aside the sword and picked up the heavy book Farah had left behind. He charged the creature and slammed the book into its torso, sending it staggering backward.
Leeches split off from the main body again.
The floor was now covered in leeches crawling toward Gary and Rufus.
Rufus looked satisfied.
She said books were no help.
That worked great.
But Rufus didn't notice the leech crawling over the book until its teeth sank into his hand, making him yelp and drop the book to the floor. He tore the creature from his hand and a chunk of flesh came with it. He reached for the book, but it was already covered in leeches. Help! He heard Farah shout and he looked around. Gary was still frantically tearing leeches off his now bleeding arm. Farah had made it most of the way around the pool, but bloody bandages like the ones wrapped around the leech monster surged out of the pool, trying to drag her in. Rufus spotted the sword he had dropped, snatched it up and hurled it through the air.
His confident throw was accurate, landing only a few feet from Farah.
She pulled hard against the bandages, trying to drag her into the pool, stretching desperately toward the sword. Meanwhile, the leech monster began moving toward Rufus again. Then a brilliant light descended from above. Chen Mo, his starlight cloak billowing around him at full brilliance, drifted down between Rufus and the creature. He carried a small pouch tucked under one arm. Reaching inside, Chen Mo grabbed a handful of salt and hurled it at the monster. The creature recoiled and Chen Mo continued flinging salt, forcing it to retreat step by step.
I'm really glad this works.
What is that?
Rufus asked.
Salt, Chen Mo said, throwing out another handful. You used mana while suffering from mana poison?
Gary asked, walking over.
His arm was soaked in blood and still seemed to be bleeding freely, but the leech was gone and he didn't seem concerned.
Because time was pressing, Chen Mo said. It definitely hurt. My mana had just about hit rock bottom.
Gary stared at Chen Mo's starlight cloak.
So you weren't joking about having a power that makes you sparkle?
Suddenly a burst of light and noise erupted from the other side of the pool. A bright stream of lava cut through the air like a jet from a fire hose and slammed into the leech monster. Chen Mo's head snapped toward the source of the explosion, his eyes wide. What is that?
Magma. Farah's collar was gone.
She extended a glowing red hand toward the creature. Muttering under her breath, a second stream of lava erupted across the room. As the lava burned through the blood pool, hissed, the moisture in the air seared away. After two bursts of white-hot lava, the leech monster had essentially been reduced to a puddle of gore. Now is the time for us to fall back, Rufus said, placing a hand on Chen Mo's shoulder.
Right now. Chen Mo could still feel the heat on his face.
He staggered back behind Rufus, then retreated a few more steps to be safe. He heard Farah chanting from across the pool and looked over. Several fireballs floated around her. A ribbon of leeches burst from the pool and lashed toward her, but a fireball intercepted it, incinerating it on contact. She stopped her incantation and Chen Mo heard a rumble from the direction of the remaining leech mass. It began to scatter, but a torrent of lava erupted from the ground beneath it. Gary, Chen Mo and Rufus retreated further as lava splashed around the geyser before gradually subsiding and stopping. Chen Mo stared at the glowing opening left behind his jaw, hanging in exaggerated shock. The crimson glow of the blood pool gradually faded, plunging the room into darkness. Only Chen Mo's cloak and the residual glow of the lava provided any illumination. "We need to destroy every single leech," Farah shouted. "Even if one is left, it can reassemble." Chen Mo surveyed the floor. The main mass of leeches had been incinerated, but while Rufus and Gary had held it at bay, many leeches had already spilled out across the floor. He tucked the salt pouch under his arm and began flinging handful after handful of salt at the leeches while Rufus and Gary stomped them underfoot. Although the leech mass merely recoiled from the salt, individual leeches vomited blood from their ring-toothed mouths and withered and died. In the end, all that remained of the leeches were bloodstains and ashes. "You have defeated Crimson Calamity Beast. Quest: Crimson Calamity Beast. Objective: destroy Crimson Calamity Beast 11. Reward: Essence of Sin. Quest complete. 100 copper spirit coins have been added to your inventory. 1,000 iron spirit coins have been added to your inventory." Chen Mo moved forward carefully. He noticed a leech that had managed to escape far enough to be scorched rather than completely annihilated. He poked it with his toe. "Do you wish to loot Crimson Calamity Beast?" Chen Mo mentally agreed. "Apocalypse Awakening Stone has been added to your inventory. 10 copper spirit coins have been added to your inventory. 100 iron coins have been added to your inventory." Then Chen Mo turned and saw Farah removing the collars from Rufus and Gary. After expending the last of his mana to summon the cloak and drift down from the ceiling, his whole body was racked with pain. "Explain it to me," Chen Mo said. "You're this powerful." He pointed at the sections of wall and floor melted by the lava. "How did they manage to capture you in the first place?" "Ambush," Rufus said. "We were supposed to resupply and gather information from a local contact. The locals set us up to be captured." "Well, settle the score with him," Gary said. "And have a very heated conversation," Farah added. "But first," Rufus said, "we have to get back to Vane Manor. They're still holding Anisha, and I'm worried about those cultists Chen Mo lured away. They left because they saw the tide turn, but they could still be heading back to the manor." "Do you think they'll use Anisha as a hostage?" Gary asked. "Possibly," Rufus said. "They might take her as leverage or worse." After the collars were removed, Rufus and Gary began stretching like they had just woken up. Meanwhile, Farah held her hand just above the ground and murmured something under her breath. It was a short incantation, only a few words long. When she finished, a large chest made of deep brown stone rose from the ground. Instead of breaking through the floor, it rose up through it like a ghost. Farah pushed open the heavy hinged lid and retrieved clean clothes for herself, Gary, and Rufus. They all began changing clothes without the slightest concern about stripping down to their undergarments in front of Chen Mo or one another. Chen Mo stole a glance at the three of them. Rufus and Farah had Olympic athlete physiques, their lean muscles packed with power. Gary was so massive that he made bodybuilders look underdeveloped. His wild mane and leonine features made up his commanding appearance. Chen Mo didn't know what counted as handsome among Gary's kind, but he suspected Gary was exactly that. "Why am I the only one who isn't super good looking?" "What?" Rufus asked, glancing over as he put on his shirt. Chen Mo thought back to the beautiful Cressida Vane standing beside the plain-featured High Priest Daryl and suddenly made an unpleasant discovery. "I'm just like Daryl," he said dejectedly. "What are you talking about?" Rufus asked. "Nothing," Chen Mo said, his shoulders sagging in discouragement. "Clothes are fine," Farah said, "but now we need to get our equipment back." "I just hope those who left didn't return to the manor and take everything," Gary said. Watching the others change reminded Chen Mo that he had completed the quest to get a shirt. That was 2 cages and a hit in the head with a shovel ago. He stood up and pulled the shirt from his inventory, discovering it to be a plain white t-shirt with seams that looked machine-stitched. He held it in front of him and read the words printed on the front. "I really have gone to a magical parallel universe." Chen Mo shook his head. "So this is what going crazy feels like." "What does it say?" Gary asked, walking over to inspect the shirt. "You can't read this. This isn't any language I know." "You have equipped the starter equipment set. The equipment tab has been added to your inventory." "Equipment tab? What?" Gary asked. "Nothing, never mind," Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo checked his inventory and found that he now had a second screen accessible through the tab labeled Equipment at the top. He had grown used to controlling the screens with his thoughts and opened the new section. It displayed a silhouette with various equipment slots, most of which were empty. There was also a column on the left empty except for 2 entries. The first was listed as starter equipment and the second as new equipment. How does this work? He muttered to himself. Help equipment sets. You can designate a set of equipment as a set, allowing you to quickly switch between them. Sets can be modified by adding or removing items from their item slots. The set can only be equipped when all its items are in your inventory or already equipped. He noticed the others watching him as he stared into the distance and muttered to himself. Are you all right, Chen Mo? Gary asked. Of course, Chen Mo said. Actually, now that you mention it. He had been running on a potent mixture of panic and adrenaline, but now that the immediate threat had vanished he began to fall apart. The dizziness returned and his vision went dark and blurred. He staggered forward, fell to his knees, and his empty stomach once again tried to heave up nothing at all. The next thing Chen Mo felt was something splashing onto his face. He jolted awake, was propped into a sitting position, and a glass bottle was pressed into his hand. Drink, Farah said. It's only water. You can't take any potions for at least a few hours. As Chen Mo slowly sipped the water, he looked at the icons visible at the edge of his vision. His health outline showed warning yellow across his entire body with a more ominous orange over his head and abdomen. The potion cooldown icon was also present but completely grayed out. There was also a mana toxin icon with more than 2 hours listed below it. While Chen Mo assessed his miserable state, the others restored their strength with stamina potions from the magic chest. After he finished drinking, Rufus made a sour face. What flavor is this? Gary picked the flavor, Farah said. I think it's fine, Gary said defensively. So do I, Farah said. Rufus only likes bitter things. After letting him rest for a while, Gary easily pulled Chen Mo to his feet. Chen Mo swayed and Gary held him until the dizziness passed. Thanks, Chen Mo said. I've already passed out today. 3 times. 4. I think my brain might be bleeding. We can't use potions on you for a while, Farah said, but once we get Anisha back she can heal you. Then what are we waiting for? Chen Mo said. They left the room through the massive stone door. Chen Mo glanced back at the space behind the door where he had hidden. The tunnel was unexpectedly long, carved straight through solid rock. Who dug this tunnel? Chen Mo asked. It must have been a tremendous undertaking. It wouldn't be that hard, Farah said. Construction magic would make it simple. She looked up and down the vast length of the tunnel. Still, it may have taken a while, she admitted. They emerged through an opening that looked from a distance like a natural crack in the rock. They stood on the gentle slope at the foot of the mountain whose peaks soared to towering heights. The upper regions were dark and lifeless while the lower slopes turned into yellow stone and red soil sparsely covered with dry yellow grass. Outside the tunnel was a carriage, its wheels wedged to keep it from rolling down the slope. It had a yoke for an animal, but the harness had been cut and the animal was gone. Did they drive the horses away so we couldn't use the carriage? Chen Mo asked. What is a horse? Gary asked. You've never heard of a horse. The other 3 shook their heads. Then what was pulling the carriage? Chen Mo asked. A hider, Gary said. What is a hider? It's a working animal, the kind you see everywhere, Gary said. They pull carts and carry loads. You can ride them. I can too, but you can tell they don't like it. Maybe it's just a different name, Chen Mo said. 4 legs, hooves. That sounds right, Farah said. Long body, Chen Mo continued. Long head. Heads, Gary corrected. Heads. Chen Mo said. Meaning more than one. Yes, 2 heads, scales, horns. That sounds terrifying, Chen Mo said. Then we definitely aren't talking about the same animal. What kind of animal it is doesn't matter, Rufus said. What matters is that it means we're going to be walking. Chen Mo looked down the slope and took in a panoramic view of the land below. It was a flat, dry landscape of sandy yellow and muted red dotted with withered grass or spiky shrubs. Occasionally a low, sparsely leaved tree managed to jut out of the barren ground. The sun beat down mercilessly, but the dry air was pleasant compared with the hot, humid stuffiness of the sacrificial chamber. They started down the slope, Gary in the lead. He wore loose clothes and a hood to block the sun. The others wore more fitted clothing and showed no signs of discomfort. They brought us here while I was unconscious, right? Chen Mo asked. That's right, Rufus said. How long was I out? This place is very different from where we were before. They all turned to look at him, curious. Vane Manor uses climate magic, Farah said.
Didn't you notice when you first went there? Actually, how did you get mixed up in all of this? Rufus asked. Now that we have time to talk. Well, I think I might have been summoned, Chen Mo said. Apparently not on purpose. I mean, who would summon me?
I went to bed, as far as I know that was last night, and woke up in the Vane family's hedge maze. I staggered around for a while until I found one of the residents, and from what I could tell he was trying to summon something and got me in. He called me something that sounded special.
I don't remember exactly what it was. Otherworlder maybe. Outworlder. Rufus suggested. That sounds right, Chen Mo said. Is that what the name means? Is this really a completely different world?
We've always been in this world, Rufus said. You'll have to tell us whether it's much different from where you come.
Chen Mo thought of flying eels and leech monsters, people hurling magical chains and lava flows.
Healing potions and reading a script he had never seen. The magical power he himself had used.
All of it should have been impossible. It's certainly different enough, Chen Mo said.
My world has its oddities too, but this is a completely different kind of strange.
Still, some things are strangely similar, like hedge mazes and a man named Gary. I have a cousin named Gary. Not as tall as you, Gary, but almost as hairy. Is he a lion kin? Gary asked. I think that's a gland problem. Our world has no lion kin. I'm not well versed in astral magic, Farah said. I've heard of outworlders, but that's not my area of expertise. Maybe it's a parallel reality, Chen Mo said. Some things are the same, others are different.
If that's the case, then this world diverged from mine a long time ago.
The continents are different, but not completely different. The basic laws of physics here have some interesting additions. My world has no magic at all. It also doesn't have a second moon. I did see a second moon, right? Your world only has one moon? Gary asked. That's strange.
They continued onward through the rocky desert. A rough trail led toward the manor, and even while Chen Mo had been unconscious, his map ability had kept recording their position. The ground was uneven but not hard to walk on.
Farah had given Chen Mo some water from her magical storage space, and it was now sitting in his inventory.
Under the scorching sun, Chen Mo's condition did not improve. He drank one bottle after another. During the march, the others grew intensely curious about him.
There's one thing I don't understand, Chen Mo said.
Why do I suddenly possess abilities I never had before?
Is it because I come from a world without magic and this world has magic?
I can't say for sure either, Farah said.
I don't know much about outworlders. ID never even heard of outworlders, Gary said. Don't ask me. I've met a few, Rufus said, which immediately drew grumbles from Gary and Farah. What's wrong? Rufus asked, puzzled.
Of course you have, Gary said irritably.
What's the problem with that? Rufus asked again.
Your childhood sweetheart is the crown princess of Vitus, Farah said.
Here we go again, Rufus said.
It's not as if I can choose who my parents associate with.
So Rufus is a big deal? Chen Mo asked. No. Yes. Yes. Rufus shot the other two a glare. I do know a little about outworlders, Rufus said. They're all brought here from other worlds by magical accidents. Usually it's a summoning spell gone wrong. Like that cult woman's son, Chen Mo said. He said I disrupted his magical ritual. That's usually the case, Rufus said, as far as I know.
But I'm no expert.
Does it happen often enough to warrant its own name? Chen Mo asked. From what I understand, this phenomenon is more common in high magic worlds like ours, Rufus said. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Is there any way back? Chen Mo asked. I'm not certain, Rufus said.
Even if there were, it would probably require magic far beyond our abilities, let alone yours.
Chen Mo lowered his head in disappointment. Chen Mo, does any of this sound familiar to you? Rufus asked.
Do you have some kind of guide helping you adapt to our world? Something that doesn't belong in our world but feels perfectly natural in yours. Perhaps something you've heard of in legends, or something from the mythological traditions of your world.
In your world it was a story, but here it has become reality. Chen Mo thought about the game interface he had been experiencing, the quest system, the inventory, and the map still open at this very moment, though the others couldn't see any of it. I think I understand what you mean. Every outworlder gets something like this, Rufus said. The exact form changes from person to person, but whatever magic brought them here also changes them, granting the abilities they need to adapt and survive. So that's why I can read scripts I've never seen before. Not only that, you can also speak languages you've never learned, Rufus added. Chen Mo frowned. Say something, Chen Mo said. You're only just realizing this now, aren't you? Rufus asked.
Chen Mo focused on the sounds, not the words.
It was neither Chinese nor English.
He didn't know which was more unsettling, being able to speak an unknown language or the fact that he hadn't even noticed he was speaking it. I have an ability, he said, listening to his own voice, and one of its effects is called language adaptation.
Does that mean I can speak any language without even realizing it?
Very likely, Rufus said. That's why you sound like you learned the language from a skill book, Gary said.
Really? That's right, Farah said. You have a distinctly neutral accent, and sometimes because of differences in language structure your expressions come across as a little odd. If you've heard enough of it, it's easy to recognize. Slang translates especially awkwardly.
You mean old sayings are hard to wrap a noggin around?
Chen Mo asked.
The others exchanged confused looks.
It seems translation has its limits, Rufus said. You'd better use simple language. Forget it then, Chen Mo said with a laugh, watching the three frown in bewilderment. I'd really like to know what that sentence got translated into, he said.
They continued onward, trudging through the desert while answering more of Chen Mo's questions.
At least it was trudging for Chen Mo.
The others looked as if they were out for a stroll in the park. Outworlders like you may have their own advantages, Farah said, but we locals have our own strengths.
Take Gary for instance.
His lionfolk are stronger and swifter than we are, and that's only the beginning of what lionfolk can do. Elves are powerful spellcasters and their healing magic is unmatched.
I'd almost forgotten about elves, Chen Mo said. Some guy said he wanted to eat an elf. That's not good, Gary said.
They're cannibals, Gary, Farah said.
Of course it's not good. What about dwarves? Chen Mo asked. Gnomes. The little people from games. I don't know what you're talking about, Gary said, other than small hills. We do have elves, Rufus said, and lionfolk like Gary obviously. We're eventually heading to a port city. The area is mostly human, but you'll see all sorts of races there.
Every race has its own special talents, Farah said. Some are innate while others only reveal themselves after gaining essence.
Humans like Rufus and me are somewhat like you in that regard.
Our abilities vary from person to person depending on our essence. Most abilities start out dormant and only awaken when we absorb essence.
But humans get more than that, Gary said. Human essence abilities grow faster than those of other races. Do I have that ability too? Chen Mo asked. In human, right? I have some bad news, Rufus said. You're an outworlder now, not a human. I'm not human.
Strictly speaking, no, Rufus said.
You might be a little bit human. That sounds even worse, Chen Mo said. I once met an elven outworlder, Rufus said.
She retained some racial abilities while others were replaced by outworlder talents.
You might still retain some human abilities.
Every race has exactly 6 talents, Farah said.
There are ways to examine them with magic. I can do it myself, Chen Mo said. You can? Farah asked. No problem, Chen Mo said, opening his ability list.
Racial ability, outworlder.
Interface, quest system, inventory, map.
Astral affinity, mysterious stranger.
I already have 6 abilities, he said. I think these are probably all outworlder abilities. Do humans usually have astral affinity? Absolutely not, Farah said. That's an ability unique to the Celestials.
Celestials. We don't have them where I'm from, Chen Mo said.
They're somewhat similar to elves and humans, Farah said. One of the many new races you'll encounter.
As long as they don't try to eat me, Chen Mo said.
As they traversed the rocky desert terrain, the desiccating heat began to overwhelm Chen Mo.
His headache grew so fierce that he could no longer walk in a straight line. They found shelter beneath a rocky outcropping, and in the shade Rufus steadied Chen Mo. The others produced copper spirit coins while Chen Mo leaned against the sun-warmed rock sipping water.
Don't you need to drink water? Chen Mo asked Gary.
The enormous lionman covered in fur from head to toe must have been suffering terribly in the desert heat. Gary's people require far more exertion than we do before fatigue sets in, Rufus said.
It's one of his racial gifts.
Besides, once you possess a complete set of essences you no longer need to eat or drink, Gary said.
You can still do so, of course, but it becomes mere enjoyment.
To sustain life, Rufus said, we require condensed primal mana.
He raised the spirit coin in his hand.
There are many ways to obtain mana, he continued, but spirit coins are unquestionably the simplest.
You're fortunate to have water to drink, Farah said, because we don't need it.
I simply like to be prepared for every eventuality.
If you all use spirit coins, Chen Mo said, then what about the side effects? Those coins almost cost me my life. Rufus placed a spirit coin into his mouth. The key is not to exceed your limits, Rufus said.
We are bronze-tier adventurers, so a single copper coin can sustain our lives without burdening our bodies.
I don't understand what that means, Chen Mo said. What? Gary asked. And what about adventurers? Chen Mo said.
Aren't they the ones who sit around in taverns waiting to be hired to clear 40 gnolls out of a dungeon?
What are gnolls? Gary asked.
And why would there be 40 of them in a dungeon?
Farah added. Are gnolls some kind of criminal? There is an organization, Rufus said, cutting off further helpless questions, called the Adventurers Association.
It assigns people like us missions, mostly dealing with monsters that threaten towns and villages. Sometimes we also investigate cults filled with bloodthirsty cannibals, Gary added. As for bronze-tier, Rufus said, that is tied to the strength of your essence.
Once you have all 4 essences, you'll be promoted to Iron Tier, and then you can continue to climb.
Bronze Tier is one level above Iron Tier, but these are matters you can consider later. Reaching Iron Tier fundamentally changes you, making you powerful. Not all that powerful, Farah said, at least not at first. But you'll develop partial resistance to attacks devoid of mana. You'll survive on mana rather than on food and water. But there's no mana in my world, Chen Mo said. Does that mean if I become Iron Tier or some other rank and then return home, I'll eventually starve to death once my spirit coins run out? You can still sustain yourself with food and water, Farah said. You'll just need more of it depending on how powerful you are. Some foods are better than others, need sugar and of course anything with magical components.
Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
He could manage living on energy bars and cake.
Would he become immune to putting on weight?
We owe you a debt for getting us out of that predicament, Rufus said.
We'll help you find the complete essence set.
Well, I do have a few extras already, Chen Mo said, besides the one I've already used.
Where did you get them?
I thought you only arrived in this world today, Gary said.
It was indeed today, Chen Mo said. I just happened to come across them. Rufus raised a skeptical eyebrow. Just happened to come across them.
Yeah, Chen Mo said. You know how it is, they're everywhere. I can perform an essence ritual for you, Farah said, after we find Anisha, of course.
Who performed your first essence ritual?
First suggestion stirred within Chen Mo's mind certain ritual magic knowledge implanted by the skill book. Recalling something he had never actually learned was a peculiar sensation, like déjà vu. The new knowledge in his mind told him that a person needed to undergo an essence ritual to absorb essence.
Yet he knew from experience that this was not always necessary. I didn't actually use a ritual, Chen Mo said.
I simply absorbed it directly.
I think it's part of the same ability that lets me speak all languages. What was that like? Gary asked.
Just absorbing it directly. It was rough, Chen Mo said.
I passed out. Could I watch you absorb the next one? Farah asked.
She looked at Chen Mo the way a scientist regards a laboratory mouse. Having someone watch over you is certainly safer, Rufus said.
It's the least we owe you. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet, Chen Mo said. I've been busy trying not to die. What's there to think about? Gary asked. Who wouldn't want power? Look over there, Farah said, pointing ahead. I can see it.
As they climbed a small rise, a strange patch of green came into view far ahead, set in the very heart of the desert.
Let's quicken our pace, Rufus said. I don't think I can make it, Chen Mo said.
Under the blazing desert sun he was drenched in sweat and his skin stung with the promise of an impending sunburn.
Farah, give him another bottle of water, Rufus said. Gary, can you carry him on your back? Wait, carry me. Chen Mo said. That doesn't exactly sound dignified.
The others turned to look at him and he lowered his gaze to himself, dirty skin and clothes marked with traces of blood, grime and sweat. That absurd t-shirt. On top of that, the odor that profuse sweating had transformed from bad to even worse. Forget it, he said. The others, however, paid no heed to Chen Mo's words.
Gary scooped him up in one motion and slung him over his shoulder.
Chen Mo disliked the position, but in the end he still chose to let Gary carry him on his back.
Rufus, Fala and Gary sprinted across the desert, their footsteps pounding heavily on the arid earth. Rufus had told Chen Mo they would run at a sustainable pace.
Their tireless momentum proved his point, yet the speed at which they traveled rivaled that of world-class sprinters in Chen Mo's world. As they raced across the rugged terrain at 10 meters per second, Chen Mo had little time to think about these things. He was draped over Gary's back like a cloak, legs flailing, clinging desperately to Gary's trunk-like neck. Any concern for dignity was quickly cast to the wind. His only goal was not to be thrown off. Soon they arrived at the border of the estate. The boundary between the estate and the desert formed a stark line, a green ribbon of grass and trees slicing through the barren brown-yellow of the sand. Entering the estate was like stepping into another world. One step carried them from scorching air and hard-packed earth to cool grass and a pleasant breeze. They slowed and came to a stop after crossing the border. Rufus and Fala bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath, while Chen Mo slid off Gary's back and collapsed to the ground like a puddle. He groaned miserably as Gary looked down at him. "For someone who didn't run, you're sweating quite a bit," Gary said with a laugh. Despite being covered in fur, huge in build, and carrying Chen Mo, he wasn't panting like Rufus and Fala. He looked more like he'd been lounging by a pool than sprinting through the desert. Chen Mo had sweated enough for two people. He raised his head to retort. Ugh. He didn't care that his mouth was too dry to form words, he only regretted the energy he'd wasted lifting his head. It was better to let his head fall back into the soft grass. Fala retrieved her magic case from the ground once more. She brought out several potions and handed them to Rufus and Gary. "Endurance potion," she said. "I'm fine," Gary said. Rufus downed his without hesitation. "I think he needs it more than any of us," Fala said, looking at Chen Mo. "Too bad." "He has water," Rufus said. Chen Mo barely managed to sit up, took a bottle of water from his inventory and began gulping it down. "Life is hard, Outlander," Rufus said without sympathy. "And you, my friend, are too weak. If you want to survive in this world, you'll have to become stronger." Chen Mo struggled to his feet. "How are you handling the desert so easily?" Chen Mo asked. "I was only being carried and am already miserable. I think even my clothes got sunburned." "How much do you know about the 4 attributes?" Rufus asked. "I remember there are attributes," Chen Mo said, "now that you mention it. There's strength and some others. One of them is recovery," Fala said. "Our recovery attributes are all in the upper range of the bronze tier, so our bodies replenish as fast as the desert drains them." "Unless we overexert ourselves," Rufus said. Chen Mo sourly compared himself to Rufus, whose gleaming sweat and casual posture made him look like a model from a sports calendar. Chen Mo, by contrast, looked like a rag that had just been used to wipe up sweat. After a rest, he studied the astonishing boundary between the desert and the garden more closely. It was a straight line, like a border between worlds. One step took you from scorching desert soil into the springtime of a country garden. Following the boundary, Chen Mo noticed pillars placed at regular intervals along the edge, white stone shafts carved with magical symbols. "Are these what turn the middle of the desert into this?" Chen Mo asked. "They're only a part of it," Fala said. "To make a system like this work takes a vast and intricate process." She handed spirit coins to Gary and Rufus. All three put the spirit coins into their mouths. "Now what?" Gary asked. "Now we make for the estate's manor house," Rufus said. "Find Anisha and kill everyone else." "I like that plan," Gary said. A gray light began to flicker around him, growing thicker and thicker until it formed a complete suit of metal armor wrapped around his whole body. The armor was thick and sturdy, built from dark steel plates held together by large bolts. Runes carved into its surface, apparently etched with a blade, were crude but emanated power. Where these grooves bit deep into the dark metal, a red forging light shone from within. "That's so cool," Chen Mo said. "But isn't it hot in there?" "Heat isn't a problem for me," Gary said. After seeing him jog across the desert like he was on a beach, Chen Mo believed it. Rufus held out one hand and golden sparks gathered around it. The light condensed into a sword in his grip, an elegant curved blade that seemed both a work of art and a weapon. The hilt was a vivid red gold, and so were the edges of the blade. The sword's main body was a brilliant gold that gleamed like sunlight, with red gold inscriptions tracing its graceful curve. After Gary and Rufus summoned their impressive gear, Chen Mo looked to Fala. "The things I summon are all made of stone," Fala said. "I don't want to lug those around." "I'd like to summon my cloak," Chen Mo said, "but even if I had mana, I think it would kill me." "What can that cloak ability do?" Rufus asked. "It can become bright or dark," Chen Mo said without much enthusiasm. "And it can make me lighter so I can jump from high places." Suddenly he perked up. "Oh, it also lets me walk on water," he said.
I just haven't tried it yet. I had a pair of magic boots that could do that, Rufus said, then frowned. At least before they were taken from me. Well, get our equipment back once we rescue Anisha.
Before putting away the stone case, Fala took out 2 belts with heavy pouches. One was gray, she gave it to Gary, and the other was red, which she kept for herself.
What's that? Chenmo asked.
He watched Fala thread her belt through her clothes while Gary fastened his over his armor. The massive suit of metal armor hardly seemed to hinder his movements. Summoning materials, Fala said.
Summoning? Chenmo asked. You'll see soon enough, Rufus said. Let's not waste too much time. They set off through the estate.
The outer grounds were well-kept woodland with gravel paths winding through carefully arranged trees and shrubs.
Somewhere he could hear the babble of a stream.
This is really nice, Chenmo said, looking around.
Too extravagant, Rufus criticized. They should work with the environment, not against it.
The cost of building and maintaining all this in the middle of the desert is unbelievably expensive.
I know what you mean, Gary said. Not far from where I grew up there's a desert city.
There's an underground river and half the city is built around it underground. They use the natural terrain to their advantage. Almost none of the core infrastructure requires magical upkeep.
Are you talking about Zartos? Rufus asked.
Have you been to Zartos, Rufus?
Gary asked. No.
My brother told me about it, Rufus said.
He said it's absolutely worth seeing. Knowing your brother, Fala said, he probably meant the women there.
He's not that much of a flirt, Rufus said, drawing looks from Gary and Fala.
Really, he isn't.
Zartos has a large community of Celestials, Gary said.
But I bet your brother didn't tell you about that.
He might have mentioned it, Rufus said vaguely.
In passing. Celestials, Chenmo said. That's another race in this world, right?
Correct, Rufus said.
Like elves, they're known for being extremely attractive to human aesthetic sensibilities. My world had only humans, Chenmo said. Meeting a wholly new race is exciting.
He patted Gary's back, which was now covered in metal.
But you'll always be my first, Gary, Chenmo said. I like your attitude, Gary said. Humans don't have a great reputation when it comes to treating other races. I can understand that, Chenmo said.
My world had only humans and we still treated one another terribly. The other 3 exchanged glances and shook their heads. I don't think any of us knows what that means, Fala said. The meticulously tended woodland was small and they soon reached a garden bursting with color. The path wound out from the trees and meandered through the flower beds. In the distance stood the manor's main building, which Chenmo had never seen from the outside.
Like the estate, it was styled as a magnificent English country house.
Rising 3 stories of ancient stone and punctuated by dozens of windows, it exuded the air of old aristocracy. I think that's the hedge maze over there, Chenmo said, pointing as they crossed the garden. I woke up there without knowing where I was or what had happened.
They found you there? Jilly asked. If only it were that simple, Chenmo said. Quiet, Lufusi commanded, we could run into enemies at any moment.
We don't know how many remained or whether the others have returned from the sacrificial chamber.
Are you sure I should go with you? Chenmo asked. If a fight breaks out, I'm hardly a combatant. You want to stay alone? Lufusi asked. No. On second thought, I'd rather not. Then shut up.
They left the flower beds and walked onto the lawn in front of the manor.
It looks quiet, Lufusi said. Should we use our summons now? Fala asked. We move as quietly as we can until we find Anisha, Lufusi said. We don't want anyone holding her hostage.
Suddenly the sound of shattering glass rang out and a figure crashed through a second-story window. He hit the ground hard but immediately scrambled to his feet and started running. Catching sight of the 4 people standing there, he was startled, yet he did not slow down. Did you think you could escape me? A woman's voice roared from the shattered window, prompting Jelly to burst into laughter. I guess we don't have to worry about anyone holding her hostage, she said. 3 brilliant orbs of light erupted from the broken window, spiraling around one another as they chased the fleeing man. He was bleeding from glass shards and limping from the fall, yet he still moved faster than Chenmo could have managed. But it was not enough to escape the accelerating orbs. Flashing with white and gold radiance, they pursued him with unerring precision. When they caught up, the orbs began to circle the man, firing beams of light into his body. Each beam that pierced his flesh tore a cry of agony from him, yet the urge to flee drove him onward. The orbs followed, firing relentlessly until he collapsed. His screams eventually faded into silence. The orbs vanished. They all turned to look at the broken window where a beautiful blonde woman was now standing. She stepped into the air light shimmering beneath her feet and floated down gracefully. She then began walking across the lawn toward them. "Didn't you say she was a healer?" Chen Mo asked. "That's right," Lufusi said. "This is the lady," Chen Mo said. "The one with the death orbs." "It's her," Fala said. "Suddenly I'm not so keen on receiving her healing." Anisha was slender, almost fragile-looking, with platinum blonde hair and pale skin. She wore a practical outfit of fitted trousers and a tunic all in spotless white. The sturdy fabric covered her from neck to boots with thicker plating at vital areas. She also had a belt likewise white from which hung numerous small pouches and a sword. Even her boots were white without a trace of stain. Her hair was drawn into a severe ponytail revealing ears that tapered gently to points. She walked with an elegant, absolutely confident bearing and gave a nod. "You escaped as well," she said, as if she had expected it. "Why is there a vagrant following you? Aren't you the one who tried to free us from the cages and got knocked unconscious?" Anisha asked, giving Chen Mo another appraising look. "That's right, it was me," Chen Mo said. Chen Mo recognized Anisha's voice from when they were both locked in the cages. He remembered that even then she had not thought highly of him. She looked him up and down and her expression indicated that her opinion had not improved. "Good thing you were there," she said to the others. "I hope you didn't let him hold you back." "Actually, he saved us," Lufusi said. "Hard to believe," Anisha said. "That's quite a tale," Jelly said, "though he did take several blows to the head. We fed him several potions. Could you cast a healing spell on him?" Anisha turned her gaze back to Chen Mo. With a reluctant expression she extended a hand before him and recited a brief incantation. "Let withered life bloom anew." "I think the word withered is a bit harsh," Chen Mo said. A soft light began to shine from beneath his skin. The persistent pain in his head became sharp, a familiar sensation from magical healing, though this spell was far gentler than the potions he had taken earlier. "A regeneration effect has been applied to you. Your health will recover over time." An icon appeared in his vision displaying the spell's remaining duration. The damage indicators in Chen Mo's vision were still yellow and orange, but within the half-minute the spell lasted, the health outline cooled to a healthy green across the board. His head had felt like an overinflated balloon about to burst for a long while until the healing magic reduced the swelling much to his relief. He sat on the grass and let out a long breath. "Thank you very much," he said, letting himself fall back with his arms spread wide. "I suddenly feel very sleepy. I guess being unconscious doesn't actually give you real rest." "You can sleep after we've cleared this place," Lufusi said, standing over Chen Mo. He extended a hand which Chen Mo reluctantly took, letting Lufusi pull him up. "It seems you found our gear." Jelly looked at Anisha as he said this. Lufusi, Fala and Jelly had changed clothes but still bore varying degrees of sweat and grime, while Anisha was not only fully equipped but also clean and tidy. Chen Mo looked the worst of all. His shirt was wet, dirty and covered with the dust of the road, while his trousers could only be described as pathetic. "They have a storage room beneath the manor," Anisha said. "Most of our equipment is there, but they've already taken some of it. Including the dimensional bags, which is why I didn't bring my gear." "Then well, start there," Lufusi said. "They didn't take my boots, did they?" "Your boots are still there," Anisha said, and a look of relief crossed Lufusi's face. "Time to summon?" Jilly asked. "Let's do it," Lufusi said. "No," Anisha objected. "Your summons are too destructive. My church is going to take over this manor, so I won't let you destroy it." "Let the summons search the estate," Lufusi said. "If that can't flush out the hidden cultists, nothing can." "They'll ruin the manor," Anisha said. "Priestess," Lufusi said to Anisha, "you brought this task to us, so I'm willing to accommodate you, but only up to a point. Beyond that point we won't indulge you, especially not when the team's interests are sacrificed for the sake of the manor's aesthetics." "Understood." Anisha's face was full of reluctance, but she nodded in agreement. "My dad is a landscape designer," Chen Mo said, "though I doubt we can get him out here." "Fine," Jelly said. "Well, bring out the old summons and loot the manor." "You can't do that," Anisha commanded. "Come on, Lufusi," Jelly said, not even bothering to plead with the elf. "What's the point of being adventurers if we can't do a little looting?" Lufusi frowned. "Any personal belongings you find you can take," Lufusi said. "Anything that belongs to the estate stays where it is. That includes furniture, decorations, artwork and so on. And don't cause unnecessary damage." He wagged a finger between Jelly and Fala. "That means both of you," he said. Anisha still looked like she had a whole lemon in her mouth, but she offered no further protest.
Fine, Jelly said, then it'll be a conservative looting.
That's not helping, Lufusi said through gritted teeth.
Jelly fella, you two stay outside. Use your summons to drive out any wandering cultists. But what about the loot? Jelly said.
Maybe you should think about that before opening your big mouth next time, Lufusi said.
My mouth was closed, Fala complained, drawing a reproachful look from Lufusi. Fine, she said.
Just find any cultist still above ground and catch anyone who tries to flee, Lufusi said. Anisha and I will search the manor so someone might come running out.
What about my gear? Jelly asked. Once this place is cleared you can go get it. Now that the collars are off, do you really need your hammer? Jelly raised a fist, now covered by the gauntlet of his armor.
No, he admitted reluctantly. Jelly's chagrin seemed to soothe Anisha to some extent. Jelly walked away and unfastened the belt pouch Fala had given him earlier. He opened a small flap that served as a nozzle and began pouring gray powder from the pouch onto the ground, forming a circle.
Is that iron filings? Chen Mo asked. Yes, Fala said, summoning is more complex than most essence abilities and requires something as a medium.
Salt circles are the most common, but many people use other things.
For Jelly's ability, it's iron filings.
She patted the pouch at her waist.
For me, it's obsidian powder. We keep large stocks of both materials in my magic chest.
Jelly finished pouring the iron filings into a circle and tucked the pouch back onto his belt. Then he crouched down and reached out a hand. To Chen Mo's astonishment, the hand spontaneously caught fire.
Unfazed, Jelly reached out and touched the circle.
The iron his fingers touched almost immediately turned red and began to melt, and smoke rose where the blazing iron met the grass. The flames spread like a lit fuse racing around the circle. Once a complete ring of glowing metal formed, intricate magical patterns began to appear within the circle. From these patterns something seemed to rise from the ground, yet the ground remained intact.
It was a humanoid figure crudely carved from ugly black iron.
Accompanied by a strong smell of ozone, it was enormous, about 3 meters tall. It looked clumsy and menacing, like something hammered together from spare slabs of raw iron.
Between its joints the glow of molten metal could be seen emanating from within.
Its head was flat and featureless. The center of its torso looked like 2 separate pieces of metal pushed together with edges protruding like interlocking teeth. As he watched, its torso opened like a terrible mouth, revealing a pool of molten metal within that radiated heat toward the group, then closed again.
Impressive, right? Jelly asked Chen Mo, already pleased with himself. Very, Chen Mo said. What is it?
This is a furnace golem, Jelly said proudly. A drop of molten metal fell hissing as it struck the ground.
I understand why Anisha doesn't want it going into the house, Chen Mo said. You too? Jelly asked, disappointed. Anisha shot Chen Mo an annoyed glare.
You, she said in a tone that sounded like an insult, may address me as priestess. Chen Mo did not appreciate being treated like something scraped off the bottom of a shoe.
Very well, you, he said with a smug smile, may address me as the dashing Chen Mo. What?
Anisha could hardly believe what she had just heard. You are forgiven, Chen Mo said haughtily, turning his head away at the same time.
Just don't let it happen again. Anisha's eyes widened.
When she took an angry step forward, Lufusi blocked her path.
Chen Mo, you'd better stay with Jelly and Fala, Lufusi said. Farah began summoning.
She poured out her own magic circle beside the scorched circle of earth Gary had made. Her process was identical to Gary's until the powder melted into a searing red ring.
Unlike Gary's puppet, Farah's summon was a mass of black-red magma with arms. Magma that can punch people with fists bigger than my head, Chen Mo said. Why does she get that while mine just sees in the dark? Well, Gary said, what essence did you use? Dark essence. Hers was from volcanic essence, so that's how it is. There's volcanic essence. That sounds way better than mine. It depends, Gary said. Farah isn't very good at stealth. That's because she has volcanic power, Chen Mo said. Everyone else has to handle the stealth. Gary pondered for a moment. That's a good point, he admitted.
Rufus and Anisha headed toward the house.
Farah and Gary patrolled the estate.
I can't believe they're making us wait outside, Gary said. As they walked, 2 huge figures loomed ahead.
Both radiated searing heat, so Gary and Farah didn't let them get too close. Maybe we'll catch some cultists, Chen Mo said. Hopefully, Gary said.
How long can these summons last?
Chen Mo asked. Depends on your ability level, Farah said. For Gary and me, a few hours. About an hour later, Rufus came out to find them.
He stared at a row of charred arches cut through the hedge maze, speechless.
Didn't I say not to cause unnecessary damage?
You're the one who told us to drive them out, Gary said. And you didn't specify exactly how far. Well, Chen Mo said he did point at you too and say don't cause unnecessary damage. That goes for you.
Whose side are you on? Gary asked.
Justice.
Farah let out a scoff. Did you actually find anyone? Whose side are you on? Gary asked.
Justice.
Farah let out a scoff. Did you actually find anyone?
The storeroom burned down with him, Gary said.
Rufus shook his head.
We found a carriage shed missing its carriage, Chen Mo said.
Looks like they left in a hurry.
Seems someone grabbed the valuables and ran without even stopping to pick up what they dropped.
Cowards, Gary said. They can't be cowards, Chen Mo said. They needed those terrifying monsters to pull their carriage.
Monsters?
Rufus asked. They're not monsters, Gary said. Haters are just ordinary animals.
Chen Mo had encountered haters for the first time when he found the stables. They were the size and shape of horses but had scales instead of fur and 2 heads each with a horn on its forehead. In Chen Mo's eyes it was as if someone had put 2 unicorns and a lizard into a teleporter and they had come out blended together.
They're terrifying.
If you think they're bad, Farah said, you're done for when you see real monsters.
What did you find? Gary asked Rufus. We found some people hiding.
After the cultists came back, the estate's owner emptied the treasury and took off, leaving the servants behind.
Wasn't the owner the high priest? Gary asked. Apparently not, Farah said. What did you do with the cultists you caught? Chen Mo asked.
We interrogated them, then killed them, Rufus said flatly.
You just execute prisoners like that. What's wrong with that? Farah asked.
As the search of the estate pushed forward, the group members each completed their tasks. The cultists were either dead or had fled, and they found a large cache of documents pointing to a major cult organization.
So these people were just a local branch? Chen Mo asked while searching through a wardrobe. Correct, Rufus said, opening a drawer.
It's called the Red Table Society.
It's weaker in remote areas like this. Dealing with its core members would require adventurers of a higher rank than us. They decided to spend the night at the estate. Chen Mo was free to explore it and discovered many things that astonished him.
Unlike the medieval technology he had expected, magic here replicated all sorts of modern conveniences, from indoor plumbing to lighting to refrigerators. The horrifying scene discovered in the cannibal's kitchen was the stuff of nightmares. Chen Mo began looking for clothes to replace his outfit, which had now become filthy rags. Local fashion favored loose, breathable styles that let air flow and ward off the desert heat. That made it easy for him to find clothes in his size. He put together a suitable outfit and took a hot shower with the water flow and temperature controlled by a pair of crystals. Feeling refreshed, he put on his new clothes. The top was light and breathable, fully covered his arms, and had a wraparound hood that shielded his head and face from direct sunlight. Gary had worn similar clothes while crossing the desert earlier. The rest of the outfit consisted of loose trousers and practical desert boots. The underwear was the silkiest pair of boxer shorts he had ever come across. He hesitated before using the stolen underwear, but he decided he couldn't go commando once he returned to the desert. As for his old clothes, only the t-shirt could be saved. The pants and sandals were beyond repair and were thrown away.
You no longer own any items belonging to the starter gear set.
The starter gear set has been removed from the equipment tab of your inventory. Reminded of the equipment tab, Chen Mo began fiddling with it, creating several loadouts from the clothes he had gathered. His serpent-fang dagger had been recovered along with the rest of the group's equipment, so it joined the default set along with the snakeskin belt and sheath. He combined several other pieces of gear and created even more sets for them.
Conveniently, items in the equipment tab didn't take up space in his main inventory.
The most interesting part was when he switched equipment. Changing sets briefly wrapped his body in black mist, during which the old gear returned to his inventory and the new gear appeared directly on him.
He rapidly switched back and forth between sets to test the feature. The black smoke gently stung his skin. At night, Chen Mo lay in bed staring at the ceiling. After the strangest and most dangerous day of his life, he was utterly exhausted, but his mind refused to sink into sleep. He threw off the covers, opened his inventory, and equipped a new set of gear. The group had each claimed one of the bedrooms along the top floor. A shared balcony connected all the rooms, each accessible through French doors. Chen Mo opened his and strolled outside.
He rested his hands on the railing and looked up at the sky. In the star-filled sky, 2 moons shone brightly, 1 half moon, 1 crescent.
I really am in a different world. You only realize that now. Rufus' voice came from behind. Chen Mo turned to see Rufus emerging from his own room. He walked over and leaned on the railing beside Chen Mo. Can't sleep either? Chen Mo asked. I'm on night watch, Rufus said. We don't think the cultists will come back, but what they did before makes us uneasy. We take turns keeping watch all night. Don't you want me to take a shift? Chen Mo asked. Chen Mo smiled. Still, it's a wise decision. He turned his gaze back to the sky. So why aren't you sleeping? Rufus asked. I thought you would have passed out the moment your head hit the pillow. Everything that happened today keeps replaying in my mind, Chen Mo said. I was in a daze most of the time, so it felt like it wasn't me. But it really was me. You did brilliantly today. If it hadn't been for you, we'd all be dead. It didn't feel brilliant. It felt like being in a constant state of despair and panic. I think the blow to my head oddly helped. My head ached like hell, but I was too dizzy to actually think about what was happening. Otherwise I would have been scared out of my wits and hidden under a table. I don't believe that, Rufus said. I've seen many adventurers. Most you can teach, but some will never have what it takes. And others. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Others seem born for it. You have that quality, Chen Mo. Chen Mo sighed. I don't feel like I have that quality. At least not the kind you mean. When I first woke up here I didn't know what was happening or where I was. I didn't think any of this was real. The most reasonable explanation was that I was insane and all of this was in my head. You think I'm fictional? Rufus asked. By the time I met you, Chen Mo said, I had no time to stop and think. I was too busy jumping from one life-threatening situation to another. You really did make it through several desperate situations to get here. From my perspective it's unreal, Chen Mo said. Everything about this place is unreal. In the place I came from there was no magic, no elves. Absolutely no lion men like Gary. Monsters were just myths and metaphors. We only told stories about the darkness of our own nature. But now you believe it. You believe all of this is real. Chen Mo nodded. Anisha made me hesitate for a moment, but yes. Anisha. A haughty elf girl in tight leather who makes no secret of her disdain for me. That's exactly the kind of thing my brain would come up with. Rufus gave Chen Mo a sidelong glance. Don't look at me like that, as if you don't have your own psychological baggage, Chen Mo said. I didn't say anything. Sure, buddy. But I get it. She's real. All of this is real. This experience is too long and too coherent even with a concussion. Any explanation that made sense in my world doesn't apply. At least none that I know. Hallucinations, madness, dreams. Any explanation that retains even a hint of logic would mean they aren't the answer. Chen Mo sighed again. If nothing else, he continued, there's too much happening here for me to have made it. I don't have the imagination to come up with all of this. I mean, maybe the general outline, but not all the little details. Well said, Rufus, now that you've accepted it, what's next? I don't know, Chen Mo laughed. If I really am here, then I suppose I should start looking for a way home. You don't seem too enthusiastic about that. I didn't leave much behind, Chen Mo said. My life wasn't really that great. Then a brand new start, said Rufus. You could begin by becoming an adventurer like us. Chen Mo looked at Rufus. I'm not sure that's what I want, Chen Mo said. Everything today, that's what you guys do, right? It usually goes more smoothly, Rufus said. Not this dangerous. Though it is a dangerous life, I won't lie. What worries me isn't the danger, Chen Mo said. Well, it is, but that's not what keeps me awake at night. Is this your first time killing someone? Rufus asked quietly. Chen Mo nodded. Just yesterday he said I hadn't been in a fight in 10 years. I can't remember what it was for. Some trivial matter that seemed important when I was 13. A child's fight for childish reasons. But today I killed people. I can tell myself they were evil, but that doesn't matter. I can say it was self-defense, but I killed them. Chen Mo shook his head. That wasn't even the worst part, he said. The worst came later, when I was lying in bed. A stranger's bed, perhaps even the bed of someone I had killed. That was when I realized I had to count to remember how many people I had killed today. That was when I got out of bed again. Chen Mo fell silent. They stood there quietly gazing into the darkness for a long while.
I suppose your world is safe, Rufus said after considering Shenmo's words.
Not everywhere, Shenmo said. But the part where I was, yes. That's good, Rufus said. But you have to accept that you're not there anymore.
This world can be harsh and life can be cheap. You say the fact that the people you killed were evil is irrelevant, but you're wrong. Did you think we were the first sacrifices laid on their chopping block?
Look at the carnage in the kitchen.
The cells in the cellar were already soaked through with blood. If we hadn't stopped them, they would have kept killing, and you and I might both be dead. I don't know about justice in your world, but here it often takes people like us to mete out justice to people like them. I'm not sure I can become that cold, Shinemo said.
I saw you today, Rufus said. You can do it. What if I don't want to become that?
It's your own choice, Rufus said, leaning against the terrace railing.
The past doesn't matter. What matters is that you can reshape yourself now. An opportunity like this comes once in 1,000 years.
But remember, every choice has a price, even the choice to do nothing.
Rufus glanced at Chen Mo, then looked back at the night sky.
He continued, when an adventurer can open every door, power, wealth, fame, traveling the world. 9 days out of 10 it is the greatest calling in the world.
But the 10th day. That is the moment that truly defines an adventurer. The moment you must walk through fire for someone else. The moment you must make the hard choices. Rufus turned to Chen Mo and gave him a weary smile. Does this make me numb? Yes. Does it keep me awake at night? Without a doubt.
But because people like us exist, countless people will sleep soundly tonight. If you want, you can choose to be one of the sleepers, never having to face choices, never having to dirty your hands. But think about today. In a desperate situation, you stood up and took control of your fate.
A sleeper can't do that.
When misfortune comes, they can only wait for people like us to stand in front of them.
Rufus took a deep breath and slowly let it out.
I won't lie, he said gravely. If you choose to become one of us, tonight will not be your last sleepless night.
Is it worth it? Chen Mo asked. Only you can answer that. You saved people today, including me, but you had to dirty your hands to do it. If you could make those choices all over again, would you do it again? I don't know. Rufus pushed himself off the railing. Think it over carefully, he said. When you can answer that question, maybe you'll know what to do. I'm going to go on patrol. You have a lot to think about. He walked away, but before he vanished into the manor, Chen Mo called out to him. Rufus. What is it? If I decide to become an adventurer, what do I need to do? We can teach you, he said. But first you need to absorb more essences.
Before we discuss anything else, an adventurer's strength is the foundation of everything.
Doing this in front of everyone makes me a bit self-conscious. Jason muttered, rubbing the back of his neck.
The desert morning light was softened into warmth by the manor's barrier. The four of them were seated in wicker chairs on the terrace. Gary's massive frame made the chair creak, so he got up and went to fetch a bench.
But you promised to let me observe and study it, Farah said to Chen Mo. Actually, you only asked, Rufus said. He never gave a clear answer.
I want to watch too, Gary said. He picked up a low bench only to find that it was fixed to the tiled terrace. A few tiles came loose with the bench. Gary looked at the damage and shrugged.
Can you stop wrecking this place?
Anisha is hard enough to deal with at the best of times, Rufus said. Compared to what we did to the hedge maze, this little bit of damage is nothing, Gary said.
You actually think that makes it better? Rufus asked.
Gary walked back to the group and set the bench down with a loud clatter. Its legs had become uneven after being pulled out of the ground, but Gary was satisfied enough and sat down heavily. Under his weight, the bench let out a harsh screech against the terrace.
Rufus shook his head wearily. I'm a member of the Magic Association, Farah said to Gary. My interest in watching Chen Mo use essence is purely academic. What do you get out of it? What else would I do? Gary asked. Help Anisha file documents. No, can't do that. That probably wouldn't end well for anyone, Farah admitted.
Anisha, the absent member of the group, was in the manor's main study. They had managed to dig up various letters and other records that connected the inhabitants to cults in other regions. Before they left the manor, she needed to gather these materials as evidence. You might as well stay, Chen Mo said. If I pass out again, maybe you can act as a bodyguard. I'm still a bit surprised you gained so many essences, Rufus said. You did say you only arrived in our world yesterday, right?
It was a busy day, Chen Mo said. You're not wrong about that, Gary said. Should I do this on an empty stomach? Chen Mo asked. I'm hungry but I don't trust any food in this place. Everything in that kitchen could become every nightmare I'll ever have. Sorry, Farah said. We didn't bring any food. Right, you all eat coins, that's definitely not strange. I do have some tyrant pheasant meat. Maybe we can roast it with your fire ability.
I love tyrant pheasant, Gary said.
How did you keep it from dissolving with the rest of the monster?
Do you know monster harvesting magic?
That kind of magic exists. That's one of my abilities. Makes sense, Rufus said. Otherworlders all have different abilities. Farah nodded.
Harvesting abilities are rare and valuable but not unique, she said. If you have enough essences to form a complete set you can reach iron rank, Rufus said.
And then you can eat some coins too. A complete set of essences is 4, right? Chen Mo asked. I only have 2 more in addition to the one I've already used. I don't suppose you have another one on you. 3 is enough, Farah said. I keep forgetting that you truly don't know anything. Once you use a 3rd essence, the 4th manifests immediately. They are called fusion essences because they are the result of the 3 essences you already have.
In my case I used fire, earth and potent essences which gave me volcanic essence. Fusion essences only manifest after you have used 3 essences, Rufus added.
You won't find volcanic essence anywhere. Even for essences that manifest near volcanoes you will usually get essences like fire and earth.
Is this the source of essence?
Chen Mo asked. They just appear at random.
That's right, Farah said. Your world may not have any magic at all, but this world is rich with it. So rich that it spontaneously manifests everywhere. Most magical manifestations are monsters, Rufus explained. They simply appear formed from magic, and that magic is unstable. Eventually they break down and dissolve back into magic. Killing them only speeds up that process. Suppose you killed not a monster but an animal, Chen Mo said. Like a giant serpent. It won't dissolve into a stinking cloud, will it?
Correct.
Monsters usually aren't a problem right after they manifest, but when they get close to decomposing they become highly aggressive. Our main job as adventurers is to hunt them down before they reach that stage.
Isn't it just walking around and killing every person you find? Chen Mo asked. No, Rufus said.
I'm not sure I'd have the stomach for that. I certainly wouldn't want to work with someone like that. How long can a monster last before it goes mad?
Chen Mo asked. It depends on the monster's tier, Farah said.
Low-tier monsters only last a week or 2. They're already close to decomposing the moment they appear, so they're aggressive from the very start, but they don't really pose a threat. An old woman with a broom could handle them. Iron-tier monsters can last about a month and they start turning aggressive around the last week or so. There are higher tiers above that, but this is a low magic region, so you'll mainly see iron-tier monsters with the occasional bronze tier one.
So monsters have tiers too? Chen Mo asked. Do they also use essence? No, Rufus said.
It's just a division of power thresholds.
For both essence users and monsters. Additionally, each tier suppresses lower tiers.
We're all bronze tier. If you fought any of us, your iron tier abilities would be far less effective.
You could temporarily overcome that by boosting your attributes with soul coins, Farah added, but that only works up to a point and it won't last very long. You have to time it well because once the power fades you'll be weaker. I know that from experience, Chen Mo said.
There are other forms of magical manifestation, Rufus said. Non-living forms are more stable, they remain until someone uses them.
Essence, Chen Mo said.
That is the most powerful manifestation, Rufus said, and the rarest. Next come essence shards, something like fragments of essence.
Can you collect a pile of essence shards and use them as essence? Chen Mo asked.
I'm afraid not, Rufus said.
People have been trying to make that work for years, Farah said.
There are always some lunatics claiming they've found a way, but it's impossible.
Essence shards are still very useful though, Rufus went on.
They may not be as powerful as essence, Farah said, but they have plenty of uses. Ritual magic, alchemy, weapon forging. I make weapons and armor, Gary said.
I use essence shards by the pile. By the pile.
We found a magic supply storeroom yesterday, Farah said. They took all the good stuff when they left, but left behind quite a lot of iron tier essence shards.
Not bad, Gary said. The last form of magical manifestation is awakening stones, Rufus said.
They are mainly used to awaken essence abilities, but they can also be used in all kinds of magic. Like the thing they tried to sacrifice us to, Chen Mo said.
He took 4 red crystals out of his inventory and lined them up on the table.
Each of us had one of these in some kind of ritual bowl connected to the cages in the basement, he said.
Rufus picked one up.
I wonder what kind of stones they are.
Feast awakening stones, Chanemo said. All 4 are the same. Common stuff, food-related, Farah said.
I encountered one when I was a kid. It manifested in my family's kitchen, Gary said. It fell straight into a pot of soup. My dad said that's why the soup tasted strange, but I think the real reason is that he wasn't good at making soup. Paired with the right essence it can have remarkable effects, Rufus said. But since they're common, they might awaken hundreds of abilities tied to the concept of feasts. Too many, thousands upon thousands, Farah said. The rarer the awakening stone, the more specific the ability it grants.
So are rarer awakening stones better?
Jason asked.
Not necessarily, Rufus said.
It's just that higher quality awakening stones have a more precise probability pool, so the odds of getting the desired powerful ability are higher. If your luck is bad, a common awakening stone and a rare treasure might grant abilities of equal strength. You only need to match a specific rare awakening stone when you're seeking a particular type of ability. There's no 100% guarantee, though, Farah cautioned.
Even the rarest awakening stone may not turn out as you hope.
But remember, the greatest determining factor of one's abilities is always the essence itself. Jason took out a blood-red cube from his storage space. Its surface seemed to flow with fresh blood, yet the touch was dry and warm. I absorbed the shadow essence and also found this blood essence.
Finding blood-type essence in a cult lair isn't surprising. Rufus nodded. Blood-type essence has extraordinary potential.
Gary rubbed his hands excitedly.
Paired with a feast awakening stone, you might get a life-draining ability.
Then you'd be able to heal yourself. But it might require draining someone else's life force to heal yourself.
The odds aren't low, Farah analyzed. Blood-type plus feast has a decent chance even with a common awakening stone.
It's just that ordinary people tend to shun it. After all, many require draining another person's life force, and some even require drinking blood. Self-healing is invaluable when the team lacks a healer, Rufus said. We've spent years struggling to find a reliable healer.
Isn't Anissa a healer? Just a temporary helper. Rufus shook his head. Usually it's just the 3 of us. Blood-type essence often grants self-healing abilities, Farah said, but don't expect strong offensive options. Blood-type abilities tend to be nasty, bleeding, poisoning and the like. No lava cannon.
Jason feigned disappointment.
I'm afraid not, Farah couldn't help laughing. But I really want a lava cannon.
I'd advise you not to follow Farah's extreme path, Gary interjected.
Hey! Farah protested.
When it comes to pure destructive power, Farah certainly surpasses us all, Rufus said in fairness, but the price of such specialization is a lack of adaptability.
She's best at blowing things sky high. Gary gave a thumbs up.
True, Farah said, raising her chin proudly.
Explosion is truth.
Granted, relying on that has solved most of our problems, Rufus said.
But when overwhelming, almost uncontrollable destructive force isn't the answer, she's at a bit of a loss. Power is always the best answer. Farah crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow.
Large-scale damage sounds pretty cool, Jason said, rubbing the blood-red cube, but blood-type essence doesn't seem suited for that.
Should I use it now or wait for something better?
That depends on your development path, Rufus said.
You'd better consider other essence combinations.
I've already fused the shadow essence.
A stealth assassin path is workable, Farah said, eyes lighting up. Silently poison and bleed them. Avoid death essence at all costs. Rufus suddenly turned serious and the other 2 nodded emphatically. Death essence.
Even though it can grant formidable power, Gary said, having rarely set aside his joking expression, it comes with terrifying side effects.
Few essences turn against their users, the death type is the exception. Remember the fusion essence we explained? Rufus asked. The Bithrigetnafri essence package. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Something like that, Rufus nodded. Some fusion essences are produced from multiple combinations.
But death essence is extremely prone to generating undead combinations. Almost every combination involving death essence yields undead essence.
Take the blood essence in your hand, for example, Farah continued. As long as you absorb death essence and any other essence, undead essence will automatically form.
The undead type is terrible.
Gary crossed his arms and shivered. The abilities granted by undead essence tend to turn their users into living dead monsters.
Rufus' expression grew grave. Farah rubbed the feast awakening stone.
If it's combined with the blood type, there's a 90% chance it awakens into a vampire.
There really are vampires in this world.
Not only are there, Rufus said in a low voice, they're extremely dangerous. They can't survive on spirit coins or ordinary food. They must drink blood to live.
Chen Mo interjected. Imagine having immense magical power yet being forever thirsty, craving blood. Gary made a throat-crushing gesture. A walking disaster.
Even worse, Farah said, a wisp of flame igniting at her fingertip. Undead-type ability users can usually turn ordinary people into lesser monsters. Not as powerful as the original, but enough to trigger a plague catastrophe.
Classic zombie siege scenario. Chen Mo recalled Earth's films and television shows. Even if undead essence doesn't turn you into a monster, Farah added, it tends to grant abilities that aren't exactly pleasant.
You already said blood essence has a life-draining ability, Chen Mo said.
What's more unpleasant than draining life force?
Yes, Gary growled. If you siphon some health from the person who stabbed you, nobody minds, as long as you don't do it by drinking his blood. But what if you raid the local graveyard instead? No one wants their dead relatives shambling into town as part of your undead legion.
And that's only one of the lesser evils, Farah said. We actually all met while fighting a
real zombie plague.
Chen Mo asked.
Zombies turning other people into zombies, the whole process. The whole process, Gary said. Whole towns were burned to the ground just to contain it.
It was horrible, truly awful. We never want to see anything like that again, Farah said.
If you use undead essence, we'll kill you ourselves. Chen Mo looked at the expressions on the others' faces and realized they weren't joking.
Then he'll stay away from death essence, he said.
Besides, Rufus said, the Adventurers Association has a list of restricted essences that pose an inherent threat to ordinary people. Death essence is at the top of that list, Gary said.
Most of them are results of essence combinations, Rufus explained. You need to be careful with restricted essences.
If you possess and use one, it becomes impossible to obtain Adventurers Association membership. And I'd want to be a member of this Adventurers Association.
Chen Mo asked.
You would, Rufus said emphatically.
All right, Chen Mo said.
I don't have death essence, but am a little wary of the one I do have.
Chen Mo thoughtfully took out the second cube. Gilded patterns flowed across the white jade surface as a system notification appeared. Item: Sin Essence Legendary. Materialized power of Sin Consumable Essence. Requirement number of absorbed essences 4. Effect grants 1 Sin Essence ability. Currently absorbed essences 14. Warning: once an essence is absorbed, it cannot be removed or replaced. Absorb. Yes, no. May I look at it? Farah asked, reaching for the essence. Chen Mo nodded. She picked it up and turned it over in her hand, examining it. It's beautiful, she said. I don't recognize it. It's Sin Essence, Chen Mo said. Are you sure? Farah asked, examining the white and gold cube. It looks more like a holy type. Rufus studied Chen Mo with a thoughtful expression. You have the ability to identify items, don't you? Yes, Chen Mo said. It's one of my traits as an otherworlder. I've seen that ability in other otherworlders before, Rufus said. Farah put the cube back on the table. I've never heard of Sin Essence, she said. It must be one of those extremely rare essences.
I expected Sin Essence to be pitch black.
I knew someone who had Sin Essence, Gary said. Back when I was growing up, a priest in my hometown possessed it.
A priest had Sin Essence?
Farah said. Whose priest was he? The god of justices, Gary said. That seems a bit odd, Rufus said.
What kind of abilities did he have? I was just a kid then, and it was a long time ago, Gary said. He was a rather stern man, like those traditional justice faction types. I vaguely remember a lot of punitive smiting magic. Chen Mo said, wait, you have gods in this world?
Of course, Gary said.
Doesn't your world have gods?
We have religions, Chen Mo said. Isn't that the same thing? Gary asked. No, Chen Mo said. No, it isn't.
Do your gods actually appear and do things where people can see them?
Of course, Farah said.
Anisha is a priestess.
We've seen her god appear in person.
Spend some time in the worship square of any city of considerable size, sooner or later you'll see one.
That must save a lot of theological debate, Chen Mo said. If you decide to use that Sin Essence, Gary said, you'd better not tell Anisha. Why not? Chen Mo asked.
She is the priestess of the goddess of purity, Farah explained.
That's not good, Chen Mo said. Do you have a problem with purity? Gary asked. In my world you have to be wary of people who are always talking about purity.
Let them and they'll start putting people in camps burning with zeal to purify the impure.
That does sound like something Anisha would support, Farah said.
Her church holds the belief that the essences we use change who we are, so they only favor essences they consider sacred or pure.
They claim other essences defile the soul. You say that as if you think she's wrong, Chen Mo said.
She is wrong, Rufus said.
Essence abilities themselves are neither good nor bad.
Like a sword, they can be used to oppress or to protect. The result doesn't lie in the tool but in the person who wields it. Only religious zealots and those trying to escape responsibility for their own actions would claim that essences guide our actions rather than the other way around.
Rufus was clearly speaking from experience, and not a good one. Didn't you just explain that I need to be careful about essences changing me? Chen Mo asked.
That warning applies to rare and extreme cases, Rufus said.
That's what the restricted list is for. But people try to claim it applies to all essences, and that's simply not true.
Anisha wouldn't agree, Farah said.
Anisha is wrong, Rufus said. I'll get the restricted list, Farah said, standing up. Before Chen Mo decides what to do, let's see whether Sin Essence is on it. Good idea, Rufus said.
Farah made her stone storage chest rise from underground. It came up through the terrace without damaging the tiles, as if it hadn't been truly solid until it fully appeared. From the chest she took out a stone tablet. It looked like it was made of swirling blue and white marble with words written on it in a material that resembled real gold.
Farah touched the characters with her finger.
The words began to move, the text shifting before their eyes.
What is that? Chen Mo asked.
This is called a living fossil, Farah said. It stores a great amount of information and is connected to the central record. When the central record updates, the information on the tablet changes as well. This one contains the complete list of every essence and combination of essences known to the Magic Association.
The Magic Association. Is that different from the Adventurer Association you mentioned?
Yes, but we can explain all of that once we return to civilization, Rufus said. This tablet is much more expensive than paper, Farah said.
It's smaller and you don't need to replace it when data updates. Does it update often? Chen Mo asked.
There are all kinds of essences, Farah explained, staring at the constantly shifting text on the tablet, and many of them are extremely rare. Most people choose proven combinations, but there are always those who try new things.
Ah, found it.
She found what she was looking for on the tablet and the text stopped shifting. We can look up an essence, see its known combinations and any restricted combinations, Farah said.
It looks like your Sin Essence belongs to the rarest category.
They truly are rare.
Is it restricted? Chen Mo asked.
It isn't restricted in itself, Farah said, but it has few known combinations. It seems there is one restricted combination.
I've never heard of Succubus Essence before. Perhaps because it requires two extremely rare essences. What about the essences Chen Mo possesses? Rufus asked. Wait. Darkness, Blood and Sin, right? That's what I have, Chen Mo said. This combination is actually here, Farah said. It produces Doom Essence, another essence I've never heard of. Unrestricted, so that's good news. Did you say Doom Essence? Chen Mo said. Yes, Farah said, putting away the tablet. It sounds rather intimidating, doesn't it? Is this really something I want to carry with me? Chen Mo asked. Of course, Gary said.
Who would dare to mess with someone who possesses Doom Essence?
Does it say what kind of abilities this essence grants? Rufus asked.
What's listed is Pain Specialization, she said.
Pain Specialization. Chen Mo asked.
Is that something like death by 1,000 cuts?
Yes, Gary said. Damage over time debuffs. Did you just say debuffs? Chen Mo asked. Yes, that means I know what debuffs are, Chen Mo said. I'm just wondering whether I need to choose this essence. So what do you think? Rufus asked.
Pain Specialization is an uncommon specialty, the complete opposite of what Farah does. Her damage is instant and explosive, but she exhausts herself quickly. A pain specialist is weaker in short battles but unrivaled in prolonged ones.
I don't know, Chen Mo said. I don't know what's good.
I say go for it, Farah said. Pain specialists are few and it'll make you highly sought after. You'll also be called in for all the big battles, Gary said.
When facing truly powerful monsters you need endurance.
In such fights someone like Fala who burns through all her mana quickly is just dead weight.
Hey! Chen Mo looked at Rufus. What do you think I should do? Rufus gathered his thoughts before answering. Pain specialization usually lacks the ability to strike quickly and violently.
This makes them harder and less efficient in fights that most people consider simple, Rufus said. In exchange they become more useful the longer a battle lasts. A pain specialist can wear down multiple monsters at once and fight against powerful foes.
However, it isn't an easy path.
It requires good judgment and survivability to avoid losing the fight before it truly begins.
There's also the intimidation factor, Gary said. Smart people don't provoke someone who masters pain specialization.
Poison curses setting your insides on fire. Even if you kill a pain specialist you might still be a walking dead man.
No one wants to face an enemy like that.
There is indeed that factor, Rufus said.
This kind of power is frightening. So should I do it? Chen Mo asked. Use these essences.
My advice is yes, you should, Rufus said.
Easy fights don't matter.
What matters are the hard fights.
You need skill to make it work and you don't have it yet. But I can teach you.
That's a good offer, Gary said.
Agreed, Fala said. Rufus' family runs one of the most exclusive adventurer preparatory academies in the world.
Even the king attended that school.
If he's willing to teach you, take it. We all owe you, Chen Mo, Rufus said. If it weren't for you, we'd be dead now. We won't forget that.
So we'll do our best to help you get established as an adventurer.
Maybe you'll eventually find a way home. Thanks, Chen Mo said. Though without you I wouldn't have gotten out of there either.
If I had just run out of that room I would have been in the middle of the desert. Without water, with no idea where I was or where to go. Even if the cultists hadn't caught up to me I would have died there.
I'm not so sure, Gary said. You seem to have a way of turning the tide. I think reversing the sun's direction is a bit beyond my abilities, Chen Mo said.
He placed his hand on the blood essence on the table. All right, he said, I think we should finish this before Anisha arrives.
Oh, don't worry about that one, Farah said.
I saw her buried under a pile of papers in the study. I think she intends to read every single sheet in the entire estate just to make sure nothing slips past her. That's good, Chen Mo said, because I still have a somewhat suspicious-looking awakening stone.
Chen Mo picked up his 2 essences and stood up.
Worried about fainting again, he led them off the terrace and onto the grass where they all sat down on the lawn.
What are you going to do? Farah asked. Just a new idea, Chen Mo said. This time I want to try a different approach.
He raised the blood essence in his hand. When I raise this essence high, grant me strength.
He lifted the essence above his head with one hand. What exactly are you doing? Farah asked. I told you I'm trying something new, Chen Mo said.
I didn't expect it to work.
Chen Mo lowered his arm. I'm starting to think this strange experience isn't just because you're an outsider, Rufus said. I believe you might be weird in any world.
Chen Mo still chose to use the system to help with the absorption.
Would you like to absorb the blood essence?
Yes. The blood essence then melted in his hand, becoming a viscous liquid that climbed up his arm, began covering his torso and seeped into his skin through his pores. It savagely seared his flesh, driving him to the ground as he struggled to endure the pain. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to keep from losing consciousness. When the pain subsided, he was on all fours, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked with sweat. You have absorbed blood essence. You have absorbed 2 of 4 essences.
Iron rank progress 50-24 essences. Blood essence has bonded with your strength attribute, elevating your strength from ordinary to black iron 0.
Master all blood essence abilities to improve your strength attribute. You have awakened the blood essence ability Blood Harvest. You have awakened 1 of 5 blood essence abilities. Interesting, Farah said, her voice professional. Functionally it seems similar to the way fused essences are absorbed, though the strain on the subject is noticeably greater. Still, with only 1 subject there are too many unanswered questions.
I wish I had more people like you. Subjects have names, Chen Mo groaned painfully.
I wonder whether the type of essence affects the process, Farah mused.
You said you fainted last time, didn't you?
Perhaps the subject will feel different with each occurrence.
The first one was certainly worse, Chen Mo said. Not that this one was particularly fun. I still need a little time. What's your new ability? Gary asked. You should be able to feel it, right?
Just as Gary suggested, the new power had already been inscribed into Chen Mo, becoming a part of him. Ability: Blood Harvest, Blood Spell Drain.
Cost: low mana. Cooldown: none. Current rank: Black Iron 000.
Effect: Iron rank. Drain residual life force from recently deceased bodies to restore health, stamina, and mana. Only affects targets with blood.
Seems like it's for recovering after battle, Chen Mo said.
Sounds good, Gary said. Abilities with limitations are usually more powerful. Especially if those limitations make them hard to use in combat.
Who doesn't like a balanced ability?
Still, I prefer ones with simpler conditions, Chen Mo said.
And it's a healing ability, Gary said.
That's handy when you don't have a healer around.
We've gone through a lot of potions.
Yes, that's true, Farah agreed.
But you have a healer, Chen Mo said.
Anisha isn't a permanent member of the team, remember? The contract is for her church, Rufus said. They asked us to bring her along and give her some field experience. It seemed like a good deal for both sides.
Seemed? Chen Mo asked.
She's a bit judgmental, Farah said.
Very judgmental, Gary said.
And cold, Farah said. You just called me subject a moment ago. That's pretty cold too, Chen Mo replied. Don't talk about her behind her back, Rufus chided. If you can't say it to her face, don't say it at all.
Now you're being judgmental, Gary said.
Gary. Should I use my other essence?
Chen Mo asked.
Or should I use these awakening stones to gain more abilities?
Use the essences first, Farah said.
Your abilities are based on the essences and stones you obtain, but even more so on the essences and abilities you already possess. Using all the essences first means your abilities will complement each other better. If you awaken too many abilities before you have all the essences, Rufus said, your abilities will lack focus.
You'll have more random powers that don't synergize well.
Synergy, Chen Mo said.
Makes sense.
Then let's go for another essence.
Still, I'm not fully recovered enough to take the next one. I might need to lie down for a while.
Chen Mo lay on the grass to recover his strength. He took the opportunity to ask the others where they would go after leaving the estate. They told him about a city on the coast, the only city in the entire desert region.
All right, Chen Mo said as he sat up. I think I can continue.
He sat cross-legged on the grass holding the Sin Essence in his hand.
You are able to absorb Sin Essence.
Absorb.
Yes, no.
The white and gold cube began to shrink and specks of light emerged from it floating around Chen Mo. When the cube vanished entirely, the light around Chen Mo had become a brilliant halo. Are you sure that was the Sin Essence? Gary asked, but Farah shushed him. The light began to sink into Chen Mo's skin, and as it filled his body, a sense of internal pressure grew. As more light pressed into him, discomfort turned to pain, and he felt as if someone were trying to inflate him. Eventually the sensation faded and the pressure gave way to relief. It felt like finally urinating after holding it in for a very long time.
You have absorbed Sin Essence.
You have absorbed 3 of 4 essences.
Iron rank progress 75-34 essences.
Sin Essence has bonded with your recovery attribute, elevating your recovery from ordinary to Black Iron 0. Master all Sin Essence abilities to improve your recovery attribute. You have awakened the Sin Essence ability Punishment. You have awakened 1 of 5 Sin Essence abilities. Not so bad this time, Chen Mo said. I think I'm getting used to it. Good, Rufus said, because you need to do it one more time. As if in response to Rufus' words, 3 shimmering incorporeal cubes emerged from Chen Mo's torso and began to revolve around him in the air. The cubes were projections of the essences he had absorbed, clearly lacking substance. The projections converged before Chen Mo, overlapping one another. When the 3 cubes merged into one, the result was a new cube in which light and shadow swirled. The patterns shifted like thick oil being blended together. The fusion of your essences has produced Doom Essence. This is a fused essence that you may accept or reject. If you choose not to accept this converged essence, it will no longer be available to you.
It's like a Inyan lava lamp, Chen Mo said.
What happens if I don't accept it? Then I'll smack you on the back of the head, Gary said. If you reject your converged essence, Rufus said, you'd only be replacing it with a normal essence. I guarantee that isn't the right choice. Only clergy reject fused essences because their gods grant them divine versions of ordinary essences. Chen Mo nodded, reached out with both hands and grasped the essence. When Chen Mo touched it, the incorporeal projection became solid. Light and shadow began to pour out, enveloping Chen Mo in a strange mixture of brightness and darkness. Then it moved toward Chen Mo and sank into his body. Compared with the previous essences, this was at most uncomfortable. You have absorbed Doom Essence. You have absorbed 4 of 4 essences. Iron rank progress 144 essences. Doom Essence has bonded with your spirit attribute, elevating your spirit from ordinary to Iron 0. Master all Doom Essence abilities to improve your spirit attribute. You have awakened the Doom Essence ability Doom Judgment. You have awakened one of 5 Doom Essence abilities. After the essence was fully absorbed by Chen Mo, a radiance began to surge from within his body. It was a strange gray light that washed out the colors of everything it touched, from the grass to the adventurers seated around him. They were not worried. Rufus beamed. Farah laughed heartily and Gary clapped enthusiastically. You have absorbed 44 essences. All of your attributes have reached the Black Iron rank. You have reached the Black Iron rank. You have gained damage reduction against common grade damage sources. You have gained enhanced resistance against common grade effects. You have gained the ability to sense spiritual energy. You have gained the ability to sustain yourself using concentrated mana sources. Chen Mo jumped to his feet. He felt as if he had been struck by a giant syringe of adrenaline brimming with energy. He laughed out loud and looked down at his arms. The light shone directly through his skin. This feels incredible. The others also stood up. I feel like I need to go climb a mountain or something, Chen Mo said. He was too immersed in the sensation of power flooding into him to notice the sympathetic glances the others cast his way. Yeah, well, Gary said, just wait a moment. Wait for what? Chen Mo asked. Why are all of you backing away? The light began to dim, drawing back into Chen Mo's body. As the light receded, a wave of nausea surged up within him. The feeling grew stronger and stronger as he struggled to resist the urge to vomit. But he failed. He collapsed to the ground on his hands and knees, vomit erupting from within him. A reddish-brown pus began to seep from his pores, staining his clothes and coating his skin in a layer of greasy filth. He vomited endlessly, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Finally he lost consciousness and collapsed into a pool of his own fluids. A terrible stench emanated from him and the others retreated even farther. Even in his unconsciousness, pus and vomit continued to struggle out of his body. The others watched until it finally subsided. That was a lot, Gary said. I performed many essence rituals, Farah said, but I've never seen anyone purge that much impurity. What do you think he's been eating? Gary asked. He's from another world, so it's hard to say, Farah said. Do you think we should have told him about this part beforehand? Rufus asked. Absolutely not, Gary said. Did you see the look on his face? Absolutely worth it. I do feel a bit guilty, Rufus said. Even if had known, it wouldn't have made any difference, Farah said. We've all been through this. Besides, he's an otherworlder, Gary said. The way he absorbs essence is different from ours. We couldn't be sure this would happen. Still, maybe we should have told him to take off his clothes first, Farah said. The stench on those clothes won't wash out. Gary, Rufus said, at least go drag him out of his own filth. If you want to, you can do it, Gary said. I'm not going over there. Farah. Rufus asked, but she shook her head. If you're so worried, Farah said, then you go move him. Rufus looked at Chen Mo lying in the foul-smelling puddle. I'm sure he'll be fine. After a while, Chen Mo finally woke up. I need a bath, Chen Mo said. You just took a bath, Rufus said. I need another one. The stench won't go away. Oh, we all know, Farah said. After waking up, Chen Mo was fed a bottle of stamina potion and directed to a bathhouse on the estate. After washing off the grime that had seeped from his pores, he changed into clean clothes. What was that stuff on me? Chen Mo asked. We told you, Farah said. Reaching the Black Iron rank brings your body closer to a state of perfection, which includes purging impurities from within. I couldn't have had that many impurities. It did look like a lot, Gary said, wrinkling his nose. Maybe he should take another bath. He still has awakening stones to use, Rufus said. I hope we can leave here and get on the road before noon. Chen Mo frowned as Rufus pulled out a pocket watch. Your world also has noons. They explained to Chen Mo how time was measured in their world, and to his surprise it was exactly the same as in his own world. Without a clock from his own world, he couldn't determine how close their hours, minutes and seconds were to those he knew, but at least they were very similar. It's strange that they're the same, Gary said. Suspiciously strange, Chen Mo said. What about the calendar? Chen Mo asked. Is it the same too? As it turned out, the local calendar was similar but not exactly the same. There were 12 months each with 30 days divided according to the early, middle and late phases of each season. There were also 5 extra days that didn't count toward any month, 2 solstices, 2 equinoxes and New Year's Day, which marked the beginning of spring. It's still strange that the two worlds measure time in exactly the same way, Chen Mo said. Well, maybe people from your world came here, Gary said, saw how we do it and brought it back to your world. Or someone brought our system here, Chen Mo said. No, that doesn't sound right, Gary said.
Are you saying your world is better than mine? Chen Mo asked. We have magic, Gary said. We have internet porn, Chen Mo said. Can you two please stop? Rufus said. Gary, go check on Anisha. Tell her it needs to be done within the next few hours. Rufus, Farah and Chen Mo went back outside, the others keeping their distance from Chen Mo and his lingering odor. Did something happen to you all? Chen Mo asked the others. Like what? Rufus asked. I'm not sure, Chen Mo said.
I sense a strange atmosphere from the two of you.
From Gary too. It feels. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe danger. Rufus laughed.
That feeling is our spiritual energy, Rufus said.
Now that you've reached the black iron rank, you can sense it.
We're all at the bronze rank and not far from silver, so we're much more powerful than you.
That's the danger you sensed. You'll soon learn to distinguish power, to tell apart monsters, essence users and ordinary people. So it's a kind of warning. Chen Mo said. Yes, Farah said, but it's not entirely reliable. Some monsters can conceal their spiritual energy. People can too if they have spiritual abilities.
They returned to the lawn outside, standing upwind of the puddle where Chen Mo's filth still lay.
You've used awakening stones before, haven't you? Rufus asked. Is it very different from using essence? Easier, Chen Mo said. You also need to perform rituals for those, right? Yes, Farah said.
Well, obviously you don't need to, but everyone else does.
How many stones do you have? 6, Chen Mo said.
It's a good thing you can use them directly, Rufus said.
Performing the rituals would take hours.
It wouldn't be that bad, Farah said.
I've done many, so I can finish quickly.
They sat on the soft grass and Chen Mo took out his awakening stones, arranging them in a row. I saw those heretics using those stones as part of a sacrificial ritual.
Chen Mo asked.
Sometimes awakening stones are used in very powerful rituals, Farah explained, sometimes even as the essence. They really created a doomsday monster, Rufus said.
Can that thing actually destroy the world? Chen Mo said.
Not that it isn't terrifying, but it hardly seems sufficient for global annihilation. They would have needed to defeat it for a long time before it grew into a true threat, Farah said. They probably intended to keep it somewhere isolated and provide an endless stream of victims. We killed it as soon as it appeared, like destroying a dangerous animal right after it hatched or even before it hatched. Even if we hadn't, Rufus said, there are people far more powerful than us who could handle it. Even if it became truly powerful, there are diamond tier adventurers out there.
Is that the highest rank? Chen Mo asked.
Yes, Rufus said, but you won't see them often.
If you're an ordinary person, you won't see them at all, Farah said. I've only seen one, and that was because of this one. Rufus' grandfather is diamond tier, Farah said.
He is the headmaster of the academy his family runs. A diamond tier essence user is the pinnacle of mortal power, Rufus explained. The Adventurers Association likes to keep 2 or 3 in the largest cities in case a diamond tier monster appears. That rarely happens though, so they are essentially unseen. When you are that strong, the concept of higher authority becomes absurd. For the most part, diamond tier adventurers are mysterious figures pursuing goals known only to themselves. And there aren't many diamond tier people anyway, Farah said. The only reason their numbers meet human society's needs is that they live a very long time.
They live longer. Chen Mo asked.
All essence users age more slowly, Rufus said. At Black Iron tier you won't notice much difference, but you can still reach the limits of an ordinary person.
Bronze tier can live to 200 years old. Silver tier can double that. If you reach silver tier young enough, you'll look decades younger. Gold tier can live for 1,000 years, and I'm not even sure diamond tier dies of old age. Are they immortal? Chen Mo asked.
That's a rumor, Rufus said, but a persistent one.
There's an unwritten rule that diamond tier never tells others the limits of their abilities. Then will I become younger now? Keep raising your rank, and yes, Rufus said.
Wow, that's quite a bombshell, Chen Mo said.
What is a bombshell? Farah asked. It's a weapon that creates a huge explosion. Imagine shooting Farah at people. We already do that, Rufus said. So how do I raise my rank? Chenmo asked. I want to be younger and live longer. Let's learn to walk before we run, Rufus said. Before you awaken all of your essence abilities you can't even properly advance to bronze tier. That's all 20. The first step is to use those awakening stones. Chenmo nodded, picked up the first stone and took a deep breath. Here goes. The stone melted in his hand and sank silently into his skin. You have awakened the blood essence ability Vampiric Rend. You have awakened 2 of 5 blood essence abilities. That's it? Farah asked. Chenmo's stomach let out a loud rumble. I was already hungry, he said. I guess the feast stone made it worse. You're an essence user now, Rufus said. Eat a soul coin. Chenmo took a black iron tier coin from his inventory. It had the metallic gray of iron but was actually made of crystal. He hesitated, then placed it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly with a violent hiss. It tasted like touching his tongue to a battery sour and charged with energy. He felt power surge through his body, washing away the hunger that had just gripped him. Rufus and Farah laughed as they watched his eyes widen and his breath catch. What's wrong with him? Gary asked. He had left the manor through the terrace door and approached them on the lawn. He just ate his first soul coin after advancing, Rufus said, drawing a chuckle from Gary. Chenmo shook his head to clear it. I don't think I've ever been so clear-headed, he said. Rufus picked up another awakening stone and handed it to him. Chenmo nodded and took it. He quickly used the remaining feast awakening stones. You have awakened the blood essence ability Blood Feast. You have awakened 3 of 5 blood essence abilities. You have awakened the Sin Essence ability Pardon Feast. You have awakened 2 of 5 Sin Essence abilities. You have awakened the Sin Essence ability Sin Devourer. You have awakened 3 of 5 Sin Essence abilities. Chenmo already had abilities before reaching Black Iron tier, but now he could feel them more clearly within him. They were like hounds waiting for his command to be unleashed. Even without a description, Chenmo clearly understood the abilities he had just awakened. 2 came from Blood Essence and were different life-draining abilities. The other 2 came from Sin Essence, allowing him to withstand his own pain or remove the pain of others. My ability feels incomplete, Chenmo said. Like a puzzle and I don't have all the pieces. There's a spectrum, Fala said. At one end are those whose abilities are already strong on their own. Those people rarely feel what you're feeling now because their powers may work together but don't depend on one another. That kind of ability is powerful but simple, Rufus said. Fala's ability is exactly like that. Of course simple doesn't mean bad, Fala said. Direct power is usually the most effective way to solve problems. It's when you try to handle complicated situations that things go wrong. That's what someone with a simple ability would say, Gary said. Fala stuck her tongue out at Gary. At the other end of the spectrum, Rufus continued, our abilities that seem unremarkable when used alone but become extremely dangerous when used together. Pain specialists tend to fall on that end, so until you obtain your full set of abilities your power may feel awkward. Isn't your dagger the one that can poison people? Gary said. Chenmo's dagger had been stored alongside his new companion's equipment. He reclaimed it while Rufus fetched a pair of ornate blue boots. Despite the garish color, he clearly adored those boots. Until you awaken all of your abilities you can rely on your dagger as an extra source of pain, Gary said. Speaking of which, Rufus said, you still have 2 awakening stones to use before we leave. Chenmo nodded and picked up the next stone. Unlike the Feast Awakening Stone, his next awakening stone was rated higher. Item Adventure Awakening Stone Ungraded Rare. An awakening stone filled with the spirit of adventure. Consumable Awakening Stone. Requirements: an unawakened essence ability exists. Effect: awakens 1 essence ability. About awakening stones, Chenmo said, you said rarity doesn't make a stone better, right? Yes, just more precise, Fala said. And evidently much harder to aim. All stones have a degree of randomness, but there's no way to know exactly what they'll give you. For example, those feast stones might give you anything from a mana-draining special attack to summoning food or even summoning carnivorous fish. People like having some control, so stones with desirable specializations tend to be the most expensive. She patted Rufus's knee. Then again, when you come from a powerful family like Rufus, they ship high-rarity stones to you by the crate. But when it comes to awakening abilities, there are no guarantees, Rufus said. Not even with the rarest stones. What kind of awakening stone is it? Rufus asked. Adventure Awakening Stone, Chen Mo said. Really?
Fala said in surprise. Those are highly sought after, Rufus said. With a mid-rarity stone it's hard to tell exactly what it will give, but it's almost always a useful practical ability. Having nothing but a pile of destructive combat abilities makes you less useful to a team, Gary said.
Even Fala knows that.
A few good practical abilities can really help you get jobs because a lot of teams would be glad to bring you along. Then let's begin, Chen Mo said as the stone melted into his hand.
His entire forearm went numb. For an instant he could see straight through it and then it returned to normal. That was strange.
You have awakened the Dark Essence ability Path of Shadows. You have awakened 3 of the 5 Dark Essence abilities. Ability Path of Shadows Dark.
Special ability Dimensional Teleportation. Cost low mana. Cooldown none. Current rank Black Iron 000. Effect Black Iron rank use shadows as portals to teleport.
You must be able to see the target shadow.
Teleporting between shadows, Chen Mo said with a smile.
Now this is real magical power. He looked around for a shadow to try it on, then stopped.
Apart from this strange spring estate, Chen Mo said, we're in the middle of a desert, right?
Correct, Rufus said.
I don't recall seeing many dark corners in a barren desert, Chen Mo said.
It does have a lot of open space, Rufus admitted. A little disheartened, Chen Mo turned to his final awakening stone.
Item Apocalypse Awakening Stone, ungraded legendary.
An awakening stone containing the seed of destruction.
Consumable awakening stone. Requirement: an unawakened essence ability. Effect: awakens 1 essence ability. You have 10 unawakened essence abilities. You are able to absorb the Apocalypse Awakening Stone. Absorb. Yes, no. I'm a bit wary of this one, Chen Mo said. What type of stone is it? Fala asked. It's an awakening stone, Chen Mo said. What kind of awakening stone? Fala asked.
An Apocalypse Awakening Stone.
Gary burst out laughing and fell onto the grass. Rufus raised an eyebrow while Fala's eyes widened. Really? Rufus asked over Gary's laughter. Should I really use it? Chen Mo asked. I'm not sure, Rufus said. I've never heard of a stone like this before. It definitely sounds like trouble.
You should consider selling it, Fala said. A stone like that would give you enough money to buy every awakening stone you need.
No. Gary shouted, sitting back up. I think you have to use that stone. Gary, Rufus said he needs to choose carefully.
We don't know what kind of ability that stone might produce.
A powerful one, Gary said. Chen Mo, you need to seize every possible power.
He's already using a rare essence combination, Rufus said.
What if that stone unlocks an ability that puts his combination on the restricted list? You know they're lenient with people who discover new things, Gary said. If even they don't know, they can't blame him.
It's an Apocalypse Awakening Stone, Rufus said.
That's a fairly obvious hint. Either way, it doesn't matter now, Fala interjected. Look.
Chen Mo's arm turned blood red as the awakening stone sank into it, then returned to its normal color.
That was too reckless, Rufus said.
First, an adventurer's formidable strength is the foundation of everything, Chen Mo said.
That's what you said. The abilities I've gained are decent, but I saw Fala spew lava like a volcanic eruption, like a missile launch. I want that kind of power. Yes, you do, Gary said. Gary, you're not helping, Rufus said. No, Rufus, Gary said. He's right. He needs all the power he can get, and you know it.
There's no point arguing over what's already happened, Fala said. Chen Mo, you might as well tell us what ability you got.
Oh no, Chen Mo said. Oh no. Fala repeated. What ability exactly did you get?
I might have made a big mistake, Chen Mo said. Where was that prudence a minute ago?
Rufus asked. What were you thinking?
He was thinking, Gary said, that if you don't want to be Fate's pawn, you need the strength to kick Fate squarely in the vitals. Actually, that's pretty close, Chen Mo said, nodding at Gary, who grinned.
Can you just tell us what the ability is? Fala asked.
It's a familiar ability, Chen Mo said.
That's a magical companion that follows you, right? Correct, Rufus said. What kind of familiar could you get from an Apocalypse Awakening Stone? It's a funny story. Chen Mo said weakly. An hour later, Chen Mo was drawing an intricate magic circle in chalk on the floor of one of the estate's many rooms.
They had moved out the furniture and rugs, leaving the smooth floor bare. Chen Mo had been working on the diagram for a while, guided by the ritual magic knowledge inserted into his mind in Fala's expert direction. He paused in drawing for a moment, took some powder from a small pouch on the floor nearby and sprinkled a pinch over part of the freshly drawn circle. Most of it began to glow. He wiped away the parts that didn't glow and redrew them. This powder was ground monster cores from low-level monsters. Chen Mo had a few, but his were all intact, so Fala had provided the powder. She was guiding him through his first magical ritual. Constructing a magic circle is not as simple as it looks, Farah explained. Whenever she wasn't chatting, she was lecturing. If it were that easy, I could carry a stack of boards with different magic circles drawn on them. Every time you draw a magic diagram, you need to adjust it according to the surrounding magical environment. A weak source of condensed magic like a low-grade monster core is the perfect way to check your work. There is a ritual chamber underneath the manor with a permanent magic circle, Chen Mo said. That must have been expensive, Farah said. You would have to design around something like that to regulate the magic surrounding the entire room. Did we loot that room? There wasn't much in it, Gary said. The most valuable things were built into the walls and under the floor, so Anisha wouldn't let us touch them. It was already badly damaged anyway. Chen Mo stood up. I'm done. So can I perform a magic ritual like this because I already have essence magic? You really don't know anything about magic, Farah said in surprise. Hasn't that been obvious this whole time? Chen Mo asked. Well, Farah said you already understand essence magic. It is simple, instinctive, and usually requires nothing more than your own internal reserves. External magic is the opposite. It is complex and requires extensive training. Or a skill book, Chen Mo said. Or a skill book, Farah conceded through gritted teeth, if you're satisfied with quick and dirty knowledge. Don't not quick and dirty, Gary said. Everything I like is quick and dirty. Or slow and dirty. Farah glared at Gary and Rufus shook his head. Ritual magic, Farah continued, relies on external magic sources. That is ambient magic plus more concentrated sources such as essence or soul coins. Scattered across the magic diagram Chen Mo had drawn were small piles of blood essence that looked like uncut rubies. There were also stacks of black iron soul coins. There were a few other materials, but by far the greatest requirement was blood essence. Fortunately for Chen Mo, the manor's magic supply room contained more blood essence than anything else, which was not surprising. The manor's master took all the bronze-grade materials when he fled, but most of the black iron materials were left behind. That was more than enough for Chen Mo's ritual. External magic doesn't require you to possess essence, Farah explained. Some people develop it into a professional skill by studying the knowledge of external magic. Like plumbers, Gary said. They know the magic of installing running water in buildings. It's the kind of shower you like. Exactly, Farah said. They only know enough to do a particular job. Most of these people have no essence and lack a proper theoretical foundation. Whether you specialize in rituals like me, magical craftsmanship like Gary, or something like alchemy, the fundamental theory is the same. The fundamentals are also the same, only the application differs. What about you? Chen Mo asked Rufus. I specialize in assassination. Rufus doesn't know external magic, Farah said. His obsession is swordsmanship. Your skill book gave you the bare minimum required to become a qualified ritual magician, Farah told Chen Mo. The bare minimum. That is why you awakened the ability to summon familiars. Only once you already understood ritual magic could you awaken that kind of essence ability, Gary said. That's why Farah and I have summoning abilities while Rufus doesn't. You've seen Gary and me summon ephemeral monsters, Farah said. And the rituals associated with essence abilities tend to be quick and dirty, Gary said with a grin. Please don't interrupt me and mislead people, Farah said. I remember when you summoned those things, Chen Mo said. You just drew a circle and they came out. Summoning a familiar is a much more complex ritual, Farah said. Unlike ordinary summoning, you only need it each time you level up. Unless your familiar is killed, in which case you'll have to summon it again. Not everyone summons their familiar, Rufus said. That's right, Farah said. Some familiar abilities are like a call. A creature with an affinity for that call appears and forms a connection with the person. It costs less than summoning, but if that familiar dies you cannot simply summon it again. You need to find an entirely new creature to be your familiar, and it may or may not resemble the one you lost. Let's begin, Rufus said. You wouldn't want Anisha walking in and seeing us doing this. You definitely wouldn't, Gary said. Chen Mo stood before the pattern. He could feel the power within him, eager to trigger the ritual. He knew the incantation. He had known it since the moment he used the awakening stone. He held one hand suspended above the magic diagram. In the other hand he held a knife. He hesitated, then cut open his outstretched palm, letting the blood drip into the circle as he chanted the incantation. By this mortal blood summon the devouring power of the ultimate threshold. Answer the summons and accept the offering. Obey my command and bring forth the incarnation of life annihilation. Oh, using that stone was a brilliant idea, Rufus said. Shoo, Farah told him. A red liquid began to seep up from the floor where Chen Mo's blood had dripped. Dark, thick and viscous, it spread across the entire magic diagram, concealing the lines and stopping only at the edges. Does this remind everyone of something we saw recently? Gary asked. Chen Mo felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. It grew sharper and sharper, turning into pain as it converged on points in his arms, legs and chest. He clenched his teeth, but when blood burst from a dozen painful points and sprayed across the circle, he cried out. Rufus was ready to intervene, but Farah grabbed his arm. Interfering now is more dangerous than letting it appear, she said. Rufus turned a frustrated face to her but stepped back when he saw her resolute expression. Blood gushed from Chen Mo like a fountain, cutting straight through his clothes. He staggered, struggling to stay upright as the blood continued pouring from him. As the blood mingled with the liquid on the floor, the covered lines of the pattern beneath began to glow, red light shining through the fluid. The other three exchanged glances as the room filled with the same red light as the ritual chamber they had fled from together. When the blood finally stopped gushing from his body, Chen Mo staggered. His face pale and slick with sweat, he swayed as he fought to avoid falling, but he remained standing. His eyes were locked on the glowing red pool before him. Rufus and Gary flinched as a leech with a terrifying ring of lamprey teeth rose from the pool, seemingly mirroring the scene from the previous day. Isn't that? Ability: Crimson Calamity Beast, Blood Familiar, Ritual Summoning. Cost: Extreme Magical Power, Extreme Stamina, Extreme Health. Cooldown: None. Current level: Black Iron 000. Effect: Black Iron Tears summons the Crimson Calamity Beast as a familiar. A second leech crawled through the red liquid, then a third, then a fourth, their pace quickening. Soon leeches poured out in a torrent until they formed a waist-high mound on the floor. Unlike the previous day's experience, no gory mass rose and piled itself into the shape of a person. It was simply a heap. The red pool slowly seeped into the floor as though vanishing down a drain. Chen Mo's blood, the circle he had drawn and all the magical materials within it, sank into the floor as if they had never existed. Chen Mo watched through hazy eyes, swaying unsteadily on his feet. It won't drip down to the floor below, will it? Gary asked. No, Farah said, all of it was absorbed back into the astral channel created by the summoning. If Chen Mo summoned another otherworlder, that would be interesting. That would be wonderful, Farah said. The paper I write will become the talk of the Magic Association. When the last trace of the crimson pool vanished into nothingness, Chen Mo collapsed to the ground. He really does faint a lot, Gary said, and he really goes through clothes. Wait, is that thing going to eat him? The pile of leeches was writhing toward Chen Mo's unconscious body. The distance was short, but the mound moved slowly. That's his familiar, Farah said. It won't eat him. They watched the slow-moving heap squirm closer to Chen Mo's unconscious body. Are you sure? Gary asked. The heap crawled over Chen Mo's limp body, seeking the wounds from which blood had gushed. The leeches began to vanish as they buried themselves into the cuts. I am pretty sure, Farah said. Are they crawling into him? Gary asked. It's a summon familiar, Farah said. A summon familiar can temporarily disperse its body and place its soul inside its summoner. Is it always that disturbing to look at? Gary asked. You're the one who wanted this, Rufus said. Farah, what should we do with him? She said uncertainly. He should be fine. He's covered in wounds, Gary said, and leeches are crawling in. They won't hurt him, Farah said. They aren't really crawling inside him. Look closely and you'll see that they're actually merging into his blood. See how they dissolve bit by bit as they advance. I think that might be worse, Gary said. I mean, leeches merging into your blood doesn't sound reasonable, and it's not something your blood would want, right? He'll be fine, Farah said. Probably. Every familiar grants a different benefit when it merges with its summoner. They can merge into hairskin or even spiritual energy. If I recall correctly, those that enter the blood usually cause rapid healing. So actually he should be better than fine. They watched the last leech disappear into Chen Mo's blood. The three adventurers stood over him as he lay on the floor unconscious and utterly undignified. Is he healing? Gary asked. I can't tell, Rufus said. The wounds are all covered in blood. Then wipe some away, Gary said.
You're the one who wanted him to use that stone, Rufus said. You wipe it off. I have fur, Gary said, and I don't want blood in my fur. Has this become a problem too? Rufus asked. It's certainly a new problem, Gary said, and solving it could help you grow. I think you should take a shot at it for the sake of growth. Farah shook her head and pulled a handkerchief from her pocket. You two are such children, she said, carefully wiping at a smear of blood on Shenmo's arm. Beneath it was clean, intact skin. See, she said to the others, I told you he'd be fine. I'm a professional. Shenmo regained consciousness amid the jostling. He was lying on a blanket and woke to find himself in an open carriage. As he groggily looked around, he could see a vast rocky desert. Farah and Anisha were with him while Gary sat on the front seat holding the reins. Rufus was not in the carriage, he was riding alongside on his own. He was riding a two-headed horse lizard called a hider. Why do you ride those awful things? Shenmo called out to him. You're one to talk, Rufus answered with a laugh. Shenmo could feel the familiar flowing through his veins. The sensation was unsettling, but the power filling him made him break into a grin. How do you feel? Farah asked. Tired, Shenmo said, but noticeably stronger. Are you still not going to tell me what's wrong with him? Anisha asked Farah without even looking at Shenmo. Look, he's right here, Shenmo said, you can ask him directly. Anisha turned her gaze to Shenmo. Then what happened to you, she asked. I said you could ask, Shenmo said, not that I would answer. Gary burst out laughing up front and Farah hid a chuckle behind her hand. Anisha fought to force her furious expression into a mask of blank contempt, then turned away and stared at the desert horizon. So how long do we have to trek through this desert? Shenmo asked. It has a certain desolate beauty, but I'd rather be somewhere the sun isn't trying to kill me. They had left the estate at noon. By the time they stopped for the night, Shenmo was exhausted from the jolting carriage ride over the rocky desert terrain. They made camp using a tent taken from Farah's magical chest and set off again the next morning. The carriage advanced steadily along a sparsely traveled road, stopping only occasionally to give the hiders water from a barrel on the wagon. These creatures handled arid conditions remarkably well, but they could not forego water entirely. It took a total of 12 hiders to pull the wagon, an absurdly excessive number, but Rufus had insisted on bringing them all over Anisha's objections, refusing to let them starve in the stables of the abandoned estate. After waking in the carriage, Shenmo joined Gary on the driver's seat so he could enjoy the scenery. Fortunately, Shenmo's lean frame required very little space, or perhaps that was because Gary's massive frame occupied most of it. This reminds me of parts of my hometown, Shenmo said. We call it the interior. The interior of what? Gary asked. The interior of the whole continent, Shenmo said. We'll reach a village this afternoon, Gary said. I'm not sure how long we'll stay. The one who schemed against us lives there. Well, pay him a visit, Farah said. After that we're about 2 days from the river valley. That will be a pleasant boat ride and take us straight to the city. I want to spend a few days dealing with the bastard who handed us over to the cannibals, Farah said. We should leave that man to my church, Anisha said. His betrayal of my God is greater than his betrayal of you. No one's going to eat your God, Farah said. We're going to peel that bastard like an apple. Do you have apples in this world? Shenmo replied excitedly, I love apples. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Me too. But what was that last bit? Do you people have to chant a spell when you eat apples over there? Gary said enthusiastically. Remember not to kill him, Rufus called from beside the carriage. There are still questions we need to ask him. Oh, don't worry, Farah said. I'll take it slowly and carefully. Is the heat making me hallucinate, Shenmo asked, or is that mountain really green? The hills and mountains they had seen were mostly barren, at most dotted with a few sparse trees. The path led them toward a mountain of deep green. Its lower slopes were covered with plant life far more lush than anywhere else in the desert. Near the summit the exposed rock was also a deep green. Green marble is a specialty of this region, Farah explained. They export a great deal of it through the coastal city we're headed to. They even named the city Greenstone City. There's a village on the other side of the mountain, Gary said. That's where we're going now. The village is built around quarrying, Farah said. From here on we'll see more transportation as they haul the stone to the river and then ship it to the coast. The path curved around the foot of the mountain and gradually improved, becoming wider and smoother, so the wagon ride grew less bumpy. As they rounded the mountain, Shenmo noticed signs of life multiplying rapidly. The occasional tufts of yellow grass grew denser and the rare stunted trees became more frequent. Before the village came into view they passed several quarries.
By now the path had become a proper road and their wagon was just one among many. Chen Mo noticed a blend of magic and manual labor, an operation more modern than he had expected. Massive stone slabs even floated above the ground, moving along minecart-style tracks that shimmered with magical light. When the village itself came into view, Chen Mo was stunned. High on the steep mountainside, water burst from an opening in the mountain, forming a magnificent waterfall in the sunlight that plunged hundreds of meters into a pool below. The pool fed a wide channel that stretched nearly a kilometer to form a small lake. A village had grown up around its shore and the lake was encircled by lush green meadows and a kind of palm tree. The village buildings sat amid rich green vegetation built of stone, white stucco and the occasional vivid green marble. "This is a real tourist destination," Chen Mo said. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Farah said, looking out from behind Chen Mo and Gary. Chen Mo's gaze drifted to the waterfall surging out of the mountain. "Aren't they worried that digging like this will affect the water source?" he asked. "Almost every oasis in this desert has a magical water source," Gary said. "Even if they leveled this mountain, water would still pour down from the sky." "How does that work?" Chen Mo asked. "There is an astral space connected to this desert," Farah said. "I take it you don't know anything about that." "From the name I'd guess it's some kind of extra-dimensional pocket," Chen Mo said. Yes, actually," Farah said. "It's linked to various places around the desert and produces a huge amount of water, which is how the oases form." "That sounds amazing," Chen Mo said. "I wonder if I can get up there for a closer look." "Astral spaces are common," Farah said, "but usually they're sealed and you need magic to track one down and break in. Having one open naturally like this is rare, especially with this many exits. The river we're going to follow comes from one of the largest. You can't just keep bringing in new water forever," Chen Mo said. "Over time that would affect the climate." "No," Farah said. "The water from the astral space has a very high level of magic in it. When too much accumulates it becomes water essence. As it forms it condenses a large amount of magic-infused water into a small crystal." "Is that crystal incredibly heavy?" Chen Mo asked. "No," Farah said. "Why would it be?" "Conservation of mass," Chen Mo said, "or conservation of energy or something like that." "Physics isn't my specialty." Gary and Farah looked at each other and shrugged. They were used to not understanding what Chen Mo was talking about. Farah pointed at what looked like fishing boats on the small lake. "Those are people searching the lakebed for essence," she explained. "Among the various forms of essence, water is a common one. It's also one of the most useful though. Especially in the desert," Gary added. "Finding it means you can make money." "Yes," Farah agreed. "Along the coast there are entire villages dedicated to collecting water essence formed when river water flows into the sea. Interestingly, this desert is one of the best sources of water essence in the world." The wagon drew closer to the village. They passed what appeared to be a staging area for marble exports, then reached the village itself. Rufus split off from the group to find a place to stable the Heidels overnight. The inn had enough space for the usual number of Heidels pulling wagons, but not enough for the extra ones. The village consisted of a circular street that ringed the entire lake, paved with tan brown bricks. They looked like sandstone, but as far as Chen Mo knew they could be some kind of strange magical rock. Buildings lined both sides of the ring road. Those facing the lake were larger and finer. The smaller buildings were made of the same brick as the road. The larger buildings were covered in white stucco and accented with green marble. The structures were pleasantly scattered among the trees and shrubs growing along the lakeshore. It was a stark contrast to the desert's dry soil and thorny bushes. The smaller buildings had their own appeal as well, giving off a cozy, homey feeling. The streets were bustling with people, yet wide enough for wagons and pedestrians to move without getting in each other's way. Looking around, everyone seemed happy. Gary stopped the wagon in front of an inn and everyone climbed down. After hours in the bumpy wagon, Chen Mo's body felt stiff and sore. He took a deep breath, the air heavy with moisture from the lake. Compared with the dust and heat of the open desert, it felt like drinking nectar. "I want to take a walk and shake off the stiffness from the wagon ride," Chen Mo said. "This is the first civilized place I've found that isn't full of cannibals." "Hopefully. As far as we know they aren't cannibals," Farah said with a laugh. "Good," Chen Mo said. "I think I'll go look around." "Sounds good," Gary said. "I'll go get us some rooms. Then Anisha and I will go find our little friend," Farah said. "We don't want him to see us and run off." Anisha nodded in agreement. "Would he still stay in town after betraying you?" Chen Mo asked. "He probably will," Farah said. "He never expected us to come back." "Do you need money?"
Gary asked Chen Mo.
I still have some gold soul coins, Chen Mo said.
The rest are lower rank, but I have a lot. Is that enough? Gary and Farah burst out laughing, and even Anisha's face lit up with amusement.
Chen Mo, Gary said, a single gold soul coin could buy the best building in this village, and I doubt there's enough currency in the whole place to give you change. Unless you're buying magic items or trading in bulk, most people use lower tier soul coins, at most black iron rank. What's the exchange rate between the different kinds of coins?
Chen Mo asked. Actually, let me just try to figure it out myself. Isn't that one of the pleasures of being in a new place? Admirable spirit, Gary said. Rufus went into the village to settle the Heidels.
Past experience told him the inns were clustered together, so he had no trouble finding the others. The sky deepened into dark blue as dusk descended over the desert, and the silver-white sun and orange moon began to stain the sky. Along the village's ring road, magical lights flickered on and the night market began to set up. He entered the village together with many quarry workers finishing their shifts, and as he moved through the gathered crowd he caught sight of a familiar face.
Chen Mo. Oh, hello there, Rufus, Chen Mo said, waving.
He was behind a stall selling meat skewers, and Rufus guessed that he was helping the stall owner fry meat.
What are you doing? Rufus asked. Dan is teaching me to cook. What's it called? Brouchard, Dan said. It's a kind of giant worm. Chen Mo said. Good thing I tried it before I knew that. You seem to be adapting well, Rufus said. Yeah, no problem, Chen Mo said. You go take your revenge or whatever. I'm fine here.
By the way, Gary chose the inn at the far end, the one with the big stables.
There's a prominent sign on it with a little house and a carriage. Thanks, Rufus said.
Now, Chen Mo said, turning to Dan, run through the sauce ingredients for me one more time.
I've never heard of any of them, so I have to write them all down. That means I need some paper.
A few hours earlier, Chen Mo had been cheerfully strolling along the ring road, stopping every now and then to admire the village. He would stop and talk with the villagers, who were more than happy to chat. They were proud of their village, and Chen Mo thought they had every reason to be. The brightly colored houses looked charming, and lush green plants were everywhere, a stark contrast to the desert around them. The air was fresh, cool and clean. Chen Mo remembered Gary's claim that a single gold coin could buy an entire building and found himself tempted. He came across something that looked like a covered bus stop, but instead of a timetable there was a notice board with various papers pinned to it. Looking at the papers, he found they were descriptions of monsters along with the time and place each monster had last been seen. He asked a passerby, and as was typical of the villagers, she was glad to explain. According to a villager named Doris, whenever anyone spotted a monster around the village they would write down the details and post them on the notice board. Every month some adventurers would pass through and clear out all the monsters posted on the board. Doris was surprised that Chen Mo knew so little about something so basic. And so he explained that he came from a remote region cut off from outside knowledge. This was more or less true. The locals took a great interest in Chen Mo, as most visitors were the same stone merchants time after time. Adventurers rarely showed up except for the monthly patrol, and they were said to be a surly bunch. Wandering through remote villages was apparently a punitive assignment, so they were usually not very friendly. A group of high-ranking adventurers passing through had become the talk of the village. Chen Mo traveled with them, but he was not an adventurer himself, which made him far more approachable. For villagers in search of gossip, it was the perfect combination. Chen Mo treated them to thrilling tales of blood cults and ritual sacrifice. The locals showed Chen Mo the best places to drink as well as the places to avoid, because they were crowded with drunken quarry workers. He met the people whose profession was diving into the lake to search for water essences, the village chief and the man in charge of guarding the waterfall. People could go up and take a look, but guards were on duty at all times to keep anyone from entering the astral space entrance that served as the water source. As the sun began to set, Chen Mo watched the sky turn red and gold from the bridge over the channel where the waterfall flowed into the village lake. He had learned from the locals that there would be a night market, so he strolled slowly in that direction. One of the first stalls to be set up was a man frying meat skewers. The aroma of the meat and the sauce he brushed on it was incredibly tempting. "That smells incredible," Chen Mo said. "I have to try one. By the way, I'm Chen Mo." Dan, the man, introduced himself. Gary staggered down the stairs in a daze, his big feet thundering on the wooden steps. Below was a common area with many tables and a bar used in the evenings. Gary ambled into the adjoining courtyard, which had more tables, and sat down at the table with Anisha, Rufus and Farah. "Is Chen Mo not up yet?" Gary asked. "I knocked on his door, but there was no answer," Rufus said. "Sleeping soundly," Farah said. "How many times was he knocked unconscious in 2 days?"
Gary said he probably needed the rest. A serving girl came to their table. "Are you looking for your friend?" she asked. "He's in the kitchen." "What is he doing in the kitchen?" Farah asked. "Creating miracles," Chen Mo announced, walking into the courtyard.
He carried a huge tray with 4 plates on it. He set the tray on the table and handed out the plates and the utensils that went with them. "Turns out they had the ingredients too, along with some kind of small onions," Chen Mo said, "so I made son-in-law eggs. By the way, I have no idea why they're called that. And I don't know what animal the eggs came from either. Still, they're delicious." The dish was eggs that had been boiled and then fried, cut in half and served with sauce, fried onions and toppings. Chen Mo handed the empty tray to the serving girl and sat down at the table. "I did a bit of trial and error with some of the other ingredients," he admitted, "and it turned out pretty well."
Martha was really kind. "Martha?" Farah asked.
"These taste amazing," Gary mumbled, his mouth full of egg. "Martha is the landlady," Chen Mo said.
"You really do seem to have settled in," Rufus said. Chen Mo nodded but did not speak because his mouth was full.
"These are delicious," Farah said between bites. "I still prefer to satisfy myself with soul coins," Anisha said. "Great," Gary said, pulling her plate over to himself. Chen Mo gestured with the egg on his fork as he said to Rufus, "I'm treating coming here as a brand new start.
I can do all the things I regret never doing. I don't want to waste another opportunity."
"How novel," Anisha said flatly. "Apparently for you, being spiteful doesn't count as impure," Chen Mo said, prompting Anisha to jump up. "You dare blaspheme my God." "It happens often," Chen Mo said with a laugh.
"It's something of a specialty of mine."
"I'd say cooking might be your specialty," Gary said, his mouth full of egg.
"I can have more than one specialty."
Anisha was clearly about to erupt, but Rufus stopped her. "Anisha," he said firmly, "if you're not eating breakfast, then go get ready to head out." "I'm already ready," she said stiffly.
"Then go for a walk," Rufus said.
Anisha glared at Chen Mo, then walked away without saying another word.
Rufus looked at Chen Mo warily.
"Is there any chance you could stop provoking her so often?"
Rufus asked. "Honestly," Chen Mo said, "probably not." Gary laughed out loud. "Can you at least try?" Rufus asked.
"We all know she'll never give in, so I need you to be the bigger person.
For the sake of the team's unity." Chen Mo sighed. "I suppose I am a bit immature," Chen Mo said. "All right, I'll do my best. But I'm warning you, my best might not be all that good. She just gets under my skin, you know." "Oh, we know.
I feel the same way," Farah said. "I'm surprised she doesn't bump into things," Chen Mo said with her nose stuck up in the air like that. "Think of it this way," Rufus said, "you were just talking about starting over.
Try seeing this as a new beginning." Chen Mo considered it. "I like that idea," he said.
"I can become whoever I choose to be without the baggage of my old life."
"And what if you find a way back to that old life?" Farah asked. "Then I'll return in better shape than when I left," Chen Mo said. "That's admirable," Rufus said, then put his fork in his mouth.
"These really are delicious."
"Don't talk with food in your mouth," Farah told him. "You're not Gary."
Was that a compliment or an insult?
Gary asked.
"So how is your revenge quest going?"
Chen Mo asked.
"You said you wouldn't kill him, right?"
Though Farah seems quite eager to torture him.
"We haven't found him yet, but we have leads to follow," Rufus said. "We'll track him down, ask our questions, and then hand him over to Anisha's church." "That is if we can catch up with him," Farah said.
"Seems our little friend left town in a hurry yesterday morning."
"You think the person who escaped from the estate warned him?"
Chen Mo asked.
"Very likely," Farah said.
"We'll ask around town today and see what we can find. If nothing turns up, we'll move on and leave the matter to Anisha's church."
"You should go see old Murphy at the general store first," Chen Mo said. "He knows every secret in the village."
Chen Mo, Farah asked, "Was this village the world you came from before you were summoned?" "What?" Chen Mo asked. "I only met him last night." "Then will you be coming with us?" Rufus asked Chen Mo.
"I've had quite enough of the blood cult's doings, thank you very much, and I don't want any part in whatever you plan to do to that man."
"I found someone to take me to the top of the waterfall."
"There's a mountain path that goes all the way to the top." "They certainly won't let you into the astral space," Farah said.
"No, they certainly won't," Chen Mo said.
"They have guards posted up there to make sure no one makes trouble. They will, however, let you get close enough to take a look."
I thought about inviting you all, but you have a revenge matter to deal with. I bet the view up there is great, Gary said. I'm half tempted to go with you. Stay on task, Gary, Rufus said. What if the guy's already gone? Gary said.
And you already said we're handing him over to Anisha's church regardless, so let them deal with it.
No, Rufus said. I have questions that need answers. We're going to find him. Rufus forked up the other half of the egg. After breakfast.
Chen Mo was an occasional hiker, so as he climbed the steep mountain path he felt grateful for his newly acquired black iron tier attributes.
He lacked the physical endurance of Farah and Rufus, yet the improvement was still substantial.
Chen Mo's guide on the waterfall trail was a middle-aged man named Hiram.
Hiram's duty was to guard the entrance that served as the source of the waterfall.
Chen Mo had met him the previous evening and Hiram agreed to take Chen Mo along when his shift began in the morning. Hiram was shorter than Chen Mo, who was not particularly tall himself, but he possessed a barrel chest and thick solid muscles. Chen Mo guessed that the shorter man weighed considerably more than he did, and none of that compact strength was wasted. He carried a backpack half his own height up the mountain but seemed barely affected. The mist of the enormous waterfall spread across the mountainside. Farah had told him that this water carried potent vitality, allowing the lush trees to grow on the mountain under the desert sun. The thick canopy shaded the trail, yet the heat was still palpable. The desert heat and the waterfall's moisture made the air thick and heavy, turning every breath into a burden. To Chen Mo, this small patch of desert felt more like a jungle. There were regular rest points along the trail furnished with benches for sitting.
Hiram seemed not to need them, but he was not ungenerous about letting Chen Mo rest.
Each rest point was situated near where the tree line met the waterfall, where the air was cooler and one could overlook the village. With every rest at a higher elevation, the view grew more magnificent. Chen Mo had grown up in a small tourist town and knew how much money a place like this could make. He suspected that this new world had no tourism industry. Probably because there are man-eating monsters. What did you say? Hiram asked.
Nothing, Chen Mo said. I think we'd better keep moving.
As they neared the spot where the waterfall burst from the mountainside, its roar grew louder. As they approached the upper tree line, the trees became smaller and sparser. Almost there, Hiram shouted above the roar of the water, these trees are about the same height as the waterfall, so only the closest ones get much of the moisture. The sound of the waterfall was so loud that they had to shout to hear each other. The last leg of the trail actually led into a cave within the mountain. A wooden walkway with grit glued to it for traction led the way, lit by a magical lamp. Chen Mo unpleasantly recalled the caves he had navigated beneath the hedge maze of Wayan Manor. This was the first time he had seen wood used in construction since arriving at the village. The buildings were generally stone, but their doors were made of woven reeds, suggesting that the village had little trouble with crime. Once they entered the cave, the thunder of the waterfall was amplified by the echoes, making even shouting useless. The cave was saturated with moisture and they advanced carefully. The cave was quite beautiful as the lamplight revealed the sparkling stone walls, most of which were marble green. Compared with the humid outside, the cool air blowing from the tunnel was refreshing. Chen Mo savored the refreshing sensation as they moved toward the light visible in the distance. As they neared the end of the tunnel, a cool mist drifted toward them. They reached the end of the tunnel and stepped into a stone chamber. The first thing he noticed was the light blue and flickering shining through the mist. It gave the entire room a submerged feeling. The chamber looked as though it had once been a natural cavern, later carved into a more practical shape. The ceiling retained the original cave's contours, but the floor had been smoothed and leveled. The most striking feature of the room was the back wall, which was not a wall at all. A current of water rushed in from one side of the room and out the other through a tunnel that was taller and deeper than the room itself. The whole chamber looked strangely like a subway station with a torrent of water in place of trains. In front of the water stood a railing of vertical bars like safety bars running from floor to ceiling. There was a gate at the middle of the railing, although Chen Mo could think of no reason to pass through it. The surging water looked as if it would tear off any limb foolish enough to be thrust into it. The water's speed kept it in its channel rather than spilling into the room. Only once the water escaped the mountain would gravity take hold. Still, a good deal of mist escaped, filling the room with damp fog. It made the walls and floor slippery and soon left Chen Mo and Hiram thoroughly wet. The water was also the source of the blue light. Either powerful magic lamps lay behind it or the water possessed its own luminosity. Chen Mo would have liked to ask Hiram, but any attempt at conversation was futile beneath the roar. Hiram walked to one side of the room where Chen Mo noticed a glazed window embedded in the wall. Through the window a second room could be seen cut deeper into the mountain. Inside, a young man sitting in a comfortable chair waved at them. Beside the window was a metal door which Hiram opened and led Chen Mo through. Inside was a small antechamber barely large enough for 2 people. A lamp was fixed firmly to the wall next to another metal door which Hiram did not open. A door separated them from the main room and the clamor of the water was greatly muffled. Chen Mo noticed that there appeared to be some kind of seal around the door to keep the moisture out. "Wait a moment," Hiram said. Chen Mo looked around the small room but there was little to see. On the floor and ceiling he noticed neatly arranged nail-sized holes. As he was studying the holes, hot dry air blasted out of them like a giant hairdryer. "Close your eyes," Hiram shouted over the whooshing air, "the air will dry out your eyes." Chen Mo did as he was told and waited for about half a minute while the air dried his clothes and hair. "It draws dry desert air from the other side of the mountain," Hiram explained, along with a bit of magic to help it dry faster. In no time they both felt perfectly dry and comfortable. Hiram opened the next door and led them inside. A comfortable-looking chair sat by the window along with a few cabinets and a bookshelf crammed with books. "Good morning, boss," the young man said. "Is this your friend?" "This is Chen Mo," Hiram said, setting down his backpack with a loud thud. "He's passing through with a group of adventurers and wanted to see the entrance." "Chen Mo, this is Griff." "Traveling with adventurers," Griff said enviously, "that must be exciting." "There are indeed many wonderful moments," Chen Mo said. They exchanged greetings and Griff prepared to leave. "Boss, do you know when Dugan will be back?" he asked. "I'd really like to be able to sleep at night." "His wife is still recovering," Hiram said, "maybe another month." Griff's shoulders slumped. "Hold on until the weekend and he'll swap shifts with you," Hiram said. "Thanks, boss." Griff gave a weary smile and left. As Hiram unloaded his backpack and stored its contents in the cabinets, Chen Mo looked out the window. "Ready to take a closer look?" Hiram asked. Chen Mo grinned and Hiram led them back outside. Leaving did not trigger the drying mechanism again. "It's set to trigger when the outer door opens first," Hiram explained. Back in the noisy damp room they carefully crossed the slippery stones to reach the railing. They both gripped the wet railing and Chen Mo noticed magical symbols carved into it. As they neared, the water spray splashed over them, but Chen Mo didn't mind. It had a refreshing quality more than just cool water on a hot morning. He felt like a child running through a lawn sprinkler on a blazing summer day. Fira had told him there was magic in the water. Was it that which caused his strange recollections, or was he simply homesick in this unfamiliar land? He craned his neck trying to see the true source of the water, but it came from deeper within the mountain beyond his sight. Unable to speak over the noise, Hiram grabbed his shoulder to get his attention. Hiram pointed toward the water and Chen Mo spotted a tunnel on this side of the railing. The trail in the tunnel ran alongside the water and daylight could be seen through the tunnel. He nodded to Hiram and they set off in that direction. The tunnel led all the way to the outer face of the mountain where the water rushed out and dropped into the open air. A chest-high railing kept people from falling. The view was breathtaking. Below was the pool into which the waterfall plunged and the channel that carried the water into the village lake. Beyond stretched the vast desert. As Chen Mo was enjoying the view, he noticed that the sound of the water seemed to be diminishing. At first he thought it was his imagination, but then he saw Hiram looking at the water with a baffled expression. They watched the flow diminish rapidly as if someone had turned off an enormous faucet. The water stopped completely, leaving an empty tunnel whose surfaces had been scoured as smooth as a machine-made pipe by the water. "Is this normal?" Chen Mo asked in the sudden silence. "No, it is not," Hiram said, his face plainly worried. "Has this ever happened before?" "No, never." "Should we tell someone?" "It's a waterfall, kid." "I'm pretty sure everyone noticed." Hiram returned to the inner chamber, ignoring the air blast, and dashed inside, still soaking wet. He returned with a large key, unlocked the gate and jumped down onto the curved conduit floor. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before following. Hiram glanced at Chen Mo but said nothing. Chen Mo immediately spotted the entrance about 20 meters below the pipe. It was a huge circle, its surface shimmering with the same blue glow the water had produced. Through the circle he could see what looked like a rainforest, but the distortion of the circle made it indistinct. "Is that the sky?" Chen Mo asked. "Is there an entire world in there?" "Never actually gone inside to look," Hiram said. A large creature crawled into view through the entrance. It lumbered through the entrance into the tunnel as if passing through a layer of water. It had the body and head of a shark, but its skin was not skin. It really did not resemble normal skin, but rather a plated carapace of deep purple and red. From its sides jutted 8 crab legs and a pair of enormous pincers. The creature was 3 meters long and its claws were larger than Chen Mo's head.
Do you see things like this often? Chen Mo asked. No, Hiram said, never seen one. New quest waterfall monster. A monster has unexpectedly appeared from the local astral space.
It has entered a blind rampage state and will attack anyone it encounters.
Defeat it before it can cause any harm. Objective: defeat Shabu 01. Reward essence. I suppose you don't know what that thing is? Hiram asked, drawing the blade at his waist. I think it's called Shabu. Chen Mo likewise drew the snakefang dagger from his waist. Are you skilled with that? Hiram asked. No, Chen Mo said, no, I'm not. Haven't you noticed how slowly it moves? Chen Mo said.
If we get back behind the railing, will the railing hold it?
Not sure, Hiram said. The railing is mainly meant to keep people out. The magic just protects it from water damage, it doesn't make it stronger.
Then I guess we have to fight, Chen Mo said reluctantly. I suppose so, Hiram said with equal lack of enthusiasm. The creature was moving up the tunnel but slowly. Its crab legs were better suited for lateral movement than forward motion, so it swayed side to side as it approached. This back and forth motion was hindered by the curved walls of the pipe-like tunnel.
Do you have essence? Chen Mo asked. Is that what I sensed in your aura? One, Hiram said. You're an adventurer. I thought the people with you were the adventurers. They are, Chen Mo said. I have essences, but they're new. Then you can try it here, Hiram said. I guess you're lucky. Chen Mo chuckled. That's exactly what I was thinking. How lucky I am to be here.
The monster kept approaching, its legs clattering on the stone, slowly zigzagging its way up the tunnel.
Do you have any ideas for combat? Chen Mo asked.
I have an essence of strength, Hiram said.
It can make me stronger. If I can keep it occupied, can you get behind it and kill it? Chen Mo studied the creature.
He did not know if his dagger could pierce the carapace facing him, but it would fit perfectly into the joints.
Yes, I think I can do it. Hiram looked at the blade in his hand, then gripped it tightly and strode down the tunnel. Chen Mo followed behind, his dagger at the ready. As Hiram approached, the monster's two claws lashed out.
Hiram swung his blade against the claws in a sweeping strike, and a piercing clash erupted in the air as if two swords had collided in the darkness.
Clang!
The monster's claw clamped firmly onto the blade and fine cracks appeared across the steel. Yet the locked grip gave Hiram the chance to seize the claw, and he grabbed hold of it with both hands. The burly man and the creature thrashed against each other.
Hiram stood firm, arms straining, muscles taut and veins bulging as he fought to control the monster.
His arms swayed like branches in a storm, but his body stood as unyielding as a tree trunk.
Seeing Hiram locked in a stalemate with the monster, Chen Mo knew it was time to move.
The circular tunnel curved upward on either side, slick and damp. The flattest ground was down the middle, but unfortunately that was where the monster stood.
Chen Mo had two options to get behind it.
One was to edge along the curved wall, risking a slip. The other, far worse choice, was to crawl beneath the creature. Its crab-like legs jutted out from the sides of its body, leaving a wide open space underneath. He ruled out crawling underneath because that meant crawling under a monster. Instead, he rushed forward and tried to half-slide along the tunnel wall to get past the creature's legs. Unfortunately, he failed. He slid right under one of its legs. It lifted a leg, and before Chen Mo could react, it drove down and pierced his body. Chen Mo cried out in pain, but he clung tightly to his dagger. He dragged the blade across the monster's leg, scraping over the hard shell until he found a weak joint. The dagger slipped perfectly between the plates, and he carved through the cartilage. As the dagger bit into the flesh, he activated an ability. Power surged from deep within him, crackling and electric with excitement. It flowed down his arm and into the dagger, filling the weapon with magic. Ability: Vampiric Bite, Blood, Special Attack, Melee, Drain Wound Blood, Cost low stamina. Cooldown none. Current rank Black Iron 000. Effect: Black Iron, Inflict or Refresh Bleed. Refreshing Bleed drains a small amount of health and stamina. Bleed Pain Wound Blood deals ongoing damage by causing or increasing blood loss. As a trauma effect, it can be removed after absorbing an equal amount of healing. When Chen Mo yanked the blade free, blood sprayed from the joint. The monster jerked its leg away from him, letting out a high-pitched inhuman shriek. Working alongside Chen Mo's power, his Serpent Fang dagger did its part as well. Weapon: Night Fang has applied Shadow Serpent Venom to Shab. Chen Mo struggled to escape its leg as another leg lifted, ready to stab him again. He found himself flat on his back directly beneath the creature. Before him hung the creature's belly, which turned out to be soft flesh with no shell to protect it. Chen Mo summoned his power once more and slashed his dagger across the monster's vulnerable belly.
Ability Penance Sin Special Attack Melee Curse cost low mana. Cooldown none. Current rank Black Iron 000 effect Black Iron inflicts necrotic damage and the Sin Pain effect.
Sin Pain Curse stacking increases all necrotic damage taken. As a stacking effect, blood and other fluids splashed across Chen Mo from the long wound as bloodthirsty bite took hold. He spat out the salty liquid while scrambling backward on his back to get past the creature. The monster itself, driven into a frenzy by the wound in its belly, broke free of Hiram's grip and thrashed wildly, letting out more high-pitched shrieks. One of its legs had accidentally pierced Chen Mo's leg earlier, and as the creature convulsed violently it seemed not to notice yanking the leg free again. Chen Mo rolled over and crawled away in pain, still spitting out the monster's fluids. Free from the enraged creature for the moment, he looked back to see Hiram doing his best to keep the monster's attention, both arms wrapped around one of its claws. Instead of standing, Chen Mo stretched out a hand toward the creature and spoke a spell.
Your fate will be surrounded by suffering.
There was no visible effect, but Chen Mo felt power surge from within him and settle onto the creature.
Ability Relentless Doom Spell Curse cost medium mana. Cooldown none. Current rank Black Iron 000 effect Black Iron periodically applies an additional instance of every stacking curse, disease, poison, or unclean affliction currently affecting the target. This is a curse effect. While any other curse or disease, poison, or unclean affliction is active, this effect cannot be cleansed. Chen Mo forced himself to his feet, enduring the pain in his pierced leg and his belly, and limped away from the creature. Hiram. Chen Mo called out past the monster, let go of it and back off. It'll die on its own slowly.
During the long wagon ride across the desert, Chen Mo had spent hours studying his abilities and discussing with the others how to use them. Except for Anisha, who refused to help him use his unholy powers. The time spent on strategy now proved its worth. He knew to fall back and let the suffering do its work. It was obvious in calm deliberation beforehand, but in the heat of the moment he would likely have kept attacking, putting himself and Hiram at unnecessary risk.
Chen Mo's first special attack had inflicted the Bleed Affliction. This was essentially a potent anticoagulant that made blood loss far worse.
The second special attack applied a curse called Sin, which increased any necrotic damage taken.
The dagger had inflicted necrotic venom amplified by the curse. Finally, Chen Mo's spell would continuously pile on the venom and curse, increasing their effects.
The result was exponentially growing necrosis that would inevitably overwhelm the creature. All they had to do was wait. Chen Mo and Hiram backed away while the creature between them thrashed violently. As it staggered toward Hiram, black fluid began seeping from its joints, but soon it collapsed, the dying flesh of its legs unable to support the creature's weight. A dark crimson light rose from the creature's body. Chen Mo's spiritual sense told him that this was the monster's residual vitality becoming visible. It was drawn into Chen Mo's hand, draining away from the dead creature. As this happened, Chen Mo felt the stinging ache of wounds knitting shut, the cuts closing. With stamina and mana returning, his body surged back to life. As he absorbed the crimson light, the flesh inside the shell withered and the shell itself grew brittle and began to collapse. When the red light had been completely devoured, all that remained of the monster was a shriveled husk. While Chen Mo chanted the sinister incantation and drained residual life force from the monster, Hiram kept staring at him from the corner of his eye.
"Did you just say you were harvesting death?" Hiram asked.
"It's just the incantation," Chen Mo said.
"You sound like a wicked farmer. You haven't even seen my wicked shovel yet."
Chen Mo took a rag and a flask of water from his inventory, cleaned his dagger and slid it back into its sheath.
Then he tapped the monster's hollowed-out shell with a finger. "Do you want to loot the shabu?" "You might want to step back a bit," Chen Mo said. "There's going to be a smell."
"Worse than the smell already here?"
Hiram asked.
"Yes, worse." They backed away and Chen Mo mentally agreed to loot the corpse. The monster's remains dissolved rapidly into iridescent smoke and vanished. Unfortunately, Chen Mo had forgotten the monster's fluids that had splashed on him while he was underneath it. They dissolved too, and iridescent smoke poured from his nose and mouth wherever the fluids had splattered. He collapsed to the ground and threw up his breakfast on the tunnel floor.
"Are you all right?" Hiram asked. Eventually Chen Mo coughed and nodded. "Monster Core Black Iron added to your inventory. Shellskin Potion added to your inventory. 10 Black Iron Soul Coins added to your inventory. Not worth it."
Chen Mo took a jar of healing salve from his inventory and handed it to Hiram.
"Do you know what this is?" Chen Mo asked.
Hiram popped open the jar's lid, sniffed the contents, nodded, and immediately began applying the salve to his bloody arm.
"Boss, Jellifu called from the other side of the fence.
When I couldn't see or hear the waterfall anymore, I came back.
What happened?
I don't know, Hilamo said, still rubbing salve on his arm.
I think people are on their way up to see what's going on, but I'm not sure what they can do.
I was thinking the same thing, Chen Mo said without turning to face the others. His gaze settled on where the tunnel delved deeper into the mountain.
Is it just me, he asked, or is the entrance bluer than before? Hilamo followed Chen Mo's gaze to the tunnel. The blue glow at the entrance was indeed brighter than before. I think Hilamo said it might be time to leave.
His words were cut off by a wall of water that burst out of the entrance and slammed into them.
It knocked them together, limbs tangling.
Both were swept down the tunnel and hurled into the air hundreds of meters above the ground. The wall of water hit Chen Mo like a derailed train, slammed him straight into Hilamo and sent both of them flying out of the tunnel's mouth.
The sensation came too fast: pain, wetness, disorientation. He couldn't breathe, couldn't even tell which way was up. Chen Mo and Hilamo instinctively clung to each other, limbs entangled. As they spun through the air, the scenery blurred past, tumbling like the now restored waterfall. Chen Mo's first clear thought was that Hilamo was slipping away, so he tightened his grip. Darkness surged from Chen Mo and enveloped them both. Extending the Cloak of Night's weight reduction function will increase mana consumption from low mana per second to medium mana per second.
Their fall turned into a drift, carrying them out and away from the waterfall. Their violent spinning was stopped and they were able to adjust their orientation as they descended.
Chen Mo was grateful that his cloak could be summoned with a thought.
If it required an incantation like a spell, he doubted he could have formed the words. Only now that they were out of the water and drifting gently could they speak clearly.
What just happened? Hilamo asked, panic in his voice. He was half holding Chen Mo from the side.
The first thing you should know, Chen Mo said, is don't let go.
Hilamo flinched as he looked down and almost let go. What did I just say? Chen Mo asked. We're in the sky. Amazing, right? Are you crazy? That was right in my ear.
Chen Mo laughed wildly as they drifted slowly toward the ground.
This is amazing, he said. You're crazy.
Carried by the force that had blasted them out of the mountain and by their lightened weight, they had drifted some distance from the mountain before landing gently. They landed near the waterway that led from the pool at the mountain's base to the village lake. Hilamo immediately collapsed onto the grass, hugged the ground and let out a sobbing laugh as his tension poured free.
Chen Mo looked around.
They were about halfway between the mountain and the village, standing in calf-high grass. The waterway ran straight from the base of the waterfall across the grass and to the village. He could see people heading along the mountain path he and Hilamo had taken earlier. No one seemed to notice them descending. On the other side of the waterway was a group of children who had been staring up at the vanished waterfall until they spotted Chen Mo and Hilamo dropping from the sky.
Chen Mo waved to them.
Then he looked back at the mountain and saw just how high he had fallen from. A grin spread across his face.
If this is the adventurer's life, he mused, then I want more of it.
You're insane, Hilamo said, getting unsteadily to his feet.
He looked at Chen Mo, uncertainly, still wrapped in the starlit cloak.
Under the desert sun, the void-like black stood out more than the starlight.
Hilamo, Chen Mo said, still looking up at the mountain. Are those what I think they are? Hilamo followed Chen Mo's gaze to the top of the waterfall.
He spotted objects being flung into the air in the same way he and Hilamo had been, at least a dozen of them.
People? Hilamo asked.
They were so far away that it was hard to make out their shapes as they fell.
Those aren't people, Chen Mo said.
As they dropped from the sky, the objects grew larger in their view.
Fear flickered across Hilamo's face as he recognized the creature's shapes. More of those things.
Hilamo said fearfully.
Don't worry too much, Chen Mo said. Shabu are half shark, half crab. Neither has wings. The massive creatures lacked Chen Mo's weight reduction ability, so they landed far short of the distance Chen Mo and Hilamo had covered. The first hit the ground with a sickening crunch and the others quickly followed.
Chen Mo counted 17 of them as they all came down, most dying on impact. Those that landed on either side of the waterway did not get up after striking the ground. Of the 6 that fell into the water, 2 struck the surface at a bad angle. Hitting the water flat from that height was like hitting solid concrete, and the result was much the same. The other 4 survived, but they were clearly injured as they staggered out of the water.
New quest: protect the village.
Some Shabu have appeared from astral space. Intercept them before they can cause destruction in the village. Objective: defeat Shabu 04. Reward: Black Iron Rare Magic Bracelet. One of the creatures appeared on the waterway on Chen Mo and Hylamu's side, the others were at the far end. They all looked around disoriented, then headed straight for the village. The creature's sideways scuttling wasn't frantic, but it was faster than the one Chen Mo had seen in the tunnel. "What do you think, Hylamu?" Chen Mo asked. Hylamu's face was grim as he stared at the creature on their side of the waterway. It looked like at least two of its legs were broken and the shell around its body was cracked and oozing fluid. "I think I can handle one," he said, "if it's injured. But what about those children on the other side of the waterway?" "I'll get the children clear," Chen Mo said, "then I'll deal with the other Shabu." "Can you manage?" Hylamu asked. "I'll have to," Chen Mo said, flashing Hylamu a smile. "Don't worry. I've still got a trick or two." Chen Mo broke into a sprint toward the waterway. It was a natural channel about 30 meters wide. He leapt off the low bank and landed on the slow-moving water as if it were solid ground. He laughed in delight as he dashed across the surface to the other side. When a dead Shabu drifted past, he crouched briefly long enough to touch its shell with a finger. "This monster corpse is unclaimed. Do you want to loot the Shabu?" Chen Mo kept moving as he looted the corpse, iridescent smoke rising behind him. "1 monster core black iron added to your inventory. 1 monster core black iron has been added to your inventory. 10 water essence have been added to your inventory. 10 black iron soul coins have been added to your inventory." He recalled a strange potion he had looted from the first Shabu. After climbing onto the grassy bank on the opposite shore, he took it out of his inventory. Item: Shellskin Potion, Black Iron Rare. A potion that increases skin hardness but sacrifices agility, consumable nature. Effect: for 10 minutes hardens the skin against physical attacks and reduces the speed attribute. Remaining uses 11. Just then a few more children came running over, approaching Chen Mo with the fearless boldness unique to children. "Are those things monsters?" one of them asked. "Yes," Chen Mo told them. "Hurry back to the village." "Are you going to fight?" "Yes, run back to the village." "Can we watch?" Chen Mo sighed and knelt down on one knee. "Listen everyone," he told them, "I have an important task for you. I need you to go back to the village and warn everyone about the monsters." He took 5 black iron soul coins out of his inventory and held them up before the children. "This is a very important mission," he told them solemnly. "I need some brave little adventurers to help me." "Think you can help?" Chen Mo smiled at the 5 children, nodding eagerly, and handed each of them a coin. "Now hurry," he told them, "warn everyone as fast as you can." As the children sprinted off, Chen Mo turned to look at the 3 Shabus crawling along the watercourse toward him. They had emerged from the water closer to the mountain than where Chen Mo had landed, placing him comfortably between them and the village. "Why didn't you just stay in the water?" he wondered. "Did getting washed downstream traumatize you?" Their sideways crab walk was faster than their forward movement, but the injuries from their fall slowed them down. Chen Mo looked at the potion in his hand. This too would slow him down. His skills were not yet proficient enough and the extra agility was of little use at the moment, so he chose to drink the potion. "You have used a defensive potion, hardening your skin and reducing your speed attribute. Until the residual magic completely dissipates, continuing to consume defensive potions will cause toxic side effects." He could feel his skin growing taut as if it had been left in a dryer for too long. When he moved, it felt like old leather, restrictive but tough. He watched the approaching creatures and considered the range of his spells. He could sense his ability, instinctively realizing that anything he could clearly see was a valid target. He fixed his gaze on each monster and recited a spell for each one. "Your fate shall be surrounded by suffering." The merciless doom curse would continue, stacking more and more effects onto its victims. The Shabus didn't have any effects on them yet, but once they caught up to him, Chen Mo would change that by springing a little surprise on them. He drew his dagger and dragged the blade across the back of his forearm, but no blood appeared. The potion's effect was obvious. He gripped the blade firmly and drew it sharply across his palm, this time leaving a shallow wound. The weapon Night Fong has applied Shadow Serpent Venom to Otherworlder. You have resisted Shadow Serpent Venom. Shadow Serpent Venom has no effect. You have gained a resistance effect. Chen Mo swore, having forgotten that his dagger was venomous. Fortunately, it hadn't taken effect. Now there was an icon beside his mana and stamina bars representing the resistance buff. This isn't the time to complain, but why didn't the toxin work? Combat log. You have been infected with the Black Iron Toxin Shadow Serpent Venom. The ability Sin Devourer increases your resistance to all pain. You have resisted Shadow Serpent Venom. Resisting pain has triggered the ability Sin Devourer, granting you a resistance effect. Sin Devourer was one of the abilities Chen Mo had awakened from a feast stone. Most of his plans and discussions centered on his active abilities, and this passive ability had been largely overlooked. The wounded Shabus moved slowly, meaning they were still some distance away, so he had time to inspect the description. Ability Sin Devourer, Sin Special Ability Divine.
Cost none. Cooldown none. Current rank Black Iron 000. Effect Black Iron increases resistance to pain.
Each time you resist pain or use an essence ability to purify pain, gain a resistance effect. Resistance Blessing Divine stacking increases resistance to pain.
Additional effects are cumulative. Negates vulnerability effects at a 1:1 ratio.
Not bad, he said.
And it's a divine power too.
From Sin Essence of all things.
Chen Mo looked down at his hand.
There was a thin line of blood, but the wound had already closed. The healing he had received couldn't quickly regenerate the kind of puncture wounds he had suffered from the Shabus, though in hindsight it might not have been just adrenaline that kept him moving. The small wound on his hand, however, was dealt with soon enough.
Oh, come on.
He picked up the dagger and drew it across again, reopening the wound. The weapon Night Fong has applied Shadow Serpent Venom to Otherworlder.
You have resisted Shadow Serpent Venom. Shadow Serpent Venom has no effect.
You have gained a resistance effect. I like this ability, he said as the number 2 appeared on the resistance icon. He extended his hand-wounded palm facing the ground. The leeches began pouring out like the world's most terrifying shower. When the pile was complete, the leech's total volume was greater than his entire body.
How did all of you fit in there? The pile of leeches didn't respond.
He tried commanding them verbally, though he wasn't sure how that was supposed to work.
Do leeches even have ears? The pile of leeches gave no response. We need to come up with a plan.
The Shabus had finally drawn near.
Time to eat, little leeches, Chen Mo said to the pile.
The leeches wriggled slowly toward the Shabus.
I suppose they'll need a better name.
The Shabus hadn't regrouped after falling from the sky. Each was coming at Chen Mo individually from a different direction. The first Shabu, on spotting Chen Mo, abandoned it sideways, scuttling, and swiveled its shark head to face him.
He finally had a good look at the creature.
It was a shark clad in purple and red carapace with legs somewhere between a spider's and a crab's. Above its mouth full of jagged teeth were tiny crayfish eyes, black spheres wobbling on short stalks.
You are one bizarre-looking creature.
As the first Shabu closed in, it suddenly locked onto the pile of leeches in its path. It lunged with both pincers, sinking them deep into the pile, but with little effect. Instead, the pile slithered over the pincers and crawled up its arm. It began shaking its arm to dislodge them. Some were flung off while others climbed across the carapace, searching for gaps where vulnerable flesh lay hidden. The remaining leeches moved toward the creature's legs, climbing up and covering them. Some were partially blocked by the hard shell, but more and more found soft spots and bit in.
The monster began to scream.
Bloody Horror has applied bleeding to Shabu. Bloody Horror has applied leech venom to Shabu. Bloody Horror has applied necrotic venom to Shabu. Bleeding has taken effect. Bleeding has been refreshed. Bloody Horror has applied leech venom to Shabu. Bloody Horror has applied necrotic venom to Shabu. As every leech that found a foothold delivered the same bleeding effect, Chen Mo had used plus 2 different venoms. The notifications kept pouring in. Leech venom pain toxin blood stacking. When bleeding is removed, 1 leech venom effect on the target is consumed to reapply bleeding.
Can stack additional effects.
Beyond the damage dealt through blood loss, the true power of the bleed affliction lies in its ability to absorb healing effects and nullify them.
Leech toxin reapplies the bleed, requiring even more healing to cleanse it. He did not think Shabu had any rapid healing ability, but this would also prove useful against monsters with regeneration.
As long as enough leech toxin was applied, it would keep refreshing the bleed again and again, bringing all healing to a complete halt. The other toxin the leech applied was very similar to Chen Mo's dagger. Necrotic toxin pain toxin stack deals continuous necrotic damage until the toxin is purged.
The additional effects are cumulative.
Unlike Chen Mo, the leech requires no external source of necrotic damage. It is a miniature army of ambulatory poison daggers. Chen Mo had intended to close in on it, but the Shabu was already in bad shape. Compared with his companion, Chen Mo felt somewhat useless. His relentless misfortune curse had already been placed on the Shabu, but the few extra afflictions it contributed were nearly meaningless compared with what the leech had done. A second Shabu was approaching, so Chen Mo advanced to meet it. He tried to circle around the pincer and drive the blade into the leg joint, but he immediately ran into trouble. When it was not confined to a tunnel, the shabu could shift sideways with ease, keeping its ferocious maw always pointed at its prey. Combined with the defensive potion that slowed Chen Mo, agile maneuvering was simply out of the question. The shabu's pincer swung at Chen Mo. He dodged by a hair's breadth, avoiding the grab but taking a scrape to the head. The potion had hardened his skin, yet the impact still rattled him and he staggered backward, dazed. He glanced at the first shabu, which was swaying and stumbling back and forth, covered with leeches.
"I think my companion might be stronger than I am," Chen Mo said. "Well done, little leech, see if you can catch the next one."
The leeches were beginning to drop off the wounded shabu as Chen Mo continued facing the monster in front of him. Realizing he could not get around its pincer, he tried a different strategy, charging straight in. A pincer shot out to seize him. He raised his left arm and let it catch hold. The sharp claw pierced even his toughened skin, clamped around his arm with crushing pressure, and began dragging him toward its maw. By sacrificing his unarmed left arm to the pincer, he freed his knife-wielding right hand to attack. When Chen Mo's arm was caught, the pincer no longer twitched.
Chen Mo drove the tip of his dagger deep into the joint of the pincer.
Weapon Night Fong has applied Shadow Serpent Venom to shabu.
Special Attack Punishment has applied Sin to shabu.
The creature shrieked and released Chen Mo's arm. He staggered backward, the dagger sliding free from the creature. The shabu struck with its other pincer and Chen Mo once again sacrificed his injured arm. Whether because of the earlier damage or the monster's fury, the pincer's grip was even more agonizing. He screamed in pain but endured it, stabbing savagely with his knife until he found the pincer's joint again. Now it was the monster's turn to scream, and it released Chen Mo's arm again. Special Attack Bloodthirsty Bite has applied Bleed to shabu. Chen Mo staggered away from the shabu, his left arm hanging limp and dripping blood.
Unlike his companion, Chen Mo could not stack afflictions quickly, but all he needed now was time. The relentless misfortune curse would live up to its name, escalating its curses and toxins until the monster was overcome.
As long as he stayed out of the creature's reach, its defeat was inevitable, but Chen Mo was not done yet. The shabu might move sideways quickly, but Chen Mo only needed to jog backward to create distance. Then he stopped, raised his good arm and intoned a spell.
"Your blood will be my feast."
Ability Blood Feast. Blood spell, drain blood.
Base cost moderate mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. Current rank Black Iron 000. Effect: Black Iron drains health and stamina. Affects only targets with bleeding wounds or those suffering from the bleed affliction.
Crimson life force flared from the shabu, streaming out of the wounds Chen Mo had inflicted and pouring into his arm.
Chen Mo felt his injured arm healing, but the amount of life force absorbed was limited.
Unlike his Blood Harvest spell, Blood Feast did not drain all life force, but it could be used on living enemies. Chen Mo's arm was still far from healed, but at least he could move it a little now. The shabu let out a piercing shriek, driven mad by the effect of Chen Mo's spell. The red glow receded back into the shabu's body. It seemed frantic as Chen Mo drained its life force.
It scrambled wildly, but its body was not built for pursuit. If anything, its panicked movements only slowed it down. Chen Mo easily kept his distance while his affliction slowly overwhelmed it.
You have defeated shabu.
Defeat shabu 14. Defeat shabu 24.
Chen Mo glanced at the shabu the leech had left behind. It was nothing more than an empty husk collapsing to the ground. He looked around and found the leech moving to intercept the third shabu. The third shabu had clearly seen what the bloody horror had done to the first and was trying to avoid it. The leech moved slowly, but the shabu was clearly unwilling to take its eyes off it long enough to scuttle away sideways. As a result, the two monsters slowly circled each other in an awkward loop. Chen Mo could not get around his own shabu to intervene, so he was forced to wait for the absurd scene to finish.
Defeat shabu 34.
The number of shabu he needed to kill had decreased by 1. Looking back toward the waterway, he saw Hylamu bloodied and exhausted, standing over a fallen shabu.
Good work, partner. Chen Mo herded the last one toward the bloody horror, which dispatched it quickly. Quest: Protect the village. Objective complete. Defeat shabu 44. Magic bracelet has been added to your inventory. Quest complete. 100 Black Iron soul coins have been added to your inventory. Chen Mo noticed that, at least in terms of soul coins, this quest paid considerably less than killing the cultists.
There was another item too, but he would inspect it later. On the other side of the waterway, Hylamu stood with one foot on a dead shabu, bloodied but triumphant.
He waved broadly at Chen Mo and Chen Mo waved back.
Using his Blood Harvest spell, Chen Mo drained the residual life force from the 3 shabu and healed himself back to perfect condition. He ran his hand over his bloodstained but intact arm, which had been badly damaged not long before.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
After looting the shabu, he reabsorbed the bloody horror and made his way back across the waterway. Once there, he tried to loot Halema's shabu.
This monster kill is not yours. You cannot loot this monster. Hey Halemo-chan Mo said, can I loot this corpse? Of course Halemu said. Chen Mo tried again. Monster Core Black Iron Grade has been added to your inventory. Water Essence has been added to your inventory. 10 Black Iron Soul Coins have been added to your inventory. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at the loot notification.
From his adventuring companions, Chen Mo had gained the impression that essences were quite rare, even though his own experience did not match that. He took the essence from his inventory, a shimmering blue cube that reminded him of the entrance. He handed it to Halemu.
Is this what I think it is? Halemu asked. Water Essence Chun Mo confirmed.
I can't accept this, Halemu said. Do you know how much these are worth?
Chen Mo looked at Halemu, then down at the shabu.
He pointed toward the mountains. The monsters came from over there, Chen Mo said. He pointed in the opposite direction. The village is over there. He pointed at the ground.
You are standing right here, directly between them. He pressed the cube against Halema's chest.
As Halemu stared at the cube in his hands in disbelief, Chen Mo took out another item he had looted from the shabu. It was a monster core. He had seen one before, but this one was Black Iron Grade, a step above the lower grade core he already possessed. It was teardrop shaped like the lower grade core, but slightly larger and a more vivid red.
Item Monster Core Black Iron Grade Common. The magic core of a Black Iron Grade monster crafting material magic core.
Effect: a common component for ritual magic and magic item creation. It can be absorbed directly to enhance an essence ability.
You are able to absorb Monster Core Black Iron. Absorb yes no.
Chen Mo's eyes widened when he saw that it could enhance his essence ability. He was eager to try it immediately, but decided to ask Lufusi and Fala first. He did not want to end up with any strange side effects. Halemu and Chen Mo sat on the grass enjoying a well-earned rest.
Halema's eyes never left the essence in his hands.
I might be able to perform the essence ritual for you, Chen Mo said. The essence ritual was one of the most fundamental magical practices, and the knowledge Chen Mo had gained from skill books was more than enough to manage it.
No thanks, Halemu said.
I'm going to keep this for my granddaughter to use when she grows up. The essence made me an important person in the village, that is why I am in charge of guarding the entrance.
How old does she have to be to use an essence? Chen Mo asked.
That earned him a strange look from Halemu.
I come from a very remote region, Chen Mo continued. Where I am from, we knew nothing of magic.
I have only just started learning these things for myself. It must have been truly remote, Halemu said.
If you try to absorb an essence too young, there can be problems.
I have never seen it myself, but I have heard it is terrible. There is a simple test to see whether your body is ready. It usually happens at around 16 or 17, but it can be a year or two earlier or later.
Thanks, Chen Mo said.
I still have a lot to learn. Well, I owe you, Halemu said, rising to his feet. So does the village. I dread to think what would have happened if those 4 things had reached the village.
Chen Mo stood up as well. I believe it would have been fine, he said.
If they had reached the village, my adventurer friends would have seen them and intervened. That is what adventurers are supposed to do, right? Exactly, Halemu said, placing a hand on Chen Mo's shoulder. That is what adventurers are supposed to do. In the courtyard of the inn, Chen Mo sat comfortably in the cool of the evening, looking down at a leech on the ground.
So you understand, right? He asked. Left means yes, right means no. That's my left and right, so it's your right and left. Do you understand?
The leech moved left.
Okay, that means yes. Unless you got it wrong and you meant no.
The leech wiggled from side to side.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
I always seem to overcomplicate things.
Well, let's just assume you understand. Is that okay with you?
The leech moved left.
Great. Then do you have a name?
The leech moved right.
No name, okay. Would you like me to give you one?
The leech moved left.
That's good, Chen Mo said. I don't want to keep calling you little leech. That's like monsters calling me human.
Or outsider, I guess.
Sounds weird. Who are you talking to? Gary asked as he walked into the courtyard.
I'm trying to give my companion a name, Chen Mo said.
How do you know it doesn't have a name? Farah asked, following Gary into the courtyard. I asked, Chen Mo said.
It answered.
Gary asked. We have our own system, Chen Mo said. Where did you two go? Something happened here.
We found out that man has a hut in the desert, Farah said, and there's a cave where he went to look for earth essence. We thought that might be where he's hiding.
Chen Mo heard a door slam open inside the inn.
He got up and went into the common room to see what was going on and found Martha the innkeeper doing the same. What they saw was an upset Rufus stomping noisily up the stairs, followed by another loud slam of the door. How does he get a reed door to slam so loudly?
Chen Mo wondered aloud. They're very light.
A perfect combination of skill and anger, Farah said.
Then I guess that man isn't in his hut, Chen Mo said.
Oh, he was there, Farah said. Anissa killed him before he could say a word.
Chen Mo winced.
I guess she was serious and that man was something her church had to deal with, Chen Mo said. Why was Rufus so determined to talk to him? We can sit down and talk about this, Gary said, but I really need a drink first.
Just use a soul coin, Farah said. We can do better than that, Chen Mo said. Martha, can we get some of that juice? I'd do anything for you, dear. What's going on between you and the people in this village? Farah asked as they walked back into the courtyard and sat down at the picnic table. When we came back to town, everyone was talking about you.
It's my charming looks, Chen Mo said.
Farah and Gary exchanged a glance.
Hey,
Chen Mo said sadly.
He knelt down, extended his hand for the leech to crawl onto, then lifted it up to his shoulder.
Are you sure you want to put it there? Gary asked. I wouldn't want those teeth so close to my ear. He won't hurt me, Chen Mo said. He's my little buddy.
I think he's a boy, though. I've read that leeches can change sex. You're a strange one, Farah said. Martha came in carrying a large pitcher filled with juice and chunks of ice. Her nephew Harold followed behind carrying 3 cups and got swatted by Martha when he stared at the leech on Chen Mo's shoulder.
Thank you, Martha, Chen Mo said, filling each cup.
One of them was a large mug Gary used with a big handle.
After the innkeeper and her nephew left, Chen Mo asked again about Rufus.
Where we come from, Farah said, has a higher density of magic than this region, so the monsters there are on average stronger.
In this region, black iron rank monsters are the norm with plenty of bronze rank ones. Silver rank might appear but only occasionally. But where we come from, Gary added, you'd see a lot of silver rank monsters. You'd see gold rank as often as bronze rank here, and sometimes even diamond rank monsters.
If black iron rank appeared, they'd always be gathered in groups of a few dozen or so. He drank half the big mug in one go, then refilled it from the pitcher.
Are you two from one of those big cities? Chen Mo asked.
That's right, Gary said. Vitus.
The city of flowers, Farah added. Vitus is the most laid-back place you can find anywhere, Farah explained. Culture food. Even at the low end, there's a lot of money flowing. A laborer in Vitus can earn what a craftsman earns here.
A good craftsman at that, Gary said, but still.
What does this have to do with Rufus being angry? Chen Mo asked.
Well, Gary said, here a black iron rank adventurer can move around relatively safely. If some monsters show up, a black iron rank adventurer can go deal with them alone or with a small team.
But around Vitus, Farah said, that would be suicide. Even bronze rank adventurers need silver rank escorts to go out. Coming here is a great chance for us to act independently.
To prove ourselves, Gary said. Then you got captured, Chen Mo said. Rufus was in charge, so he's guilty and blames himself.
That's right, Farah said, but you don't understand how much pressure he's under.
His family runs the Remore Academy, which is a big deal anywhere, not just in Vitus. Let me guess, Chen Mo said. Rufus is a living example of this academy's teaching methods, so his failure is a stain on his family's reputation.
His family isn't like that, Gary said.
They understand better than most that failure is a valuable lesson.
Rufus is the type to put immense pressure on himself.
What he blames himself for most is putting us in danger, Farah said. He takes the team seriously and wants to do his part.
He believes he let us down.
His obsession with capturing that person, Farah continued, stemmed from his need to find out what he did wrong.
Rufus works harder than anyone to avoid making a single mistake, let alone 2.
In his eyes, Anisha robbed him of the chance to understand his own error. As far as Rufus is concerned, her actions were equivalent to putting the team in danger.
Does anyone have a suspicious feeling about Anisha? Chen Mo asked. Like there's something secretly wrong with her. I think that's impossible now, Gary said. Maybe, Chen Mo said. I admit I'm biased, but think about it.
She brought you this mission from her church, right? And then the person who might have been sent by her church set a trap to capture you.
That doesn't sound quite right to me, Farah said. Anisha was locked in a cage just like the rest of us, Gary said. Of course, Chen Mo replied.
But she didn't go to the ritual chamber, did she? Who knows if some other excuse would have been made to leave her behind had I not shown up. And then she escaped all on her own.
So did you. Because I truly am weak and have no backing, Chen Mo said. I was also lucky.
But do you think a cult would underestimate a pure priestess? She wore the same collar as the rest of us, Gary said.
They probably thought she couldn't do anything. Of course, Chen Mo said.
But did you notice how long it took her to escape? That's still a bit of a stretch since the collar suppressed our abilities. Though she never did say how she escaped, Farah said. And in the end we escaped on our own, Chen Mo continued. On the surface she set you free to go find and question the one person who might have answers. But before you could even begin asking questions he was killed. I'm not saying anything is certain, Chen Mo said. Like I said, I know I have enough bias to cloud my judgment. But a lot of things feel strange when tested against intuition, so we need to stay vigilant.
Always have been, Gary said.
You were kidnapped and handed over to a blood cult, Chen Mo said. This is really good, Farah said after finishing a glass of juice, changing the subject.
I know, right?
Chen Mo said, obligingly refilling her glass.
I need to ask what's in it. Most of the local ingredients I've never even heard of. Last night I bought a notebook at the market to write down recipes.
They heard the inn's front door slam open again. That door is going to get destroyed at this rate, Chen Mo said.
Anisha strode into the courtyard charging toward Chen Mo. Why does everyone talk about you as if you're the town hero? She demanded.
When she spotted the leech on Chen Mo's shoulder, her face twisted with fury.
What is that thing? That's Colin, Chen Mo said. I decided to call him Colin.
And his friends.
The Colin crew. Anisha's hand shot toward it like lightning.
Her bronze tier reflexes were far too fast for Chen Mo to react. Not too fast for Gary, however, who caught her wrist in his massive hairy hand. Anisha glared at Gary, tugging at her arm, but his grip did not budge. No, you don't have the right to dispose of Chen Mo's things, Gary said.
That thing is obviously evil, Anisha said.
What it is doesn't matter, Rufus said as he strode into the courtyard. As the others turned to look, Chen Mo pulled out a knife and pricked his own finger, letting Doomleech Colin melt back into his blood. He had bought a small sharp knife for that purpose after accidentally poisoning himself with the Serpent Fang dagger before. After putting the knife away, he looked up to see Anisha and Rufus facing off. You knew he had that thing, Anisha accused.
Yes, Rufus said calmly. He's contaminated, she said. We need to burn him. You no longer have the authority to decide what we do, Anisha.
Especially when it comes to killing. You're fired.
What are you talking about? This was always a temporary partnership, Rufus said. That partnership is over.
Because of him, she asked, pointing at Chen Mo. No, Anisha, because of you, Rufus said. You decide for yourself when to follow orders and when to do whatever you please. You were never willing to place even your smallest ideals above the welfare of this team, and that I cannot accept. The most important thing in a team is trust, and I do not trust you. Humans, Anisha spat the word like a curse. Every last one of you is filth. She stormed off, and they heard the door slam shut as she left the inn.
Rufus stood there fuming while Chen Mo, Farah and Gary exchanged wary glances.
I think we might have to pay for a new door, Gary said. Village Chief, Rufus said, are you certain you don't want us to investigate the astral space?
We've considered it, the mayor said. Our village is merely one of many entrances to that astral space. We can't know whether other places face similar issues. It might just be a coincidence. Such engineering is not to be meddled with lightly. A single mistake could cost everything.
I respect your caution, Village Chief, Rufus said. As promised, when we reach Greenstone City I will deliver your letters to the Adventurers Guild and the Mages Guild.
Thank you.
The village chief met them at the inn before they departed. They were traveling on foot. Anisha had already claimed the carriage and animals for her church, and Rufus did not bother to argue.
Hiram stood beside the village chief. Farewell, adventurers, the village chief said. Thank you again, Chen Mo.
I shudder to think what would have happened if those creatures had entered the village. Don't worry about it, Greg, Chen Mo said, shaking hands with the village chief, then with Hiram.
Is there anything I can do for you? Hiram said. Well, if you find another essence.
Chen Mo said, I looted all those monsters and you got the only one.
Forget it, Hiram said. If I find another essence I might just keep it. You know I have more than one child. Chen Mo laughed.
Then next time I pass through you'll have to introduce me to them, he said.
That shouldn't be too long, Farah said. The Adventurers Guild uses patrol contracts as punishment, and she placed her hand on Chen Mo's shoulder. This one talks too much. Hey, who says that's wrong? Chen Mo said, feigning a hurt expression. They set off on foot along the road.
Chen Mo didn't mind much as carriages were uncomfortable on the hard desert ground.
As they walked through the village, it seemed everyone waved or offered parting words.
We've only been here 2 days, Farah muttered. I tell you, while you all were away when those monsters fell from the sky,
Chen Mo said.
They took the southern trail commonly used by quarry transports, leaving the lush village and entering the dry desert wasteland.
Chen Mo felt far more comfortable than his last trip through the desert.
The reward he had gained from the village protection quest was exactly what he needed.
Item: Magic Bracelet, Black Iron, Rare.
A bracelet that harnesses the power of water essence to grant its wearer an Oasis Blessing accessory bracelet.
Effect: keeps the wearer cool, restores mental attributes. The bracelet's energy drains mental attributes at varying rates based on climate to sustain the wearer's state.
Effect: reduces fire and heat damage taken.
This rapidly consumes the bracelet's energy. Effect: consume a water essence stone to fully replenish the bracelet's energy.
The bracelet was a cord threaded with small pebbles. When he first touched a sapphire-like water essence stone to one of those pebbles, it vanished. All the stones changed from sand yellow to vivid blue, and as the gem's magic was used, they would slowly revert to their original color.
With the bracelet's cooling effect, Chen Mo walked cheerfully with the others.
Now that he wasn't consumed with cursing the sun, he found a greater appreciation for the barren desert.
It wasn't all that different from certain parts of Central Australia.
They walked along an unpaved road compacted into a hard surface by the scorching sun in heavy carts laden with quarry stone. Carts loaded with green marble rolled in their direction, while carts carrying food came the opposite way.
Did you really name your companion Colin? Gary asked as they walked.
Yes, I told you, Chen Mo said. You should have given it a scarier name like the Devourer or something.
Gary, Chen Mo said, it's a bloodthirsty apocalyptic monster. That's scary enough. Farah, Gary and Chen Mo chatted as they walked. Rufus remained taciturn after his confrontation with Anisha.
It's a bit strange to feel so comfortable in such a harsh environment, Chen Mo said. Near the coast it would be worse, Farah said. At least here you see some grass and the occasional tree.
There it's nothing but endless lifeless sand.
Dry and dead, as if the sun had burned all life away. Something to look forward to, Chen Mo said. We don't need to trek through there, Gary said. We head south until we reach the river, then take a boat west to the coast. They encountered a cart carrying fresh fruit to the village which had lost a wheel. While Gary and Farah fixed the cart, Chen Mo and Rufus helped pick up the scattered fruit. Gary used one of his smithing essence abilities to repair the wheel. Chen Mo was startled when Farah with superhuman strength lifted the cart so Gary could reattach the wheel to the axle.
Gary at least looked like he possessed overwhelming strength. Seeing the same power from Farah was surprisingly incongruous. What's wrong? Farah asked Chen Mo.
I thought you were a warrior, Chen Mo said. How can you have this kind of strength? I just happen to know a few spells, Farah said. Humans have an affinity for special attacks. I spend most of my time in close combat. Spells just give me a bit of extra ranged options. I don't have any spells at all, Rufus said. It's remarkable that Farah has so many. After the cart was fixed, the grateful driver left them with a melon which they ate as they walked, sweet and juicy. Chen Mo, Rufus and Farah each had a slice while Gary ate the rest of the melon whole.
Soon Farah and Chen Mo became as sullen as Rufus.
Where do they get fresh fruit in the desert?
Chen Mo asked. You'll see for yourself soon enough, Rufus told him. During the journey, Chen Mo pulled Rufus aside.
I have a rather sensitive question, Chen Mo said quietly.
What is it? Rufus asked. Well, Chen Mo hesitated. Becoming Black Iron rank has effects on your body, right? That's right. It's just.
I haven't had to relieve myself in 4 days. I snuck a pee behind a hedge in the maze once, but nothing since.
Rufus burst out laughing, drawing the attention of the others. Really? Chen Mo asked. It's normal, Rufus said. Your body no longer wastes anything. It can burn almost anything as fuel.
I heard of a man who lived on tree bark for a month.
That's a myth, Farah said.
No, I know a man who met him, Gary said.
Of course you'd believe that, Farah said. I want check what's in the box again, mister. No at all. Not this again. How was I supposed to know Vivian would betray us? Gary asked. Because it was obvious, Farah said, and we told you she would. We did tell you, Rufus agreed. At dusk they arrived at a town enclosed by enormous tan desert stone walls. It was square in layout with a gate in every wall.
Inside, the town was built mostly from the same brick as its walls. Its layout centered around a vast central square with wide straight roads leading from the town gates straight to the square. The square was bustling, filled with carts carrying local green marble.
This is the main distribution point for all the green marble in the region, Farah explained.
There are many small villages like the one we saw earlier. From here all the marble is shipped south, then carried by barge along the river.
When they told me the village's name was Northeast Quarry Village, no. For I guess there had to be more, Chinemo said.
No wonder they all just called it the village, Gary said. What are these enormous walls for?
Chinemo asked.
The walls around the town were at least 7 meters high and nearly 3 meters thick. They're for the monster tide, Rufus said.
What is a monster tide? Chinemo asked.
Every 10 years, Rufus explained, the rate at which monsters spawn increases drastically.
All over the world at the same time.
Entire villages evacuate to fortified towns like this one, which is why most of this town is actually empty.
As long as no one is left in the villages, the monsters basically leave them alone.
So how long has it been since the last monster tide?
Chinemo asked. 11 years, Rufus said. It's never exactly 10 years, Farah said.
The shortest was 8 and the longest was 13. The recent ones have come quite late.
They didn't need to find an inn for the night.
Most of the town was made up of temporary dwellings used by villagers during monster tides, and those dwellings were open to any passerby. That mainly meant carters hauling stone in one direction and food in the other.
Rufus led them to register in the plaza, and they were provided with basic lodging free of charge.
After they found the simple stone house assigned to them, Rufus approached Chinemo.
There are still a few hours of daylight, Rufus said. Come with me for a while. Rufus led the way in silence.
They made their way to the edge of town, climbed one of the many staircases, and reached the top of the western wall. There he stopped to gaze at the horizon while Chinemo stood beside him. So you've already fought your first real monster, Rufus said. Shabu was certainly tougher than that powerful hamster, Chinemo said.
Rufus turned and shot Chinemo a glance. You're pretty good at naming monsters, aren't you? They really are just their names. Rufus looked back out at the desert landscape.
It's time to learn how to advance your ability, he said.
Actually, that reminds me, Chinemo said, I have a pile of monster cores.
They're said to enhance abilities.
Rufus' head snapped toward him. You haven't used any of them, have you?
No, I was waiting to ask you, Chinemo said.
I thought there might be side effects. Judging by your reaction, I take it there are. Rufus let out a relieved breath. I'm glad.
I should have thought to tell you, but I forgot that you have the ability to plunder monsters.
You're lucky, that's a rare ability. So I'm not the only one who can do this. Right, but it's a highly sought-after ability.
I'm starting to feel a bit jealous, Rufus said.
Don't humans advance their abilities faster than everyone else? Chinemo asked. Which includes me, since I'm not human. It still feels unfair.
Being human does have its advantages, Rufus admitted.
Why rub it in?
Then tell me how to advance my ability so I can start catching up with the three of you, Chinemo asked.
That's why we're here, Rufus said. There are 2 ways to advance your ability.
One is to use monster cores. Each core increases your ability a little, but only a tiny bit.
Reaching bronze rank requires hundreds of black iron cores, and that's for a human. For everyone else it takes more.
When you're black iron rank you need black iron cores, when you're bronze rank you need bronze cores, and so on.
But you should never use that method. Will it turn me into a monster or something? No, Rufus said.
I told you there are 2 ways to advance your ability. Every time you use a monster core to advance, it slightly reduces the effectiveness of the other method. The effect is small at first, but every core you use erodes your potential. If you used cores to reach my current level, the peak of bronze rank, it would become extremely difficult to break through with the other method afterward. The chance of breaking through with cores becomes very low, but cores become your only way to break through, and bronze rank isn't even that high.
Can't you just hunt more monsters for cores? Chinemo asked. You can, Rufus said. Some people do exactly that. In the city we're heading to, Greenstone City, almost everyone uses cores. As long as you have the money to buy them, you can reach bronze rank without ever facing a monster. But each tier requires more and more cores. To reach silver rank the cost increases dramatically and progress slows to a crawl. Most people who rely on cores can never reach gold rank. If people know that, why would anyone still use cores? Chinemo asked. Because it's easy and you can buy cores without having to take risks, Rufus said.
Most noble families have only a few truly powerful adventurers while everyone else uses cores.
Does your world have nobles? Of course, Chen Mo said. But that was in the past. Things are more complicated now, so it's hard to say.
Ah, okay. Then what's so bad about the second method that people would rather use these cores?
It requires danger and arduous effort.
I bet it's not the danger that stops them, Chen Mo said.
It's that the process is too arduous and long, right?
Perhaps, Rufus said with a soft laugh. The other path to developing your ability, the true method, has 3 elements.
The first element is training.
You must practice pushing your body to its limits and not just physically, exhaust both body and mind.
Push yourself to your limits to prepare for transcending them.
So,
exercise.
Yes, but it's not just physical exercise.
You must also train your mind.
Perception is part of your spiritual power and will teach you how to exercise it.
How?
Observation training, which is both a practical skill and a good training technique.
Memory games, puzzles.
Anything that tests your mind works.
That sounds kind of interesting.
That's good, Rufus said. Proper training leaves you feeling fulfilled and empowered.
The second element is also about challenging yourself, but in a more dangerous way. Fighting monsters.
Fighting monsters, Rufus said. To truly break past your limits, you must genuinely challenge them. Only in real danger can you push further and achieve things you never thought possible.
That's easy to understand, although a little frightening.
What's the third part?
Chen Mo asked. Meditation. Meditation.
Just
sitting there. Yes, Rufus said, meditation is essential. The other 2 elements are about breaking past your limits. Meditation is about consolidating that improvement.
It turns those fleeting moments when you were better than ever into your new baseline.
Do you need to chant some kind of incantation? The key is focusing on the magic flowing inside your body. You can feel it, right? I can, Chen Mo said. It feels untamed, doesn't it? Like some kind of wild creature inside you.
Yes, it does, Chen Mo said. Using an ability feels like throwing out a piece of meat and letting it run off to devour. That's the feeling after reaching a new rank, Rufus said. As your abilities grow, you will gradually bring that beast under control. Then you will reach a new rank and face a new beast more powerful than the last. And how do core users work? For them, it's like feeding the beast drug meat to make it docile.
The beast still retains its power, but the master can't properly utilize it.
So core users not only hinder their own future, but they also become somewhat worse in the present.
That's exactly what they're doing, Rufus said. Rufus guided Chen Mo to sit cross-legged, gazing out at the distant scenery.
He led Chen Mo through his first meditation in the remaining daylight until the setting sun dyed the sky orange and gold.
Chen Mo opened his eyes and looked. You know, Chen Mo said, I think I'm starting to like it here.
That night, as he lay on the small bed in the quarters assigned to them, Chen Mo checked his character interface.
Chen Mo.
Race Otherworlder.
Current rank Black Iron. Progress to Bronze rank 004. Essences completed. Attributes. Strength Blood Black Iron 0. Speed Dark Black Iron 0. Spirit Doom Black Iron 0. Recovery Sin Black Iron 0. Racial Abilities Otherworlder. Interface Quest System Inventory Map. Astral Affinity Mysterious Stranger Essences 44. Dark Speed 35. Midnight Eye Special Ability Black Iron 004. Cloak of Night Special Ability Black Iron 002. Path of Shadow Special Ability Black Iron 000. Blood Strength 45. Blood Harvest Spell Black Iron 001. Bloodthirsty Bite Special Attack Black Iron 001. Feast of Blood Spell Black Iron 001. Bloody Terror Companion Black Iron 001. Sin Recovery 35. Punishment Special Attack Black Iron 001. Absolution Feast Spell Black Iron 000. Sin Devourer Special Ability Black Iron 002. Doom Spirit 15. Relentless Doom Spell Black Iron 001. Reviewing his abilities, he found they had barely grown. Some he hadn't even used yet. I should try that Shadow Teleport. Early the next morning they left the walled town, and after walking for about an hour Rufus stopped. He took a piece of paper from his pocket, looked at it, then turned his gaze toward the surrounding desert landscape. It's here, he said, then stepped off the road. What's going on? Gary asked as they followed. Rufus handed the paper to him. Gary glanced at it. Nice, he said, handing the paper to Chen Mo.
It was a monster notice with details and directions. Chen Mo had seen something similar in Waterfall Village, but apparently every town and village had a bulletin board.
Did you take that from the town we just passed? Chen Mo asked. That's right, Rufus said. Can you just take them? Chen Mo asked.
The location was listed using landmarks that Chen Mo could spot by looking around a series of uniquely shaped rock outcroppings.
You can make a copy, Gary said.
When you kill the monster, you mark the copy and the original disappears. Then you just report it the next time you stop by an Adventurers Guild branch.
What if someone just copies and destroys it without killing the monster? Chen Mo asked. Why would anyone do that? Gary asked. Because human nature is evil, Chen Mo said. Do you really think that? Fala asked.
I'm starting to worry about your world.
Really? Chen Mo asked. Because when I came to your world, people kept trying to eat me and or kill me.
He has a point, Gary said. To make an official copy you need an Adventurers Guild badge, Rufus said.
The association can use it to track who made the copy.
The badge also tracks the monsters you kill, Fala said.
And they can use it to find your corpse after you die, Gary said. How reassuring, Chen Mo said.
So why are we chasing this monster?
We're not, Rufus said.
You are.
I am.
You are.
New quest adventure, notice giant desert moss spider.
The local townsfolk have found a monster in the area matching the description of the giant desert moss spider. Kill it before it becomes aggressive and starts attacking travelers.
Objective: defeat giant desert moss spider 01. Reward materials. Chen Mo looked at the paper again. It listed the same monster name as the quest. Giant desert moss spider, he read. How giant is it?
About the size of Gary, Rufus said, but it's not its size you need to worry about. They have a huge maw filled with the most disgusting teeth you've ever seen, Fala said. It has a barbed tongue that shoots out, grabs your limbs and tries to drag them into that mouth.
That sounds delightful, but why are we doing this? I haven't seen you fight yet, Rufus said. I need to see what level you're at. I can save you some time on that, Chen Mo said. My level is low. Very, very low. You say that, Rufus said, but in practice it might just be modesty.
Quiet, here it comes, Fala said.
It's underground, Chen Mo muttered under his breath, recalling his list of abilities.
He still had several abilities he had never used before. Now was the perfect time to try them. Suddenly the sand began to tremble and a cloud of sand exploded out from beneath the ground. A colossal spider as large as Gary leaped out of the sand. Its 8 eyes glimmered with great sharp fangs were visible in its enormous maw, and a barbed tongue lashed through the air.
Gary, Rufus and Farah stepped back in unspoken agreement, keeping a safe distance to give Chen Mo room to fight alone. All right, you really do have an impressively big mouth, Chen Mo said.
The spider let out a blood-curdling hiss, its 8 long legs scuttling rapidly across the sand as it lunged at him.
Chen Mo tried to dodge sideways, but the spider was far faster than he had expected.
A razor-sharp foreleg slashed across his arm, leaving a long gash so deep that bone showed through. Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the sand, instantly swallowed by the thirsty grains. Rufus said, use your cloak to become invisible.
Chen Mo focused his mind and activated his night cloak ability.
A layer of dark energy began to coil around his body, blurring his outline. The spider seemed confused, finding that it could no longer see its attacker clearly.
It even began to shift its attention toward Gary and the other two. Big mouth spider, we're not your targets, Gary said, and the 3 of them split up.
Chen Mo, stab it in the butt, Farah said.
Now's your chance.
Taking advantage of the monster's impaired vision, Chen Mo stepped forward and drove his blade straight into the spider's huge furry rear.
Activated ability Bloodthirsty Bite Blood.
Inflicted bleeding status. Weapon Night Fang applied Shadow Serpent Venom to giant desert moss spider.
Activated ability Punishment Sin.
Inflicted necrotic damage and the Sin Agony status. After being struck by Chen Mo's combo, the giant desert moss spider let out a sharp agonized shriek. Its body trembled violently and its 8 long legs clawed wildly at the ground in an attempt to escape the sudden agony.
It's working,
Chen Mo said excitedly, but this was only a temporary advantage.
Farah said, a wounded beast is often more dangerous. Don't let your guard down.
The spider adjusted its tactics and began spraying webs across the sand, trying to restrict Chen Mo's movement.
Unfortunately, Chen Mo's foot got stuck in the web. Damn it.
Chen Mo cursed and struggled to cut the webbing at his feet with his dagger, but the tough strands were far harder to sever than he had imagined. Sensing its prey's predicament, the spider slowly turned and crept closer. After all, he had far too little practical combat experience. Unlike battle-hardened fighters such as Rufus and the others, panic seized him. He strained with all his might to slice through the web with his knife. In his haste he remembered that his skill Shadow Path was still unused. His gaze happened to land on the shadow cast by Gary's massive body in the sunlight. With a flicker of thought he activated Shadow Path. In that instant he felt his body become as light as a feather, as if he had turned into a wisp of smoke. Then from his original position he teleported through the shadows and appeared before Gary. Whoa! Gary was so startled by Shenmo's sudden appearance that he nearly swung a punch.
That move is awesome.
The spider watched its target vanish before its eyes, its small bean-shaped eyes utterly bewildered. After searching around, it spotted the culprit that had hurt it and charged at Chun-Mo again with its tongue dangling. At this point Chun-Mo began summoning his little companion Colin. Colin quickly wriggled into a mass and crawled toward the spider. "Go little Colin," Chun-Mo said to the heap of leeches. The maw spider saw this strange sight and instinctively grew vigilant. It shot a great mass of webbing toward the pile of leeches, then charged forward, opened its terrifying maw and used its thorn tongue to roll up most of the leeches and swallow them down. However, it failed to notice that some small leeches had dispersed quietly, climbed up its legs and burrowed into the gaps between the joints of its abdomen. Bloody horror inflicted bleeding on giant desert maw spider. Bloody horror inflicted leech toxin on giant desert maw spider. Bloody horror inflicted necrotic toxin on giant desert maw spider. Bleeding took effect. Bleeding was refreshed. Bloody horror inflicted leech toxin on giant desert maw spider. Bloody horror inflicted necrotic toxin on giant desert maw spider. Just as Chun-Mo thought victory was within reach, a chime sounded beside his ear. Insufficient mana. Damn it! He had only enough mana for 1 or 2 more skills. If the maw spider came at him again, he would have no way to respond. At that moment the maw spider was battling the leeches that had burrowed into its joints. It twisted its enormous body trying to shake off the agonizing parasites, but the leeches had already latched firmly onto its most vulnerable spots. Various negative status effects kept draining its strength, making it spin in tortured circles. After several minutes of this struggle, the spider suddenly seemed to make a decision. It gave up its entanglement with the leeches and turned its full attention to Chun-Mo. Though its movements were slowed by the many negative status effects, its determination was unmistakable. It would kill this human who had brought it such agony, no matter the cost. Chun-Mo saw the spider charging at him and quickly dodged backward, preparing to unleash his final skill, Merciless Doom. Just as the spell was about to be released, the spider's long tongue shot out like a barbed whip and wrapped precisely around Chun-Mo's waist. He did not even have time to cry out before he was dragged toward the spider's gaping maw. 2 razor-sharp forelegs carved bone-deep wounds across his body, and blood burst out, staining the sand red. At the critical moment when he was about to be swallowed into the spider's belly, Merciless Doom finally finished its casting. The maw spider and Chun-Mo both let out agonized cries. Chun-Mo felt as though thousands of needles had pierced him at once, riddling him like a sieve and making him feel as if he were about to split apart. The spider was in even worse shape. Its body began to convulse uncontrollably, as if an invisible force were tearing it apart from within. Enduring the searing pain, Chun-Mo drove his dagger down into the spider's tongue and activated the Blood Feast skill, draining life force from the spider's body. A stream of scarlet energy surged out of the spider and connected to Chun-Mo. He could feel the spider's vitality flowing through that bridge into his body, healing his wounds and restoring his power. However, the healing power at that moment was nowhere near enough to offset the damage the spider had inflicted. "No, we have to help him," Farah said in concern, preparing to intervene. Rufus narrowed his eyes and said, "No need. Chun-Mo can handle it. He is about to win." Slowly the spider's strength faded. At last it collapsed onto the ground and lay motionless, its tongue going slack. Farah came over and fed Chun-Mo a recovery potion. After drinking it, he lay on the ground for a long while, feeling his strength gradually return, yet he was reluctant to rise, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Finally, with the help of his companions, he got to his feet. He walked over to the spider and cast a blood-draining spell, absorbing the residual life force of the dead monster to heal his wounds. Though the spell was slowly taking effect, it was not enough to fully mend his injuries. The wounds were closing little by little, but he still felt as if he had been carved up like a platter of cold cuts. Chun-Mo tapped the monster's remains, preparing to plunder its loot. "Do you wish to loot giant desert gullet spider?" As the monster dissolved into rainbow-colored mist behind him, he limped toward the adventurers. 10 spider essence gems have been added to your inventory. The others had been watching Chun-Mo's fight from a distance. His clothes were torn to shreds and soaked in blood, his body stained crimson. So Rufus said as Chen Mo approached, "You weren't being modest, were you?"
Quest monster notice giant desert gullet spider objective complete defeat giant desert gullet spider 11. 10 earth essence gems have been added to your inventory. Quest complete. 100 black iron soul coins have been added to your inventory. I'm almost out of good clothes, said Chen Mo.
You do tend to wreck them, said Gary.
Farah summoned her stone chest from the ground and took out a bottle of clear liquid with a glass stopper.
This is called crystal wash, Farah said, pressing the bottle into Chen Mo's hands. Strip off your clothes, then pour this over your head. I don't have much, so use it with reverence.
Chen Mo stripped down to his underwear. All of it off, Farah said. Chen Mo took off the silk boxers he had gotten from the Wayne estate. He no longer cared, not even glancing over to see if the others were looking at his naked body.
In any case, there was so much blood on him that it was like painted body art. He pulled out the stopper and poured the liquid over his head. A clear viscous liquid poured out and quickly began spreading across his body, thinning out as it flowed downward. Wherever the liquid passed, it cleaned his body with gentle thoroughness, at last washing away all the blood and grime. As the liquid cleansed the hard-to-reach crevices and corners, a strange sensation traveled to his brain, refreshing yet like a pristine, untouched virgin garden being meticulously trimmed by a master gardener. An odd and unnatural expression flickered across his face. When the liquid finished its task and evaporated into nothing, he could smell a fresh fragrance radiating from his body and felt cleaner than he had at any point in his life.
It's scented.
No, crystal wash is completely odorless and removes everything, Farah said.
If there's any stench left, that's your own smell. Gary walked over and sniffed Chen Mo. Why do you smell like flowers?
The other two gathered around Chen Mo and began sniffing him too. I'm still naked, Chen Mo said, surrounded by the three of them.
Well, you are stronger than before, Farah said. No one cares. Still room for improvement, little boy. Hey! Rufus and Gary both burst out laughing. You really do smell like flowers, Farah said after leaning in for a sniff. What's that about? I think it might be a trait of otherworlders, Rufus said.
I know one otherworlder who smells quite similar.
Is that so? Did someone once have a romantic fling with an otherworlder? Gary asked. I'm still naked, Chen Mo said. No, what are you thinking? Rufus said.
I was very young back then and she barely even looked at me.
Can everyone step back so I can put on my clothes?
We're right here, Gary said.
No need to shout.
If you've had that bottle of cleaning solution all along, crystal wash, Farah said. Right, Chen Mo said, if you've had it all along, why didn't you give me some after I purged all those toxins? Purging toxins is like a rite of passage, she said.
So you never used it when you went through it?
Absolutely not, Farah said, her tone dropping a little, not entirely convincing. She had an entire chest of it on hand, Gary said. If you don't realize the value of crystal wash, you won't appreciate it, Farah said.
Don't you think it's funny that I smelled so awful before? Chen Mo said.
It was indeed funny, Gary said.
I've never seen anyone purge that much filth. It was like you'd stored extra in your inventory.
They passed another village around noon. Its astral space entrance was small, producing only a large pond. There were also quarrying operations, but much smaller than those in Waterfall Village. Is the entrance the source of water here?
Chen Mo asked.
No, Rufus said, but there are more green stones around the entrance.
The bigger the entrance, the higher the rank of the stones you find.
They stayed just long enough for Rufus to pick another quest from the village's adventurer bulletin board. Well, reach the river before nightfall as planned, Rufus said.
If there's time, well, do one more. Give me one of those blank papers from that box. Chen Mo spotted the paper box beneath the bulletin board, took out a blank sheet and handed it to Rufus. Rufus pulled a bronze emblem from his pocket and pressed it against a notice on the board.
The emblem began to glow faintly until he touched it to the blank paper Chen Mo had fetched.
The light faded and text matching the notice appeared on the paper. This is the Adventurers Guild emblem, Rufus explained. You'll get your own when you join. I thought you'd learned enough lessons from the last monster, Chen Mo said. Did I not perform badly enough? Need another round.
There are always more lessons to learn, Rufus said, handing over the paper.
New quest monster notice: Lesser Earth Elemental. Local villagers have spotted a monster in the area matching the description of a Lesser Earth Elemental.
Kill it before it becomes aggressive and starts attacking travelers.
Objective: defeat Lesser Earth Elemental 01.
Reward: crafting materials.
Earth Elemental, Chen Mo read.
That's a pile of rocks and dirt that wanders around and punches people.
Exactly, Gary said. Do you have these in your world too? Only in stories, Chen Mo said. Let me guess.
I fight it and then I discover my abilities don't work on it because you can't poison a pile of rocks or make it bleed. Then I get beaten black and blue and you three-step in to save me and then I learn an important lesson about failure in choosing the right battles.
Right. I think he's got your number, Rufus. Gary laughed heartily. Ah yeah, Rufus said, reaching for the paper. It's fine. You don't have to do this. No, we'll do it, Chen Mo said, holding on to the paper.
He strode off in the direction of the village gate. I know you want to teach him to become a proper adventurer, Farah said to Rufus, but I don't think he's like those spoiled rich kids from your family's school.
I believe in him.
Of course.
The facts have already proven that. Rufus said.
The earth elemental looked like a snowman built of compacted soil and sand, but instead of flimsy twig arms it possessed thick sturdy limbs. It stood only about 2/3 of Chen Mo's height, constantly shedding dust and dirt as it lumbered forward.
Chen Mo drove his dagger deep into its head. Special attack punishment inflicted the sin status on the lesser earth elemental. The lesser earth elemental is immune to curses.
The sin status had no effect. The lesser earth elemental has no living tissue and is immune to necrotic damage.
The additional necrotic damage from special attack punishment was nullified.
The shadow snake venom had no effect. As expected, Chen Mo's abilities proved futile. What he hadn't anticipated was that the moment he withdrew his dagger the wound immediately closed as if it had never been pierced. The soil and sand flowed like living things repairing themselves. With each attempt to strike it with his dagger he was battered by the elemental's rough heavy arms.
The earth elemental showed no signs of weakening.
Chen Mo tried stabbing and prying with his dagger, yet for every piece he loosened he could only pry out a few clumps of soil before more dirt rushed in to fill the gap. In desperation, Chen Mo crouched down, wrapped his arms around the earth elemental and gripped it tightly, heaving backward with every ounce of strength he could muster. His strength might not rival Jelly's, but it had improved considerably since a few days ago. With a grunt of effort he finally lifted the earth elemental off the ground. In Chen Mo's grip the creature was now fully airborne. He clutched the monster with one arm while driving the dagger with the other, striking with all his might. Owing to the need to use only one hand and maintain his balance, Chen Mo could exert only limited force, yet he continued stabbing relentlessly, repeating like a sewing machine. All the while the earth elemental thrashed wildly, slamming its rough arms into Chen Mo's shoulders and back, each blow like being struck by a stone. He stiffened his neck and tilted his head back as far as possible to avoid taking a direct hit to the face, but the pain still surged over him like a tide. His vision began to blur, yet he refused to give up.
Just hold on a little longer,
he encouraged himself in his mind. Under Chen Mo's dagger strikes the soil kept shattering and more chunks fell from the elemental. He struggled to stay upright under the creature's weight and the relentless rain of heavy blows, his legs trembling with exhaustion. He staggered, nearly falling, his shoulder battered into mush. At last the earth elemental crumbled all at once, collapsing into chunks that tumbled from Chen Mo's arms.
You have defeated the lesser earth elemental. Quest Adventure Notice Lesser Earth Elemental. Objective complete. Defeat Lesser Earth Elemental 11. 10 pure heart sand have been added to your inventory. Quest complete. 100 black iron soul coins have been added to your inventory.
Chen Mo collapsed onto all fours, coughing violently as droplets of blood splattered on the ground. The others rushed toward him. "I'll get you a potion," Fala said, but Chen Mo raised a hand to stop her. Then he lowered his hand back to the ground to keep from falling.
"No," he rasped, "Kellen will heal me."
"It heals slowly," Lufusi said. Chen Mo turned to look at him, slowly rising to his feet. He staggered, his legs nearly giving way again, but he steadied himself with unwavering resolve. His breathing gradually lost its wheeze, each breath no longer so painful. He crouched down and sifted the soil with his fingers.
"Do you want to loot the lesser earth elemental?"
As the dirt behind him dissolved into wisps of smoke with a hissing sound, he walked toward Lufusi.
Monster Core Black Iron Grade has been added to your inventory. 10 pure heart sand have been added to your inventory. 100 black iron soul coins have been added to your inventory. If I choose to have Kellen heal me, that ability will get better and faster with use, right? Chen Mo's voice was still rough and hoarse. "Yes," Lufusi said. Chen Mo nodded and began trudging back toward the main road.
Jelly followed behind him while the other two exchanged glances.
"What's wrong with him?" Fala asked. "Chen Mo has a lot to learn," Lufusi said, "and this is how he's chosen to learn it."
"Like what?"
Fala asked. "Like determination and perseverance.
Being at a disadvantage doesn't mean you'll lose as long as you're willing to pay the price for victory." In that sacrificial chamber Chinemo was the weakest of us all with or without the collar. But he was the one who kept overcoming the odds and clawing his way out of desperate situations. He also had some luck on his side, Fala said. My grandfather said that great adventurers are those who can turn luck into fortune. And there are few adventurers greater than him, so he ought to know. Fala shook her head. To me the whole thing reeks of showing off. Why can't you two just talk like normal people? You might be right, Lafussy conceded, but I think some things can only be shown through the results of hard work. Fala let out a lazy groan. A little boy growing stronger day by day. That story is rather interesting. How did you know to lift it off the ground? Jilly asked. I heard of such a concept in my world, Chinemo said hoarsely. Some things are invincible on their own turf, so if you want to kill them it's best to change the environment. I figured the elemental was healing itself by absorbing more earth from the ground, so it was worth a try. I have a feeling, Jelly said, that after we train you for a while you might actually become a fine adventurer. On the way back Rufus explained the local geography to Chunemo as they walked. The east lay as inland grassland, a flat broad expanse of scrubland. Here in the west it is dry barren wasteland everywhere, Gary said. It is called the sun-scorched realm, Farah said. Most of the population lives along the coast. Rufus continued. The western region stretching along the coastline is a land of contradictions. Much of it is lifeless desert the immense dunes seem to stretch on without end. But at its very center lies a broad river delta where the dead sands give way to fertile soil. The delta teems with life and is densely populated. Greenstone City sits on the coastline exactly at the midpoint of the delta. You seem to know an awful lot about this place, Chinemo said, but you're not actually from here. Rufus likes to overplan, Gary said. Before we left he studied everything about this place for weeks. Better overprepared than underprepared, Rufus said. As they walked the rugged trade road they eventually saw a hint of green in the distance. We're approaching the river, Farah said. The green in their view expanded until it filled the entire horizon. As they drew closer the hard red earth beneath their feet made way for softer brown soil. Scattered yellow wasteland grass grew denser, even showing signs of green. The road's hard earth became so soft that it could no longer bear the heavy wagons passing over it, so it was paved with coarse desert bricks. The grass grew thicker until it carpeted both sides of the road, veiled by a thin mist that carried the promise of water. There is magic in that mist, Farah said. It comes from the river water magic that brings life to the desert. The earth gave way to fertile black soil. The road led them through bountiful orchards bearing colorful fruits and fields of towering crops. The mist thickened into a cool fog that contested the scorching sun, and the moisture in the air sparkled like diamonds. The fog threaded through fruit-laden trees, forming an ethereal fairy-tale playground, a hidden Shangri-La tucked inside the roofless desert. Welcome to verdant fields, Rufus said. The name says it all. The farms here and on the opposite bank of the river feed every town and village in the central region. They found that the pickers among the trees and farmhands in the fields were protected from direct sunlight by the ever-present mist. Some heat still filtered through, but it lacked the merciless dryness of desert air. Chenemo and the others followed the road through fertile farmland, eventually approaching a wide river. A small town stood on this side of the bank, enveloped in fog rolling off the water surface. As they made their way along the broad streets built for wagon traffic, the town was a hive of activity. In a town like this anyone who wants to work can always find work, Gary said. The riverfront was a chaos of docks and warehouses crowded with people. Boats and barges came and went, wagons loaded and unloaded. Magic lamps were used liberally to cut through the fog even though there were still hours of daylight. Chenemo noticed that magic was being harnessed in unusual ways, powering cranes or propelling watercraft. He saw boatmen and dock workers drawing glowing runes which shone as they took effect. Two bridges arched through the thick fog upon massive pillars high enough for boats to pass comfortably underneath. The mist hid the far bank from view. A busy dockmaster promised that they could set off downstream the next morning and arrive on time. The docks were organized and waited for no one, not even adventurers. They found a place to stay for the night, an inn for carters with no amenities except a bucket of water. The whole room of carters was displeased because Gary's snoring was simply too loud. The next day they took a barge downstream. Chenemo was surprised to realize that most of the watercraft were made not from wood or metal but from green stone. Farah explained that the local stone possessed a strong affinity for water which allowed it to be made into magically driven boats. Rufus did his best not to get in the way of the crew while Gary was glad to help. His overwhelming strength was greatly appreciated. Farah took time to show Chenemo how magical propulsion pushed the barge forward. There was a dedicated crewman on board whose only job was managing the magic.
He was happy to have someone interested, so he let Chen Mo and Farah see the various uses of magic throughout the boat. Chen Mo was impressed by the subtle details of how magic was woven into the barge. It was clearly the result of long-term iterative design. Like the other examples of magic he had seen, from lighting to indoor plumbing, it raised his appraisal of this world's technological level. It seemed that this world's reliance on magic had placed it on a technological track entirely different from his own world. A shipwright is a profession that uses all sorts of magical tricks, Farah explained. They don't really understand much beyond their own work. They are skilled professionals, but their focus is very narrow. As adventurers in terms of magic, it's better for us to have broad rather than deep knowledge because we never know what we'll encounter. As the barge floated downstream, it gradually left verdant fields behind. The mist rising from the river varied from place to place, thick or thin, and the terrain around it mirrored the life-giving power of the water. Where the mist thinned, the desert ran directly up to the riverbank. Where the mist was thick, the river was full of life, a wet forest or a long lush beautiful valley might appear. "This is where they grow mist tea," Rufus said as they passed a valley. "One of the finest teas in the world. It is expensive back home." The mist was the name of the river they were sailing, a name lacking in imagination because it came from the river's signature fog. According to Rufus, the source of the river was the largest body of water in the desert. "Is it not a naturally formed river?" Chen Mo asked. "That depends on how you define natural," Rufus said. "There is an oasis with a spring at the bottom of the lake. All of this water flows from there." The most exciting part of the journey was when the river reached a deep valley. The river should have flowed into the canyon, but instead it flowed into a giant aqueduct that bridged the long deep abyss. The aqueduct carried the river, and those sailing on it, across the canyon, continuing to the far side. It was built entirely of green marble. "This is insane," Chen Mo said as they crossed. He looked toward the canyon, but they weren't close enough to the edge to see much beyond the aqueduct's raised rim. The only thing to be seen was the open sky. "Sky River Canyon," Gary said enthusiastically. "I tried to get them to hug the edge so we could look down, but they refused." "How deep is this canyon?" Chen Mo asked. "The pillars supporting this structure must be enormous." Interestingly, Rufus said, "This aqueduct has no structural support apart from its two ends." "That doesn't sound very safe," Chen Mo said. "Rufus, you know way too much," Gary said. "It feels a bit like a tour guide," Chen Mo said. "What is a tour guide?" Rufus asked. "A person who gets paid for taking people to sites or standing alongside them and telling them about those sites," Chen Mo explained. Farah laughed. "Rufus, I think you've missed your true calling," she said. "What's wrong with telling people about interesting places?" "That sounds like a noble profession," Rufus said. "For example, if there were a tour guide here, they could point out that nobody knows who built this aqueduct." Gary groaned. "Why would you learn that?" he asked. "How does that help us complete the quest?" "Actually, it might not, he could just be trying to earn your coins." "Go on, Rufus," Chen Mo said. "I'd like to hear it." "Thank you," Rufus said. "When people first migrated to this area about 3.5 centuries ago, this aqueduct was already here. At least that is when permanent settlement started. There is some evidence that people passed through this region before that, but no detailed records exist." "Except for that ancient assassin's order," Gary said. "Yes, Gary," Rufus said. "Except for that ancient assassin's order that we very definitely should not discuss right now." "Sorry." Chen Mo and his new companions traveled downstream for a day and a night. By the second morning, as the pre-dawn light began to dispel the darkness, they sat quietly in a circle atop the piles of stones stacked on the barge. Eyes closed, they breathed slowly in the damp river air. Rufus had stopped guiding Chen Mo's meditation, letting him find his own accustomed way. Ability Midnight Eye Dark has reached Black Iron 0100. Ability Midnight Eye Dark has been promoted to Black Iron 10. Chen Mo raised his hands and let out a triumphant cheer. Rufus opened his eyes and looked at the laughing Chen Mo. "You seem quite satisfied," he said. "One of my abilities has leveled up," Chen Mo said happily. "Just as you said. It's my visual ability, which makes sense because I'm always observing things." "Are you sure it leveled up?" Farah asked. "The strength of an ability is a vague notion, it's easy to deceive yourself." "You don't need to worry about that," Chen Mo said. "One of my otherworlder abilities allows me to judge my ability's progress." "Really?" Farah said, fascinated. "That sounds like something the Magic Association would be interested in." "Once we get to the city, you should let me examine your body with some of their specialized tools." No thanks," Chen Mo said. "I have a strict no guinea pig policy." Chen Mo noticed that the surroundings had changed while the group meditated.
As night fell, they were passing through the desolate dunes of the western region, now surrounded by wetlands.
The morning light was still dim, but Chen Mo's now enhanced dark vision made everything clear.
He could see several villages in the distance, farmers working in the rice paddies and herds of enormous oxidized lizards. These docile creatures seemed content to wallow in the shallow water. Everything was covered in the familiar magical haze. The misty delta, Rufus said.
We should reach the city by late morning or early afternoon. I've been thinking about that, Chen Mo said.
You three are big names in that place, right? The three adventurers answered at the same time.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Rufus shot the other two a glare.
Rufus is the famous one, Gary said. We're just the extras.
What are you talking about? Rufus asked, still glaring at Gary.
I was thinking, Chen Mo said, that if I entered the city alongside you I would draw many eyes and face expectations I might not be able to satisfy.
He has a point, Fala said. If he arrives under your wing, people will think he's a highly trained adventurer.
That's not the kind of pressure a brand new adventurer should have to bear.
Pressure is good, Gary said. It makes you stronger.
Pressure in moderation, Fala said. This time last week he didn't even know magic existed, let alone adventurers.
She's right, Rufus said.
Then it's settled, Chen Mo said, rising to his feet as the others followed suit.
I'll disembark early and we'll meet in the city. All right, Rufus said. Find the Adventurers Guild and register, we'll find you there. There are plenty of towns and villages here in the Delta.
You can disembark closer to the city.
Actually, Chen Mo said, I want to look around. This is the right time.
He broke into a run, leaped into the air, and the starlight cloak materialized around him.
He landed on the river's surface, turned and waved farewell to the adventurers. See you in a few days.
As far as Chen Mo knew, the delta was a blend of natural wetlands and farmland that took full advantage of the region's abundant water. Compared with the desert, trees were far more plentiful here, but they were mangroves or slender palms, hardly enough to sustain a timber industry.
Chen Mo ambled along the roads built on artificial embankments that divided the delta into several sections.
Dense shrubs and neatly arranged stonework ran down both sides to prevent erosion, while small bridges allowed water and the occasional boat to drift between the sections. These roads themselves were the lifeblood of trade between towns and villages. The care and time spent on blending farmland and artificial embankments into the natural ecosystem were clearly the fruit of years of labor. Chen Mo recalled what Rufus had said about how Vane Manor had wastefully destroyed the existing environment.
The delta was the exact opposite, a sustainable arrangement that balanced industry and nature. The first town Chen Mo reached was an agricultural community.
He found a tavern with many windows across its front, none of them glazed, letting light and air flow freely. Stepping inside, he saw people eating at scattered tables and others seated along the long bar. A short breakfast menu was written in chalk on a board. Most of the items were fried foods whose names he did not recognize.
After enjoying a pleasant breakfast, rice porridge with nuts and dried fruits, Chen Mo left the tavern and strolled along the main street. He wanted to take in the sights.
The people here had olive skin and black hair, which was normal in every other place Chen Mo had seen. Among the people Chen Mo had encountered, only Fala stood out with her fair skin, golden hair and elfin features. As for the aggressive Anissa, there were no other elves with whom to compare her. As he made his way down the street, he came upon two people standing in the middle of the road speaking loudly. They were a young man and a middle-aged woman, practically shouting at each other. If you can't wait until the healer passes through at the end of the month, the man said, then take him to the city.
That's exactly what I want to do, the woman said, but money is tight right now. The ratmen ate half our crops and we can't afford the city healer's fee.
There's no more credit to be had, the man said sharply, then his expression softened.
I understand your situation, but monster attacks are just part of life. Listen, I'll ask my father about extending your deadline, that's all I can do.
The woman was about to press her point when they turned to Chen Mo, who had already walked up to them.
Hello, Chen Mo said. I, like almost everyone here, couldn't help but overhear your conversation. If you'd like, I can give it a try. Try what? The man asked. Someone is sick, right? I might be able to solve his problem. Are you a healer?
I wouldn't go that far, Chen Mo said.
I can't heal injuries, but I might be able to eliminate disease.
I'm on my way to the city to register as an adventurer, and one of my abilities can deal with illness.
To be honest, I haven't truly tested it yet, but I can try. Are you an adventurer? The woman asked. A prospective adventurer, Chen Mo corrected. Chen Mo. We can't afford to pay you, the woman said.
The monsters destroyed our fields and ruined most of our crops.
That's terrible. I'm deeply sorry, Chen Mo said. But don't worry, this time it's free. You mean no charge? Of course, Chen Mo said. But I can't guarantee the outcome. I've never used this ability before, but I'll do my utmost. This sounds highly suspicious, the man said. Listen to the way he talks. Look at him. He's clearly not from anywhere around here and he has no eyebrows. Would you trust a man without eyebrows? I don't have much of a choice, the woman said. She walked toward a nearby cart with Chen Mo and the other man following. The inside of the cart had been padded with bedding to give the sick old man lying within as comfortable a ride as possible. His skin was pale, clammy and beaded with sweat. You shouldn't have brought him here, the healthy man said. This is convenient for me though, Chen Mo said. Hello, old Timur. I'm Chen Mo. The old man tried to speak but all that came out was violent coughing. Don't worry, friend, Chen Mo said. You just need to hold on a little longer. Chen Mo extended his hand above the old man, chanted an incantation and activated Absolution Feast. Ability Absolution Feast, Sin Spell Restoration Purification. Cost low mana. Cooldown 20 seconds. Current level Black Iron 000. Effect: Black Iron removes all curses, diseases, toxins and unclean contamination from a single target. If the target is an ally, it also removes all divine contamination. Restores stamina and mana for each cleansed individual. This ability bypasses all effects that block purification. This ability cannot be used on oneself. A blood-red glow brimming with vitality emerged from the old man's body. It was far weaker than what he had seen radiating from the monsters, even the dead ones. The glow flickered unsteadily as if it might collapse at any moment. Within the red light lurked an unhealthy green like waterweed in a filthy pond. Other colors mingled in as well, though less conspicuous, a dirty white and a dull pallid purple. Chen Mo's spiritual perception could feel them tainting the life force. Those unhealthy hues immediately began to stir, rising from the red glow and being absorbed into Chen Mo's waiting hand. You have cleansed all green slime fever disease effects from human. You have cleansed all arthritis disease effects from human. You have cleansed all osteoporosis disease effects from human. Your stamina and mana have been restored. Stamina and mana cannot exceed their normal maximum. Excess stamina and mana will be lost. Cleansing diseases has triggered Sin Devourer. You have gained a resistance effect corresponding to each cleansed disease effect. Can I cure arthritis? Is osteoporosis really a disease? The old man's life force glow remained unsteady yet noticeably more vibrant after Chen Mo's efforts. The other colors had vanished, leaving only vivid red. As the spell faded, the glow withdrew back into the old man's body. All right, Chen Mo said. The old man pushed himself toward the rear of the cart, preparing to get off. Dad, don't push yourself, the woman said. Don't worry, the old man said in a hoarse voice. It feels like a fresh breeze blowing through my body. The weak he wore a smile as he climbed down from the cart with his daughter's help, then shook Chen Mo's hand. It was a tough, calloused hand that reminded Chen Mo of his uncle, who had spent his whole life working in the mines. Don't worry about it, pal, Chen Mo said. Although his spell had lasted only a moment, it had already drawn the attention of several people, and before long Chen Mo found himself inundated with requests for healing. Soon a man with a badge pinned to his chest came to see what the commotion was about. He was the town's only constable and he helped Chen Mo get things arranged properly. All right, the constable said to the growing crowd. I'm taking this man to my office. He's agreed to treat everyone who comes for the rest of the day just like an ordinary healer. So go home and bring your patients. He says he can take care of everyone, but he can't treat injuries, only diseases. And toxins and curses, Chen Mo told the constable. If someone's been bitten by something poisonous, the constable continued, you can bring them too. Only when the constable led Chen Mo into his small office did the crowd disperse. The constable took a bottle of juice from a magically cool chest and poured each of them a glass. Are you sure you can handle everyone? The constable asked. Don't worry, Chen Mo said. I can do this all day. You will, the constable said. But well, turn away half of them. I may have said you don't handle injuries, but they'll still bring the wounded. Are you from some church? Absolutely not, Chen Mo said. Then why are you helping these people for free? Well, Chen Mo said, since the gods here are clearly real, I figured I should wave the flag for secular morality. Friend, gods are real everywhere. That's what people keep telling me. Any news? When Gary walked in, Rufus asked. They had rented a 3-bedroom suite in Greenstone City.
Rufus and Farah had been waiting in the spacious lounge with enormous glass windows overlooking the ocean. The door to the outside balcony was open, letting the sea breeze drift in.
No, Gary said.
They had been checking every day to see whether Chen Mo had registered with the Adventurers Association.
It's been a week, Farah said. Do you think we should start asking about Chen Mo? Not yet, Rufus said. Remember, everything is new to him.
He's probably just taking his time looking around and learning.
Chen Mo was sitting on a cart traveling along the Delta Embankment Road.
The cart was loaded with crates of various plants, only a few of which were fruits and vegetables. Chen Mo sat beside the driver, a man in his 20s. The driver reached over and picked up a stalk resembling celery.
Holding the reins with one hand, he snapped the stalk in two with practiced ease. He offered half to Chen Mo.
This one's not for medicine, the driver said.
I bring it along just because I like it.
The driver Jory was a highly skilled adventurer, though he rarely went on adventures.
Because he believed his true calling was brewing potions and elixirs.
They traveled to towns and villages in search of ingredients that couldn't be found in local markets. Jory had found Chen Mo in a village crowded with people seeking healing. It was something Chen Mo had grown accustomed to as he slowly approached the city, passing through 8 towns and villages in 8 days.
Jory had offered him a ride for the last leg of the journey.
Chen Mo was never shy about breaking the silence, but with Jory there was no need. He talked so much that even in the humid delta air he had to keep drinking water to wet his mouth.
He began telling Chen Mo about his alchemy lab in the old town. Old town? Chen Mo asked. You really must be new to this area. Greenstone City is divided into 2 parts.
The old town is the original Greenstone City located at the original harbor. The other part of Greenstone City is the island. It was designed as a giant breakwater when the original harbor, now the old town, was expanded. At some point it turned into a haven for all the rich people to get away from the rest of us.
Can't alchemy make good money? Chen Mo asked. Not the way I do it.
So they built an island and then called it the island.
Very imaginative, right? Jory asked. Still, if you can afford it, you'd definitely want to live there. It's really nice.
The old town is where the money is made, but the island is where the money goes.
Jory explained that adventurers could afford to live on the island if they worked actively. Most of them were born wealthy anyway, that was how they had acquired the essence in the first place.
Jory's own family lived there, but he himself stayed in the old town. All his income went into alchemy research. Most alchemists study alchemy to push it toward ever deeper frontiers, making the discipline increasingly difficult and esoteric, Jory said. It requires the finest techniques and the rarest, most expensive materials.
I'm going in the complete opposite direction, in trying to make alchemy cheaper and simpler.
If I can make alchemical products affordable for everyone, it won't just help a great many people, it will also open up a massive new market. Chen Mo had seen firsthand that medicine in this world worked much the same way. For ordinary people, access to healing magic was difficult. The cost and expertise required were beyond what most could manage. Alchemy could also produce healing effects, but most healing was still done through healing magic, and those who mastered it mostly belonged to one organization, the Healer's Church. As far as he knew, their gods had provided the essence and awakening stones that granted them healing abilities. People could pay to seek their help, but they also sent agents throughout the Delta to treat people at more reasonable prices. That sounded good, but Chen Mo had seen with his own eyes that demand for such services always outpaced supply. Jory hoped to correct that with simple, affordable medicine.
That's a noble goal, Chen Mo said. How's it going?
Pretty well, Jory said. The advantage of researching cheap and abundant materials is that they're cheap and abundant. I've even opened a clinic in my lab selling some of my early successes. It helps pay for my research, though the margins are thin to keep prices reasonable.
After all, that's the whole point. Maybe you should talk to the Healer's Church, Chen Mo said. They might be willing to fund your research. I once had the same idea, Jory said.
Turns out they're a bunch of arrogant bastards who think they get to choose who receives healing and who doesn't. The poor living in their ignorant folly don't have the same opportunities as the rich to understand the glory of the gods. Therefore the poor need suffering to wash their souls clean.
That sounds familiar, Chen Mo said, shaking his head. This kind of thing happens on my planet too.
As they approached the city, the embankment road spanning the delta gave way to flat ground. All vegetation had been dug up or cut down, leaving an open expanse before the city walls. The walls themselves were of reddish-yellow stone more than 10 meters high.
Roads from all across the delta led to the towering city gate.
What a huge wall! The delta has only a few safe towns, Xiaoli said.
Most of the population retreats into the cities during monster tides. Is this open ground so they can see the monsters coming? Chen Mo asked. That's right. Clearing land this fertile took a lot of work. In the past they tried to ruin the soil to keep anything from growing. I wouldn't think it'd be that hard, Chen Mo said. I mean, you could rely on magic. It might work elsewhere, Xiao Li said, but not here. All the water that flows down the misty river carries an innate magic. It has tremendous life force, so you can't stop plants from growing. After each monster tide they let the plants grow until the next tide approaches. People have been clearing the land here for over a year now. The last few tides have arrived later than expected. Isn't a longer interval a good thing? Chen Mo asked.
Yes and no, Xiao Li said. Think about the logistical cost of a tide.
The entire population has to be moved, herds must be slaughtered and relocated. Staying on high alert for long periods is expensive. I can imagine. Haven't you seen one yourself?
How old were you at the last tide?
10.
There are no monster tides where I come from, Chen Mo said.
There are no monsters there at all. No monsters. Xiao Li asked. Where exactly are you from?
I lived in a city very far away, Chen Mo said. Very, very far from here.
There's almost no monster activity. The magic density there must be absurdly low, Xiao Li said. Even compared to here, that's saying something.
Oh, there's definitely less magic there, Chen Mo said. We were quite isolated from places with real magic.
Then how did you get here? Not entirely sure, Chen Mo said.
Maybe some magical accident in the desert reached out and dragged me straight out of bed. It must have been quite an accident. I've heard that long-distance teleportation experiments tend to have unstable results.
That's about right, Chen Mo said.
I was lucky enough to run into some adventurers who helped me get acclimated. Indeed, to have a full set of essences so quickly, Xiao Li said.
Xiao Li was Black Iron rank just like Chen Mo. He could sense the essences in Chen Mo's aura just as Chen Mo could sense his. Chen Mo was still new to aura perception, but he was getting the hang of it. An ordinary person's aura was faint, almost imperceptible, while those who possessed essences were far clearer. Most villages had one or two people with essences, and anyone who reached Black Iron rank with a full set of essences shone like a lighthouse. Monster auras were similar in strength to those of essence users, but they felt different. Rufus, Farah and Gary possessed powerful bronze rank auras which Chen Mo had naturally caught a glimpse of. But they could all suppress their auras, hiding them from Chen Mo's senses. Farah had told him that higher rank essence users could control their auras with far greater finesse. I obtained these essences by chance too, Chen Mo said. They came quickly, but the process wasn't easy. At the city gate they joined a line of wagons.
The line moved quickly and the guards barely had time to inspect his wagon. You're not carrying any restricted items, are you, Xiao Li?
A guard asked. Same as always, Hugh, Xiao Li said, then turned to Chen Mo. You're not restricted, are you? Not as far as I know, Chen Mo said. Have a good day, Xiao Li, the guard said. Since you're back, you'll bring my mother to the clinic. Still her leg. Anytime, Hugh. Xiao Li drove the wagon through the city gate and into the city.
Most of the buildings in the old city were constructed from the same reddish-yellow stone Chen Mo had seen in the desert, though many had been painted in vivid white and green. Most stood 1 or 2 stories tall, but 3 stories were not uncommon. Above the rooftops he could see occasional buildings rising 5, 6, even 7 stories. The streets were packed with people even right at the city gate. The air was full of clamor and the scent of spices. What is that smell I'm picking up? Chen Mo asked as Xiao Li guided the wagon confidently into the streets, people flowing around it like water. It's called kittle, Xiao Li said. It's cheap, strongly flavored, and grows all over the delta, so street vendors use it everywhere.
You might need some time to get used to it.
No, it smells wonderful, Chen Mo said.
You'll have to look around. They arrived at a combination of Xiao Li's residence, alchemy laboratory and medical clinic, a large 3-story building.
A sign above the door proclaimed it the Broad Street Clinic. Though the street was crowded, a wide space had been left around the building because 2 people were brazenly defacing its front in broad daylight. They weren't thugs though, they wore bright white robes trimmed with blue, yellow and green edges. Each held a clay pot of red paint and was writing the word heretic on the door. A small crowd of passers-by had stopped to watch the spectacle.
Ah damn, Xiao Li said wearily, pulling the wagon to a halt. Who are they? Chen Mo asked. They're from the Healer's Church, Xiao Li said.
The two men spotted them on the wagon, set down their pots and brushes and walked toward Chen Mo and Xiao Li. "Look, the heretic is back," one of them said. They were both young, around 18 or 19.
"Is this really necessary?" Xiao Li asked, still seated on the wagon. From their auras, Chen Mo could sense that both men were essence users. Black iron rank like Xiao Li and himself.
One of them opened his mouth to make a sneering remark, but Chen Mo cut him off.
"Who are these bastards?" Chen Mo demanded loudly, jumping down from the wagon.
He walked around the two men and picked up the pot and brush they had set down. Xiao Li and the two men looked at him in confusion, unsure what he was doing.
"Who are you?" one of them asked. "I asked first," Chen Mo said. "Is it a local custom to write our opinion of you in paint?
And do you have a smaller brush?
I'd like to write smudge shit on your robe."
Xiao Li was still sitting in his carriage, groaning and shielding his face with his hands. The other two, their faces flushed crimson with rage, lunged at Chen Mo. Chen Mo splashed the contents of the can at the first man and swung a fist at the other. The paint hit its target, but the fist did not.
Soon afterward, Chen Mo was curled up on the ground.
He could have tried using his ability, but both of these men were black iron rank. He worried that using it would be like drawing a knife in a bar brawl, escalating things to a truly dangerous level. The clean one seemed satisfied after flooring Chen Mo with a punch, but the man splattered with paint was still kicking him. "Enough," the other man said. "We came to deliver a message, and the message has been delivered."
The paint-splattered man gave Chen Mo one last kick, picked up another can of paint and poured it over Chen Mo.
"Now the message has been delivered," he said, and the two began walking away. The crowd hurriedly parted to let them through, but when a voice called out, the pair stopped. "Hey!"
Chen Mo called.
The two turned to see Chen Mo, who had barely managed to stand hunched over but wearing a bloody-toothed grin.
"You two beat me up pretty badly," Chen Mo groaned. "As payment, could you at least point me toward the healer's church?"
The paint-covered man was blazing with fury, his face almost the same color as the red paint splattered across him. He stormed back and hammered a punch at Chen Mo's head.
Chen Mo could barely stay upright, and his only defense was a bloody-toothed grin.
The fist came down and he collapsed unconscious before he hit the ground. Chen Mo regained consciousness on a padded table like an examination table in a doctor's office. He had been stripped down to his underwear and his skin was coated with healing ointment. "I suppose I've grown strangely accustomed to passing out."
"Used to being knocked out?" Xiao Li asked.
He was at the sink washing empty potion bottles and placing them on a drying rack. "It's the effect of a few hard weeks," Chen Mo said.
"Still, two attendants of the god of healing knocked someone out," Xiao Li said. "That's highly unusual." "Not for me," Chen Mo said.
"Most of the people I meet are cultists and all kinds of religious figures." Groaning, Chen Mo swung his legs off the table and pushed himself into a sitting position. He looked around and guessed this was the inside of Xiao Li's clinic. Surprisingly, it was very similar to the medical examination rooms of his own world. Tiles and cabinets, clean white surfaces. Beside the examination table was an ordinary chair with his clothes and a towel neatly folded on it.
"Is that for me?"
he asked. "I applied the ointment for you," Xiao Li said.
"You can wipe it off yourself." Provoking those two into beating you black and blue was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But what really impressed me was that you immediately stood up and did it again.
And then the man you dumped paint on managed to kick you in the head as he was leaving.
"I don't remember that," Chen Mo said.
"It was a parting kick," Xiao Li said.
"I think you were already unconscious." "Brutal," Chen Mo said. "I've been knocked out a lot this week."
"I believe you," Xiao Li told him. "By the way, you owe me for the healing potion I poured down your throat plus the 2 jars of healing ointment I used on your bruises."
"No problem," Chen Mo said.
"This is actually the reason I did that."
Xiao Li set the last potion bottle on the drying rack.
"I'd like to hear this," he said, turning to face Chen Mo. "Well, even if someone beats you up you still have healing potions," Chen Mo said.
"That's only if you have money," Xiao Li said.
"Fair point," Chen Mo admitted, "but I do. It means I can get beaten up and the negative effects won't last as long." "I don't know about anything else," Xiao Li said, "but I admit you can take a beating. If you stay silent when you wish you'd said something," Chen Mo said, "that regret builds up. It starts devouring you from within and no potion can cure that." "Of course there is," Xiao Li said.
"It's called alcohol. Another alchemist friend of mine has a distillery not far from here."
"That's not a cure," Chen Mo said. "That's setting yourself on fire to ward off the cold."
Chen Mo laughed and went on.
"Those men I dealt with, will you get caught up in this?" "It's fine," Xiao Li said. I'm a member of the Adventurers Guild and the Alchemists Guild.
They're just low-level attendants causing trouble, so this is as far as they can go.
But if you had actually beaten them, their superiors might have intervened.
I don't have the strength to deal with that. I'm just glad you weren't foolish enough to use your essence ability. In my hometown, Chen Mo said.
There is a type of widely popular novel where the classic plot hook is the protagonist going out of his way to clash with antagonists who have backing and then successively killing them, their superiors and their superiors' superiors.
To drive the plot forward. Sounds kind of stupid. It is kind of stupid logically, but it's really satisfying to read. Chen Mo admitted.
That's also why I chose not to use my essence.
Xiaoli shook his head. You're a madman. Very likely.
Fortunately, they stomped you into the ground, which should have vented their anger.
Hopefully they won't come back for a while. Is that why you didn't help me?
Help you? I nearly helped them.
Chen Mo chuckled. Great. Both of those men had black iron rank auras.
Are they members of the Adventurers Guild?
Possibly, Xiaoli said. The Adventurers Guild doesn't stop members from joining any other lawful organization. Does religion count as lawful? What's wrong with your head? Don't blame me. Back home this would definitely be a cult.
Even if it isn't, it's a backward religion, Chen Mo said. By the way, can you point me toward the Adventurers Guild?
After all, I came here to register as an adventurer.
Chen Mo wandered through the streets of the old city, stopping now and then to buy things from roadside stalls.
Food Kittle Skewer inflicted food poisoning on you. You resisted food poisoning.
Food poisoning did not take effect. You gained a resistance effect.
Food poisoning. Combat log.
You have been infected by the common grade toxin food poisoning.
Black iron rank gives you greater resistance to common grade negative effects.
The ability Sin Devourer gives you greater resistance to all negative effects.
You resisted food poisoning.
The resistance effect triggered the ability Sin Devourer, granting you a resistance effect.
Sin Devourer. I think I'm really starting to like this ability.
Chen Mo looked at the food in his hand, then at the resistance buff icon, and then back at the skewer.
You really are delicious.
His gaze returned to the resistance buff.
Why not keep trying? It's kind of like training the ability.
He took another bite of the skewer.
Special attack Kittle Skewer inflicted food poisoning on you. You resisted food poisoning.
Food poisoning did not take effect. You gained a resistance effect.
Now his resistance buff indicator had the number 2 beside it. I absolutely love this ability.
Eventually he crossed through a busy warehouse district, reached the city harbor, and saw the water.
After the desolation of the desert, even the deep green lushness of the delta could not compare to this magnificent azure expanse.
However, this was not the open ocean, because there was a distant shore about 2 kilometers away, making it look more like a lake. The harbor was bustling, forcing him to walk carefully or risk being knocked down by a carriage.
He finally arrived at an arched bridge.
The bridge was made entirely of green marble, exuding an air of wealth compared with the sand-yellow stone of the old city. The bridge had 3 lanes managed by a checkpoint equipped with armed guards, tall metal gates, and a large guard station. These guards wore the same uniforms as the guards at the city gate, but he could tell at a glance that they carried out their duties with far greater meticulousness.
There were fully 8 guards, and Chen Mo could sense from their auras that some of them possessed essence. Only one had a complete essence set and seemed to be the one in charge. Access to the island was clearly more strictly regulated than access to the old city.
Of the 3 lanes, the 2 smaller ones were for transporting goods and services to and from the island. They were extremely busy, and strict inspections slowed things down. The wider 3rd lane was reserved for the privileged, with plenty of open room. Most of the traffic consisted of wealthy-looking carriages, and what caught Chen Mo's attention was that none of them were pulled by animals. Their wheels bore glowing magical symbols.
Xiaoli had kindly explained the basics to Chen Mo. Travel to the island was restricted. Trade and work permits allowed access to the trade lanes. Nobles, adventurers, and residents could freely use the wide lane to come and go.
Members of the guild societies and associations headquartered on the island also had free access.
Anyone else with lawful business on the island could purchase a Onedai entry permit, valid only during daylight hours. What counted as valid business was left to the guards' discretion. They were the town watch under the city's ruler, Duke Greenstone. The cost of 1 day's entry to the island was a black iron soul coin. Fortunately, anyone willing to pay could use the privileged lane.
Chen Mo had been around long enough to understand the currency. The lesser soul coin was the basic unit.
100 lesser coins equaled 1 black iron coin, and thereafter the denominations increased by multiples of 10.
10 black iron equaled 1 bronze, 10 bronze equaled 1 silver, and so on up to diamond.
Each gold rank coin Chen Mo possessed was worth 100,000 lesser coins. At the entrance, Chen Mo didn't have to queue for long. The trade lanes had long lines and every person and vehicle was thoroughly inspected.
On the privileged lane most carriages were waved straight through while others passed after simply showing permits.
Most of the people ahead of Chen Mo obtained a permit after a brief conversation with a guard and handing over a coin.
Chen Mo noticed that everyone had to press their thumb against a stone that a guard took from his pocket. The bored but dutiful guard looked Chen Mo up and down, his gaze holding routine detachment and a hint of wariness. Reason for applying for a permit. The guard's voice was flat and formulaic, as if he repeated this question 100 times a day.
To apply to join the Adventurers Guild, Chen Mo said. The officer sized Chen Mo up once more, then nodded.
Wait here, he said curtly, turning to walk toward the official Chen Mo assumed to be in charge. He exchanged a few quiet words with that man. The man looked Chen Mo over, then gave the guard a brief nod, and the guard returned.
Looks like you're fine.
Just hand over your coin and press your thumb to the tracking stone.
Tracking stone? Chen Mo asked.
The guard raised a skeptical eyebrow.
You don't know what a tracking stone is?
The officer in charge walked over.
Is there a problem?
This guy doesn't know what a tracking stone is, the guard said.
Where are you from? The officer asked Chen Mo. Broadly speaking, I'm from Earth, Chen Mo said. More specifically, I'm from XX province in Z country, far from any magic. But I doubt you've heard of it. I've traveled a long way and there's still a lot I don't understand.
The officer studied Chen Mo for a few seconds, then took a stone from his pocket. The palm-sized glassy object looked similar to an awakening stone, except it was angular rather than smooth.
It was deep blue-green all over. This is a tracking stone, the officer said.
It lets us locate you anywhere on the island at any time.
Chen Mo had an ability that could prevent him from being tracked.
Uncertain whether it would have any effect on the stone, he decided not to mention it. If you make us come looking for you, the guard continued, the ones who show up won't be us.
Got it.
Then it would be someone far more terrifying, Chen Mo said.
Smart, the officer said. Smart is good.
I suspect your standard for smart might be a bit low, Chen Mo said. Being too smart might not be so good, the officer said. If you want to stay on the island after sunset, find a place to stay. That will qualify you for a temporary residence permit. Find a good place to stay and they'll register you instead of making you come back to handle it yourself.
Thank you, Chen Mo said.
He handed over the coin and pressed his thumb onto the stone.
There was no reaction at all. Chen Mo figured either the stone was stronger than his ability or it had simply given no warning that he was untrackable. Before long, Chen Mo passed through the gate and stepped onto the bridge. The main road was for carriages. Those on foot like Chen Mo followed a path along the bridge's edge. That suited Chen Mo fine. The bridge's rising arc gave him an ever-improving view of the city.
A slight breeze brushed his face, carrying the salt of the sea and the fragrance of distant gardens. Looking back, he saw the old city. Below the bridge, sunlight glittered on deep blue water busy with traffic. The old city's shoreline was one enormous harbor stretching along the entire city. The ships were huge, moored in docks that seemed strangely tall. He wondered whether this had to do with the influence of two moons on the tides.
There were 3 more bridges just like this one.
These engineering marvels spanning several kilometers of water rivaled any construction in his own world.
Ahead lay the island, opulent even from a distance.
Compared with the crowded old city, it radiated luxury through sheer open space. The old city's harbor was occupied by large trading vessels, while the island's spacious docks were filled entirely with what looked like pleasure craft. Many of the vessels had no sails and were probably propelled by magic. The waterside buildings all resembled yacht clubs, and beyond them stood large houses with sweeping grounds. Trees and lawns were everywhere, and the streets he could see were wide and enclosed. The buildings were combinations of green marble and tiles of every color.
Chen Mo walked eagerly across the bridge, gaining a better view of the broad avenue at its end. Colorful flower beds separated the carriageway from the pedestrian walkway. Trees lined the streets, shading them with dense canopies.
The checkpoint at the end of the bridge was only a small kiosk with no gate. Security was strict for those entering the island but indifferent to those leaving.
The security guard looked far more relaxed, middle-aged, thinning hair, a protruding belly, and a uniform that could not make him appear sharper. He stepped out of the kiosk and gave Chen Mo a friendly smile while checking his permit. Though the guard appeared casual, he still took his time and inspected the permit rigorously. All the while Chen Mo breathed deeply.
The air was fresh, free of the delta's humid heat, the desert's dryness, and the clashing scents of the old city.
I think I'm beginning to enjoy this wealth inequality.
After leaving the city walls, Rufus rode on the back of a hider beast ambling along the embankment road that split the delta.
The road was busy with traffic, mostly vehicles of all sizes coming and going from the city.
He could have urged his mount to go faster, but he chose a leisurely ride and finally reached the gates of the Geller family estate. A thick high wall marked the boundary, extending in both directions. The estate within was so vast that one could not help wondering whether monsters were just as likely to appear inside the walls as outside them. He approached the open gate and was admitted by a pair of guards who took charge of his mount.
Rufus could sense that both men possessed black iron tier auras. That might have been unremarkable in his home city, but it was exceptional here. As far as he knew, only Duke Greenstone's family guard used black iron tier essence users as their rank and file.
From what he knew of the Geller family, he guessed these guards might be family members serving a punitive assignment or being taught the value of diligence through practical experience.
Following the guard's direction, he started along a broad gravel avenue.
In the distance stood the main residence, a cluster of low buildings whose design seemed meant to blend into the surroundings rather than dominate them.
Rufus nodded, finding it very much to his taste.
On either side of the central road the grounds were vibrant with life. There were palm trees, tall shrubs, and bamboo groves.
Paths disappeared behind vine-covered arches and flowering bushes.
The promise of shade beneath leafy canopies and the sound of running water beckoned strollers onward.
Rufus continued along the central path toward the estate's main house.
As he drew closer, he saw that the low buildings were connected by open corridors of wood, stone, and bamboo. When he reached the first building, someone came out to greet him. A beautiful woman with deep olive skin and black hair appeared to be about 30, and Rufus knew that was at least 30 years shy of her true age. The anti-aging power of her silver tier essence preserved her features exactly as they had been when he first met her.
"Madam Geller," Rufus greeted.
"Young Rufus Reamer," Danielle said with a smile. "I never expected you to remain so endearing."
Rufus cleared his throat awkwardly and Danielle laughed. "You know Mr. Reamer," she said, "many of our family's young ladies are arriving ahead of the monster tide.
Perhaps if I arranged a small gathering."
"Thank you, Madam Geller, but I already have more than enough matters to handle without romantic entanglements complicating my affairs."
"Oh. The young gentleman will be there as well." "I appreciate your kindness," he said, "but my answer remains unchanged."
"What a pity." "I must compliment your home," Rufus said. "It invites one to wander and explore."
"Then shall we do just that?"
Danielle made an inviting gesture. "I think we can discuss the reason for your visit just as well in the garden."
"Very gladly," Rufus said.
Danielle chose a path through an archway covered in flowering vines, leading him deeper into the estate. Rufus soon found that it did not disappoint.
"Your estate is truly a pleasure," Rufus said.
"Thank you."
"My family arrived when this region was just beginning to be developed.
The walls of my garden are older than the walls of the old city. As far as I know, we even have a member of that generation still living somewhere."
"Oh. She reached diamond rank several centuries ago. She is not, however, in the habit of keeping in touch."
"You know how diamond-ranked people are."
"I suppose eternal life would bring an unusual perspective," Rufus said.
Danielle smiled.
"I hope we all go far enough to witness that perspective for ourselves," she said.
"Mr. Reamer, what brings you here today? Is visiting the ancestral home of the Geller family not reason enough?"
Rufus asked. "I was somewhat surprised to see you here."
"When a monster tide is imminent, we recall most of our bronze-ranked and silver-ranked members," Danielle said.
"This time the family has entrusted me with the defense of the estate, and my husband and daughter will return in the coming months. But in truth, I came back to oversee my son's final training."
"Do you truly train all of your family members here?" Rufus asked. "Yes," Danielle said.
"Our facilities may not compare to Reamer Academy, but we are still proud of them." "By all accounts that pride is well deserved," Rufus said. "I have heard my grandfather express his admiration more than once." "That is high praise indeed," Danielle said.
"May I ask," Rufus said, "why this place was chosen?"
"I know this is where your family first rose to prominence, but now you have established foundations in all the major cities of the world.
Why send people born in high magic regions here to train?" "We send everyone here to train," she said. "The high magic regions themselves are precisely the problem. Before you came here, did you ever venture out without a silver-ranked adventurer protecting you?"
"No," Rufus said darkly, "and that led to a mistake I made recently. Overconfidence caused a lapse in vigilance. It nearly cost my people everything."
This is exactly why we still use this place, Danielle said. Low magic density weakens the monsters. The danger is smaller, the consequences are less severe. It is not that there is no real danger, it is simply suitable for us to send Black Iron ranked adventurers to face them alone. They have no one to rely on except themselves and each other. You let them make mistakes in situations where mistakes are unlikely to be fatal, Rufus said. Exactly so. Given the lesson I learned from my own mistake, Rufus said, I regard it as an excellent practice. It may also offer some insight into my own family's way of doing things. That is shocking, Danielle said. Are you truly a reamer? Aren't all of you reamers obsessed with improving the Academy's training methods? Speaking of training, Rufus said, that is why I came today. I hear your family's training facilities include a phantom room. I hope to borrow it from time to time during my stay. Danielle gave him an apologetic smile. We do have one, she said. Unfortunately, much as I would like to grant your request, I cannot. As I mentioned, the local magic density is rather low. We can only operate our phantom room at bronze rank level for a limited time, and I cannot take that precious training time away from my own family. In fact, it is not for me, Rufus said. I have found someone in dire need of training, and I have decided to give him a crash course. She glanced at him sidelong, her eyebrows raised. As far as I know, she said, every noble family in Greenstone City has been begging you to mentor their young prodigies. Including my own family. I cannot help but wonder how someone managed to catch your attention. Rufus let out a self-deprecating laugh. I mentioned my mistake, he said. If not for a rather extraordinary person, I might well be dead. Rufus shook his head. I grew up among adventurers. I was raised not only to become one of them but to be excellent enough to teach others. For as long as I can remember, everyone around me told me I would become a great adventurer, to the point where I never doubted it. The only exception was my grandfather. He said that when everything is going smoothly, you never discover who you truly are. Only in your darkest hour do you understand what it means to be an adventurer. They paused by a pond, and Rufus looked down at his reflection. In my darkest hour, Rufus continued, I met someone who had never even heard of the Adventurers Guild. An essence without any combat ability. He did not even know how to use soul coins. But when all seemed lost, he showed me, just as my grandfather had said, what it means to be an adventurer. When all your training and abilities fail you, you must find yourself within. Only then can you achieve what you never believed possible. That is the difference between a good adventurer and a great one. That is a valuable lesson, Danielle said. It seems your time here was not wasted. Indeed it was not, Rufus said. After receiving such a valuable lesson, I wish to pass on what I know in turn. Very well, Danielle said. If what you want is some time in our phantom room at Black Iron level, I can grant you that. However, I would ask for a small measure of reciprocity. Oh. I mentioned my son and his final training. Now is the time for him to join the Adventurers Guild, and I would like you to conduct his field evaluation. I am sure the guild will be happy to cooperate. If you are asking me to show favoritism toward your son, I will not do so, Rufus said. Danielle laughed. Oh, I can almost do without you as well, she said. You are not implying that the Adventurers Guild is tainted by corruption, are you? Rufus asked. You must realize, Mr. Reamer, that this is not Vitus. The Adventurers Guild is a major force in Greenstone City. Being isolated so far away means the local branch relies far more heavily on local powers. Compromises must be made. A shadow crossed Rufus's face. The neutrality of the Adventurers Guild is one of its core principles, he said. I agree, Danielle said. However, if the central branches wish to project their values onto a remote branch like Greenstone City, they must also send sufficient resources along with them. Ideals are all well and good in the heart of the kingdom, Mr. Reamer, but here ideals are far more often overlooked. We all must face reality. Rufus looked rather shocked. I do not know what to say to that. Then there is nothing to say. Welcome to the wilds. It cannot be that bad, surely. Oh, it is not actually that bad, Danielle said. Especially with the new branch director. She worked her way up from the bottom step by step, so she knows how to counter the influence of families like mine. A truly remarkable woman, but the inescapable fact remains that the Adventurers Guild here depends on local powers. Is that why the standards for adventurers here are so low? Rufus asked. Exactly that reason, Danielle said. There will always be exceptions for those whose connections outweigh their abilities. In the end, standards decline across the board. That is why I want my son to be evaluated by your standards.
He does not need help, what he needs is a challenge.
Then I will be glad to assist you, Rufus said. A challenge that I can do. Chen Mo stood at the end of the bridge and after checking the permit the security guard returned it. Everything is in order, sir, the man said. First time on the island. Yes, Chen Mo replied. Could you point me toward the fastest route to the Adventurers Guild? The guard gestured to the broad avenue leading straight out from the bridge. Follow this road and you'll see the transit hub. It's a large building, you can't miss it. It can take you anywhere. Thanks, brother. Chen Mo began walking down the street passing garden residences enclosed by green brick walls and ornate iron gates. Transit hub, Chen Mo muttered to himself as he walked. Do they have something like magical streetcars? Before long he reached a local commercial district made up of restaurants and boutique shops. Despite the tempting aromas urging him to stop and explore, it was already afternoon. His first priority was to find the Adventurers Guild, then secure lodging before sunset so he could stay on the island overnight. At the center of the commercial district stood a large building bearing a sign that read North Pier Transit Hub. He walked inside and found that its layout resembled a train station. He found a large sign showing the routes. 2 loop lines ran in opposite directions. According to the map, Chen Mo could reach the Adventurers Guild from Platform B. There appeared to be no ticket booth, so Chen Mo headed straight for the stairs marked Platform B and descended to the underground level. The staircase was long, a spiral about 2 stories tall, and eventually opened onto a platform. The layout immediately reminded him of a subway station. The floor walls and ceiling combined green stone and mosaic tile, while magical stones embedded in the ceiling emitted a cool bright glow. Benches lined the walls. Some people sat quietly while others stood waiting. Unlike a subway station, however, the tunnel ahead was a glass wall filled with water on the other side like an aquarium. 3 circular metal frames on the glass wall held airlock-like doors. Moving closer he saw that the tunnel extended past the platform on both sides much like a subway tunnel. Across the tunnel he could see another identical glass wall also with 3 doors and another platform beyond it. The lights illuminating the platform began to flicker softly. This was clearly some kind of signal. The others on the platform began rising from the benches and walking toward the glass wall. Before long a bullet-shaped pod floated into the tunnel, its clamps locking onto the 3 metal rings and sealing snugly against the doors. With a hiss of air the doors slid open and people came out. Then those waiting on the platform began boarding and Chen Mo followed. The pod's interior more closely resembled a bus than a subway car, with a row of seats along each side. The seats were soft and comfortable, more like a luxury coach than cheap public transportation. Chen Mo found a seat by the window and watched the tunnel flash past as the pod glided into motion. The ride felt light and buoyant and Chen Mo couldn't help grinning like a fool. An underwater subway, he said to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. I love magic cities. Outside the window the tunnel was decorated with mosaic tile accented by lights of different colors. It seemed to tell some kind of myth, monsters and heroes locked in epic battle. He was so absorbed in the scenes flashing by that reaching their destination left him feeling a little disappointed. The Adventurers Guild station was the second stop from where he had departed, one of several buildings in the guild's expansive campus. Chen Mo followed signs marked administrative office out of the building and into what looked like a prestigious old university full of stone structures and broad lawns. Chen Mo followed what he guessed was the correct path and after asking directions only once found the administrative building. He found himself in a spacious hall adorned with wood, from the various double doors to the 3 separate staircases. As far as building materials went, Chen Mo had seen plenty of mud, brick, stone, tile, bamboo and even reeds. The sudden abundant use of wood here was contrast enough to make clear just how important this building was. It was a vast space, but fortunately there was something that looked like a reception desk, so Chen Mo walked over. The person behind the reception desk looked like the same slightly pot-bellied, thinning-haired bridge guard who had given him directions earlier. Only the clothing was different. The guard's uniform had been replaced with more civilian attire. A badge was prominently embroidered on the outfit, a sword and a staff crossed over a shield. Since arriving, Chen Mo had spotted this emblem several times and he recognized it as Rufus's Adventurers Guild badge. The uniform hung loosely on him in the same style as most of the locals Chen Mo had seen, though the man's burly frame kept the clothes from looking too baggy. Chen Mo noticed a pencil tucked behind one of the man's ears. Do you have a brother? Chen Mo asked. Like the gentleman I met when I came off the bridge. Yes. That was my brother Bertram, sir. I'm Albert, but please just call me Bert. All right, Bert. Is this where I apply to join the Adventurers Guild? Certainly is, Sir, Albert said cheerfully. If you like I can take care of it for you right away. That would be great. He pulled out a form and placed it on the counter, then began rummaging through a drawer.
You wouldn't be looking for a pencil, would you?
Chen Mo asked.
Yes, sir.
It was somewhere around here just a moment ago. Chen Mo tapped his own ear.
A grateful look of realization crossed Albert's face and he took the pencil down from its perch.
Thank you, sir, Albert said. How about we start with your name? Chen Mo. Instead of writing it down, Albert gave Chen Mo a curious look. Do you know an adventurer named Gareth Xander?
Gareth Xander.
Chen Mo asked. Wait, you mean Gary? The tall lion man.
Yes, Albert said.
The handsome one.
I knew it, Chen Mo said, shaking his head with a look of disgust.
Sorry. Albert asked. Nothing, Chen Mo said. Why do you ask about Gary? He's been coming by for days asking about you, Albert said. May I tell him you've registered? Of course, Chen Mo said, though I'd rather tell him myself. Do you know where he is staying?
The Guild District was the part of the island that included the Adventurers Guild campus as well as many other guilds and societies. Occupying the island's northwestern corner, the Guild District also housed most of the island's visitor accommodations. Lodging on the island was relatively expensive, but the high price came with high quality. Rufus, Farah and Gary had rented a 3-room suite at the Sailor's Lookout and located at the island's very edge with a superb view of the sea. After returning from Geller Manor, Rufus met Farah outside their lodgings as she arrived back from taking care of her own affairs.
How did it go? Farah asked. Pretty well, Rufus said. Now we just need Chen Mo to finally arrive. Farah sniffed the scent of fresh baking drifting out of the inn. Smells good, she said. It should be right around dinner time.
Indeed it is, Rufus agreed, and they walked into the inn together. As they stepped inside, they made their way toward the dining hall. A door led directly into the kitchen from which they heard a familiar voice. Now sugar and water must be in equal measure and then flavor it appropriately, and I mean appropriately. You don't want the syrup's flavor to overpower the cake. Once the syrup soaks in, there's no taking it out, unless you could magically extract syrup, but that's another matter entirely. I must get my hands on a culinary magic skill book. Farah stifled a giggle at the exasperated look that suddenly appeared on Rufus' face. Chen Mo. Rufus called. Rufus. Please excuse me, ladies. Chen Mo emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron dusted with flour. Well, hello, he greeted. You found a nice spot. It's a bit pricey, but I earned a good amount from that adventure at the Vane Estate. Fighting cannibals turned out to be fairly profitable. Still, I forgot to loot that woman Cressida's belongings. I probably missed out on quite a bit of coin. I've held on to your share of the estate spoils, Farah said. They took all the truly valuable things before fleeing, but what they left behind was enough to split. Oh great, Chen Mo said. What took you so long? Rufus asked. I took the scenic route through the delta, Chen Mo said. Had a good time. Word is someone's been wandering around healing people, Farah said. Have you heard about it? How did you hear about it? Chen Mo asked. We heard he heals for free, Farah said. The Church of the Healing God is quite displeased. Did you see that person? Chen Mo glanced around furtively. I did. Seriously? Rufus asked. You did it. I have that purification ability, Chen Mo said. Worried we supposed to split up to avoid drawing attention? Rufus asked. What did you want me to say? Sorry, madam, although curing your father's dreadful illness seems like child's play to me, someone might notice. There has to be a middle ground between doing nothing and traveling the world healing everyone, Rufus said. Then where should I draw the line? Chen Mo asked. At people who aren't sick enough or those who aren't poor enough. He has a point, Farah said. Who would look at the poor and sick and tell them they aren't poor enough or sick enough? From what I've heard, the Church of the Healing God, Chen Mo said grimly. I've seen this kind of thing before, Farah said. The Healing God likes to give his followers freedom to make the right choices on their own. However, in remote regions like this, the Church of the Healing God has gone astray and more than one church leader has been intoxicated by power. Gods are real, right? Chen Mo asked. Want he step in? I've heard that gods intervene if they go too far, Rufus said. You always hear stories of churches losing their way. I've never seen things escalate to the point of needing divine intervention. I have, Farah said. Rufus is a big city boy, but this sort of thing usually happens in places like this where there's no power to keep them in check. You did go to the Adventurers Guild before heading into the kitchen, right? Rufus asked Chen Mo.
Yes, I filled out the forms, Chen Mo said. The evaluation is tomorrow. That's just to confirm you don't have restricted essences, Farah said.
Once that's done you still need to pass a field evaluation, Rufus said. They hold one at the beginning of each month.
The next one is in 9 days, but you can take part next month.
What's wrong with this month?
Chen Mo asked.
You won't be ready this month, Rufus said.
It'll already be a rush to train you up to an acceptable level by the end of next month.
In 9 days you wouldn't stand a chance of passing.
You're sure, Chen Mo said.
I'm the one who administers the field evaluation, Rufus said. So I can say that with confidence.
You're the examiner. Chen Mo said. Well then. It really isn't ideal having you evaluate me.
There's a bit of a moral issue there after all.
Anyway, see you at dinner, I need to get back to my cake. Rufus and Farah watched Chen Mo retreat into the kitchen.
He thinks he'd fail you because of a moral issue?
Farah asked. He'll understand once training begins, Rufus said.
The guild district differed from the North Dock district where Chen Mo had first arrived on the island. Instead of large private residences, it was occupied by various organizations surrounded by smaller permanent dwellings for those who worked for them. In addition, there were numerous storefronts that appeared to be extensions of the headquarters of various guilds and societies around the area. 2 sprawling campuses dominated the guild district. One was the Adventurers Guild, the other was an organization called the Magic Guild. Chen Mo knew Farah was a member, but he had only a vague idea of what they did. As far as he understood, they fell somewhere between a magical university and a magical utility company. In terms of size and central location, the Blacksmith Guild and the Alchemist Guild were clearly second only to the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Guild, yet they still occupied impressive expanses of property. Other organizations in the district ranged from occupying large buildings to sharing a space with other groups. Some were trade organizations while others were adventurer guilds, private associations formed by adventurers for various purposes. Rufus had warned Chen Mo not to join any local adventurer guilds. According to Rufus, they were all small-time outfits that took more from their members than they provided, though Chen Mo wasn't entirely convinced. From what he knew of Rufus' background, Chen Mo understood that Rufus looked down on these organizations from a very elevated position, which might have colored his judgment. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild's administrative building, Chen Mo was led to a waiting room. There was one other person there, a youth Chen Mo estimated to be in his teens. He had the olive skin and dark hair common among locals. The young man was handsome, tall and broad-shouldered. On his lap a small dog was receiving a belly rub. "Hey there, buddy," Chen Mo said, sitting down beside him. "I like your dog." "His name is Stash," the young man said.
Humphrey. Humphrey Geller." Chen Mo said, shaking Humphrey's hand. "Pleased to meet you, Humphrey." "Stash is a great name."
"It's short for Velatraxa," Humphrey said. "But he prefers Stash."
"Velatraxa," Chen Mo said.
"What is he, a shape-shifting dragon or something?"
Humphrey's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "Wait, he actually is." Chen Mo burst into laughter, then reached over to rub the puppy's belly. "Who's a good dragon?" "You are. Yes, you are." "Good boy."
The puppy transformed into a canary, flew off Humphrey's lap and landed on his head, where it chirped merrily.
"Impressive," Chen Mo said. "I take it he's still a young dragon." "Yes," Humphrey said.
"Our mother arranged for him to become my familiar. Or for me to become his master, depending on how you look at it."
"Your mother knows dragons," Chen Mo said.
"I suppose my mother does too, though that's more of a metaphor."
"Aunt Margaret doesn't actually breathe fire." Humphrey laughed.
"I take it you're here for the Adventurers Guild evaluation." "Yes, I filled out all the paperwork yesterday," Chen Mo said.
"Any idea what to expect?"
"They'll just check to make sure you don't have any restricted abilities. Of course, Adventurers Guild officials will be present, but they'll only supervise. The actual examination will be conducted by a priest from the Church of Knowledge.
Don't try to hide anything because it won't do any good.
Because a god is involved."
"Exactly."
"Then someone from the Magic Guild will come to record your essence. They'll imply you must let them record all your personal abilities, but you actually don't have to. The trick, they say, is to let them know you know how it works, then go along with it obediently. It's always a good idea to get along well with the Magic Guild."
"Thanks for the advice."
"However, if you've awakened any racial talents, keep them to yourself," Humphrey advised. "The Magic Guild places great value on those."
You can trade those details for help down the road. Chen Mo recalled Farah telling him that humans all possess dormant racial talents that awaken unique powers based on their essence. He thought the same advice applied to his otherworldly abilities. If anything, it was probably even more reason to keep them secret. Got it, Chen Mo said. Thanks a lot, man.
I hope you don't mind me saying this, Humphrey said, but your way of speaking is a bit unusual.
Are you using a translation ability? Yes, Chen Mo said. I'm not a local, I only arrived in this city yesterday. Where are you originally from? Humphrey asked.
Earth.
Never heard of it, Humphrey said.
Better not tell my mother or she'll scold my geography teacher.
Does everyone there shave off their eyebrows?
I didn't shave them off, Chen Mo said.
I lost them. How did you lose your eyebrows? It's been a strange couple of weeks.
A door opened and the canary on Humphrey's head turned back into a puppy, its front paws resting against his forehead. Humphrey lifted it down as a man stepped into the room. He wore local business attire quite unlike its counterpart from his own world. The local fashion favored loose-flowing designs far more practical for the hot climate. Young Master Geller, the man said to Humphrey without sparing Chen Mo even a glance. For you this is only a formality, just try to follow the rules for once. I'm just an adventurer, Humphrey said as he rose. I only asked to be treated the same as everyone else. Of course, the man lied without an ounce of shame.
This way, please. Left alone in the waiting room, Chen Mo tapped the table absently.
I need to buy some clothes, he muttered to himself. All the clothes he had now were spoils of battle and most hadn't survived particularly well.
Rufus dresses well, he mused.
Maybe he knows a good shop. Humphrey returned before Longstash, still in puppy form, tucked under one arm. Humphrey looked rather flustered, his face a shade redder than when he had left.
Are you all right?
That priest, Humphrey said breathlessly.
She's a priestess. Pretty. Chen Mo guessed. Oh heavens, yes, Humphrey said. I must have acted like an idiot.
Don't worry, Chen Mo said, scratching Stash behind the ears.
You've got this little guy. She really did like him.
Of course she did.
I don't know what to say. I'm sure it's fine. I didn't even ask her name.
Don't worry, Chen Mo said, patting Humphrey's shoulder.
I'll find out her name. You wait in the hall for a few minutes and then we'll get some brunch. Sound good? You'd do that for me. Man, I'm going in there anyway. It's no trouble for me.
Chen Mo steered the still flustered Humphrey back toward the main hall. Before long the man who had come for Humphrey earlier came out to fetch Chen Mo.
Mr. Chen Mo? He asked, beaming. That's right. Are you well acquainted with young Master Geller? We only just met here. The friendliness vanished from the man's face in an instant as if struck by a torpedo. Oh, the man said flatly. Then come along. We don't have much time. The man strode off, not even caring whether Chen Mo followed. Whoa.
Chen Mo followed him through a small anteroom and into another chamber where two people were waiting. The woman wore a flowing blue and white robe with the symbol of a book prominently stitched upon it. He could see what had so unsettled Humphrey, for the woman was genuinely beautiful, still carrying the soft roundness of youth. She was about Humphrey's age, maybe 16 or 17. Chen Mo figured Humphrey would need to act quickly, or in a few years he would be facing a small crowd of rivals. Chen Mo had seen no trace of cosmetics in this world, but he was beginning to suspect that essence could make up for that lack. Except for himself and the blood priest Daryl, every essence user he had met ranged from moderately good-looking to breathtakingly beautiful. The man beside the priestess was in his 30s and also wore robes. The priestess's robes draped her with an elegant grace and her hair was disheveled. Even so, Chen Mo could discern a handsome bone structure. The third person was the fellow who had brought Chen Mo in, seemingly an official of the Adventurers Association. He had the aura of a bronze ranker, though not as strong as Rufus, Gary and Farah. They were all near the top of the bronze rank, whereas this man felt more like Anisha, who had only just climbed past the iron rank. And you must be the priestess, he greeted the young woman.
Chen Mo. Pleased to meet you. May I know your name, or am I supposed to call you Reverend or something?
The last priestess I met was very strict.
She did like to keep things formal, but mostly she just didn't like me.
She smiled and shook Chen Mo's hand. Chen Mo wondered whether handshakes were common across all different worlds.
My name is Gabrielle Perrin, she said. I'm only an acolyte, not a full priestess. You can call me Gabrielle. Is it all right for only an acolyte to be present? Chen Mo asked. What if I'm so good at hiding my evil that you can't see it? Today is rather unusual, Gabrielle said. My goddess specifically instructed me to come here today. Your goddess? The goddess of knowledge. Is that her real name? Knowledge.
I suppose it would be strange if she were called Beryl or something.
Especially if your name were also Beryl. That would make church services confusing, though I imagine it would also be rather flattering.
He turned to the last person while the other three looked at him strangely.
You must be from the Mage Association, Chen Mo said.
I'm not entirely sure what they do, but they seem important, so good for you.
Chen Mo, nice to meet you, man. I'm Russell, the man said, shaking Chen Mo's hand cautiously. You don't know what the Mage Association does. I'm not from around here, Chen Mo said.
He noticed that the priestess Gabrielle was holding something that looked like a crystal ball while Russell carried a clipboard.
So how do we do this? Chen Mo asked. She waves that thing at me and you write down what she sees. That's roughly the process, Russell said. Great, Chen Mo said. Just a heads up, my essence might look a little evil, but it's not on the restricted list. At least it wasn't when I checked.
You don't know what the Mage Association does, Russell said, but you know to check the restricted list.
It's been a strange couple of weeks, Chen Mo said. I'm learning as I go. Can we start? The Adventurers Association official asked impatiently. Yes, sorry, Gabrielle said. She held the crystal ball up in front of Chen Mo. Frowning, she gave it a gentle shake. Miss Perrin. Russell prompted. It seems Mr. Chen Mo was resistant to the aura reader, Gabrielle said. Just call me Chen Mo. Don't worry, I'm not evil. I admit to being a little mischievous, but that's all. Of course, that's also what an evil person would say, isn't it? I'm not sure anyone would say that, Gabrielle told him. I think you might be a rather unusual person. No, Chen Mo said. I'm perfectly ordinary, really.
That I can believe, the Adventurers Association official said.
Gabrielle tilted her head as if absently listening to something.
After we're done here, Russell said to Chen Mo, may I discuss with you the ability that made you immune to the aura reader?
I've got lunch plans already, sorry. Sorry, Gabrielle said, refocusing.
The essence is darkness, blood, sin, and misfortune.
The other two turned to look at Chen Mo. What? He asked.
I told you I'm not evil, though that could be part of my cunning disguise.
But it's not on the restricted list, right? It's not like I can make zombies or anything.
Zombies are outdated where I come from.
Vampires too.
Werewolves aren't as common, but they haven't been portrayed well in a long time.
Still, if I wanted to make werewolves, I'd probably need moon essence. My friend Rufus has moon essence, but he's more of a swordsman type. Can you be quiet for 5 seconds?
The Adventurers Association official said.
Sorry. Whatever your name is, I didn't catch it.
Is this your only job, or do you moonlight in catering?
What? Shut up.
Russell, record this idiot's essence so we can get him out of here.
One moment, Russell said. He was examining a blue and white marble tablet. Chen Mo had seen such a thing before. Farah had examined an identical tablet when she looked up Chen Mo's essence. Found it, Russell said.
Darkness, blood, sin, and misfortune.
Pain specialist, unrestricted. You're free to go, Mr. Asano. Thanks, man.
Good, the official said, writing on his clipboard. You've been approved for the field test. If you successfully complete the field test, you'll be allowed to join the Adventurers Association with all the privileges and responsibilities that entails. Field tests are conducted at the beginning of each month. You can sign up at the administrative front desk. There's also the matter of registering your personal essence abilities, Russell said.
I'll have to skip that one, sorry man, Chen Mo said. I could have, but I've got a friend waiting outside. It was nice meeting you, Russell. Gabrielle.
He turned to the official.
Guy. How did you know my name is Guy? The official asked. Really? My luck is great today. Goodbye, everyone.
Chen Mo strolled leisurely out of the room.
What an unusual person, Russell said.
I find him interesting, Gabrielle said. I think he's on drugs, Guy said. The other two looked at him, then nodded.
That makes sense, Russell said.
Will this affect his membership?
Gabrielle asked. No, Guy said.
If we ban that sort of thing, we'd have to kick out half the alchemists.
Just as you remember, Rufus said, there are 3 elements to improving your ability.
I'm pretty sure the middle step is eating a delicious sandwich, Chen Mo said.
Can you at least be serious? Rufus asked. I'm about to learn magical kung fu, so. Probably not. Chen Mo rented a suite across the hallway from the others on the same floor.
It was small, or more precisely not that large. Since it was on the other side of the building and lacked the same sea view, he spent most of his time in their suite. They were on the balcony drinking iced tea and overlooking the sea.
There's nothing wrong with having a bit of fun along the way, Gary said. As long as the work gets done, why take everything so seriously?
He said that while drinking iced tea on the balcony. Farah said.
Once training starts, he turns into a slave driver. Even I think that's going a bit too far, Rufus said. No you don't, Gary said. No, Rufus said with a nasty grin. I really don't. What is kung fu? Farah asked.
I don't think your ability translated that word. It means a skill developed through thinking and hard work, Chen Mo said.
If you're diligent enough, anything can be kung fu. Actually, Rufus said, that's a good attitude. See? Gary said. You're not at the very serious academy now, Rufus.
If you find a way to enjoy it, hard work gets done more easily.
Chen Mo might have fun, Farah said, but you might not. Don't get too carried away, Gary. When have I ever gotten carried away? Gary asked. Remember Angelina? Rufus asked. Are you going to keep holding that over me? Gary said. How was I supposed to know she was evil?
The first time we met her, she tried to sell us poison, Farah said. We were in a church. And not the bad kind of church. I think we should focus on the task at hand, Rufus said. Tomorrow we'll do everything together, but only for the first day. After that we'll split up. When we go all out, you won't be able to keep up with us. Gary will handle your basic physical training, you'll handle your combat skills, and Farah will help you with mental training and meditation. We had to go out and buy you more clothes today, Gary said, but normally we start early in the morning. For the first week I'm just going to make you run until you can't run anymore. I figured as much, Chen Mo said. I was thinking we could run across the bridge into the old town. Gary looked at Rufus, who shrugged. Works for me, Gary said. It doesn't matter where you run as long as you run. The four of them ran from their lodgings to the bridge in the early morning light. They weren't the only ones out, other people were also running on the island's wide, well-paved streets. Adventurers? Chen Mo asked. Those are the good kind of adventurers, Rufus said. As with most things, the best results come from diligent effort. On the other hand, Farah said, if you use a magic core to advance, you can sleep in. Don't tempt him into bad habits, Rufus chided. With the sun just risen, there was little traffic on the island, though a few vendors were moving along with handcarts and wagons. These vehicles, like the expensive carriages Chen Mo had seen, were powered by magic rather than pulled by animals. Pulled vehicles aren't allowed on the island, Rufus explained. That makes labor more expensive, and they make up for it with their prices. On the island you pay twice, maybe 3 times, as much for the same thing as you would in the old town. At the bridge they had to show their permits. The guard checking their permits was a familiar face. Bertram Wright. Chen Mo said. You can call me Bert, Bertram said. You met my brother at the Adventurers Guild. He helped me register as an adventurer. Once they crossed the bridge, the streets of the old town were noticeably busier. The four of them wove between drivers and merchants while maintaining their running pace, presenting a conspicuous sight. By the time they reached their destination, Chen Mo was exhausted. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The others looked up at the sign above the door. Broadway Clinic, Rufus read aloud. Shouldn't Broadway be 2 words? 1 word, Chen Mo said. That's the actual name of the street. It's called Broadway Street. Gary asked. Broadway, Chen Mo said. Why am I telling you this? You've lived in this city much longer than I have. We don't linger in the old town often, Farah said. The island is just better. Do you know someone here? Rufus asked, nodding toward the clinic door. Ran into them on the way into the city, Chen Mo said. After catching his breath a little, he staggered through the door, the others following. Inside was a crowded waiting room, and behind the reception desk sat a young woman. Chen Mo leaned against the desk, using it to support himself. Sir, if you need emergency treatment. In Chen Mo, he gasped. All right, the woman said. Are you all right? I'm fine. The alchemist Jory, who had come into the city with Chen Mo, walked out of the back room. He was leading an elderly woman carrying a small pouch. Remember, take the medicine only right before bed, Jory said.
So I should take it at dinner? The old woman asked. No, you'd pass out at the dinner table. Right before bed. Seriously, just before you climb into bed. Then when I sit down for my evening drink. No, right before bed. Would it be easier if I took it during the day? She asked. Let me take this back for a moment, Jory said, taking the small pouch from the old woman. Jory noticed the exhausted Chun Mo and gave him an odd look as he passed, leading the woman to a middle-aged man waiting quietly in a seat. Chun Mo couldn't make out their conversation, though he did hear the man say something about dinner, and Jory's arm hung stiffly at his side, his fist clenched. Before long the pair left and Jory walked over to Chun Mo. You came, Jory said. Yeah, Chun Mo said. By the way, these are my friends. Gary, Farah, Rufus. This is Jory. Is this a medical clinic? Gary asked. Only alchemy. For now, Jory said. I ran into Chun Mo a few days ago and he offered to come help. Jory led Chun Mo into the back room, then began bringing patients in one by one. For each patient, Chun Mo recited his spell. Ability: Feast of Absolution, Sin Spell, Restoration, Purification. Cost: low mana. Cooldown 20 seconds. Current level: Iron 119. Effect: Iron: Purify a single ally or enemy of all curses, diseases, poisons, holy afflictions and evil afflictions. Restores stamina and mana for each affliction purified. This ability bypasses any resistance or immunity to purification effects. This ability cannot be used on oneself. Chun Mo used his Feast of Absolution ability to remove their diseases along with certain other toxins such as alcohol, which his ability treated as poison. That's a nice purification ability, Gary observed in between patients. It's also a good way to practice it. Does it really restore your stamina? Mana as well, Chun Mo said. But I can't use it on myself. I knew an ability this good would have some pretty strict limitations, Gary said. If the treatment is free, they'll cheer for you while you praise the god of sorrow. With each patient he treated, Chun Mo's mana and stamina were replenished, and if the treatment is free, they'll cheer for you while you praise the god of sorrow. With each patient he treated, Chun Mo's mana and stamina were replenished until he was back to full strength. Are you all right? Gary asked. You look much better, but you seem a little down. It's just. Chun Mo sighed. My world has no magic. In my world we have no way to simply take diseases away from people like we did today. I cured cancer in more than a dozen people. Do you know what cancer does to a person? No, Gary said. I was thinking about what it would be like if I could bring this ability home. You will, Gary said. It might take a while, but you will. You think so? Chun Mo asked. When you have some free time, go check out the temple district, Gary said. Maybe the goddess of knowledge will help you. She might not tell you directly how to get home, but she may guide you onto the right path. Really? Very likely, Gary said. She'll make you work for it. Guiding people to knowledge is the whole reason she exists. Not today, though, Rufus said. Today is training day. You're ready to keep running, right? If we're done here, Chun Mo said. Done, Jory said. We've run out of patience. There will be more tomorrow once word spreads that you're treating people for free. No problem, Gary said. I'll drag him along every morning. Rufus and the exhausted Chun Mo stood on the training grounds of the Adventurers Guild campus. At least Rufus was standing. Chun Mo lay sprawled on the grass. Farah was nearby, leaning against a tree reading a book. Others were scattered about, some sparring, some practicing martial routines. Gary had wandered off and was facing off against two locals. I'm guessing there's no group of sick people around here. Chun Mo asked, too tired to get up. Afraid not, Rufus said. Should I consume a soul coin? Chun Mo asked. No, Rufus said. Restoring yourself is a good idea when you need to push on, but you also have to let your body recover naturally. Your recovery stat needs to be trained just like your speed, strength and spirit. I don't feel like I'm in any shape to learn martial arts right now, Chun Mo said. You aren't, Rufus said. You can learn the actual techniques from skill books. I can. Chun Mo asked, lifting his head. Great. Let's do that then. Not yet. At my family's academy. Drink, Chun Mo said. What? I came up with a drinking game, Chun Mo said. Every time you say my family's academy, everyone has to take a drink. Farah burst out laughing. So this is what you call fun? Rufus asked, his brows knitting in disapproval. Sorry, Chen Mo said, getting to his feet. He crouched slightly, hands braced on his knees. I think I'm going to throw up. Good, Rufus said. That means you've pushed yourself hard enough. At my family's academy. Rufus shot a glare at Farah, who was innocently looking into the distance. We've spent centuries perfecting combat training methods, including those that use skill books. Isn't the whole point of skill books just to use them and be good at them? It's not that simple, Rufus said. There's also knowledge-based practice, more or less. No, that's not it, Farah cut in. Knowing and understanding are not the same thing. You've used ritual magic skill books, but understanding the practical application doesn't mean mastering the theory. Physical skills have a similar problem, Rufus said, but even more pronounced. The mind may know what to do, but the body still has to learn. First, it'll teach you how to receive the skills you'll learn. How to stand. How to move. A sturdy house needs a solid foundation, Chen Mo said. Exactly, Rufus said, pleased. I'm glad you understand. Learning combat through skill books is ultimately faster than training from scratch because you skip years of repetitive practice needed to internalize techniques. However, there is a danger in not fully comprehending those techniques. By preparing fully before using a skill book and then consolidating thoroughly afterward, you can avoid developing flaws in your skill system. Besides, I get the sense there's a big gap between learning techniques and learning to fight, Chen Mo said. It's good that you realize that, Rufus said. This is the first lesson given to skill book users at my family's academy. Rufus pressed his lips tightly together as he heard a stifled laugh. He shot an angry look at Farah, then let out a weary sigh. Stand up straight, he said to Chen Mo. Well, start with footwork. Chen Mo had already joined Farah, resting against the tree. Gary was still fighting all challengers, currently 3-0. Rufus had sat down to meditate. You did well in Rufus training, Farah told Chen Mo. I'm surprised you didn't complain once when he made you do all those strange steps. I'm not sure how well my translation ability handles the term kung fu movie, but in my world we have these stories about learning to fight. You always start with things that look strange and pointless, but in the end they become the most important foundation. Usually there are some life lessons in them too. Rufus would hate teaching you. You're totally different from the students at his academy. Is his school really that impressive? It truly is, Farah said. The king and queen both studied there. Some of the best adventurers in the world did too. Did you and Gary train there? Farah laughed. Of course not. Our backgrounds are a bit too ordinary. We met on the job. Right, Chen Mo said. Those zombies. We worked well together, and I think Rufus' grandfather quietly pushed for it. Rufus puts more pressure on himself than anyone else ever could, and I think his grandfather hoped we could help him loosen up. How's that going? Chen Mo asked. You should have seen Rufus when we first met, she said. He was like a bowstring, always pulled taut. It was only a matter of time before he snapped. She looked around and smiled. Coming here has been good for him. Getting away from everything. Still, he blames himself for you getting captured. Mistakes are inevitable, Farah said, but at least it happened far from home. He won't feel like people are watching him when he slips up. Farah was wearing the loose flowing local clothing, including a long outer robe that made her look a bit like a Jedi. She reached inside and took out an awakening stone, casually tossing it to Chen Mo. It looked like black glass shimmering with a faint moonlight radiance. It felt cool in his hand. Item: Omen Awakening Stone, no great epic. An awakening stone containing the power of destiny, consumable awakening stone. Requirement: an unawakened essence ability. Effect: awakens 1 essence ability. You have 9 unawakened essence abilities. You can absorb the Omen Awakening Stone. Absorb, yes, no. What's this for? Chen Mo asked. We haven't forgotten that you saved us in that ritual chamber, Farah said. Each of us got you a gift to help you get started on your adventuring life. You saved me too. Even if I de-escaped, I probably would have died in that desert. Maybe, but saving us took courage and heroism. Saving you only required a basic sense of direction. Use the stone, it wasn't easy to find either. High-rarity stones tend to be more specialized, right? That's right. This one's epic. What do you expect me to get? With luck, some kind of aura ability, though it might not be. It's the rarest stone I could get my hands on that's known for aura power. Every good adventurer should have a perception ability and an aura ability, and you already have the perception one. Once you have an aura ability, you can learn to control your aura. Is that important? Very. Anyone who reaches bronze rank and still can't manage their own aura is a second-rate adventurer, and without an aura ability you can't do that. Well, we can't have that, Chen said. The stone sank into his hand. You have awakened the Sin Essence ability Dominion. You have awakened 4 out of 5 Sin Essence abilities. After discovering an unused yard behind Jory's clinic, Rufus moved his daily training there. It was really just a wallet and dirt yard, but it suited their needs well enough. Each day started with Gary, who would run with Chen to Jory's clinic. After replenishing his strength by absorbing the illnesses of Jory's patients, Chen was ready for more physical training. The physical training methods were surprisingly familiar. Farah had left a set of barbells in Jory's yard from her magic box covered with a tarp. Gary would alternate between barbell strength training and more agility-based drills, leading Chen through various flexibility exercises. When instructing Chen the usually relaxed Gary transformed into a stern taskmaster, allowing no slack whatsoever. As he observed Chen posture during push-ups, sit-ups or lunges, he would lecture on the importance of training. When your speed attribute reaches bronze rank, Gary said, you'll be faster than ever before. If you don't know how to use that speed, agility and reaction, you'll die at the hands of someone who does. Sometimes Gary would take Chen out of the clinic's courtyard and into the streets and alleys of the old town. What he taught was something Chen was surprised to recognize as parkour. Climbing rooftop, running acrobatics. Despite his burly build, Gary was exceptionally skilled. Given how busy the old town generally was and his own lack of expertise, Chen expressed concerns about this strategy. Gary insisted on a learn-by-doing approach, telling Chen where he went wrong whenever he made a mistake. After Chen fell off a roof and had to compensate for the crushed contents of a fruit cart, he voiced the same concern again. Sorry Herbert, Chen said as he handed over the coins. This is actually great, I hope you come by more often, the bald pot-bellied fruit seller said. I just sold an entire cart of fruit and it's barely dawn, there's nothing better than this. Also call me Bert. I'm not sure this is going to work, Chen told Gary. You can't be good at hard things from the start, Gary said. You have to start with bad results, then gradually improve. I understand that, Chen said. I'm just not sure about the viability of this method. Maybe I should try places with fewer people until I get stronger. Being able to move with absolute speed and confidence, always aware of your surroundings, is crucial for an adventurer, Gary said. Sometimes you have to run, sometimes you have to chase. You can rarely choose your environment. You must always be ready, always alert. No matter what you're doing, no matter where you're doing it. Once Gary finished training him, Chen would replenish himself through the clinic's patients again. On the first day, Chen noticed Jory giving him a wary look. What's wrong? Chen asked. I know you're helping people, Jory said, but you're actually feeding on others' pain. Do you want me to stop coming? God, no. Well then, Chen said. I guess you don't want to help me stitch dismembered corpses together and bring them back to life with lightning. It would be unsettling if you weren't so obviously clueless about actual necromancy, Jory said. Word began to spread about Chen free treatments, so every time he arrived someone was already waiting. After he finished with the patients, Rufus would arrive for more training. Training with Rufus was the most tedious part of Chen day. Footwork and balance, footwork and balance. Sometimes moving in forced gaits that felt clumsy and inefficient. Other times balancing in strange postures on wooden stakes that Jory had Rufus drive into the earthen courtyard. Whenever Chen posture was wrong, Rufus would sweep his legs out from under him or kick him off his balance point. You've broken your body line. Anyone with basic skill would take you down instantly. Moving like that feels awkward, Chen said. That's because you don't walk, run, stand, lean or sit correctly. When it no longer feels awkward, you can use the skill book. So can I just lie and we move on to the skill book stage? Rufus swept Chen legs with such force that Chen flew horizontally through the air, and then a ferocious downward chop slammed him into the ground. Rufus stood over him while Chen curled in the dirt, choking and coughing. There will be a test before that, Rufus said. In the afternoon, Farah would take over. This was Chen favorite part of his training plan. Gary and Rufus' instruction was classic montage material, while Farah's training was completely different. Chen learned that the mind attribute governed not only magical power but also perception. Farah had Chen perform a series of unusual yet often amusing and enjoyable exercises. They would play memory games with cards, or she would have him taste things blindfolded. I have no idea what you just put in my mouth, Chen said, but I need you to tell me what it was. I want to try baking it into a pie. Some perception exercises trained practical observation and memory skills.
The most common one was to observe people passing by Jory's clinic and memorize as much as possible as quickly as possible. Then he would close his eyes and Farah would test him. Other times she would have him read the monster records of the Magic Association which were collected on a magical tablet. She gave him only a short time to read before testing his comprehension.
The second aspect of Farah's training was meditation.
Chen Mo and his siblings had been instilled with meditation techniques by their mother from a young age, though Chen Mo had rejected them long ago. Nevertheless, it gave him at least a foundation. The techniques were quite different from what Farah taught, but there was enough common ground for him to pick it up quickly. She soon stopped instructing and let him practice on his own at appropriate times.
The final part of Farah's training was aura manipulation. He was lucky that the stone Farah gifted woke an aura ability. Ability dominance sin aura holy evil. Cost none. Cooldown none. Current level iron 000.
Effect: iron allies within the aura gain increased resistance to pain while enemies within the aura gain decreased resistance to pain.
Enemies' resistance is further reduced for each sin effect they are suffering from.
Chen Mo was satisfied with the aura's effect, which would make his abilities more reliable while protecting his allies from harm caused by people like him.
He was also fascinated that it was both a holy and an evil ability. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a good way to passively-aggressively let Anisha hear about it.
He knew she was somewhere in the city, but they hadn't crossed paths. When Farah guided Chen Mo through the basics of aura usage, he discovered that the specific details of an aura didn't matter much. The fundamentals of an aura were all the same, and she introduced them to him in the clinic's courtyard as they sat on woven mats.
By gaining an aura ability, Farah told him you gain the ability to manipulate your aura.
Like any other skill, doing it properly takes practice.
Controlling your aura is important for many reasons. First, because as you grow stronger your aura becomes more and more active. Eventually it will be enough to endanger those around you. If you reach gold rank without properly controlling your aura, merely being near ordinary people could hurt them. So if you reach gold rank and can't control your aura, Chen Mo asked, do you have to hide so you don't hurt people while walking down the street? There are magic items that can be used to suppress an aura. People in that situation are required to use them. Are there many people who reach gold rank without any aura control? No, Farah said. Usually your chance to reach gold rank starts with a solid foundation, which means an aura ability and aura training. It does happen though. I once saw what happened when a gold ranker forgot to put on an aura suppressor before going to the market. People passed out, blood running from their ears. That's really bad. Yes, bad, Farah said. That's why training is important. There are other reasons too. Anyone with perception can eventually see auras clearly, so if your aura is uncontrolled, others can easily pry into you, not just your location. If you can't suppress your aura, they'll read your emotions and know when you're lying. Can you see my emotions right now? Chen Mo asked. No, Farah said, but my perception won't improve my aura sense until silver rank. Yours, by the way, is the same. I checked. Then what does your perception do? It makes me look good, Farah said, her eyes turning into glowing embers. It also lets me see through smoke and mist. Nice, Chen Mo said. Wait, my clothes shifting ability can hide me in smoke. Can you see through that? That's an interesting question, Farah said. You know, if I reach diamond rank I can shoot fire from my eyes. That doesn't answer my. Wait, you get eye beams. That's awesome. I know, right? Farah said. We don't know what a lot of abilities do at diamond rank. Rufus thinks that if I ever reach that rank I'll be overshadowed by my other abilities. Rufus is so lame, Chen Mo said. He thinks eye beams wouldn't be useful. The intimidation factor alone would be amazing. Who would look you in the eye when you can shoot heat rays from your eyes? That's what I said, Farah agreed. More or less. I didn't say heat rays. Eye beams are cool. I think we might be getting off track. Fine, Chen Mo said. So what should I do? Broadly speaking, there are 3 ways to control your aura, and I'll teach them to you in order. Sounds good, Chen Mo said. The first 2 uses are the simplest, Farah said. Broadly speaking, they are projecting your aura and suppressing it. Projecting is sending your aura outward to influence people, while suppressing is drawing it back, whether to hide it or simply to avoid harming others. Or to make people's ears bleed, Chen Mo said. Exactly, Farah said. And the third? That would be using your aura to suppress someone else's aura. That is more difficult than the others. Until your aura manipulation reaches a certain level of proficiency, you need not consider it at all. Makes sense. Well, start with projecting because you are already doing it. I am. Yes. Everyone does it until they learn not to. That is why people without aura control are easy to read.
I will also teach you how to hide your emotions while projecting your aura to influence others.
Can monsters manipulate their auras? High-level monsters can, Farah said. I think stealth will be my specialty too, Chinemo said.
I had better learn to suppress my aura properly.
You should learn everything properly, she said. I will teach you all the fundamentals. Expand your aura, narrow it to certain people instead of everyone. However, once I teach you, it is your responsibility to keep practicing. Diligence brings progress. Then I won't make my neighbor's eyeballs bleed.
You are far from needing to worry about that, Farah said.
Far. But eventually, yes.
More directly, the way we control our aura is how adventurers make their first impression on one another. If you cannot do it properly, people will not take you seriously. Excellent aura control marks you as a trained and distinctive adventurer. So you are saying that if I cannot control my aura properly, I will not be invited to upscale parties, Chinemo said.
That is about right, Farah said.
When the rich and powerful bring contracts to the Adventurer Association, they add bonus rewards to attract the best adventurers. At your level, those contracts are usually first come first served. Once you are higher ranked, clients begin requesting specific adventurers.
That is when your reputation matters.
If your aura control is poor, you will not get a second glance.
Understood.
Of course, at iron rank you are not expected to have these skills, Farah said.
After all, that is the time when you should master the fundamentals.
But if you have not mastered it by the time you reach bronze, you will find many doors closed to you.
Rufus told me that merely becoming an adventurer opens every door.
Yes, well, Rufus may not be in touch with the realities of an ordinary adventurer's life.
Because he is someone born with talent, looks, wealth, privilege, and influence. Exactly.
He grew up in one of the world's most prestigious adventurer preparatory schools, surrounded by the children of kings and heroes. He is a wonderful person, but sometimes he is oblivious to what the rest of us go through. So to him, adventuring is a string of people telling you how great you are and handing you bags of cash.
Exactly.
I am not saying the rest of us cannot reach that level, but Rufus has never seen the bottom rungs of society. What we are teaching you now, he learned from the womb. Then if I am going to catch up, we should probably get back to the lesson, Chinemo said.
I like that ambition, Farah said. First, let me walk you through the process.
As I said, we start with projection to learn the fundamentals, then move to suppression. Once you can do both at an acceptable level, we introduce more complexity. Like focusing on one person or concealing certain aspects of your aura while projecting.
Eventually you achieve projection and suppression simultaneously. How does that work?
Well, for example, suppose you have concealed yourself but you want to use your aura.
So you blanket the entire area with your aura yet hide your presence within it. Sounds like a nice intimidation tactic, Chinemo said. They know you are nearby lurking but they cannot find you.
Or you could simply blow one of them up, Farah said.
I find that sufficiently intimidating for the survivors. You are extremely aggressive. There is nothing wrong with enjoying one's abilities.
There is a problem when your job is killing.
I meant monsters, Farah said, her tone lowering with disapproval.
They are merely conglomerations of magic. But they can still feel fear and pain. They still suffer. The people they kill suffer too once they exist too long and go mad, Farah said. Her relaxed meditative posture stiffened. You have not yet seen a truly crazed monster. It is as if they can sense their own inevitable doom and want to take as many living beings with them as possible. Destroying them before they reach that state is also a mercy. But mercy should not be so subjective. Farah usually kept her feelings behind a veil of amusement, but Chinmo's attitude had stripped that veil away.
It is easy to moralize when you are not even an adventurer yet, Farah told him, pointing at him. You do not understand the cost of what we do. I want to see how you feel in a year. With your abilities, how many monsters will you kill? How many people? And your abilities are all about slow, horrible, agonizing deaths. She stood up, glaring at Chinemo while slapping the dust off her pants with her hand. That is it for today's training, she said. Put away the mats. She walked out of the courtyard through the door in the wall, leaving Chinemo sitting alone. Things got heavy, he said to himself. Well done, idiot. The next day when Farah arrived at Jory's clinic for training, Chinemo apologized to her. I'm sorry, he said. Only later did I realize that what I said amounted to accusing you of being callous. I sometimes speak without thinking, without considering the other person's position. Obviously, Farah said, you're not entirely wrong, I suppose. Mostly but not entirely.
In our line of work one does need a certain degree of callousness.
Perhaps Chen Mo said, but I shouldn't have judged you without knowing what you've been through. The only thing I'm certain of in this world is that I know nothing. It's just. In my own world I was an insignificant person.
Being one of the masses is not wonderful, but it enjoys a luxury that the powerful do not have.
Oh.
When you're a nobody in the sea of humanity you can hold ideals without having to practice them.
But here every decision I make is a matter of life and death. My principles are being tested and only now can I feel what it means to be forced to face them. Like everyone else I once imagined that I could stand tall under pressure.
Now that I'm truly in it I realize that staying upright is far harder than I imagined. I brought the values of the world I came from, they were the only thing I could carry with me. And most of the time this world seems to try to erase them.
But if I let them drift away, what would I become? I can't answer that for you, Farah said. When choices are simple, being kind is easy. But adventurers never seek simple choices. To stay good in the face of hard choices is the true test, and that requires paying a price. Rufus told me something very similar.
He may have blind spots too, Farah said, but his family have never been shirkers. When the time comes to stand, they stand in front.
Again, I'm truly sorry. You're right, I don't know the things you've seen.
Yes, right. But sometimes I also forget how lost you must feel in an unfamiliar world.
Lost is indeed the right word, Chen Mo said. The only thing I can rely on is who I am.
I feel that if I lose that I may never find the way home.
You realize this doesn't actually make sense, right?
I've been in this world for 3 weeks, Chen Mo said. I've been throwing myself into everything like a madman because if I stopped I'd completely fall apart.
In one bad day away from cracking like an egg. So you cling to anything you can grab. I can understand that.
But the world won't stop to wait for you to be ready.
I know.
Now focus on training, Farah said.
Maybe it will help you stay steady.
Even before Farah's hint, Chen Mo instinctively understood that staying busy would keep him from scattering in all directions.
He threw himself into training from morning sessions with Gary to afternoon sessions with Farah.
The fortress was Lucien's solace, a haven where he could openly indulge in the vices that had originally gotten him sent to Greenstone City. His viewing box was more of an office than his office at the Magic Association campus.
He could even get work done because low-ranked matches rarely caught his attention.
Though the fighting pits ran around the clock, only the essence users in nighttime fights could make Lucien's blood surge.
Magic displayed all active battles on the huge windows of his viewing box, but in the early afternoon he only occasionally glanced at them. This time slot had single essence fighters and it would only escalate to full iron rank battles after sunset.
Lucien would have preferred to see bronze rank fighters, but they were too valuable to risk in the fighting pits except in extremely rare circumstances. Only a handful of bronze rank individuals would stoop to work for the Big Three, and they were the most valuable assets. If they ever appeared in the fighting pits, it was to settle scores among the Big Three without spilling blood on the streets.
Gang warfare meant drawing the attention of the island's authorities, which all of the Big Three knew to avoid.
Lucien could use the fortress as his office largely thanks to his deputy director. Botchard Finn kept things running at the city campus while frequently making the trip to the fortress himself.
He was also an Elfa local.
Both elves enjoyed this relationship since Lucien's workload was lightened and Botchard in effect headed the Greenstone City Magic Association. When Botchard too began to enjoy the fortress pleasures, they soon became friends rather than colleagues. Standish is looking for you, Botchard said, pouring himself a drink. He made an inviting gesture with the bottle and after Lucien nodded, poured a second glass.
Can't you deal with it? Lucien asked. He's always making a fuss about something. He insists on seeing you. I think it's about soul coins.
Tell him if he wants to see me he can come here. I did, Botchard said, drawing a snort from Lucien. I'd love to see that lanky lad in the fortress, Lucien said, then gazed out through the wall of windows.
Now I see him. You're joking, Botchard said, following Lucien's gaze. He's really come, Lucien laughed. He's done well. Botchard groaned, I hope he doesn't come often.
Lucien chuckled at Botchard's reaction and they watched long-limbed Clive Standish make his way across the spectator stands of the fighting pits. The early afternoon wasn't crowded, but the awkward man in his mismatched scholar's robe seemed to get in everyone's way. At last he reached the viewing room, which was luxurious in its woodwork. Lucien and Botchard exchanged a glance as they heard a polite knock at the door.
Go away.
Botchard shouted, causing Lucien to burst into laughter. Sir, a voice came through the door.
Don't just stand out there, Standish. Lucien bellowed and the door was nervously pulled open.
Clive Standish was quite tall, but his thin frame and hunched posture made him appear gangly and clumsy. He wore a billowing scholar's robe, perhaps to keep himself from looking too thin, but it hung on him like wash on a line. In the fighting pits of the fortress he seemed more out of place than anyone Lucian had ever seen. This worked to Clive's advantage, for it put Lucian in a better mood than Clive usually found him in. "Bochard tells me you have some kind of soulcoin problem," Lucian said. "Not exactly a problem, sir," Clive said. "More of a curiosity that I believe merits further investigation." Clive rummaged in his robe and brought out an iron rank soul coin. "This coin and several others like it have been found in circulation over the past few weeks. You'll notice the unusual relief of a man with a raised thumb," Clive said. Bochard leaned in to look at the coin in Lucian's hand. "On the reverse," Clive continued, "there is an inscription. So far we've been unable to identify the language." "Don't you have translation abilities?" Bochard said. "I do," Clive said, "though that only tells us what it says, not what language it is." "Well?" Lucian asked impatiently. "What does it say?" "It reads Chen Mo's product and hello friend. The second part is contextualized as a greeting." "That is indeed strange," Lucian said. "Are they genuine coins?" "I have tested every coin we found, sir," Clive said. "They're all genuine. You compared them against the register?" Clive nodded. "It definitely doesn't come from a registered soulcoin farm." "They're all genuine. You compared them against the register?" Clive nodded. "It definitely doesn't come from a registered soulcoin farm. But we haven't seen many of these coins, and most shady coin farms try to imitate registered marks. Considering the exceptional nature of these coins and the fact that we've found only a few, I think there's an alternative explanation." "Oh?" Lucian asked. "You are of course aware that some essence users develop an ability to reap monsters without the usual harvesting ritual," Clive said. "It is usually the prosperity essence that is responsible, often in combination with a human awakening one of their racial gifts. This ability is known to produce soul coins." "Where does that stand legally?" Bochard asked. "If it's an ability, it's entirely legal," Clive said. "On an economic scale it's interesting but not important. Still, this is speculation. If it truly is an unregistered soulcoin farm, then obviously it needs to be found and shut down." "Very well, Clive," Lucian said. "You came all the way here dressed like that, so we'll humor you." "This is how I always dress," Clive said. "This place is quite nice," Chen Mo said. "Certainly better than meditating in a filthy back alley," Fala said. The island was divided into various districts, all connected via underground and undersea transit lines. The locals called it the Loop or the Ring, but Chen Mo thought it deserved a more impressive name. His thoughts had evolved to naming it the Undersea Tunnel, but he later realized that the Ring wasn't a bad name either. Fala and Chen Mo took the Loop to the Park District, which, as the name suggested, was dominated by parks. As if someone had meticulously planned a delta, pathways and gardens wound around ponds and streams. Palm trees and vibrant tropical flowers dotted the lush lawns, while footpaths disappeared into the shade of thick shrubs. Nearly all of the island's park district was open to anyone. The only private space was the walled residence of the city's ruler, Duke Greenstone. Chen Mo and Fala selected a pleasant spot for their afternoon training. Fala suggested choosing a more tranquil setting for meditation than Jory's backyard. "But I still need to go to the clinic," Chen Mo said. "I promised I'd go again this afternoon." "You know, once you become an adventurer you won't have as much time for this," Fala said. "I know," Chen Mo admitted, "but I want to make time whenever possible. The purpose is to help people, right? Killing some monster can achieve that, but turning a room full of sick people into a room full of healthy people can too. You know," Fala said, "maybe there's something worth keeping among those values of yours." "Glad to hear it," Chen Mo said. "Does that mean you'll stop trying to make me kill?" "We're not trying to make you kill," Fala said. "We're just trying to prepare you for the inevitable." "You say it as if we drugged random strangers, hid them in concealed places, handed you a great axe, locked you together and promised not to let you out until one of you died. That's oddly specific. Shut up and start meditating." Beneath the old city arena of the ancient fortress stretched a series of corridors and rooms. Warriors and other relevant personnel prepared for the coming battles here. There were also plenty of enforcers ensuring that prospective contestants' enthusiasm didn't suddenly wane before the match. Two women occupied one of the rooms, one of them preparing for battle. Instead of loose airy clothing she wore a form-fitting ensemble, a blend of treated protective leather and tough yet flexible fabric. With one foot propped on a stone bench she wrapped cloth around her knuckles. Her skin was like chocolate and her hair shimmered with silver. Her sharp eyes perfectly mirrored the color of her hair, that matching metallic shade was a hallmark of the celestial race. Her usually shoulder-length shining hair was now tied back in a simple practical ponytail. "Do you want me to tie that for you?" the other woman asked, glancing at her hair. The warrior shook her head without saying a word. Her gaze fixed on the wall in front of her, she let herself enter a battle mindset. Her companion watched with displeasure. The companion was a human with short messy hair and a cute face. She pouted and looked at the door. "I can't believe she's making you do this," she said. "Lindy," the warrior said, her voice firm. "We knew from the start we wouldn't like this. But without her protection we'd be in a far worse situation than we are now. But sending you back to the arena," Belinda complained. "Sophie, you've already earned the right to leave this place." "That was under Silva's father," Sophie said. "Now that he's gone, the most important thing is not to fall into Silva's hands. That's the price we pay for this. But you're the one paying all of it." "Ventress doesn't care about the fight," Sophie said. "She only cares about provoking Silva by putting me on display. Once that's done, she'll have no reason to keep us here." "Will Silva know?" Belinda asked. "You still have only one essence. Does anyone pay attention to these low-level fights?" "Hell no. Sooner or later." The door to the room was pushed open by a massive lion man. Following him in was a woman with a waterfall of black hair, walking with such a bewitching gait that it was almost a sway. Clarissa Ventress looked only a few years older than the two women she had come to see, but authority clung to her like her satin dress. "Ladies, are we just about ready?" Ventress asked. Belinda opened her mouth to respond but was stopped by a gesture from Sophie. "Good," Ventress said. "I've arranged a match that Silva should hear about. If you perform well, we may only need this one." "Who is the opponent?" Sophie asked. Ventress smiled like a snake that had just discovered a nest full of eggs. "Fire Fist." "Are you joking?" Belinda blurted out. "It's fine," Sophie said, her voice calm and composed. "Do you know what he does to people?" Belinda turned to her friend and asked. "I know," Sophie said. "He certainly has a reputation," Ventress said. "This works in our favor. And it's amusing, it turns out he's always wanted to fight you. You left the arena just as he was starting, and apparently he considered it a missed opportunity. Seeing him so eager, I simply had to arrange a cage bout." Sophie placed a hand on Belinda's shoulder to stop her from flaring up again. "You want a show?" Sophie asked. "You'll get one." Ventress gave another serpentine smile. "Exactly what I wanted to hear. Belinda dear, why not come watch from my viewing box?" "Go with her," Sophie said. "I need to get myself into the right frame of mind." "Sophie." "It'll be fine," Sophie said firmly. "You just watch." Lucian let out a satisfied sigh and entered his viewing chamber. Following behind him was Kaswarif, the son of Borchard Lucian's deputy. Kaswari spent most of his time acting as a liaison between the two men, a role essential to allowing Lucian to work outside the fortress. However, some tasks had to be done in person, forcing Lucian to leave his favored habitat. "I'm glad that affair is over," Lucian said. "Perhaps there will be a splendid battle." "I did see them hauling out the cages," Kaswari said. He was always lingering near his father and Lucian, gradually cultivating their interest in indirect violence. "There might be something interesting," Lucian said. "Put it on the window." Each private viewing chamber had a full pane of glass in front, enchanted to project images from the various fighting pits. It could display several scenes at once or focus on a single one, all controllable by touching the runes on the wall. Kaswari did so, revealing fortress workers assembling the walls of a large metal cage. "Any idea what this is about?" Lucian asked. One of Kaswari's duties was learning of battles that might interest Lucian. "If they're bringing out the cage at this hour," Kaswari said, "it could be Fire Fist." Fire Fist. Lucian rarely paid attention to the early fights, relying on Kaswari to unearth anything spectacular worth watching. "I think you'll enjoy him," Kaswari said. "He usually enters the escape package matches, which only end when a fighter leaves the cage. Fire Fist likes to toy with his opponents before leaving." "Sounds intriguing," Lucian said. "Why haven't I heard of him before?" "He doesn't appear very often," Kaswari said. "As you can imagine, they have a hard time finding anyone willing to fight him. They once tried forcing people to compete, but that didn't produce interesting fights. So this should be a fine match." The fighting pits, as their name suggested, were a series of shallow pits set in a wide area surrounded by tiered seating.
Because the pits were shallow enough for clear viewing, the spectators occasionally suffered casualties. This could be due to unchecked essence abilities or to crowd-pleasing spectacles such as when a contestant attempted to flee through the audience. In all the years the fighting pits had operated, the organizers had done nothing to address these issues. Lucian watched an announcer holding a sound-projecting stone step into view. The viewing window captured not only images but also sound, allowing those in the viewing chambers to hear the battle more clearly than the spectators at the pit's edge. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer proclaimed. "Today we have a very special match. As you might have guessed from the cage behind me, we are honored to welcome back a crowd favorite to the arena. Please join me in welcoming the savage, all-devouring Fire Fist." Stairs led down to chambers below, arranged so that fighters could emerge in parade before the audience on their way to the chosen battle stage. Fire Fist was tall and lean with redanda yellow hair that was either dyed or the product of some essence power. He wore only red silk trousers patterned with yellow flames, his muscular chest bare. His hands hung loosely at his sides, wreathed in flames that danced along his arms as he swaggered into the cage door. "Fire Fist, ladies and gentlemen." Fire Fist raised one arm to greet the crowd, which was quite substantial for this time of day. Word of the match had clearly spread. The announcer waited for the crowd to quiet down, then made the next introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer said. "For the true connoisseurs among you there is an even greater delight. Years ago this arena was once privileged to witness the graceful flight of a beautiful bird. Sadly she flew away from us, but today, ladies and gentlemen, she has returned. I present to you the elegant and beautiful Nightingale." A silver-haired black beauty emerged from the stairwell, not even glancing at the audience. She stopped beside the announcer, looked past the crowd toward one of the viewing chambers, then walked into the cage. In his own viewing chamber, Lucian stood up so quickly that he knocked over his chair. He circled the table to the window, tracing her face with his fingers. "Who is she?" he asked. "I'm not certain, Mr. Lamprey. I'll find out. See that you do." "I've always wanted to fight you," Fire Fist said to Sophie as they faced each other inside the cage. "I was just starting out when you left. You're a legend." Sophie knew what he was doing. The crowds enjoyed some verbal sparring before a fight. Not the masses, who couldn't actually hear well, but the important figures in the viewing chambers would hear. He wanted to impress them. "They wouldn't schedule a legend to fight right after lunch," she said. "You overestimate our worth to them. I'll earn much more essence. I'm not a debt slave like you. I'm no one's slave." "Aren't you?" Fire Fist asked. "Then why did you come back here? 2 years have passed and your essence count is no different from when you left." "Because the man who sought to enslave me didn't want me for fighting." "I can understand that," Fire Fist said, his eyes roaming over Sophie's body. "Once I put you down, we'll have some quality time together. We can enjoy ourselves before I leave the cage." "I was only going to beat you," Sophie said. "But for that remark I'll make you hurt." "Do you think you have the skill, little girl? I've watched your fights. They don't take much skill." Fire Fist rushed forward, leading with the burning fist that gave him his name. Sophie slipped past his straight punch and seized his wrist. The flames on his arm scorched her hand, but she ignored the pain, yanking his arm to force his weight onto his front leg. When her palm slammed into his elbow, bending his arm the wrong way, he cried out. When her boot did the same to the side of his knee, the cry became a scream. He collapsed to the ground and a swinging leg caught him in the face. Dazed, he tumbled with the blow and tried to rise. Halfway up, he found 2 hands gripping the sides of his head, pulling it down to meet a rising knee. Sophie grabbed Fire Fist by the hair and dragged him to the edge of the cage. "You know they call you Fire Fist because it's your only advantage, right?" she said. "You're a mediocre fighter with a gimmick that makes people recoil. I don't know what ambitions you harbor, but I want bother. This is the highest stage where you could achieve anything real, and your reputation is about to be shattered." The cage had vertical and horizontal bars forming a grid with gaps barely wide enough for a hand or part of a foot. This slowed climbing, giving a fallen opponent time to recover and preventing escape. Sophie lifted Fire Fist, forced his hands through a pair of small gaps, and then let him down again. He was left dangling by his wrists from the bars. She raised her elbow and drove it into one of his forearms, producing a loud crack and a horrifying scream of pain. She did the same to his other arm, then left him hanging there and climbed out of the cage. At the Academy of the Adventurers Association there was an assembly ground where large parties could gather. When Rufus arrived, he found a sizable crowd waiting for him. He had brought 2 employees of the Adventurers Association, the corpulent clerk Albert and an official who, like Rufus, held the bronze rank.
Rufus was originally supposed to manage this field test alone, but the association had assigned another person to assist him. Seeing nearly 20 participants, he now understood why. Are parties usually this large? Rufus asked Albert. No sir, not usually, Bert said, handing over a clipboard. Good luck sir, though I'm sure you won't need it. Why are there so many people? Rufus asked the Adventurers Association official. He was a man in his 20s with a rather distinctive appearance. He wore practical clothing suited to the Delta region, sturdy yet loose and breathable fabric. He wore the bronze Adventurers Association badge pin, the standard accessory of senior officials. His practical attire was topped with a rather impractical hat, wide-brimmed and adorned with an extravagant multicolored feather. Yet what was even more striking was his unprecedented beard. It gleamed with wax and curled outward beyond the sides of his head. The official's name was Vincent Terenslow. His appearance made Rufus hesitate somewhat, but throughout their brief acquaintance his demeanor had been thoroughly professional. It seems some kind of major administrative error has occurred, Vincent explained with displeasure. More than half of these people had already passed their field evaluations and been accepted into the association, but their evaluation records were lost despite those records having been duplicated and stored separately. In the end, it was decided to have them undergo the field evaluation again. As far as I know, the Adventurers Association is always extremely meticulous with its records, Rufus said. Even so, what kind of solution is this? When such an error disproportionately affects noble members, this is the kind of solution you get, Vincent said. The kind of nobles who wish to forge connections with important adventurers visiting from afar. I see, Rufus said grimly. The director personally asked me to convey her apologies, Vincent said. She is newly appointed and still has a long way to go in clearing out external influences. She specifically invited you to evaluate these applicants with rigorous strictness, her exact words. Rufus grinned. So then, Mr. Terenslow, what is your opinion on this? I may have a few suggestions that would interest you. Thank you very much, the lady said, still holding Chen Mo's hand. You're welcome, Chen Mo said, extracting his fingers from her grip. Remember to drink plenty of water when you get home, Jory told her. Eating some fruit would also do you good. Oh, I certainly will, she said as she left the clinic. I didn't mean that kind of drinking, Jory called out. She's already gone. He sighed. All right, this is the last one. How about you and I have a drink? Sure, Chen Mo said. Good night, Janice, Jory said to his teenage receptionist. See you tomorrow, Mr. Tillman. Mr. Asano. Good night, Janice. They strolled into Jory's office and sat on opposite sides of his desk. He produced 2 bottles and 2 cups. He poured a bright green liquid into one cup and slid it across the desk to Chen Mo. This stuff is stronger, he said, so it should break through that toxin resistance of yours. And it's sickeningly sweet, just the way you like it. Thanks. He took a sip and nodded with satisfaction at the taste. Toxin prime wine inflicted alcohol effect on you. You have resisted alcohol. Alcohol did not take effect. You gained a resistance effect. Chen Mo sighed. No luck? Jory asked. No luck. Although it tastes good. That's not what alcohol is for, Jory said, pouring himself some amber liquid from the second bottle. You look a bit tired. I thought drawing energy from patients would invigorate you. Still creepy, by the way. I'm not tired, Chen Mo said. And it's not creepy. Maybe a little exhausted. That woman had cancer and I simply removed it as if it had never existed. Isn't that a good thing? Of course it is. But where I come from, we don't have essence. We don't have alchemy either, though we had something similar, I suppose. We just called it pharmacology. You rarely talk about where you come from, Jory said. I remember you said there wasn't much magic there. No monsters, right? Until I came here I had never heard of monster waves. That must have been nice, Jory said. As with most things, the poor bear the brunt of monster waves. In your homeland, what happens when people get sick? We have medicine, Chen Mo said, but without magic it has its limits. Recovery can take a long time and many options are terrible. Take cancer for example. Here I can simply draw it out of people, but back home it's not that easy. They cut people open and try to excise the cancer. They poison them hoping the cancer dies before the patient does. That sounds barbaric. We had no better options. I think about what I could do with the power I have now. How many people I could help. Are you going to go back?
If I can, Chen Mo said. Home is very far away and I don't know how to get back. How did you end up here? You said it was some kind of magical accident. A summoning spell went wrong.
It reached into my magic barren homeland and snatched me straight out.
That's how I met Rufus, Gary and Farah. I got thrown right into their troubles. Have you tried asking the goddess of knowledge? Jory asked. If anyone knows the way home, it's her.
Though there's no guarantee she'll tell you. Anyone can go to her temple and ask a question.
I don't know, Chen Mo said. I'm not very religious. Even if there might be a way home. Jory asked.
What would it cost you to try?
That kind of question is usually asked before someone buries you in debt. Jory laughed. Fair enough. But think it over. I will, Chen Mo said. Thanks. I can't believe you hid this from me, Belinda said.
It's no big deal, Sophie said.
I'm wearing gloves. Heat penetrates gloves.
Your hands are the wrong color. It does feel a bit strange. They walked through the door of the Broad Street Clinic and found the receptionist packing up to leave.
Wasn't this place always packed before? Belinda said.
I remember coming here at night when it was jammed to the door.
Janice looked up at the pair of friends. Since Mr. Asano started coming here, we've been treating patients faster, she explained, even with all the extra people. Why are there extra people? Belinda asked. We just need some healing ointment, Sophie said.
That should be fine, Janice said.
I'll see if Mr. Tillman is available.
A few minutes later they heard a loud drink-laden voice. Janice, why are you still here? I wanted to finish filing the records before going home, they heard Janice reply as she led Jory out from the back. His unsteady gait and dazed expression showed that he had already drunk a fair amount. I should give you a raise, Jory told his receptionist.
You just gave me a raise, sir. Did I? Then I did well.
He looked up at the two ladies.
Ladies. Jory greeted. Long time no see. Hello, Lindy. What brings you here?
Sophie got into another fight, Belinda said.
That's not good, Jory said.
That's how it is, Sophie said. Then I suppose I'll be seeing you more often, Jory said, flashing a bright smile at Belinda.
Lovely. We just need some ointment, Sophie said. Here, a voice said.
A small jar flew through the air and Sophie reached out and caught it. The man who threw it was human, but neither of the two ladies recognized his race, so he probably wasn't a local. He was lean with features just a little too sharp to be handsome. His black hair had a silky sheen, though it was hard to tell because it was cropped so short. That's not my product, Jory said to the man. Where did you get that?
From a monster, the man said.
You can't just give mysterious monster goo to two beautiful ladies.
It's healing ointment. I've used it plenty myself. Sounds suspicious, Jory said. Janice, find me a good jar of ointment. Sophie opened the jar's lid and sniffed its contents.
It's fine, she said, replacing the lid.
How much do we owe you? Free, the man said. That way Janice can go home instead of updating the inventory. Sophie nodded and walked out the door. Sophie, wait. Belinda said. She's gone. Goodbye, Jory. Thanks, person I don't know. Goodbye, Belinda. Jory waved and called out as the door closed behind them. Chen Mo had not yet explored many areas of the island.
He took the loop line to a place he had never been before, the Temple District. For a lifelong atheist, his new world being filled with so many gods was somewhat unsettling. Although he had been told that the gods were real, he had heard similar claims from his Aunt Marjorie for years. He wanted to see for himself. Exiting the loop line terminal, he immediately saw a sign pointing to the Sacred Plaza. Following the sign, he walked down a street lined with temples on both sides. Looking at the eye-catching signs and banners, Chen Mo quickly realized that the gods had their own hierarchy. He noticed that the road temple was set behind the larger, more imposing journey temple. Before long, the street opened onto the plaza itself. It was an enormous crowded space. Greenstone was common throughout the island, but in the Sacred Plaza even the paving stones were made of high-grade materials. The plaza was filled with stalls and tents, most of which seemed to be selling religious wares to worshippers. No matter where you go, it's all the same, Chen Mo muttered to himself. Some preached to anyone who would listen, and street thieves cut purses. Chen Mo had initially worn a small money pouch at his waist so that he wouldn't draw attention by producing coins out of thin air. After being robbed twice in 2 days, he stopped bothering. Even if using his inventory drew attention, there were enough people around with similar abilities so it wasn't conspicuous. Chen Mo bought a sandwich from a street vendor filled with some kind of meat, cheese and spicy sauce. Food was one of the things that made Chen Mo feel most strongly that he was in a different world. Though the methods of preparation were usually similar, bread, soup, sandwiches or cakes, the ingredients were more different than alike. Farms raised different animals and grew different crops. Trees bore unfamiliar fruits. Bread was heavier than he was used to and beer was lighter. The meat was all different, most of it coming from the large lizards Chen Mo had seen in the delta. Even things that were similar like apples were not a kind he recognized. He realized he was procrastinating, distracting himself with small details instead of pursuing his true purpose for coming to the temple district. Facing a challenge to long-held beliefs was not easy. His goal wasn't the crowd in the plaza but the temples surrounding it. The buildings immediately surrounding the plaza were the city's most famous places of worship, and the effort poured into their designs seemed to reflect that. They appeared to compete in grandeur, each one an achievement in architecture and engineering. There was a towering cathedral, a colonnaded temple and other buildings Chen Mo had never seen before. Curiously, one building eschewed the ostentation of its neighbors and looked more like a public school library. It was a square gray block, its only decoration a scroll emblem above the double doors. I wonder if that's the one I'm looking for. Although every building vied for attention, there was a clear winner in Chen Mo's eyes. It was a massive tower shaped like an arm thrusting toward the sky. Most buildings in the city were no more than 5 stories tall, and while it wasn't the only temple to break that limit, this giant arm was more than twice as tall as the others. At the end of the arm was a fist clenched around a huge bearded head. The head looked down over the plaza, glaring fiercely at anyone who dared meet its eyes. Well, that's completely terrifying. With so many people around, it was easy to ask a passerby about the unusual temple. The man Chen Mo spoke with was stocky, his skin deep blue, almost black. He was completely bald and covered in tattoos of various colors that gave off a faint glow. Chen Mo knew these markings were actually innate, a trait of a race called the Rune Folk. They were rare in Greenstone City, and although Chen Mo had seen them around, this was the first time he had the chance to talk to one. Judging by his clothes, the man was more likely a local than a visitor. That is the Temple of Dominion, he explained when Chen Mo pointed at the strange temple. Dominion over what? The man looked at Chen Mo curiously. Over everything, the man said. The god of dominion grants kings and nobles their divine right. He decides who rules and who obeys. Oh. That explains why the temple is so creepy and oppressive. You seem rather cavalier about blasphemy, the man said warily. Yes, Chen Mo said absently. Mostly to annoy my Aunt Marjorie, but also for entertainment. Does this world have little cartoon booklets explaining that you'll go to hell if you snack between meals or something? The man shook his head in amazement. What do you get out of it? He asked. Does disrespecting what others find meaningful make you feel better? Sorry, Chen Mo said, feeling like an idiot. Where I'm from, gods aren't real. The gods are everywhere in this world. So I've heard, Chen Mo said. Honestly, I find it a little unsettling. Look at the god of dominion. I don't like the idea of an infinitely powerful being whose job is to make sure people know their place. Then worship a different god, the man said. No god is absolute. If you don't like what the god of dominion preaches, you can seek out the god of freedom. They don't get along. The man flashed Chen Mo a mischievous smile. Chen Mo held out his hand and the man shook it. I'm Chen Mo. Arash, the man said. Chen Mo was asking Arash whether that plain building was the Temple of Knowledge when a dazzling light appeared in front of one of the temples. Everyone in the plaza knelt, including Chen Mo's new friend. Chen Mo looked over and saw a tall figure that appeared human but stood twice as tall as Gary. He looked much like an adventurer wearing light armor and a sword at his waist. Up until then, the most powerful aura Chen Mo had encountered was a silver-ranked adventurer he had seen at the Adventurers Guild. He had sat beside that man on the loop line and found his aura oppressively strong. He understood then why Farah had said it was polite to control one's aura. The aura at the other end of the plaza made that experience seem trivial. It was like comparing a candle to blazing sunlight. Chen Mo had no doubt that if that tall figure's aura were truly unleashed in full, everyone in the plaza would die on the spot. So that's a god, Chen Mo said. Honestly, I was hoping to be less impressed, but that really was a sight worth seeing. I suppose atheism will have to step aside. Kneel. Arash hissed, kneeling beside Chen Mo. Looking around, Chen Mo realized he stood out as the only person still standing. The god turned toward Chen Mo. Not knowing what to do, Chen Mo waved casually. Although it was difficult to see clearly across the plaza, he thought he caught a hint of a smile at the corner of the god's mouth.
What god is he? Chen Mo asked.
That's the god of heroes, Arash said.
Kneel.
I think that ship has already sailed, my friend, Chen Mo said. So the god of heroes is called Hero God. They really stick to such straightforward naming conventions, don't they?
What a pity, a pleasant voice said from behind Chen Mo.
I had hoped to be your first.
Chen Mo looked around but didn't see where the voice came from.
He smelled a hint of perfume in the air, fresh as sea breeze. In it he sensed a fleeting but powerful aura, no less than that of the god across the square.
You must be joking, Chen Mo muttered.
At this moment Arash was tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve, trying to make him kneel. The others around looked at Chen Mo contemptuously. Calm down, Chen Mo said, pulling his shirt from Arash's hand.
Did you hear that woman speak? What woman? Arash said. Kneel and pay homage to the god. It seems only I heard it. Kneeling is not the way to show respect, Arash. That is the way to show submission. Submission to a god is respect.
Where I come from they say the same, Chen Mo said.
I never really accepted that idea. I think I'm going to leave Arash.
Everyone here is glaring at me with malicious eyes.
You are such a fool. Arash hissed behind him.
I can't argue with that, Chen Mo said with a smile. He began to cross the square, but all the kneeling people made it an obstacle course.
Sorry. Excuse me. Pardon me.
A person near Arash leaned over as he watched Chen Mo leave.
Do you know that person? Absolutely not, Arash said.
As Chen Mo had guessed, the Temple of Knowledge was that plain square block building.
Is there really a public library inside? He wondered. That makes sense.
When he approached, the double doors before him were pushed open from inside, revealing a beautiful young woman. She was the acolyte who had tested Chen Mo's essence when he joined the Adventurers Guild.
Good day, Mr. Asano. Gabriel, right? Chen Mo asked.
That's right, she said.
Glad to see you again. Same here.
Chen Mo thought he should go see Humphrey, curious whether the young man had acted on the name Gabriel that Chen Mo had given him. Then he remembered Humphrey was on a field assessment with Rufus.
Why does it feel like you were waiting for me? Chen Mo asked Gabriel. My mistress told me you were coming and sent me to guide you.
Your mistress?
The goddess. Please follow me.
She led Chen Mo inside and he felt an aura envelop him.
This was different from a person's aura, it was more like an undercurrent belonging to the building itself.
It wasn't aggressive, but he could sense a tremendous force behind it. It also bore the flavor of that fleeting aura that had accompanied the unseen voice he had heard in the square. They walked between rows of bookshelves, occasionally passing people reading at tables. Some shelves held not books but ornate scroll cylinders. Scrolls, Gabriel explained, seeing Chen Mo's curious gaze. The manuscripts in the library here are all copies. The originals are kept in the archives. So does your boss talk to you often?
Chen Mo asked. My boss? The goddess.
Of course, Gabriel said. I may be a junior member of the clergy, but I am a member after all.
I see and hear my mistress every day. That must strengthen one's faith. It wasn't like that where I came from.
Your world must be strange. People serve gods that don't exist. If I may ask, how does that work?
Not sure, Chen Mo said.
They seem to rely heavily on metaphors.
You know, I come from a different world.
The mistress has imparted some knowledge. It is in her nature. Her nature requires a privacy disclosure agreement.
Where exactly are you taking me?
The temple has a room for asking questions.
You ask and the mistress chooses whether to answer or not. Will she answer in person? The answer takes many forms. Sounds like she relies on metaphors too. Gabriel gave Chen Mo a confident smile.
You'll see for yourself soon, she said.
She led Chen Mo to a set of double doors.
These doors were larger than the temple entrance but equally plain. They were carved from wood, old and unadorned, with only a simple handle on each door.
Chen Mo had a strange feeling that they were older than the building they were installed in. Gabrielle pulled open the heavy doors with ease, a stark contrast to her petite figure.
I can only bring you here, she said, motioning for Chen Mo to proceed. He passed through the doors and she closed them behind him. The room was large and circular, a single space rising 5 stories high, capped by a glass ceiling. Light poured down from above, reflecting off crystal mosaics on the walls, bathing the room in a rainbow of colors.
This innermost room was the complete opposite of the temple's austere exterior. This is truly impressive. Chen Mo walked into the room, Gabriel closing the door behind him. He watched the light flow over his arms. In the center of the room stood a life-size statue of a woman holding an open book. Chen Mo walked around it, examining it carefully. Ask and she will choose to answer or not, is that it? Chen Mo wandered through the room, observing the crystal mosaics that rose from the floor to the 5-story ceiling. They depicted what he took to be guardians of knowledge, scribes, teachers, librarians. The patterns made of colored crystal and bathed in light seemed vibrant, awash in glory. He remained silent while observing the wall art. He had always had a habit of talking to himself, but the thought of expecting a response unsettled him. He wondered if this was a little too close to prayer, then realized that it was actually prayer. The point is, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. I choose whether to answer your question, not whether you choose to ask. It was the same voice he had heard in the square. He did not turn from the wall mosaic he was observing. Are you the person in charge? He asked. Undoubtedly, the voice said. This is my temple. Her voice was pleasant with a hint of humor. There was an undercurrent, an aura as mighty as a tide. Yet it was also strangely distant, like a photograph of a raging storm. Your house, your rules, Chen Mo said. My mother had a similar attitude. And you left, the voice said. Here you have the same choice. Chen Mo turned and found that the statue had been replaced by a woman. She looked quite like the people outside the square, at least the human ones, wearing brightly colored clothes and having Mediterranean features. She was beautiful, yet there was an air of detachment and unapproachability. Chen Mo noticed that unlike the statue, she was not holding a book. Then are you the woman or the book? Neither. A misdirection, Chen Mo said. That's a magician's trick. I'm not the Wizard of Oz from the Wizard of Oz, Chen Mo. You know of my world. I am knowledge. All that is known or has ever been known in this world. When you arrived, you brought your knowledge with you. What about the other gods? Chen Mo asked. Wouldn't knowing everything they know be a bit too powerful? We gods belong to this world yet do not exist within it. Therefore their knowledge is not mine. Chen Mo looked the goddess up and down. You certainly seem to exist within it, he said. If you look at a pond and see the moon, she said, is that moon inside the pond or the reflection of some far greater thing in the sky? A good metaphor, Chen Mo said. Classic religious imagery, but I suppose that's part of the job. You say you're not the one behind the curtain, but for all I know you're just a pretty lady cleverly arranging a few mirrors. You find me beautiful. That's obviously manipulation, Chen Mo said. If you already know everything, then asking me questions is just for show. She laughed, a pleasant tinkling sound. It gave Chen Mo the feeling of a country stream on a warm summer day. You are quite amusing, she told him. You have already felt my aura. And the hero gods. A month ago I thought auras were made up, Chen Mo said. Who knows how many ways there are to deceive someone like me. I do as it happens, she said. What about all those people outside when the hero god appeared? Do you suspect all of them? Do you think we hired actors? Appeal to popularity fallacy. Chen Mo said. If you're trying to convince me you're a goddess, you'll need to do better than a second-rate apologist. Have you ever considered how well a banana fits the human hand? Chen Mo burst out laughing. You make jokes, he said. I like that. If it makes you feel better, think of me as an immortal entity of immense power. No need for that word that starts with a G. Then what's the difference between a god and some insanely powerful superbeing? From your perspective. Almost none. The essence of a transcendent being is not bound by physical reality. Gods and goddesses are mortal words. You're saying that until I hit the level cap none of this matters. Something like that. Can you read my mind? To some extent, she said. My knowledge of this world is absolute. As long as you know what you're thinking, I know what you're thinking. Then you know what I'm about to ask. I know what is and what has been, but not what has yet to come. But I bet you could make some very accurate guesses. She laughed again and the sound filled his entire body with pleasure. I know everything about this world, she said, and yet you mortals are a constant source of surprise to me. For instance, I did not anticipate that you would turn back to save those in the sacrificial chamber. That surprised me as well, Chen Mo admitted. He looked the goddess up and down. Why do you look like a local? Manifestation requires an appearance, and this one is as good as any. When I appear in a form similar to the people, it helps establish a connection. Then why don't you look like someone from my world now? Because you did not come here to establish a connection.
You came here wondering what happens when an atheist meets a god, so I received you the same way I would anyone else here.
But now that we have met, the question you came with was not about me. Yet I can't seem to help myself, Chen Mo said. Why would a goddess bother answering any of my questions? I am knowledge. It is my nature. That feels like a lie.
A faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth.
Call it an incomplete truth. Chen Mo laughed. You have your own agenda. Don't we all?
But whatever my motives, you still have questions and I still have answers.
And if it makes you feel better, know that you are not important enough to be manipulated. That's a little hurtful, but I suppose it's reassuring as well. Can you actually strike me down? We transcendent beings are limited in our ability to influence physical reality.
We can influence magic, create essences and awakening stones.
We can also influence our domain.
I am knowledge, and thus I may grant any knowledge I possess at will.
And you possess all knowledge. She smiled. Then could a sea god or some such create a tsunami or something? Yes, but direct intervention goes against our nature except to correct an imbalance. More often we work through our believers.
So if you wanted to strike me down, you could find the nearest silver rank on the membership roster and point them vaguely in my direction.
More or less, she said.
Of course, another god could send their own agents to intervene.
Letting our followers decide the outcome of conflicts between gods is something of a matter of etiquette. Who doesn't love a holy war? Chen Mo asked.
I suppose I should get on with what I actually came here to ask, shouldn't I?
Please go ahead. All right. When I was brought to this world, was I chosen? No, it was chance.
Though your world is barren of magic, this world is rich in it.
Over time that magic accumulates, seeking forms of release. Is that why monster waves occur? Indeed, she said. Magic can also discharge by erupting outward from this world, sometimes touching another world. Is that why monster waves occur? Indeed, she said. Magic can also
If it's just random chance, where did my otherworlder abilities come from?
They feel intentionally designed.
They were designed, she said.
By you.
The journey between worlds changed your body, filling it with magic. Otherworlders like you unconsciously shape that magic into forms they can understand, helping them navigate this world using the rules of their own. So I gave myself my powers.
More precisely, when the power came upon you, you chose its form,
a way of framing this world through your own to make it comprehensible.
As is often the case when plumbing the depths of the mind, the result is more intuitive than practical.
But what I have described is not what truly happened to you.
It is merely the closest I can come to giving you an explanation you can understand. Explaining the true workings of that power is like explaining mathematics to a stone. You fundamentally lack the capacity to perceive what I would need to show you.
The goddess made a helpless gesture.
If you were one of my faithful, she said, I could do better. Directly instilling knowledge into your mind. No thank you, Chen Mo said. I'm all for self-determination. Our faithful are free to act. We are not tyrants. Of course you wouldn't think so. To you omnipotence seems natural.
If you knew everything I know, then you'd know I've heard all that freedom within faith nonsense before. But the gods of this world are not distant entities that never manifest or act.
Chen Mo laughed. Rufus looked up as Gary emerged from his room, stretching his long arms and yawning. You're not eating breakfast, Gary said. You just got up. Rufus said. Farah came out of her own room, rubbing her eyes. Oh, welcome back, Rufus. No breakfast.
Why would I buy breakfast? I told you all to ease off training, not to abandon it entirely.
Chen Mo needs to build good habits now. Forget that guy, Gary said. Farah nodded in agreement.
He went to see the goddess of knowledge a few days ago, she said.
Ever since then he's been like a monster.
We just wanted to relax for a few days before you came back, but he wouldn't stop. The closest he came to resting was having a drink with Jory at the clinic, and I'm pretty sure that was only because it let him train his resistance ability. So alcohol is poison, Gary said.
I'm not going to stop drinking, but it makes you think. Did you at least show him around the city? Rufus asked. Oh, we showed him around, Farah said.
Now he runs around the island every night, Gary complained. The door opened and Chen Mo wheeled in a cart carrying 2 rows of covered food trays.
Rufus, you're back, Chen Mo said happily. You can have breakfast with us.
From what these two have been saying, I thought you'd be training. Yeah, I ate a spirit coin this morning, ran to the clinic and did some weight training. Then I ran back to get breakfast ready.
These two have been slacking off while you were away. As he spoke, Chen Mo moved the food from the trays onto the table. Gary and Farah sat down and Gary rubbed his hands together. I'm starting to get the hang of the local food, Chen Mo said. I've been checking out the market during my breaks.
But now that you're back, we can increase the training intensity, right?
Gary's hands stopped moving. What do you mean increase the intensity? He asked. We can stop slacking. I've been slacking off a little, cooking and sampling the drinks in Jory's liquor cabinet. Rest is also an important part of training, Rufus said.
Exactly, Gary mumbled, his mouth stuffed with sausage. Gary and Farah had already started eating and Chen Mo poured juice from a large pitcher. Have something to eat, Chen Mo said to Rufus, pushing a plate piled high with food toward him. Tell us how your field evaluation went.
Rufus picked up his utensils.
It really does smell good. I know a guy named Humphrey, Chen Mo said to Rufus. He was in your group, wasn't he?
Humphrey Geller. Rufus asked. You know him. We went through induction on the same day, Chen Mo said. Nice guy. How did he do? He failed. His skills are solid and he has a strong grasp of his abilities.
At least the abilities he's already awakened.
His problem is his mindset. What do you mean? Chen Mo asked. Humphrey's confluence essence is a dragon, Rufus said.
That makes sense, Chen Mo said, recalling Humphrey's familiar.
I suppose that must be a good essence.
They're all good if you use them correctly, Farah said.
That's the problem, Rufus said. Humphrey is considerate, thoughtful, cautious and humble. Do any of those sound like a dragon to you? He needs to be confident and bold.
He knows how to use his abilities, but he's too indecisive when using them.
I see, Chen Mo said.
He's a good man with the power of an arrogant bastard.
Actually, that's exactly it, Rufus said. But he isn't the only one. There were 19 people and we passed 6. Yikes, Chen Mo said.
That's a large group, Farah said.
Some local nobles wanted to establish social connections, Rufus said darkly.
Some of the records for their recently accepted adventurers mysteriously went missing, forcing them to undergo the evaluation again.
That sounds suspicious, Farah said.
The Adventurers Association allowed that.
You haven't seen what these outlying branches are like, Gary said. They don't have the same funding, so they have to make compromises with local powers. Corruption, Chen Mo said.
It's easy to call it corruption, Gary said, but sometimes compromises have to be made. You pay adventurers with money, not principles.
Will there be any backlash? Farah asked. There might be, Rufus said.
Those who had already passed before the records mysteriously vanished had been working as adventurers, but after I failed them, their memberships were revoked. They won't get their qualifications back until they pass another field evaluation. I bet they loved that, Farah said. The nephew of the Duke of Greenstone City was part of that group, Rufus said.
You failed the city ruler's nephew. Gary burst out laughing. Yes, Rufus said. I suspect the ones I failed will have an easier time passing at the next evaluation. Have you considered that you might not be the one bearing the brunt of this? Farah asked.
You may have put the local Adventurers Association officials in a difficult position. Actually, the branch manager has been encouraging me.
It seems she's trying to clear out at least some of the outside influence.
Oh, Farah said thoughtfully.
Good for her. So what about Humphrey? Chen Mo asked. You've been working on training adventurers, right?
I bet you have a lot of ideas for getting him on the right track. Humphrey's mother is an acquaintance of my family, Rufus said, so I'll help him out a bit.
I know exactly what he needs. Oh. Chen Mo prompted.
I've seen nearly every kind of aspiring adventurer, Rufus said, then looked at Chen Mo.
Nearly every kind. In my family's academy.
His words came to an abrupt halt as Chen Mo, Gary and Farah simultaneously picked up their juice glasses and drained them in a single gulp.
What was that? Rufus asked as Gary refilled their glasses from the pitcher. What was what? Chen Mo asked. Nothing, Rufus said. In my family's academy.
The three of them picked up their glasses again and downed the contents in one gulp.
What is it now? Rufus asked. Wait, are you playing that drinking game?
The other three burst into laughter.
What's wrong with you people?
It's just juice, Gary said, beginning to refill their glasses again.
It's just juice, right? Freshly squeezed Chen Mo said. So now every time I mention my families.
Hold on, Gary said, waving a hand at Rufus.
I can only pour these so fast.
Rufus's glare sweeping around the table touched off another round of laughter.
I hate all of you. Is this where you grew up? Chen Mo asked.
They walked through the verdant courtyard of the Geller family estate.
Chen Mo and Rufus were being guided by Humphrey Geller and his mother Danielle.
Chen Mo's remark came as they passed through a tunnel formed by thick vines over a bamboo trellis. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the shade with specks of light.
I would have loved this as a child, Chen Mo said. Who am I kidding? I still do. Thank you, Mr. Asano, Danielle said. Just call me Chen Mo told her.
You must forgive Mr.
Asano. Rufus apologized.
Even though he may have received a very thorough explanation earlier today, he is not well versed in etiquette. Yes, Chen Mo said, I'm not very smart. Simple etiquette is super difficult to understand. Certainly not because I find them to be an arbitrary set of behavioral norms that serve as a tool of exclusive tribalism, and because abandoning the rituals of cultural performance helps foster new relationships, allowing both parties to step outside their predetermined social patterns.
Danielle laughed while Rufus glared at Chen Mo.
I'm not sure how my abilities are supposed to process that sentence, Chen Mo said. I really should have left you in the desert, Rufus muttered.
Mr. Reamer did mention that you are an unusual person, Danielle said. I'm glad to discover he was right. Please feel free to call me Danielle.
Danielle Geller demonstrated that at the silver stage the beautifying effects of essence had reached a supernatural realm.
Besides looking far too young to be Humphrey's mother, she was stunningly perfect.
In this world neither men nor women used cosmetics, but Chen Mo realized that it hardly mattered. Everyone who could afford it used essence, which was like applying a beautifying filter to real life.
So have you spoken with Gabriel? Chen Mo asked Humphrey.
He turned pale and began shaking his head, signaling Chen Mo to shut up.
Gabriel? Danielle asked.
She might look too young to be Humphrey's mother, but that tone of seizing on a weakness was unmistakable.
Nothing, Humphrey said. Danielle. Chen Mo said as Rufus pointed out, my understanding of local etiquette is limited.
In the local aristocratic circles, how do people court one another?
Please stop, Humphrey pleaded.
It depends on the relative status of the parties involved, Danielle said.
Then let me propose a hypothetical, Chen Mo said. Suppose someone's social standing is roughly equivalent to yours.
Perhaps a young member of your family.
How would they approach, say, an acolyte of the Church of Knowledge?
I imagine there would be a whole series of social, political, and religious entanglements that make it rather difficult. Chen Mo and Danielle walked side by side pleasantly, with Rufus and Humphrey trailing behind. Humphrey buried his face in his hands while Rufus simply shook his head.
There would indeed be social complexities, Danielle said.
The best approach this young man could take, I assume in this example it is a young man.
Why not? Chen Mo said.
The best thing this young man could do, Danielle said, glancing back at her son, is to inform his mother.
Someone could arrange things without the young man's fervor causing a political incident. Oh, but you know how young people can be, Chen Mo said.
I bet he would rather cut off his own arm than talk to his mother about this. If only he had a friend who could intercede on his behalf, Danielle said.
Chen Mo and I could do some sparring, right? Humphrey asked Rufus.
He'll make sure to fit it in, Rufus said.
That, Danielle said, is the Phantasm Chamber.
It was a massive dome rising from the trees and vegetation, divided into multiple facets like the compound eye of an insect. Had most of the estate's paths not been shaded by the canopy, this prominent structure would have been visible from most of the estate.
So what exactly is this thing? Chen Mo asked. Rufus didn't explain it very clearly.
It creates false images of monsters, Humphrey explained, in virtual projections of your body that you use to fight them.
Everything feels completely real. That sounds awesome, Chen Mo said. Can I try it? Another day, Rufus said. This time you're just here to observe.
Today we're going to put Humphrey on track to pass the next field evaluation.
Didn't you say they'd let everyone pass next month? Chen Mo asked Rufus. I wouldn't be so certain, Danielle said.
I spoke with the branch director yesterday morning and she is very pleased with how things are progressing.
That said, some sort of compromise may be necessary.
As they approached the dome, Chen Mo saw a cluster of buildings connected to it. That over there is the viewing hall, Danielle said, pointing to the largest building besides the dome itself. We try to set up scenarios for our family's trainees to learn from and then have them all come in to watch.
Rufus tells me you are an expert on pain, so this might be interesting. He's far from any good role model, Rufus said. Rufus, Danielle gently admonished. No, he's right, Chen Mo said. I heard you performed quite well at the Wei and Manor incident, Danielle said.
Then you might want to check your sources, Chen Mo said. I was knocked down multiple times by a guy with a shovel. She raised an eyebrow toward Rufus, who nodded with a wry smile. Rufus says you train family members from all over the world here, Chen Mo said. Our branch families are spread everywhere, Danielle said proudly. They all come here at the age of 15 and stay until reaching bronze rank. We also accept some non-family members. Members of our family have a habit of forming teams even before acquiring essence, Humphrey said. We also take in team members.
Danielle led them into one of the buildings, which was a large single room.
The back wall had a long glass window beyond which was only darkness, but Chen Mo's abilities allowed his eyes to pierce the gloom. Beyond the glass window was the empty interior of the dome. The dome itself was made of irregular metal pentagons inscribed with magical symbols. Beneath the window was a rectangular block of stone.
Its top bore many runes and sigils arranged in intricate patterns.
The room's final feature was a series of low wooden platforms about the size of a single bed. They lined the left and right walls, 6 on each side.
More mystical symbols were carved into their surfaces. This is the control room, Danielle explained.
From that control panel beneath the window we can control everything that happens inside. She turned to Rufus. So what have you prepared for us? In the control room of the phantasm chamber all eyes were on Rufus. He walked over to the stone block beneath the window, which was carved with dazzling rune sigils and intricate magical patterns.
He spent a few minutes examining it. Standard configuration, he observed. Chen Mo, hand me that crystal.
Chen Mo retrieved a long multifaceted crystal from his inventory, one that Farah had created using the resources of the Magic Association. It strongly resembled a long narrow diamond, its facets catching the light and reflecting iridescent flashes. He handed it to Rufus, who examined one side of the stone block, then the other, found a hole and pushed the crystal in. So what does this crystal do?
Chen Mo asked. The phantasm chamber projects images from these platforms on either side of the walls, Danielle said.
Chen Mo glanced again at the wooden platforms lined up along both sides of the room.
If it cannot directly access something through the platforms, Danielle continued, you need to give it a magical imprint to replicate. And the crystal is the storage device for the imprint, Chen Mo said.
Correct, Danielle said. The moment Rufus seated the crystal completely into the groove, the entire control stone wall rippled with an eerie blue glow. The runes flowed like living things, casting a real-time image of the phantom chamber's interior onto the glass window. The symbols on the pentagonal metal walls interlocked and turned like gears, while a twisted black mist gradually coalesced beneath the dome as if some unnatural creature were materializing.
Wait, this isn't the startup reaction of a standard training scenario.
Humphrey stepped forward, staring at the flickering data stream on the glass window.
Mother, the biological template displayed on the control interface is an abyss crawler.
That's a high-risk simulation entity only activated in silver-tier combat courses. Daniela's fingertips tapped rapidly across the runic array at the edge of the stone wall, but she could not stop the black mist from coalescing. The imprint stored in the crystal has been tampered with.
Rufus, is this the device you brought from the association?
Impossible, I personally supervised Farah. Rufus' words were cut short by Chen Mo's sudden sharp cry.
Everyone step back.
Chen Mo's pupils gleamed with faint golden light. His combat instincts allowed him to detect the anomaly in the energy field before the virtual creature fully materialized. The wooden platforms that were supposed to project virtual bodies were now oozing a dark crimson light. Amid the humming of runes running in reverse, spiderweb-like cracks split across the platform surfaces and black sludge gushed out, condensing on the ground into translucent humanoid silhouettes.
This isn't a phantom. It's real manifestation.
Daniela's elegance shattered in an instant as 2 silver-plated short blades slid from her sleeves. Humphrey, go cut the power supply circuit to the central crystal.
Rufus, protect Chen Mo. These are contaminated mimic spirits that devour the essence of the living.
Chen Mo suddenly recalled a similar energy fluctuation he had sensed at Wei and Manor. When the nearest spirit lashed out with a decaying slime-drenched arm, he did not evade as he usually would. Instead, he stepped forward, pressing his palm against its chest, where a rainbow-colored light spot of the same origin as the crystal was floating.
So that's it. Someone implanted a parasitic imprint inside the crystal. Chen Mo felt his pain-sharing ability being yanked in reverse.
The searing pain that should have been borne by him was now channeling backward through the spirit's connection to the control stone wall. Daniela, have your men activate all the platform runes with fresh blood.
Rufus smashed the spare crystal into the slot. Hurry!
Rufus had never seen Chen Mo wear such a grave expression. Without even sparing a moment for a quip, he drew the sword at his waist and slammed its pommel into the spare slot on the stone wall. The instant the second crystal was embedded, all the spirits let out high-frequency shrieks. The black mist under the central dome exploded outward, revealing the curled-up giant arthropod within, exactly the abyss crawler Humphrey had mentioned, but now its compound eyes pulsed with a blood-red light that did not belong to any simulation program.
They're absorbing the estate's ley lines. Daniela's short blades traced silver arcs through the swarm of spirits, each wound spraying fluorescent blood. Chen Mo, can your ability?
No, these spirits have no pain receptors. Sharing pain with them is useless. Chen Mo suddenly charged at the control stone wall and, despite Rufus' shout of alarm, pressed his palm directly onto the flowing runes.
But their connection to the crystal is like a network virus. Someone needs to be the firewall. A tidal wave of agony came rushing in.
Chen Mo felt his consciousness being dragged along the runic currents into a pitch-black space where countless unfamiliar voices echoed, all vying for control of the phantom chamber. But amid the chaos he suddenly saw that familiar golden emblem, the acolyte insignia of the Church of Knowledge, hidden deep inside the abyss crawler's core.
Humphrey. Chen Mo bit the tip of his tongue to stay conscious. Did your acolyte friend ever give you something?
Like a crystal shard engraved with the Church's emblem. Humphrey's face turned even paler than the spirit sludge. Trembling, he pulled out a silver chain from his collar. The pendant was half a piece of blood-stained crystal. Gabriel said it was a gift so we could be alone. Daniela's short blade nearly slipped from her hand. She finally understood why her son had been sneaking into the phantom chamber late at night lately, not for training but to use the family facilities for secret rendezvous with a church member, unaware that the other party had long since planted an erosion imprint in the gift.
Rufus, take Humphrey to the safe zone. Daniela rushed toward her son, only to be blocked by the sudden onslaught of spirits.
Just as she thought she would die there, Chen Mo's figure suddenly crashed out of the control stone wall, shrouded in armor formed by chains of runic light, holding the cheap sword that had once been broken by a shovel. Now its blade flowed with the same black blood as the spirits, yet he used his pain ability to solidify it into a metallic edge.
Remember this moment, Humphrey.
Chen Mo's voice seemed forced through clenched teeth.
With each sword stroke, translucent cracks bloomed across his body.
When you open a forbidden door for love, you'd better first confirm whether what waits behind it is a rose or a noose.
The abyss crawler's massive pincers finally slammed down.
In the final moment, Chen Mo drove his sword into the ground, activating the reverse runes on all platforms.
The entire phantom chamber suddenly seemed to hit a rewind button.
The pentagonal metal walls began to disassemble in reverse while the spirits and black mist dispersed as if sucked into a vortex, leaving only half a crystal floating at the center, clearly engraved with the emblem of the Church of Knowledge's heresy Inquisition. When everything fell silent, Daniela looked at Chen Mo, who was kneeling on the ground, and suddenly let out a soft laugh. It was a smile more moving than any refined elegance, carrying the cold sharpness of surviving a disaster. It seems our young acolyte doesn't just want to fall in love, he also wants to turn the Geller family's training facility into the Church's living weapon arsenal. Humphrey, starting tomorrow you will undergo confinement training with Chen Mo. He will teach you how, before your heart races, to use your brain to inspect the traps inside a gift. Rufus helped Chen Mo to his feet, looking at the self-healing cracks on the other's shoulder. Next time you pull a suicidal stunt like that on your own, it'll really throw you into the desert and let the sandworms have you. Oh come on. Chen Mo tore off his coat stained with black blood, revealing the newly surfaced curse mark tattoos underneath.
You obviously want to say nice work. Besides that move just now.
Wasn't it exactly the third form of pain manifestation you taught me?
Daniela turned away just in time to see Humphrey secretly tucking away the broken pendant.
She didn't expose him, only gazed out at the gradually brightening phantom chamber. On the metal wall a new rune had appeared, forged from a mixture of Chen Mo's blood and the spirit's black blood, like a fierce yet tenacious scar forever branded onto the Geller family's training facility.